Thanksgiving was weird, but I was recognizing Thanksgiving, we celebrated Christmas and Culture's Way, the religiosity, all of those. By the way, another symbol of Festivus was a sign handletter that read "fuck fascism" that my father would tape to him. He would nail that to him. But the thing is, that sign also came out sometimes at Thanksgiving and sometimes at Christmas. So the answer is no, not for any other holidays.
I guess to follow off of what Peter was saying, and I hadn't thought to even get into this because it's kind of a heavy question and you don't have to answer it. But I can't get a read on whether you feel like, it's easy for me to say I love my dad and I miss him and he was a big part of my life. Did you have a relationship that you valued with your father, or was it just too hard to find it?
I mean, it's complicated. Yeah, absolutely. That was that it would have been easy if he had been lots of person enough. Incredibly charismatic and was very good at talking his way into our outfit. So, yeah, actually, particularly the last 10 years of his life, actually, arguably since the second came out, we were as close as we could get to someone that did.
Yeah, wow. The other thing that's weird is you start seeing your show, usually starts someplace and end up someplace different than it was. It was about how families, how they accept how different these are. Really explain and kind of create culture for that family. And the worst thing is that those are holidays. And 27 years later, it still exists. And it has become like the families that do it, it's become part of their culture. When I read during the Festivus, it just been part of their culture. Celebrate. I mean, no one that I know that fools around with Festivus is doing it as anything other than a joyful, fun, unique, something that they look forward to. And it identifies that family as being fun, quirky, or different. And they've taken the feats of strength, they're doing what they do weightlifting, they do all kinds of racing, they've taken it and morphed it into their family's home. And it's pure joyful. It's the
I'm watching videos of it. You're absolutely right. It's joyful. And so, in retrospect, not only were Jerry and Dave and Jeff and Alec right, they sort of redeemed that unpleasant morass of memory as now this thing that would have been something that I tried to work through in therapy is something that now literally dozens of people around the country are having a good time with. So, certainly a lot of the voices were taken out of it by now something that is just so strange. A super, possibly one of the weirdest parts of the very strange childhood is now, it's over. It's over that my dad made up. It's not out there. So,
what is your son like?
Very cool teenager who's learned to keep his face in class, and as I learned at a similar age, hopefully for different reasons.
Are you taking a dozen different supplements
Yep.
to manage your perimenopause symptoms?
Tons.
Hair loss, vitamins,
My peri-loss vitamins.
5 cups of coffee just for
5. It's like on a bad day, dog.
So at this point, he thinks it's interesting, but it doesn't really affect his life that much.
Do you guys, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to put it out there. Do you celebrate it in any way, shape, or form, or acknowledge it in any way, shape, or form?
We acknowledge it as like, okay, this is the 22nd. Yeah. Tomorrow, it's going to be hard. People in school, they say things. Here's the thing. We certainly acknowledge it. The people were very nice about it, and I always feel bad because, I rooted with Jeff and Alec, who ran the show with Jeff, and they had the story taken from me. I think I really loved that because that's what's for me. and they don't get a lot of credit for it. But at some point, as of right now, we have not. But every year it's a little less slanted. It's it's weird that the show has a sort of time travel and taking some of the every day there was a fucking great hard work. I really particularly that season when I did not have the benefit with Mr. David, but yeah, it was such a pleasure.
I think right back at you, and I will also agree that people are always saying it looks like you guys are having the best time. And I always think we were having more fun doing it than you'll ever have watching it. So it was just one of those. So you know, I've been a writer who's against our competitor. I'm laughing at your joke. Everybody's trying to please the show and figure out what's there. And I've been in those kind of writers. And I've been in kind of writers who's just a lot of fun. People are just making everybody laugh. And it's just a collective joy to hear. What was your experience in the writers? Competitive or?
Yeah, but everyone took it very seriously. This is the greatest TV comedy of all time. And we are tasked with
Our deep mouth wrinkles and millionaire words depending on your age.
What in
Here's
the
a simple
fuck?
formula to define your jawline for over 39,000 women.
doing this without
This is absolutely just bonkers.
My grandmother, Jeanette Marie O'Connor Keith, had a stroke in a supermarket in Jersey City, and that's the so that was what it meant. I remember that as I spat it out, and I remember the context. And then by the time it's in the script, it was actually more like past the table, and she's like, I'm like, it's fine. She's not around.
Well, I always thought it was because I actually thought it was true of your family as well, but I always thought it was Frank Costanza's stance against atheism. He didn't want to play to any of the religiosity, so it was a festival for the rest of us.
Well, the original version was those of us who were all on as opposed to dead. But coincidentally, my dad wasn't about atheists. He actually started off his family very, very Catholic. He was actually supposed to be a priest. Every generation, one guy in my family, on that side, became a priest. And he had a violent disagreement with the Catholic Church and left it in a very colorful old school demon running way. He got in a fist fight with a priest in the Bower in like the early 50s. And oh my God, there must be a story there. I finally poked him and asked him, but no one touched him. What happened was he was telling me to see that. No, I know you're not. You're telling me. One time anyone cared about my ideas, in the so I was raised to not be allowed to talk about religion until service back to my grandma. So I was growing up, I was with my grandson in Chapel. I was very lucky to go to Chapel schools, even though we lived in Mount Pleasant, sort of unincorporated land back then. So I was instructed to say that I looked at it in Chapel because it sounded classic. And as I was growing up in this peculiar environment, pretty much all my friends were Jewish. I was going to Seder, but I didn't know what a mass was. And then when that same grandmother died, Jeanette Marie O'Keefe, I said, Daddy, who's the church family? He said, what? I said, we're Jewish, Daddy, and that's
it's something for young people
to
survive than it was when you were
No, I think life's so much different now. Nobody starves in our country. Nobody has to go out and get ordered. You can go and get medical aid. Nobody lives in the street. Here in this country, well, they don't have to.
well, no.
We decided that for months,
No, I know you're not. You're talking to people who have nothing to
Say, I have
sleep in this
nothing.
group like
If
they're
they ask
doing
who you
anything.
are, say, well, I'm
But they
nothing.
don't
So you make me say I have
die.
nothing.
Well, they die anyway, even if you sleep in the bed. You just described the number of deaths.
No, I'm just like, Indians die starvation and stuff.
We don't know the starvation here.
Did
You can always get some food. We have.
I know it happened. It's too weird.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't think statistics would show that you're right. Nobody has been starved in this country. There are
Get a gun one time, bro.
Oh, no, nobody's gone. Come on, you know that.
Are you saying that there's people who are below the poverty level, or and there are other people below the poverty
Of
level?
course there are. The poverty level now, because of the cost of living, is almost $5,000. There are many people who live.
So I won't rank the black people. Not
There's no difference in my mind between black and white. Yes, that's
You're crazy.
I'll tell you something. That's it. You go hiding behind the fact that I must have a prejudice. Well, damn it, I don't.
No, ma'am, I wasn't trying to.
I don't have any prejudice.
An Appalachian, I was trying to make a common denominator for the mass. It's easy for me to say. Why?
They starve me.
In Appalachia, that's what you try to babies, adults get swole up, they don't get enough food, they get retarded.
I do.
No, man, it's true. Children get retarded because they don't have enough food to make the enzymes work in the brain.
Having listened to you before, some of the things you
Well, it's not just me, it's water time type shit. This is television, it's fine at the moment.
I don't know why I'm supposed to do it all.
I think he's really serious. I think he's very serious in what he says, and I think he has a point. There are people in this country who don't get enough to eat.
They may not get enough, but nobody really starts. I mean, I think this is what you asked me about the young. That's why you're here, because you're starving.
Johnny Carson is back there, there'll be no yelling.
Oh, I see. Well, then if they like you, what do they say?
These people are all cloned. You know that? We clone them in the other room, and then we bring them here
I
down
thought
to the
you
show.
were your person. Well, and I thought this was a great idea. I thought I'd step in after the fifth program and take hold.
What are we talking about?
They were taking the feature strength, they do everything from weightlifting, they do all kinds of degradation, they've taken it and morphed it.
I was raised Catholic, and your mother was raised Quaker. We decided that for nonsense. I know some of your friends are Catholic, some of your friends are Jewish, but if anyone asks you who you are, you're nothing. Say, I have nothing. If they ask who you are, say, I'm nothing. So you make me say I have nothing. That was the
Another 5 years of therapy.
and I know Keith was, inspired the phrase, that was the rest of it. I tried to tell that story to her. Schaefer was like that. I know it happened. It's too weird.
Yeah, that was Schaefer saying that. Who, by the way, produces Dave.
Rounded, documentary style.
Yeah, exactly. Did the family either accept or prefer any other holiday? Like, was Thanksgiving okay? Was Halloween okay?
I mean, Thanksgiving was weird, but it was recognizably Thanksgiving. We celebrated Christmas in a cultural way, no religiosity at all. There's no way. Another symbol of Festivus was a sign and letter that read "fuck fascism" that my father would tape to a wall. He would nail that. But the thing is, that sign also came out so close to Thanksgiving and something for Christmas. So the answer is no. For any other holidays.
I guess to ping pong off of what Peter was saying, I hadn't thought to even get into this because it's kind of a heavy question and you don't have to answer it. But I can't get a read on what do you feel like. I mean, it's easy for me to say, I love my dad,
actually are. And since veterans have been coming, we've as close as we can get to someone that did it.
The other thing that's weird is that's another show. You can start someplace and end someplace different. It's about how families are raising different desires. Or at least they kind of create culture for the family. The worst thing is that those are holidays. It's been 27 years later. It still persists. And it has become, like the families that do it, it has become part of their culture. All right, yeah, they want to do your festivals. And it's their culture. Sentiment. I mean, no one that I know that, fools around with Festivus is doing it as anything other than a joy, right? Fun, unique, something that they look forward to. And it identifies that family. It's like fun, working, you're good friend, and they've taken the fancy strengths and they do everything, weightlifting, they do all kinds of racing. They've taken it and morphed it into their family's own. And it's pure joy for them.
I've watched videos of it, and you're absolutely right. It's beautiful. And so, in people's respect, not only Jerry and Dave and Jeff Allen, right? They sort of they sort of redeemed that unpleasant morass of memory, because now this thing that would have been something that I tried to is something that now literally dozens of people around the country are having the time with. So so certainly a lot of the poisons are taken out of it by now something that it's just so strange that a super, possibly one of the weirdest parts of the very strange childhood is now, it's a war. The number that my dad made up is now happening.
Does your son make you?
Very cool teenager, flirting between his face and as I learned a similar age, but for different reasons. I think my told this was so at this point he thinks it's interesting, but it doesn't really affect his life that much.
Do you guys, I think I know the answer to this, but do you celebrate it in any way, shape, or form? Acknowledge it?
We acknowledge it as like, okay, this is the 22nd. Tomorrow is going to be gone. People at school, they say things. Here's the thing. These are people that acknowledge it. People are very nice about it. And I always feel bad because, I wrote it with Jeff and Alan, ran the show with Jerry that year, and David. The stories they can figure out, I think I probably wrote it with the disaster story. I think they get a lot of credit for it. But, we might at some point. I think right now we have not, but every year it's a little less something. It's but it's weird that the show has a sort of time travel and taken some of the
next generation watches it.
Oh, by the way, I would be remiss if I didn't say it was just the honor of my life. Every day there was a fucking joy. It was more never. Particularly that season when I did not imagine with Mr. David. But, it was such a pleasure.
I got you. And I will also echo that. People always saying, it looks like you guys are having the best time. And I always say, we were having more fun doing it than you ever watching it. So it was just one of those. What did you feel like? I've been great. It's fun competitive. But I'm laughing your joke. I'm always trying to please the showrunner and figure out what's there. And I've been in those kind of writers. And I've been in kind of writers where it's just a lot of fun. Just making everybody laugh. And it's just a collective joy to do. And this is what was your experience in the writers' room. It's very competitive.
Yeah, but everyone took it very seriously. This is the greatest TV comedy of all time. And we are tasked with doing this without the creators and laughing so hard that your listeners were expecting it today. But yeah, sometimes there were very loud disagreements, and Jerry have to tear the down.
And then that was started with the overall idea, because it was a sitcom, and then had 4 second stories, which was unique. Did you start with logic or hey, that didn't work right with this on this episode, and moving stuff around?
Absolutely, that sometimes did happen. But most of the time, we just went into with Jerry and Jeff and Al and Dave ran a whole bunch of ideas, ideas for perhaps a story that could be a joke story. I got a freelance the first episode of season 8 of which was Jerry knocks her girlfriend's toothbrush in the toilet, and can't tell her she's going to brush her teeth, which actually happened to my now wife side. And I had this for literally years before I just thought of that. What is that? That was a real thing. And then later, once she was already pregnant, she was going for a guy. I said, yeah, you're not going to have it. I figured I threw the toothbrush away and I subbed it out. You brush your teeth. So you threw a story like that, and it improved. And then once you got Jerry and George laying in a great video, you're supposed to outline. And it was a very long structure of big rooms, a bunch of all the writers were very slow. One person trying to put together that episode they were going to write and give you stories approved by the top people. And then there were rewrite rooms in this in the middle, and then there was a table, a bunch of sessions, which was again everyone. So it was incredibly well structured, and it had to be because, I remember at the beginning of production, Shady said, okay, nobody's making any plans for the weekend. Somebody's on what weekend? He said, all weekends. And he was down, he was correct. And that's right. Yes, and that's because Jeff and Al and Dave were remarkably talented showrunners. Was set by Jerry because his work ethic continues to to this day. I'm very specific. We had a 9 a.m. rewrite on a Sunday, and I got there early by accident. And he was there at 8:45, and he surprised me when they get the notice from the end. Obviously, brilliant, funny. Can't say nothing about that. But also, doesn't get credit for being John Stokes for just working hard on any comic in the history of comics. Yeah, but at the beginning of the show, like this is going to turn into a crazy Jerry thing, but I ask me all the time what I think of Jerry, and he is and will be one of the finest comedians, certainly in my lifetime, perhaps others. And part of that is his ability to walk into any environment, any situation, and find a thing that has potential. Something in there is funny. And then it's his, I believe to this day, he once told me he spends, I can't remember the numbers, 2 to 3 hours a day, right? Even when there's nothing else, he'll sit and he will. It's a famous story. I think he's got one coming up, and it's some of it is, where he knew that there was something, he had some take on Bob Torrance, and he would try to get it, find the thing, and he would work on it, he'd put it up, he'd go, that's not it, right again, right again, right. The article that he'd been working on for 10 years and still felt like he didn't have it right, and that kind of work ethic, and guys that are telling jokes, situations, the way he's built, that's his day, is trying to figure it out. 5-hour energy drink, what's the deal with 5-hour energy drink? And you watch it, you can see it. But that's what I mean. There was in the movie Comedian, he and Johnny walk into a little bodega, and they go, there's something in here that's funny. And they don't know what it is, and it turns out he sees royal jelly, royal bean jelly. And he goes, oh yeah, make it a little jelly now. And so put it on bread. And so, it's that ability that's savant. But there's something funny. Here's the other thing. Did that show secular change the way we look at it? Because you're around guys like that that don't see that as the other voices. See that you go wrong, changing your own writing, maybe not that consciously. But when you look at stuff, then
take on a different way to see comedy because I obviously different reasons.
Absolutely, and not completely honest. I mean, the first network job I had was at my church in Leno, where I write 100 jokes in a day. But yeah, and not just looking at the product, being around, being exposed to the way Jerry's mind works, and also the way it works, and the way it's shaped. Just smart, and very smart, creative people. Absolutely, yeah. And there's nothing unconscious about us. Consciousness about different behaviors, ethics, and joke structures, and ways of thinking that all these talented people exhibit on a daily basis.
Danny, it is sad and waiting to see you. I wish you good holiday show, so happy holidays to you and your family, whatever you're celebrating. And I am truly delighted to see you. And it makes me feel like we should just sit sometime and catch up. And I feel that way about our home.
I just love that anytime you tell me where all the people are.
I love that. Jason, did you ever say that? Even to the family assumption that I did. By the way, you're going to have 50 pounds and it's me to do it. I'm saying that I want to say that I want to. Thank you. It's actually talking about that. It's subject.
People want to know, and everyone still cares after all this.
Thank you. All right, Danny, take care. I got you. I'll be in touch.
Yes, yeah.
See you later.
Folks,
I was the father of no Spence family. I don't know why.
I'm a lot of that classic hustle. So what's anybody
what
else
is this?
used that no you call the show call, right? Or no CLE ultimately is that in the event that he divorces her, he has to be married. So now back to the Baisa. The sign there. Only Shigirish. So right, Ruben violated Rachel, and now what happens? He marries her. And so what happens if he then divorces her? In Yisrael, if he's in Yisrael, he can remarry her and not get Malchus. I will say, what does that mean? He can marry her and not get Malchus. So what does that seem to indicate? What is that? It's a lot Hanita class say. Right? He's not allowed to divorce her, that's a lot. And then ultimately he remarries her. In Koyu, that he's a Kohen, look at the Inomaxir. He's a Kohen, obviously can't marry, because a Kohen can't marry a divorcee, even his own divorcee. So he gets Malchus. So one second. Now, based on what we just said, in Yisrael, Maxir the Inoloke Amai. I don't understand. Now, both say, if you look at this as a Lav Hanita Say, then I understand why the Yisrael doesn't get Malchus. He violated a law, he divorced her, but then he remedied it by remarrying her. Now we'll say, but this is not a law hanita say. What should this be? This is a lo say, shekamu asay. Right? This is a prohibition that was preceded by a positive commandment. Well, Rabbi Yochanan, if you were right, then Allah there should be Malchus for this. Yet the Brisa says that there are no Malchus for this. When Rabbi Yochanan saw this, he recanted. He figured his position was wrong. So just to show you the progression over here, Rabbi Yochanan espouses a position. Lav shekinu asay, or lo saseh shekinu asay. If you have a lo saseh prohibition or lav that is preceded by a positive commandment, you get Malchus for that. That is different than a lav hanita class say. Rabbi Yochanan, did you say it? Rabbi Yochanan says no. Why did Rabbi Yochanan retract the case of Ones? Because he saw this case of Ones of Yisrael, right, who violated a woman, married her, and then divorced her. So the Brisa says he remarries her and doesn't get Malchus, which indicates to us that they're treating this as a lav hanita class say. Even though, again, structurally or textually, this is really a lo saseh shekivnu aseh. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you should get Malchus for that. The Brisa says you don't get Malchus for that. So Rabbi Yochanan says, what's Rabbi Yochanan's conclusion? I must be wrong. And therefore, again, he retracts. So now we're going to try to prove that Rabbi Yochanan is not wrong. Amar Ula, lo yomar lo. So Rabbi Ula says, I'm going to tell you why this case is different. Listen to this. Lo yomar, lo siya li'isha ba'onis. So the truth is, the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, the velo siya li'isha, which is the asay. That's the asay, right? Ultimately, again, lo siya li'isha, that she has to be his wife. He has to remain married to her. Right? Because you're going to also just understand the structure of the puzzle. It says, Lo siya l'isha, v'lo siya l'isha for him, for the violator. For Reuben, she has to be his wife. Tachas Hashem, because he violated her. Lo yuchal l'shalcha kol yimei chayav. By kol yama, he cannot send her away. He can't divorce her. So you have the asay, lo siya l'isha, and lo yuchal l'shalcha the law. So listen, I'm going to tell you why this case is different. This lo siya l'isha, really by owners, by the violator, is extraneous. Why? Ligmar Motzi Shema. Motzi Shema. Let's say who's Motzi Shema? Motzi Shema is a man who's married to a woman. Right? Reuben married Rachel, and then after he got married, he claims that she was not a besula. Wasn't a besula. Now, if it turns out that ultimately, again, he's lying, then the halacha is he has to pay a penalty. He has to pay a penalty, and he's not allowed to divorce her as well. So learn out only so Motzi Shema. Ma Motzi Shema shelo asa ma'isa m'rachmanav lo siya l'isha. So I made it Motzi Shema, where Reuben, the husband, didn't do a ma'isa. But now, what does it mean he didn't do a ma'isa? It means, remember, what is he doing? It's speech. It's speech. He didn't do a ma'isa. Yet there is this penalty that he's never allowed to divorce her. Onus, the closer came, certainly by onus, when he did do a ma'isa, he certainly should not be allowed to divorce her as well. So the Gemara says, Lama Ne'amar. So why? So therefore, again, the lo siya l'isha by onus is really extra. You don't need it. Learn it out from Motzi Shema. But it's written. So if it's written, Eino Inyan Lefanav, today in La'acharav Shem Girei She'atzir. So use it to teach me that lo siya l'isha must be there not to tell us that the onus has to marry her, but rather what? That if the onus divorced her, if he divorced her, he has to remarry her. So essentially, it's reinforcing the asay after the lav, making it more into a lav hanitak la'asay, which is why the Brisa goes ahead and said there's no malchus. Okay, interesting approach. So the Gemara says, interesting approach. Va'akati only from Motzi Shema lo damar, but that's not true. You can't really learn that only from Motzi Shema. Why not? Di'ikal mifrach, because you can raise a pircha. Mala Motzi Shema shekin loke u'mishalim. Right, I want to say Motzi Shema, ultimately, again, both gets malchus. Right, Motzi Shema has three things. Number one, he can never divorce her. Number two, he gets malchus. Number three, there's a financial penalty. By ones, ultimately, again, there are no malchus. There's a financial penalty. You're never allowed to divorce her, but there are no malchus. So they're not similar. Elo, lo yomar lo sira isha Motzi Shema, ligma me ones. Right, the Gemara says, okay, let's flip it. Don't say lo sira isha by Motzi Shema. And instead, learn it out by ones, right? And just say, just like an ones is not allowed to divorce his wife, right? So to Motzi Shema isn't allowed to divorce his wife, and say, Uma ones she'ena lokim v'shalim umrachman lo sira isha by ones, where you don't get malchus. Yet the Torah says the violator has to marry this woman. Motzi Shema, who does get malchus, l'chol ultimately has to, of course, has to marry her as well. I v'lama ne'amar. So therefore, I will say once again, why do I need the velo siya l'isha? In Inyan Motzi Shema, Tinei Inyan La'onis. If you don't need it for Motzi Shema, ultimately use it for onis. Furthermore, in Eino Inyan Lefanav, and if you don't need it initially to tell me that he's obligated to marry her, Tinei Inyan La'acharav. Use it to teach me that in the event that onis divorces his wife, he's obligated to remarry her. So we'll say it becomes an extra assay in the event that onis divorces his wife, in which case it's really reinforced as a lav hanitak la'aseh. If it's a lav hanitak la'aseh, everyone agrees there's no malchus, but it doesn't contradict Rabbi Yochanan's position, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan was all about a lo saseh shekidmu aseh. Over here, by onis, the presence of the extra aseh makes it into a lav hanitak la'aseh. Okay, so one second. Motzi Shema and Onis Namirogan. It doesn't work. You can't learn out Motzi Shema from Onis. Why not? So the Gemara says, Di'ikal mifrach, ma Onis shekin asa ma'isa. Because let's remember again, Onis to ma'isa. They're really not comparable. Right? Onis is a ma'isa. Motzi Shema is not a ma'isa. Motzi Shema is just dibar. Ella, lo yomar lo siya l'isha ben Motzi Shema shari ishtam. So here's what's interesting. Here's the big difference also. By Motzi Shema, I don't need that phrase, lo siya l'isha. Right? Why? By Motzi Shema, they're married. They're married already. Right? I don't know. By Ones, I need lo siya l'isha. But by Motzi Shema, I don't need that phrase at all. Lama Namar, so why is it there? Why is lo siya l'isha by Motzi Shema? Now, in Motzi Shema, today in Ones. Now, ultimately, again, if I don't need it by Motzi Shema, let me use it for ones. Then ain't no Indian lafanav, and if I don't need it to initially tell me that he has to marry, but that's already stated. Tonight Indian la'acharav. Use it to teach me that in the event that the ma'anis divorces his wife, he's obligated to marry her. Once again, what the Gemara is constantly doing is saying the following: that essentially by ones, there's going to be this extra assay. This extra assay. What does that extra assay do? The extra assay says that in the event that Reuven divorces Rachel, like Reuven violated Rachel, married her, in the event that he divorced her, he has to remarry her. It's an extra assay. That extra assay makes it into a lav anita assay and not a lo saseh shekadmo assay. Even though scripturally, textually, it's written as a lo saseh shekadmo assay. And therefore, it makes sense that the Brisa says no malchus, and it doesn't contradict Rabbi Yochanan's original idea. The Ema, the fun of the Moshe Shemer today in the Achar of the day, the lo lucky. Well, a second, maybe I don't understand why are you taking the lo seli isha by Moshe Shemer, giving it to ones. Keep it by Moshe Shemer and say like this: tell us that by Moshe Shemer, the lo seli isha makes it also lav hanitach laseh, and in the event that the Moshe Shemer divorced his wife and he remarries her, no malchus. You're right. That is true. That is true. So the Gemara says, and ultimately again I can learn ones from Moti Shema, and to say just like by Moti Shema, if he divorces his wife and then he remarries her, he avoids Malchus. So too again by ones, if he divorces his wife and remarries her, ultimately no Malchus. But again, here's the problem. The Gamamine. So we want to learn out ones from Moti Shema. The Gemara says, here's the problem. My Gamamine. How are you learning out ones from Moti Shema? If it's a kavachomer, Eva kavachomer, even Amatsino, Ika Mifrach, Kirafinon. So remember again, what are you learning it out? What are you learning out only from Moti Shema, either the kavachomer or a Mematsino? Mematsino is the common denominator. Either way, the comparison is flawed. We'll say first white line on Tesla Nadal. How is the comparison flawed? Malu Moti Shema, Shekin Lo Asamaisa. We'll say remember again, the comparison is fundamentally flawed. Why? Because Lamaisa again, Moti Shema is no Maisa. Right? There's no Maisa, it's just Dibor. Ones is a Maisa. It's very hard to justify a comparison between the two. Rabbi says, Kol Yomav ba'omed v'hachser. So Rabbi says like this. At the end of the day, so once we take a look at for a quick Rashi for just a moment, almost right across in Rashi to the right. And the Amar Rabba, hard to sanya ba'onis maksir ve'in loke. So remember again, we're just trying to figure out the following case. Reuven is a Yisrael. He violates Rachel. So right, what did the Brisa say? The Brisa, what did the Brisa say? The Brisa said if he remarries her, he doesn't get Malchus. This is troubling for us. Why? Because ones is a case of a lo saseh shekidmu aseh. Like the way that it's framed is there's an assay first, the lo siel isha, she has to marry her, and then afterwards it says, well, you fell a short call you make higher. She can't divorce her. In Rabbi Yochanan's model, that means there should be Malchus. The Brisa is telling us there are no Malchus. So we're spending all the time trying to. So Rabbi Yochanan's in a tremendous. I just want to point out in a tremendous display of humility. Rabbi Yochanan's reconciliation is, I'm wrong. A tremendous display of humility. The Gemara says, not so fast. Maybe you're not wrong. Maybe ones is just a different kind of case that just doesn't fall in line with your model. Your model is correct. Ones is just an outlier. To which the Gemara says over here. So let's analyze this. So Rabbi comes along and says, you're right. I'll tell you why ones is different. Rashi, Kayim Yishindal Korke, Lachi Nidak Lase, the Amakra, Kol Yamav, Lo Havile, Kol Yamav, Lo Havile, the Miktab, and Lo Yuchal Shoka, my Kol Yamav. So it comes along and says like this. So we'll say, by the ones is very interesting. It says, Lo Yuchal Shoka, Kol Yamav. Kol Yamav. Why do you need that? Just say, Lo Yuchal Shoka. You can't divorce her. I understand. You can't divorce her when? As long as you live. I don't need that phrase, those two words called Yamav. Why is that here? So Rabbi wants to suggest that maybe Kol Yamav makes it different. Kol Yamav makes it a lot Hanitak Laseh. That's what Kol Yamav does. Kol Yamav says, Reuven shouldn't have violated Reuven in the first place. Right? Understand, right? Makes sense. Right? Then, if you did, you have to marry her, and you're not allowed to go ahead and divorce her. And if you divorce her, you have an obligation to remarry her. How long is the obligation devolve upon you? Kol yamav. So it's a different kind of case. That kol yamav makes it Allah hanitak la'aseh. That says if you did divorce her, you have an obligation to remedy that. What is the window of remediation for this? The rest of your life. That makes it into a lav hanitak la'aseh. Beautiful. So Ella Amarav, back to the Gemara. Ella Amarava kol yamav ba'amei b'hachsia. V'chein ki asarat Amar Yochanan kol yamav ba'amei b'hachsia. Oh, so mostly here it is. Here it is. The Kol Yamav fundamentally changes the math on this, right? And the Kol Yamav says that halacha l'maisa, this is a lav hanitak la'aseh, even though structurally and textually it's a lo saseh shekibnu aseh. Rabbi Yochanan doesn't share anything. Kol Yamav makes it a lav hanitak la'aseh, and therefore again, Reuben, if he divorces Rachel, halacha l'maisa is an obligation to remarry her, and as long as he does remarry her, halacha l'maisa he avoids malchus. Incredible. So I'm going to Papa dummy lelave lo chasima. So ha lo dummy lave lelav de chasima. Okay, so remember again 2 days ago we had this. What's the paradigmatic lav for malchus purposes? The paradigmatic lav is lo safsam. Don't muzzle your animal. Right now, by the way, why is that the paradigmatic lav? Because it happens to appear right after the Torah discusses malchus. Okay, so Gemara says, 1 second. This lav is not comparable to the lav of lo chasima. Right? Ultimately, again, right? Chambers, and I remember again. I just want to point out the lo safsam shabadisha. That is the paradigmatic lav for malchus. Now, we'll say, why is that the paradigmatic lav for malchus? Because there's no asay associated with it, right? So here you have a lav hanitak la'aseh. So I don't understand if it's a lot. So how would one ever be subject to malchus over here if this is not comparable to the lav of chasima? So I don't understand because over here there's one additional asay, therefore it's going to make it worse. And it says, yeah, but again, using that logic, so lav hanitak la'aseh should also be subject to malchus. Just because it has one additional asay, you should, right? It should make it worse. No, lav hanitak la'aseh is different. Why is it different? Because halacha l'maisa in a lav hanitak la'aseh, the asay is dafka coming to remove any type. The asay is there to clean up the lav and tell you that I'm not chayv malchus. I'm saying, now watch this. This now comes to this now leads to a fascinating idea, which we're going to talk about more tomorrow. Hani chaman damar, bitlo v'lo bitlo. Elaman da'amar kaimo v'lo kaimo, ma'ikala neymar. So we'll say, now watch this. Watch this. So we'll say, in general, when it comes to a lav and an asay, right? Well, take a look at Rashi. The last Rashi in the daf. All right, here we go. Hadamrit, Kalav Kayasiaso, Lav Shemitak Lase, Varchavas Losman Kiyamase Kalyamov. So let's remember again. The way what Rabbi was suggesting was as follows. In the case of Onis, the reason why there's no malchus is because since it phrases the asay as Kol Yamav, it tells you again it's a Lav Hanitak Lase, and what's the window? What's the window for remediation? The rest of his life. So as long as Reuben is still alive, he's not going to get malchus. Why? Because he has the ability to remedy the law by remarrying her. Okay. Now Rashi goes on. Barakah. Had the sign Yamachser in a loka. Liolam Kamar calls man Shiyakol Lomer and he maxir ain't basing malchus also. So Moses says, now watch how this plays out. This is fascinating. Reuben violated Rachel. Sir. Right now, penalty has to marry her. Never allowed to divorce her. Okay, marries her. Now he divorces her. So now, we're going to bring it to Beis. What does Beis do to Reuben? What do they do to him? Nothing. They don't give him malchus. Right? Why don't they give him malchus? Why not? Because ultimately, again, he has a way to remedy it by remarrying her. What's the window for remediation? Kol Yamav, which means something fascinating. Now, right now, Reuben is in violation because he divorced her. But since he has the ability to remedy it, effectively it becomes like a lav hanitak la'aseh, right? And therefore, you can't give him malchus. Even though right now he is divorced, right? He is in violation. But since he can remedy this for the rest of his life, we don't give him malchus. Okay, so now watch this. So the Gemara says, let's talk about that. What we're going to say is as follows. Okay, there's a limited outside. There's a raging machlokes. Raging machlokes goes like this. If a person violates a law, right? And now there is an assay. There is an assay that can remedy it. So do you get malchus or not? The Gemara says it depends. If you hold bitlo, the bitlo, the low bitlo, which means as long as I do not negate the possibility of the performance of the assay, I don't get malchus. Even though I haven't done the assay yet, as long as it is possible to do the assay, as long as I have not made it impossible to do the assay, then ultimately again I don't get malchus, even though right now I haven't yet performed the assay. So let's give me an example over here. What would be an example of, let's say again, Reuven violates Rachel, marries Rachel, and ultimately again now has the assay. Let's say he makes a neder, irrevocable neder, that Rachel can't get benefit from. That would be an example of where he is mevatel the assay. In that case, he would get malchus. But as long as Reuven has not been mevatel the assay, he does not get malchus. That's one school of thought. The other school of thought says, kaimo below kaimo. No, it's not bad, bittul. It's very simple. Reuven, you have an assay. Reuven, are you remarrying her or you're not remarrying her? If you're not remarrying her right now, guess what? We're giving you malchus. In other words, Rabbi says, yeah, you have an assay to remedy the assay. You have an assay to remedy the loss assay. And if you want to avoid malchus, when must you exercise the assay? When? Now. And failure to do so gets you up. So we'll say, right? I told you, I wasn't exactly. This is riveting. So we'll say, so again, now I have a lav hanitak la'aseh. Everyone agrees that ultimately the assay cleans up the lav. But when do you have to perform the assay in order to avoid malchus for the los assay? So the first opinion that says bitlo below bitlo means essentially, as long as you don't negate the possible performance of the assay, that will save you from malchus. According to that, as long as Reuven can remarry Rachel, even if he doesn't remarry Rachel, he doesn't get malchus. According to the second school of thought that says kaimo v'lo kaimo, says no. The only time the assay remedies the los assay is when you do it now. But if you don't do it now, we're going to give you malchus. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, so Rabbi's statement of kol yamav ba'amud b'hasher makes sense according to the opinion of bitlo below bitlo. So essentially, we're never going to give Reuven malchus, because as long as Reuven has the ability to remarry Rachel, he's not going to get malchus. But according to the says, no. Lav hanitak la'aseh says, you have an assay that can remedy the law. And as long as you do the assay right now, we won't give you malchus. But if you don't do the assay right now, we're going to give you malchus. So how does that shtim with Rabbi? So the Gemara says, Michael, on the days. Look at that. So the Gemara says, remember again, both sides, this whole thing is only Rabbi Yochanan, right? Remember, this whole discussion is only for Rabbi Yochanan. The Gemara says, Ha'amar alei, Rabbi Yochanan l'tana, bitlo chayiv, lo bitlo pater. Rabbi Yochanan both says, that's the opinion of bitlo, lo bitlo. The way Rabbi Yochanan understands, lav hanitak la'aseh, ultimately is, after you do the lav, as long as there is the possible performance of the assay. Possible performance, in other words, to say it differently, as long as you don't negate the possible performance of the assay, you are saved from malchus. That's Rabbi Yochanan's position. The Gemara says, Ditani, because ultimately there's Rabbi Yochanan, Chamitzos los assay, Sheish Bakum assay. So I'll say, if you have a los assay that has an assay, which is what we call a lav hanitak la'aseh. So the Gemara says, Kiyem assay sheba pater. If you perform the assay after you did the los assay, you're pater from malchus. Bitel assay sheba. If you negated the performance of the assay, in other words, if you made the assay impossible, then ultimately, again, you're going to be chayiv malchus. I don't understand. What is that? My ka'amet kiyim pater lo kiyim chayiv. Bittel chayiv lo bittel pater. It's not kiyim. Don't use that lashon. Use lashon of bittel. Gemara says, you're right, Tani. Bitlo, below bitlo. So let's say ultimately, again, the difference is that bit. So let's say this is so much converging over here now. But let's say this is a dramatically different understanding over here. So the way it works in lav hanitak la'aseh, and I don't know, this is different, I think, than the intuitive way you understand it. How do you generally understand lav hanitak la'aseh? I do an avei, I do a lav, and then what? And if I want to avoid malchus, then what? do the assay. When do you do the assay? When do you need to do it? When do you right now? And if you don't do it now, you can get malchus. Rabbi Yochanan says that's not the way it works. The way Lav Hanitak assay works like this: if you do the lav, as long as you have the possible performance of the assay, or to say it differently, as long as I have not negated the performance of the assay, right? Ultimately, that saves me from malchus. So when do you do the assay? When I didn't get around to it. As long as I have not negated the performance of the assay, I'm safe from malchus. This is what we call bitlo, below bitlo. That's the shita of Rabbi Yochanan. Now, I'm sure Lakish disagrees. Mostly, see, now we're kind of taking a little break from, for remember, we still have Rabbi Yochanan's shita dangling out there, right? Rabbi Yochanan's idea of kolosa se shekidmu asay, you get malchus, right? So I have a lav anitak asay, which I'm not going to get malchus for. Losa se shekimu asay, which Rabbi Yochanan didn't get malchus for. Now, in lav anitak asay, originally not malchus Rabbi Yochanan. What does Lakish say? Or Rabbi Shimon Lakish Omer, kaimo v'lo kaimo. Lakish says no. The way it works in lav anitak asay is when will you avoid malchus? When you actually do the assay. But if you don't immediately do the assay, you're going to get malchus. What are they arguing about? This is about to get, you thought it couldn't get more exciting? Watch this. Basras Safek. Ooh, wow. Okay. So let's at least mention this, although we're not going to finish this right. So what are they arguing about? Hasras suffix. So it's like, so pause here for just a second. So let's just get down what we have over here, right? So far, again, in our malchus world, what we've got, number one, is I'm going to get malchus for a lav. Stam a lav. Just a regular lav. I'm going to get malchus for chavi krisus, right? I'm not going to get lav for a lav hanitak la say. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, again, introducing us a new model over here, I'm going to get malchus for a losa asay, shekidmu asay. Rabbi Yochanan recanted because he thought the case of Onis contradicted him. Rava comes along and says Onis is not contradicting you. Onis is coming along and Onis is different. Why? 2 words. What are the 2 words? Kol Yamav. Kol Yamav. Kol Yamav says that essentially the window for performance of the assay is all of his days. You know what it says? That shtims great if you hold that the mechanics of Lav Hanitak Laseh are bitlo below bitlo. But if you say that it's kaimo below kaimo, then why should that work? No problem. Rabbi Yochanan holds bitlo below bitlo. And now introduced to the machlokes, Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish, how does Lav Hanitak Laseh work? Rabbi Yochanan bitlo below bitlo, Rish Lakish kaimo below kaimo. The explanation of the machlokes and halacha l'maisa. That's Hashem tomorrow. Shkach Haboseh. All right, Chavazim, have a great day, everyone.
But anytime something positive happened, Gerardo's like, oh, that's actually a bad thing. That's the inside bit there. He's a shop, and he can't find him a place to stay. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though, since March, like, something about this is telling me, like, part of it has to be, dude, come on, chill, you can't find a place. Dude, if I can find a place to stay.
All right, Tabosai, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsorship pay the Kids Mishpach of Israel. We're dedicating all the Shem Drushos this year as his chus for the Besoros Tolos Sha'am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habarim with Paul Powers in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and her birth of Baruch Hashem, a grandson. Anonymous sponsorship and the chus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlomo for Klal Yisrael. Av Mishim Di Kelmi, in memory of Atam's mother, Sarah Brian Abbas, Yoshua Heschel, Zechron Lebracha, and our Dr. Yumi sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Myris, in creation of the outside of Alan's mother, Paul Myris, Peril Bas Avram, Zechron Lebracha, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav Narida, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shdavan, together with Kol Holy Yisrael, which brought Kushlimer to Shem Homa hostages, Vishalom and Bukharov, to allow our holy soldiers to be successful with Kol Masei Yedei. Well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Yud Dalet 14. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Yud Gimel on the days, and I believe that we left off with Amar Rabbi Avo. Is that correct? Excellent. Good. That is on the Gimel base 13b, right across mitosis, Ma Avodas Kolchavim, Rishig Yaltasa. And it is also 2 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, about 20 lines up from the bottom. So just to orient ourselves a little bit. So remember again, yesterday's daf had a three-way mathematical guess about what happens when there is a death penalty, what happens with Malchus. So again, we had the position of the Chachamim, and the Chachamim held that halacha l'maisa, both Chavi Krisos and Chavi Nisos Bezdin ultimately again get Malchus. That was the first opinion. Well, just it should be. I'm sorry, that's Rabbi Shmuel, not the Chacham. Rabbi Shmuel holds right, whether you're getting a death penalty, Bezdin, Kares, you're going to get Malchus. Let's go on the reverse side. Rabbi Yitzchak holds whether you're getting Nisas Bezdin or Kares, no Malchus. And then there's Rabbi Akiva who's in the middle. Rabbi Akiva holds for Nisas Bezdin, there's no Chiyuv Malchus. And remember again, what was his logic? His logic there was Kidei Rishasol, essentially you can only be held accountable once. So if you're going to get Kares, you can't get Malchus as well. But yet, what about inside? You're going to get Nisas Bezdin, you can't get Kares as well. However, Rabbi Akiva holds that for Kares, you do get Malchus. What was Rabbi Akiva's logic? His logic was because if you do tshuva could remove the kares, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you will be subject to Malchus. So that we're trying to work through that particular shita now. So now Rabbi Avo says as follows. So Rabbi Avo, the very Shibsa Torah, Chavi Krisos Malchus. So everyone's trying to understand Rabbi Akiva's logic. And remember again, the major question about Rabbi Akiva, or the major question on Rabbi Akiva was what? Was that it's very nice that if you do tshuva, you can remove the kares. Well, what's the kasha? Right now, you didn't do tshuva. So if you didn't do tshuva right now, that means you're getting dual liability for one act, which goes against Rabbi Akiva's core position of kidei rishasol, mishum risha'achas tarachaybo, okay, so now, therefore, we're trying to propose alternate approaches to Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Avo, the very Shibsa Torah Chavi Krisos Malchus. So Rabbi Avo says the truth is the Torah explicitly says that Chavi Krisos get Malchus. Where do we see that? The Gamar le'inei me'le'inecha. It's Gzera Shava. So we'll say, so the two psukim ultimately again that the Gemara is contrasting over here. Rashi says, "Ish asher yikach es achoso bas aviv bas imo." For us, ervasa, v'hisira ervasa, chesed u'v'nikasu b'nei amam, ervasa achoso gila isavono. Fine. That's the name. Good. And then number 2 was Arbim Yakenu Yosef Lakosa al Elo. Good. So the pasuk says Malchus. I'm sorry. The pasuk says Le'inecha by Malchus, and it has the same motion of Le'inecha by Kares. So Gzera Shava of Le'inecha, and ultimately again tells you that Chayiv Kares are Chayiv Malchus. So we'll say this obviously makes it much easier. Because now it's Gzera Shava. Once it's Gzera Shava, there's not all that much to discuss after that. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Good. So Ihaki Chayvei Nisos based in Nami Nimrei. The Gemara says, so Rama is the kasha. If that's the case, that you're making this Gzera Shava, Ihaki Chayvei Nisos based in Nami Nimrei. We'll say it says version of Einecha. Also by Nisas Bezdin. So make a Gzera Shava from Nisas Bezdin to Malchus, and say just like there's Malchus, Einecha Malchus, so too again Malchus by Nisas Bezdin, to which the Gemara says, no. Danin le'inei me'leinecha, ve'in danin me'einei me'leinecha. So the Gemara asks a very interesting answer over here. We're willing to make a Gzera Shava of me'einei from Me'leinecha, but not willing to make a Gzera Shava of Me'einei from Me'leinecha. Okay, in other words, we need the words. The words are more similar between Kares and Malchus than they are between Nisas Bezdin and Malchus. Okay, to which the Gemara says, come on. Why should that matter? The Shava Kohen, Ubaha Kohen. So I will say this is about we always quotes this. And everything that wants to highlight the idea, the concept, that you could even make a Gzera Shava between words or phrases that are not even the same. Right? The Shava Kohen or Ubaha Kohen has to do with the halachos of Tzara'as Habayis, when Tzara'as afflicts the home. And the Torah discusses this idea that Kohen goes, he inspects, he comes back again, and the Torah comes to equate the process from the first time he enters into the house to the return visit. How does it make a Gzera Shava? The Shava Kohen, Uba Kohen. The Kohen comes and the Kohen returns. That's the name of Gzera Shava. They're both saying now in that case, the Gzera Shava is made with what? two dissimilar phrases, and yet you could still make a Gzir Shava. If you can make a Gzir Shava with two dissimilar phrases, you definitely can go ahead and make it from Me'ine to Mile'inecha. Zoi Shiva Zoi Bia. V'od, Ligmar Me'ine, Mile'ine, Dahagamar Le'ine, Mile'inecha. Furthermore, again, if you're making Gzir Shava of Le'ine, Mile'inecha, so then why can't you go ahead and make a Gzir Shava of Me'ine, Mile'inecha? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Kibla Rabbi Shmuel bar Rabbi Yitzchak, Kederish Asal Mishum Sha'achas Atalachayvo, V'Atalachayv Mishum Shtei Rishios. So they both say, therefore the Gemara switches gears. Remember, we're just trying to figure out the position of Rabbi Akiva. How does Rabbi Akiva allow? How does he allow? Ultimately, again, Malchus in a case of Kares. When Rabbi Akiva, remembering I wrote this, Rabbi Akiva says, you can't get Malchus in a case of Misas Bezdin. Why not? Kedei Rish Asal. Right? Torah says, punish him in accordance with his wickedness, singular. Yishum Risha Achos Atamachayvo. You could go ahead and make someone culpable. One punishment, but not two punishments. So once again, how can you give Misa and Kares? So Rabbi Avo tried, didn't work out. Now therefore comes along Rabbi Shmuel by his talk says, the Gemara says, it goes back to Kedei Risha Achos. The Gemara says, Berisha HaMesur Beizin HaKosim Medaber. This pasuk is talking about over here what? Risha or punishment that is handed over to Beis Din. When it comes to punishments administered by a Beis Din could only administer up to one punishment, no more than one punishment. Therefore, if Beis Din is going to execute, no Malchus. But again, Kares, which is not a punishment handed over to Beis Din, there's no problem adding up additional punishments to that. Fascinating idea. Rava says, okay, so that's kind of where the Gemara stops for a second. Now we branch out, but we're still in Rabbi Akiva. So Rava says as follows: Asir beilik talas. This is interesting. Now this is Rava's position. Let's say Rabbi says Reuben is about to go ahead and commit an act of arayas that goes ahead and carries to the penalty of Kares. So, but let's say they didn't warn him, or even Nisa's Bezdin. They didn't warn him about Misa. They only warned him about Malchus. Only about Malchus. If you do this act, you're going to be chayiv Malchus. So the Gemara says, what's halacha? Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa is really kissing Misa's business. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa that he does not get Malchus and a death penalty. So the Gemara says, keep pligi. So ultimately, again, I said that wrong. Asher telling means I don't know how I said it. They warned him to give him Nasrah that if you commit this act, you're going to be killed. So if they just gave him that hasra, right? So everyone agrees that he doesn't get Malchus and a death penalty. He just gets a death penalty. So keep pligi. Listen to this. Where's the machlokas? So the Gemara says, the asru be'lam Malchus. What happens if halacha l'maisa they just gave him hasra from Malchus? So again, Reuben's about to kill Shimon. Okay, Nisa's Bezdin. But now what happens? They go ahead and they warn him, by the way, if you do this, we're going to flog you. So let's say, so now here's what's clear. If they give him that type of hasra, what can't Bezdin do? What can't they do? They can't execute him. Right? Why can't they execute him? Improper hasra. The shaila is, can they go ahead and give him Malchus? Right? So again, in the first case, everyone is agreement that if they give him hasra from Misa, that he gets Misa, not Malchus. When we say everyone except Rabbi Shmuel, right? But again, he gets Misa, not Malchus. What happens, however, in a capital case, they just give him hasra from Malchus. So obviously, we can't execute him, but can we give him Malchus? So the interesting machlokes over here. Rabbi Shmuel holds, lav shenitan la'asharis mizdas beis. Okay, Allah. Rabbi Shmuel holds that in general, any lav that carries with it a potential mizdas beis, then you can get Malchus. Now that's not a surprise, because remember again, Rabbi Shmuel holds in general that even when you're chayiv misa, you also get Malchus. Why? Remember again, what's Rabbi Shmuel's logic? What's Rabbi Shmuel's logic? Misa arichtehi. It's one long death. Right? So according to Rabbi Shmuel, even if you only got hasra from Malchus, you get Malchus. Okay, no Misa because you didn't get proper hasra from Misa, but you'll get Malchus. Okay. Rabbi Kiva says, Lakshmita Lashas Mizas Bezdin in Lokalov. Rabbi Kiva, on the other hand, holds that no, that Allah Kalamaisa, a lav that is given over to a death penalty at the hands of a court, ultimately you don't give Malchus on. And even in this case, where the only Nasra you got was from Malchus, you won't get Malchus, and obviously not going to get Misa either. So you says Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says, if that's the case, so Chayv Krisos Nami, then you shouldn't get Malchus for a Chayv Kares, for a Chayv Kares either. Why? Lav Shinit Alas Haris Kares, because it's a lav that's given over to Kares. And therefore, again, we should say the same way according to Rabbi Akiva, that a lav given over to Misas Bezdin doesn't get Kares, so too a lav given over to, a lav given over to Misas Bezdin doesn't get Kares, doesn't get Malchus, so too a lav given over to Kares also doesn't get Malchus. Which was under the Mordechai Ravashi, Hagen Ravini Meagrunya, Mishmei to Rabba, Chayde Krisos, Lotzrichi Hasra. Chayde Peter Kares is different. Why was it? This is fascinating. Chayde Krisos do not require Hasra. Fascinating. Which actually makes a lot of sense because Hasra is really a din in Beis Din Shamalo. The Chayde Krisos do not require Hasra. Why? Shahari Pesach Umila Onosh Apati Shlo Hisir. Let's say, by the way, you cannot get away from Pesach. Baruch Hashem. We're keeping Mamshech Yom Tov each and every day. Like yesterday we had Chametz, today we had Korban Pesach. Incredible. I mean, it's technically part of yesterday's stuff, but let's not get don't get caught in the weeds. Anyway, so the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Pesach and Milah, which ultimately again have both of the Chiyuv Kares, have no din of Hasra. So because they have no din of Hasra, therefore again Halakha L'Maisa, you can't really bring them into this conversation. The Dilma as Hara the carbon, either maybe the lab ultimately again is used to generate carbonic liability. The Ha Pesach the less as Hara lo maxi carbon. So ultimately again, so remember Pesach and Mila, which there is no Ashara, do not have carbonic liability. To which the Gemara says, Hasam lat henu taima elushum de iskish kalatoran abadas kahavim. That's different. The entire Torah, Noah's prohibitions, are compared to avodah zarah. Ma avodas kahavim shed dialtasa. Just like avodah zarah, right? The halacha is you're not supposed to do it. In other words, the way that we abstain from avodas kahavim is not to engage. So too again, halacha l'maisa, carbonic liability is generated for anything that you weren't supposed to do, but you did instead. As opposed to Pesach and Milah, where again Pesach and Milah are a komasei. They're positive commandments that require fulfillment. Okay, so remember again, we're still trying to figure out Rabbi Akiva. Right? How does Rabbi Akiva make this distinction ultimately again between Malchus by Chayde Krisos, but no Malchus ultimately again by Chiyuv Kares. Sorry, I just said it's just the opposite. Right? Malchus by Chiyuv Kares, and no Malchus by Chayde Misos Basis. Rabina says, let's go back. Top of you, so Rabina says, no, let's go back with our original idea. What was our original idea? Right? Rabbi Akiva said, okay, let's go back. You're not going to get Kares when there's a Chiyuv Misas Bezdin, right? When you have a death penalty at the hands of a human court. There is no Malchus, right? There are no Malchus. Why? Because again, Kedei Rishasa, the Torah says, you get one punishment, right? That's why if a person is being executed by a Beis Din, that's your punishment, no Malchus. What about Kares? Why don't we see the same thing by Kares? What is Rabbi Akiva's logic? He said because Kares is different. Why? Tshuva. Because since you could do tshuva and you can go ahead and remove the chiyuv of kares, therefore effectively there's only one real punishment, which is malchus, which is now. So Ulas Rabina says, let's go back to our original assumption. So anyway, kara shim asa tshuva Beis Din Shamala mocher lahem, that by kares if you do tshuva, ultimately Beis Din Shamala forgives you. My amrit, what did you counter to that? Ha lo avet tshuva. Okay, remember, what was our counter to that? Our counter to that was, that's very nice. That's very nice, very beautiful. One problem, which is, you didn't do tshuva. So in other words, I understand. So in other words, if Ruvain did an act of kares and then he did tshuva, I understand it. And we saw that he did tshuva. But as long as Ruvain is not doing tshuva, he has kares liability sitting on him. And he has kares liability sitting on him, how can you give him malchus? Isn't that in violation of the Kedei Rishasa rule about only one punishment, not two? To which the Gemara gives a very interesting answer. So the Gemara says, "Lo psika milsa l'karis." So really what Rabbi says is like this. What it means according to Rabbi Akiva is that karis in and of itself, any karis bearing prohibition, is essentially a violation that does not carry with it a definitive punishment. In other words, if I do something that is a huge karis, as much as there is a huge karis that is sitting upon me, it is a non-definitive punishment, meaning that at any moment I can have that punishment waived through the performance of tshuva. Essentially, what Rabbi Akiva, according to Rabina, what Rabbi Akiva is saying is like this: you can never be liable to definitive punishments. So therefore, if Reuben goes ahead and kills Shimon, and therefore he's chayiv misaf, that is a definitive, non-waivable, unchangeable punishment. You can't go ahead and add malchus on top of that. When it comes to kares, because the nature of kares is, will it occur, won't it occur? We don't know. Right? That's all dependent on whether or not Reuben does tshuva. So that's a non-definitive punishment. Because it's a non-definitive punishment, it gives room for another punishment to be added on there, namely malchus. That's the distinction. And I will say that is the shita of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. So therefore, again, when we end up over here, and back to our three original positions. Actually, we're not finished yet. Rabbi Yitzchak, let's say, by the way, I just want to take a breath away for just a second. I'm going to come clean. This is not going to be one of the most riveting dapim in all of Marcus. Okay? I'm just going to put it out there, right? This is not going to be the daf, right? David Schwartz is not going to go running around saying, "God, listen to Marcus," right? Daf 14. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I will say, but let me tell you the opportunity over here. Sometimes when something doesn't necessarily awaken the mind or even awaken the heart, it is the most incredible moment to sit back and say, "Ribono Shalom, I am a clean iron utensil that just wants to be filled with Kiddusha." Every single letter that we read on this daf oozes Kiddusha. And if you just let it in, it changes you as a person. You know, the Gemaras that speak to us. And it's not totally lishma, because I'm getting it. These type of Gemaras where sometimes it's like, I don't know if I need all this. We're kind of coming just the bottom line. But he's stuck with Mishloach Rabbi Akiva. What do we do? How do we do it? Let's move on, right? Let's move on. I said this is the opportunity just for a little bit of beautiful, magnificent Torah Lishma. So just take a deep breath, open your heart, open your neshama. Let the letters, let the words flow in. Some of it will settle on the mind, some of it won't settle on the mind, but all of it settles in the soul. And one thing you can be clear is that in 25 minutes from now, we will all be fundamentally different and holier people. That's what this Gemara does for us. Even if it doesn't all gel necessarily, changes us, lifts us up, and brings us closer with every single letter. Let's go right. Rabbi Yitzchak says, Rabbi Yitzchak says in general, we're included. Now, both say, now, what does this mean? Now, what's interesting to note is as follows. In general, the Torah makes general statements about Chayvei Krisos. Remember, we mentioned this before, but yet the Torah goes out of its way to say that relations with one's sister is a chiv kares. Why? Why do you have to single sister out? Why do you need to single her out? So the Gemara says like this. So listen to this. So why does the Torah go out of its way to tell me that relations with one's sister is a chiv kares? Ladona b'kares below b'malchus. Oh, to teach me that what? That halacha l'maisa in general, Chayvei Krisos were included in malchus. Yeah, you get malchus of Chayvei Krisos. And I will say, by the way, you know what the logic of that is? Whether it's the Gzeir Shava that we saw before, maybe it's the Gzeir Shava, or maybe it's just logical, which is if you do something bad in this world, okay, kares is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but Beis should give you something also, right? Whatever the logic is. So therefore, all three of the kares were in the cloud ultimately again of malchus. But yet the Torah then comes along and singles out Achoso, singles out sister. Why? To tell us that ultimately, again, she gets Kares and not Malchus. And I will say, once that happens, what does that do? That removes all Chayde Krisos from Malchus as well. Take a look at Rashi. L'chalik is the last wide line. Lefisha kala kala rayas v'kares achos. Hayisi over imasan kulam behelam echad. Enu chayv ela achos. Lekach yotza. Oh no, sorry, not there yet. Jumped ahead. Says Rabbi Yitzchak. Rabbi Yitzchak says originally all chayv kares were included in the klal of Malchus. But then when the Torah singled out sister, it's to teach us that you don't get Malchus. Rabbanan, I will say that's because it's Rabbi Yitzchak. That's the same Rabbi Yitzchak we saw before, right? Rabbi Yitzchak says you don't get Malchus for Chayde Nisos Bezdin, nor do you get Malchus for Chayde Krisos. Why? Based on Achoso. Incredible. It's all coming together. Rabbanan, Kares Ba'achoso Lamali. It's going to the Rabbanan, and I will remember again the Rabbanan. What do the Rabbanan hold? When do you get Malchus? Get a quick review. When do you get Malchus? When do you get Malchus? For everything. They don't get Malchus for Chayde Krisos, Chayde Nisos Bezdin. So according to the Rabbanan, why was sister singled out? Listen to this. L'chalik. Oh. This is very interesting, I will say. So the chalik means to go ahead and make you liable for multiple acts of arayas committed in one lapse of awareness. Rashi says over the chalik, I'm reading Rashi, now in general again, all arayas were included in one general love. And you see Omer, I would have thought, because they're all mentioned in one pasuk, in one prohibition, if you committed multiple acts of arayas in one lapse of awareness, you only be chayiv once. So therefore, I say, what does the Torah do? The Torah singles out sister. And by singling out sister, what does that show us? That there is individuated liability for each act of arayas, even if they are committed in one lapse of awareness. So let's say a man commits multiple individual acts of arayos in one lapse. He didn't know that there was such a thing as arayos. And as a result, he has relations with 3 different pregnant women in that one lapse of awareness. Allah commands he's chayiv 3 different times. 3 different times. Okay, that's why. And where do we learn that out from? From the fact that sister is singled out, teaches us individuated responsibility or liability. Okay, but Rabbanan. Listen to this. That even if a man had relations with multiple women in one lapse of awareness, that he is chayiv ultimately again for all of them, for each of them. Okay, Rabbi Yitzchak, Mechalik Mina, the leaders of Yitzchak learned individuated liability from. So the Gemara says, Nafkalei. So if you learn that actually from Nida, Torah says singular. To tell us that a man is chayiv for an act of immorality with any woman, with whom he commits an act of immorality, even with multiple women in one lapse of awareness. But Rabbanan, Nami came upon the heart, so why don't the Rabbanan learn it out from here as well? So which Gemara says, you're right, Inami, the Rabbanan can learn out from here. If that's the case, if they learn out from Isha Benidas Tumasa, then what do they do with that Choso? Ella Karis that Choso Lamali. So let's listen to this. So let's say, so now, but what about Karis with your sister? What about a Choso? In other words, let's say at the end of the day, if the Rabbanan are going to learn out individuated liability from Nida, so ultimately, again, what do they do with the mention of Kares by sister? Sister singled out. So we'll say this is very interesting. So the Gemara says, "L'chayvo," to teach us liability, al achoso, va'al achos aviv, va'al achos imo. To teach us that there's liability for relations with one sister, the sister of his father, and the sister of his mother. So the Gemara says, "Pshita," that's obvious. Hari gufin mechulakin, hari shivas mechulakin. Of course, it's individuated liability. Why I will say, number 1, there are 3 different women. Number 2, there are 3 different prohibitions. So of course he's chayiv. Oh, el chayvo, ala choso. Listen to this. Shu achos aviv, she achos imo. So this teaches his liability. And what happens if one woman has all these 3 identities? A man has relations with a woman who is both his sister, his father's sister, and his mother's sister. So I says, okay, but how exactly does that happen? To which the Gemara says, Bereshia, Bareshia. It happened in the following case, the Rasha, the son of a Rasha. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi, Bereshia, Bareshia. It's almost like go move your finger to the right. Couple lines up. Rashi, listen to this. Haba imo, behold which banos. A man has relations with his mother. He writes his mother. He has 2 daughters with his mother. The Chazar Abba Achas Mehen. Then that same man has relations with one of his daughters from his mother, right? Ubal Achas Mehen, behold Ben, and then they have a son. Ubaha Ben Al Achos Limo, Shehu Achoso Ba'achos Abed. And then that son ultimately again has relations with his mother's sister, who is also his own sister, and his father's sister. Bottom line, if you think your family is messed up, right? No matter what stuff you got going on at home, right? Or you have like Yom Tov was stressful, Yom Tov was this one was that. You got nothing. Good. Sometimes it's nice to see dysfunction outside, right? To recognize how good we actually have it. Okay, so in any event, so let's say, okay, now obviously a case like that happening is not happening. The nice thing is just trying to make a point. Obviously, and also trying to create an exaggerated case to show you something fascinating. Now, what happens if you had one woman with all 3 of these identities, right? So Reuben has relations with a woman who is his sister, his father's sister, and his mother's sister. Okay, so Rashi just told us how that case could happen. So Lamaisi, interestingly enough, Achosa would teach us how many times are you liable for that? 3 times. 3 times. Even though it's the same woman, it's one act, but because she has 3 identities, therefore that results in 3 liabilities. Fascinating. Rabbi Yitzchak says, Rabbi Yitzchak Hamina Ha-Minale, where Rabbi Yitzchak learned out triple liability in this case. Not from the Kavachomer. You don't have from Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? The sign already Akiva said, Shabbos, we're going to be a Italy's Shabimum. It's really beautiful. So this is a story that's just so sweet. Rabbi Akiva says, I went ahead and I asked Rabbi Gamliel and Rabbi Yoshua in the marketplace of Imhum. Now, why were they in the marketplace? Rashi says over here in the shuk. Rashi is over here. So the Bamakom Shemokrin Habasar. It's really where they sell the meat. Why were they there? Shalchum Bikach Behema Umishta Benosha Begamliel. Everyone was making a chasana, and they went to buy the meat. They went to buy the animal, for the chasana. So Rabbi Kiva says, I ran into them in the marketplace, and again I asked them the following questions: Haba ala choso shehi achos aviv, she achos imo mahu. And Rabbi Kiva says, right. Again, this is why I never go to seminar market. I'm just saying, right? And so what happens? So again, so they're out, right? So they're out of the marketplace. So so first of all, there's so many beautiful things about this story. First of all, this idea that you see great rabbanim, right? They're going to purchase the animal for the meat. Let's say it's important in life, like a person should never think that anything is beneath them, right? That anything is not, in accordance with my covenant. This is Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Yoshua, and they're out in the middle of again purchasing an animal. They're out purchasing flesh for the chasana, which is so beautiful. We'll say what it also shows is that what makes great people great is that you're never separated from Torah. Doesn't make a difference if you're in the base medrash or you're in the marketplace. Torah is everywhere. And the beauty of a Jew is that a Jew should be speaking Torah wherever he is. Obviously, it doesn't prevent us from having also regular conversations with each other. And if you do that, the Torah is always there. So what does Rabbi Akiva do when he sees Rabbi Gamliel and Rabbi Yeshua in the marketplace? What does he do? He runs over. He says, I have a shayla. What happens if a man has relations with a woman who is his sister, his father's sister, and his mother's sister? What's that halacha? So the Gemara says, right, halacha is no. What's the halacha? Is there triple liability or singular liability? Rabbi Akiva needs to know. Amrlo, so he said that. Zulo Shamanu. They said, we never heard this case, right? This one we never heard. About Shamanu, but we did hear the following case. Haba al Chamish Noshim Nidos Be'elam Echad. A man has relations with 5 women who are nidos in 1 lapse of awareness. Now that is one heck of a lapse, right. But the Maisa goes ahead and he has relations with 5 women who are nidos in 1 lapse of awareness. So what's the halacha? Shechayiv al kol achos ba'achos. He's chayiv to each one. So in other words, so what they say about Rabbi Akiva is, I don't know about your case about Reuben who has relations with 1 woman who is both his sister, his mother's sister, and his father's sister. Is there triple liability or single liability? They say, we don't know. We never heard that case. But we did hear the following case. Reuben has relations with 5 women who are all nidos in 1 lapse of awareness. In that case, the halacha is he's chayiv 5 times. So what they were trying to say is, it seemed to indicate to us that anything that happens within one lapse, you're still chayiv for every single act. So the pashtus that would translate to, you'd be chayiv in the case of the triple sister scenario, that you'd be chayiv ultimately again 3 times as well. The mirror dvar mikal v'chomer. Now, in the case of the 5 women, interestingly enough, it's the same prohibition 5 times, right? But yet you're chayiv for each one. So if you're going to be chayiv 5 times for the same prohibition, then the Gemara says, "Kan sheshlosh shim is l'kol shekin." In this case, really, where it's this, really, it's 3 different prohibitions: it's sister, father, sister, mother, sister. So the pashtus should be chayiv all 3 as well. The other thing is saying, no, that is not a good kavachomer. Kavachomer priti, I'll tell you why. The neither case is different, because as much as the same prohibition, it's 5 different women. So it makes sense that there would be individuated liability for each of these women. Sorry, why don't you also see that it's a broken kavachomer? Rather, they would have to earn it out ultimately again from the achoso sefer. There's another achoso at the end of the pasuk, which would also teach us individuated liability. The idach, achoso the sefer lamali. The other thing, what would he do with the achoso of sefer? The chaybo ala achoso bas avid u bas imo. Teach us that there is liability again for sister in a case where she is the sister of the father. Like achoso bas avid. To teach us that in general, you cannot, you've seen this concept before, you cannot create legal liability through a kavachomer. Legal liability can only be created ultimately again through psukim and through drushes, not through kavachomers. Okay, Ibai Sema, the other possibility is, so the Gemara, I'm sorry, the Ibai Sema, Governor Onesh Me'ashara. Perhaps you could learn out the Onesh ultimately again from the Lav. The Ibai Sema, the other possibility is, Napkale, we'll say on the base, Napkale Me'achoso Duresha. Perhaps we learn it out from the first achoso, because there's 2 achosos in the pasuk. Rashi says, achoso duresha, the matzi of the mitzvah, kiyikach es bas aviv o bas imo. Right? Didn't have to say achoso. So the Gemara says, the ida, when we buy the lechalek kares, lemefatem ulesak. No, that additional achoso is ultimately necessary to teach us the liability of kares for one who goes ahead and makes the shemen HaMishcha. Right? Remember, we saw this from the Mishnah yesterday as well. One who creates the exact formula of the anointing oil, and one who goes ahead and anoints oneself with it as well. The other opinion is Savar, Kabbalazar Oshia. Kabbalazar Amar Oshia, Kamakum Sha'ata Motzi Shnei Lavin Bekaris Echad, Chalukin in the carbon. Anytime you go ahead and you find psukim that are structured as 2 lavin, but only 1 mention of kares, ultimately, again, they are individuated liability, it's carbonic liability. Levi saying the other possibility is, ultimately, he does not hold Kabbalazar. The nafkale made the ish asher yishkat as isha dam. So we'll say, we're just running through all of the drushas now. And perhaps he learns it out from the pasuk that says, if a man will go ahead and have relations with a woman who is a davar. Davar, we'll say, is one of the biblical terms for nida. For nida, the ida. The other thing we'll say, no, you can't learn from there. We have Rabbi Yochanan. What's Rabbi Yochanan? Say, Rabbi Yochanan, Rishon Shema Yochai, Minayin Shema Ishatimea, actually, it's a Matve Derech Ervasa. From where do we know that a woman is only a nida, if she experiences uterine bleeding through the makom erva? In other words, let's say she experiences bleeding, like Rashi points out, she has a cut in her stomach. And let's say again, we know that it's uterine blood coming out of her stomach, right? That doesn't create nida. Nida is only created when it's uterine blood that ultimately again comes out of the makom erva. Shneimar, v'ish asher yishkav es tava, v'gila es ervasa. The man will sleep with the woman who is in nida, v'gila es ervasa, and literally again he uncovered her nakedness. Malamed she'ein ha'isha tmeah ad she'yitzei bad derech ervasa. Teaches us that a woman is not tmeah until ultimately, again, uterine blood comes out of makom ervasa. Okay, incredible. So let's say, so by the way, okay, so this brings to a close the first part of the Mishnah about Malchus. So let's say, so now what we are left with is a three machlokes, right? Rabbi Yishmael, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yitzchak. Rabbi Yishmael, you get malchus both for Chayiv Nisos Bezdin, Chayiv Nisa, and Chayiv Karis. Rabbi Yitzchak, you get malchus for neither Nisa nor malchus, and then Rabbi Akiva, you get malchus for Karis. Don't get malchus for Nisa's Bezdin. Who is correct? Who is correct? Halacha l'maisa again. Who is correct? So what's this? The Rambam Paskins in Hilchos Sanhedrin. Parak Yudches, Halacha Aleph. Here it is. Eilu Hina Lokin. Get ready for this. Who gets malchus? Kala over alo sase shechayavin alav karis ve'ein bo nisas bezdin. So Halacha l'maisa. Now this is leaving aside. Obviously, everyone agrees you get malchus for a lav and other things like that. Right, but halacha l'maisa, you will get kares ultimately again for chiyuv. Sorry, you'll get malchus for a chiyuv kares. Effectively, you paskin like Rabbi Akiva. So if a person is chayiv for misas bezdin, no kares. No malchus. Person is chayiv ultimately again for kares. You do get malchus. We paskin like Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. Says so in the next case, remember again, we had in the Mishnah, was a person who's tamei, who consumes kabanos, consumes kodesh. So he was a bishlama habal mikdash tamei. So it's Aaron saying if somebody enters into the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah, then ultimately again there's liability for that. Ksiv onesh ksiv ashara. It says ultimately again the punishment, and it also says the lav. Onesh tichsiv es mishkan Hashem timis. So remember again. These are all kares as well, and therefore they'll get malchus. Onesh dichsiv es mishkan Hashem tinei. He defiled the mishkan Hashem, and therefore he will get kares. He will get kares. And now we just established that Rabbi Akiva, wherever there's kares, there's also going to be what? Malchus. Then the Gemara says, Ashara, what's the lav? Do not defile your camp. That's a general lav about entering into the mikdash in a state of tumah. I've got both. What we call the ashara, the lav, and the onesh, the nichrasu. Beautiful. Elo, tamei she'achal as hakodesh. Rabbi said, but that's someone who's tamei who enters into the mikdash. What about the case of a tamei she'achal as hakodesh? Someone who's tamei who goes ahead and consumes kodesh. What happens there? So, the first wide line, Bishlama Onesh, Ksiva Nefesh Asher Tocha Bashim Zevach Hashlomim Hashem Hashem, the Tuba Swalav and Nikrasa. So it says, I understand like this. Punishment is explicit. Right? The punishment is the Nefesh who goes ahead and eats from Basar, from meat on the Mizbeach, and he's Tameh, ultimately against the Nikrasa. Fine, it's there. Ella, Asfar Minayin. What about the laugh? So the punishment is what about the laugh? So Moses, remember again, just see, follow this model. The Torah, the punishment model in the Torah is based on this two-pronged system. That essentially everything has to have an ashara, a general prohibition, and a pasuk that talks about the onesh, the punishment. You need this two-pronged system. In other words, I would have thought inherently, if the Torah gives me the punishment, that the law is included in that. But the way the Torah penal system is set up is that you need an ashara, you need a warning, and you also need the onesh, the punishment. So now, I've established that we have the ashara, the warning, and the onesh for one who enters into the mikdash in a state of tumah. What about for one who consumes kodesh in a state of tumah? So ultimately, I have the punishment for nechasa, but ashara, where's the law? Where's the law? Ashara minayin. So Rish Lakish is like this. He says, Omer, b'chol kodesh lo siga. Torah says, don't touch kodesh. Don't touch kodesh. There's a Yochanan Amar, Tani Bargla, Asya Tumaso, making zero Shavah, Ksip Hacha, the Tumaso Alav. It says over here, ultimately again, by a Tani Shafa, one who consumed kodesh in a state of ritual impurity, the Tumaso Alav, Zvinechrasa, Ksip Hasam, and it's by a Tani Shinaga, Tani Yiya, O Tumaso Bo. So zero Shavah, from a person who eats in a state of tumah to a person who touches in a state of tumah. Onesh v'ashara. Just like over there, ultimately again there's onesh v'ashara. So to over here, afkar onesh v'ashara. So beautiful. So Bishla Rish Lakish Rabbi Yochanan, sanitary Rish Lakish doesn't hold Rabbi Yochanan, Kazir Shavah Gemiris, because Rish Lakish did not have a Masorah for that Kazir Shavah. And Rabbi Yochanan my time of Amar Rish Lakish. But why does Rabbi Yochanan not hold the Rish Lakish? Amalacha Hahu Ashar the Truma. Because ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan will say that lav, or I should say that ashara, that warning, that's for truma. That's Truma specific. Reish Lakish, as Har the Truma Minale, where does Reish Lakish, where does he find a specific prohibition for Truma? Nafkale mi ish mizera Aaron Sarua Ozav. So the Gemara says, Ezehu Davar Shu Shava Bizarre Shal Aaron. What is this one thing that applies to all the children of Aaron? Havi Omer Zet Truma. So that's a specific prohibition, ultimately again, for Truma Bituma. The other thing will say, Hahu La'achila Bahala Negia. One is talking about ultimately again consumption of Truma when one is Tameh, and one is talking about touching Truma when one is Tameh. Reish Lakish, Hai B'chol Kodesh Lo Siga L'Hachi Uda'asa. So Reish Lakish will say that's learned out from B'chol Kodesh Lo Siga. That's a general asara. Don't touch anything that is Kodesh when you are Tameh. To which the Gemara says, no. Holy Baile, the Tameh Shenaga B'Kodesh. That's necessary ultimately again, that teaches me in general, the Tameh Shenaga B'Kodesh. The Itmar, Tameh Shenaga B'Kodesh, if a person who's Tameh touched a consecrated item, Reish Lakish Omer Lokeh, listen to this. So let's say, if you touch, someone who's Tameh touches something that is Kodesh, so obviously they convey tumah to it. What's the liability there? Reish Lakish says, Malchus. Rabbi Yochanan Omer Eino Lokeh. Rabbi Yochanan says, ultimately again, you don't get Malchus. Reish Lakish Omer Lokeh. Reish Lakish is you get Malchus. Why? B'chol Kodesh Lo Siga. It's allowed. So it says, don't touch anything that is Kodesh when you are Tameh. If you do so, you violate Shabbat. Rabbi Yochanan Omer Eino Lokeh. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, you don't get Malchus. Why? Has Hahu as her the Truma Hudasa. That's not a general prohibition. That's Dafka Truma specific. Dafka Truma specific. Tameh Shenaga B'Kodesh. So the Gemara says, if a Tameh touched Kodesh, since the Torah phrases it, B'Lashon Negia, right, touching it, as Hara L'Ochel Iskush. Kodesh L'Mikdash, as Hara L'Ochel Iskush, Kodesh L'Mikdash. So ultimately, again, since the Torah phrases it, B'Lashon Negia, therefore, Allah the Ashara for one who consumes, ultimately again, is you compare Kodesh to the Mikdash. Vakati, L'Hachi Uda'asa, still is that for this Trasha? Ultimately, again, that is necessary for a different halacha. Which halacha? One who went ahead and was Tameh, and he ate sacrificial meat before Zrika was done. Why? What's the halacha there? The Itmar. Tamei Shachal Basar Kodesh Shefes Rikas Tamin. Supposed to say ultimately. Supposed to say we're going to stop over here for today. I know I'm kind of stopping of the drasha, a little bit in the middle of the drasha. So here we'll pick up in Yetz Hashem with this case of Tamei Shachal Basar Kodesh before Zrika. We'll get to it. So just understand. Halakha L'Maisa. Now we went ahead and we got Rabbi Akiva. Now we're trying to figure out this notion of Tamei Sha'achal Es HaKodesh. We're dealing with two prohibitions. Number one, a person who's coming who ate Kodesh and a person who's coming who enters into the Kodesh, both Chayde Krisus, both going to go ahead and get Malchus. Subsequent prohibitions being learned out. Stop here a little bit in the middle. Resolution tomorrow. Shkoyach. Only applies to Nissan case.
So I mean, obviously, if you had to choose between being Crystalia, a guy that was never funny and now everyone hates, versus Theo, his accolades are all over TVK. Gigantic success. The worst thing he's had with him is he coached a guy who has faced no repercussions from it. So I think I would go with that. Facts. That's right. Absolute facts. So here's the call I wanted to do to get this here. So listen.
All right, fellows. Say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our Talmud Torah.
Choose one of them. All right. T-Most Live, the bestest or the most best? 10 think before you vote. Just go with it. Yeah. Really weigh the
sponsors. For first of all, I knew our Talmud Torah sponsors. The Captain Kelsey Mishmach America Israel. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drashot this year. And the Sarah's tell us all of Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan. Ha'ba'alim l'tova Paul Pollock, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of his grandson Suhida and Jeremiah Pollock in Indianapolis, Indiana. Anonymous sponsorship and discuss of simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael, and Avram Yishim Kelman, in memory of Avram's mother Sarah, Brighta Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Lebracha. We hope to have the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Avram Aliyah, the families in the Chamar, Zoche Meretz Hashem to see the return of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karuf, and the Meretz Hashem the success of our holy soldiers before Maaseh Yedayim. So with that, let us begin. So we're going to be today's daf is Yud Gimel 13. We are picking up on the Mishnah on the bottom of Yud Beis on the Beis. Kiyotzebo. So again, Mishnah says this also. Kiyotzebo. This is a very interesting case. Like an accidental murderer goes ahead and flees to the Ir Miklat. The Ratzu Ansha Ir Lechabdo. And the people of his city want to go ahead and give him cover. They want to give him cover. So what's the halacha? Yomer lahem, Rotzeach, he has to say to them, I'm a Rotzeach. So in other words, they want to give him kind of, he's just fascinating, right? So you can imagine, by the way, he's in the Ir Miklat. They want it's Yom Kippur, but they want to give him Master Yonah. They want to give him, I don't know, Sicha for Geshem. I don't know, whatever. Master for Jerry Lasky on the wrist of his grandson, Acharon Shapesa. Jerry, what's the name? Yaakov Mordechai. Beautiful. Yaakov Mordechai. So he's looking at Hashem. The God of the Chupal, the Meisim Tov. Mazel Tov. So he'll say, so he's in the Ir Miklat, and again, he wants to go ahead. They want to give him a covet. So what's the halacha? Yes, there's also practicing in the nation. Yourself. Really, they want to give him a people in the Ir Miklat. First of all, we learned on Shabbos that the Ir Miklat has been made up of 51% of people who are not accidental murderers. So there's other people to be mechabed in the town. So why do they want to give him a covet, a kibbud? So we'll say, what's the answer? The answer is because even good people do bad things. Like just because, again, obviously Reuben did something very significant and very serious. For Haraya, the proof to that is he's in Gullus, right? He's got to stay in exile. But when I said just because he is in Gullus doesn't mean that there's not good kites inside of him. People in the city see that, so they want to give him a covet. Okay, so what's the halacha? They want to give him a covet. So he has to say that, he has to say, Rotzeach Ani. He says, I'm a Rotzeach, meaning that, guys, I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if I'm deserving. I think that maybe other people don't give me the kibbutz. If they say, okay, here, we understand that you are a sinner, okay? But still, we still want to be mechabed you. So what's the halacha? You kabel me, and ultimately he's allowed to accept the people. Very interesting. Allowed to accept the people. And he says, because as the Pasuk says, this is the matter of the Rotzeach. This is the matter of the murder. So the Gemara's darshan over here is Zed Divar HaRotzeach means Dibor, like he has to go ahead and say, I am a Rotzeach. After he says that, and then they still want to be mechabed him, that's fine. Because it's also very interesting to note that the Rambam brings down. He mentioned this on the first day of last days on Shvi Shal Pesach. Rambam brings down Hilchos Tshuva. Then what's the first step of Tshuva? Right? Parak Aleph Hilchos Tshuva. What's the first step of Tshuva? Right? Vidui, confession. And in the Rambam's model of Tshuva, the first thing you have to do is you have to confess. You have to articulate your sin. There's no Tshuva, there's no change unless I'm willing to actively admit what I have done wrong. It's fascinating to see that this is part of the Tshuva process of this individual as well. Right? What's part of this process? Part of this process is Rotzeach. I'm Rotzeach. You gotta say it. And by the way, can you imagine having to say those words? And if you notice, it doesn't say like, I'm a Rotzeach. I'm a murderer. The shogeg, right? But he has to, it's almost as if part of his Tshuva process is the ability to articulate those very words. Okay, top of these Gimel, 13a. Ma'alim, so what's actually, there's an interesting Stuart Schindler asked me this question over Yom Tiv. Ma'alim, how you silent with the Yom Tiv Rabbi. Let's say, right, the question that's been on many of our minds from the beginning of this Masechta is who's paying for all this? Right? Who's paying for all this? You have these guys who are running to these cities of refuge. Right, they're going ahead. Wait, what exactly is what's the model of this? Right, this is before the days of village. Right, so I guess they had the money computer. Right, so you can go ahead and print anything you want. Right, so who paid for this? Who paid for all of this? So the Gemara says, "Who says the Reuven pays this. We're talking about who pays for this. Reuven goes to Galus. Reuven is living in one of the. Remember, there are 40 total. How many cities of refuge do we have in total? 48, right? We have 6 that were identified, 3 by Moshe, 3 by Yoshua, and then every Levitic city becomes a city of refuge. So 48 cities. So Yehuda says, if you're a murderer of B'shogeg, you run to these cities, you pay rent. Malim ha'yuschar. Malim Rashi says, Malim ha'arim schar levim shalosim sofrim behem as bakei duros. Okay, you go to a Levitic city, you pay rent. That's the way it works. Okay, but the Meir says, Lo ha'yimalim schar. The Meir says, no, you didn't have to pay rent. So Machlok Yisrael Tzini Gima, what that's about. Okay, so that's part 2. So part one is if you are in the city of refuge and they want to offer you a kibbutz, they want to offer you a kibbutz, you can accept it as long as you first say, by the way, I'm a kibbutz b'shogeg. Part 1. Part 2, if you have to pay rent. Machlok Yisrael Meir says yes, the Meir says no. Part 3, the Chozer B'Svara Shahayaba. Was a different Meir. Listen to this. This is fascinating. Let's say Reuven occupied a position of prominence before this event. Rashi's examples over here. And Hayanasi or Rosh Beis Av. Remember again, we'll say in the tribal model. So every tribe obviously had a Nasi, a tribal prince. But within each tribe, tribes had families, and they were heads of families. Let's say Reuven had a position, or let's make it even more clear. Reuven was the Nasi of his Shevet. He was a tribal prince. He killed someone B'shogeg. He goes to the Mikvah. Kohen Gadol dies, and now ultimately again he comes back. He comes back to his place. So does he resume his former position of prominence? So Rabbi Meir says, he goes back to his former position. So that's Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. He says, no, he does not go back to his formal position that he had before. Okay, so we'll say, so 2 major machloks in the Mishnah over here, one about rent and one about the assumption of what we'll call former stature, former office, former position. Okay, it says in the Gemara, I'm Kana. So Kana says, Machlokes B'Shei. So now we're focusing a lot more on the conversation regarding rent. Right? What happens again? Is there an obligation to pay rent? So I've kind of said like this: Machlokes B'Shei. Machlokes is only by the 6 cities. Now, what are the 6 cities? 3 established by Moshe, 3 established by Yoshua. That's what it is in Machlokes. Why? The Mar Savar Lachem. So the lashon of the pasuk is V'hayu Lachem. Right? The cities will be for you, lachem. What does lachem mean? So this is fascinating. So one says lachem means it'll afford you refuge. And one says lachem means it's yours for all of your needs. Meaning what? No rent. It's all yours. By the other 42 cities, the Levitic cities, everyone agrees, you pay rent. And Rabbi, so that's the first iteration of the Mechol. That's Rabbi Kahana. Rabbi says that's not true. The word lachem absolutely means lachem l'chol tzarcheichem, which means rent-free. The cities are yours, and there is absolutely no obligation to pay any kind of rent. Ella Amar Rava says, so what is Machlokes? So we go. Machlokes Barba Mushtayim. So we'll say, Rava flips it. Rava says, everyone agrees in the 6 primary cities, there is no rent obligation. Because the pasuk says, Lachem, the cities are yours. In other words, they are there to serve the murderer. And therefore, Allah might say, no rent necessary. Where is the Machlokes? Barba Mushtayim. The Machlokes is by the 42 Levitic cities. The Mar Savar Ba'aleim Titnu Kihana L'Klita. Umar Savar Ba'aleim. Let me say it again. The Mar Savar Ba'aleim Titnu. I will say the pasuk when it comes to the Levitic city says Ve'asa'arim Asher Titnu L'Adeim Shesh Arei Miklat Asher Titnu Lahem Asher Ta'aleim Titnu Abam Mishnayim. So the way the Torah phrases these 42 cities is it gives the 42 cities for Libyan, and Ba'alei Tikun upon these cities is also conferred the status of an Ir Miklat. So the Torah itself says these 42 cities, Aleim place upon them like the status of an Ir Miklat. So the Shaila is, what does that mean? So the Mar Sabra Ba'aleim Tiknu Kihana L'Chlita. So one thing is Ba'aleim Tiknu means just like the 6 cities go ahead and afford protection, so too, these other 42 cities also should go ahead and afford that same level of protection. But Allah the 42 cities are not rent-free. Not rent-free. The 6 are rent-free, the 42 are not rent-free. Umar Samar Ba'aleim Tiknu Kihana. Another opinion says, no. The Torah is telling us that the 42 become just like the other 6. How so? The Gemara says, just like the 6, right, are rent-free. Ultimately, again, so to the other 42 are also rent-free. About the shades for the 6, everyone agrees that for the initial 6, we have Moshe, we have Yoshua, there's absolutely no rent obligation. So fascinating, we'll say. How do we pass the halacha l'maisa? So the Rambam passes in Hilchos Rotzea, Perek Ches Halacha Yud, Rotzea Hadar Ba'arei Miklat, Eino Nosein Schar Beisa. That if you live in one of the Arei Miklat, you do not have to pay rent. However, Hadar B'Shar Arei Halavim, Nosein Schar L'Balabayis. So both says here it is. Rambam Paski is like this version of Rava. So if you seek refuge in the 6 primary cities of refuge, rent-free. You utilize one of the Levitic cities for refuge. Halacha l'maisa, you have to pay rent to whoever it is that you're living by. Fascinating. Which I will say also is interesting. Because what comes out? I don't know. I never thought about this before. What comes out is another revenue stream for the Levi. I remember again, Levi doesn't have a portion of Eretz Yisrael, but ultimately again they get certain tunnels. But interestingly enough, apparently there's rental income as well from the Ir Miklat. Okay, fascinating. Let's go back to the Choslas Rashaylos. Choslas, that's Machlokes 1. So we resolved that. Machlokes 2 was whether or not what happens. Let's say again, Reuben was a Nasi, and now again Reuben feels some emotionally, goes to the Ir Miklat. Kohen Gadol dies. He goes ahead. Now he comes back home. Does he resume his former position of permanence? So my focus on Mishnah. Close this route. So it's not about the Shav al Mishpach of Allah Huzas Avosa. So the Gemara says that interestingly enough, this is by Evidently. Right there, the person, let's say Reuben steals, Reuben can't pay off his debt, he's sold into servitude, and now halacha l'maisa again, he goes free, whatever it is, after Sheish, after Yovel, depending on whatever it is. So the pasuk says, "V'shav el mishpachto ve'el achuzas avosa." He will return to his family, and it will be again to the portion of his fathers. So the Gemara says, "Yoshav l'mishpachto." Ushav ve'ino shav l'mashe ziko avosa divrei Yehuda. So Yehuda says it's true. The evidence after emancipation goes back ultimately to his family. He's restored to his family, but he does not go back to any office held by his family. So an evident reason to turn back to his people, turn back to his family. So he does not resume any what we'll call familial position that was held by his Mishpacha. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Ajinaya, Dear Rabbi Yehuda. The Yer Meir says, Af Hushav, the Mashet Ziku Avosav. So the Gemara says, El Achuzas Avosav. Gavosav. So Rabbi Meir says, no, the Allah for myself is 2 things being mentioned in the Pasuk. The Shav al Mishpachto means that the Evidently goes home to his family. And then the El Achuzas Avosav means he goes back and he reclaims any familial position of power. Right? Any position of power, ancestral position of power that would have been his, ultimately again, he is able to reclaim. Gemara says, V'chein b'gola, and the same halacha applies to someone who is exiled. So again, I want to say, interestingly enough, whereas our Mishnah framed this machlokes of Yehuda and Rabbi Meir as primarily occurring with the exile, with the kill of Meshogeg, in fact, the Brisa says the primary machlokes is actually by Evid Ivri. That's where it comes up. Evid Ivri, upon emancipation, everyone agrees Evid Ivri goes back to his family. Thus, he resumed his former position of prominence. So again, Rabbi Meir says yes. Rabbi Yehuda says yes. No. Rabbi Yehuda says no. Rabbi Meir says yes. And then the Gemara says the same machlokas by Eved Ivri also applies by the exile. Kishu Omer Yoshuv the Rabos Esarotzeach. Because when the pasuk says Yoshuv by Eved Ivri, that comes to include the killer as well. So the Gemara says my bechin begola. What does it mean when it says the similar halakha applies to the exile? So the Gemara says, "Kidisanya Yoshuv Harotzeach El Eretz Achuzasov." The pasuk says the Rotzeach, the accidental killer, will go ahead and return LeEretz Achuzasov. So the Gemara says, "LeEretz Achuzasov Ushav." He goes back to his land. In other words, he doesn't have to live in exile. He goes back to his house. Ve'eno shav l'mashet zikra avosav divrei Yehuda. But he does not go back to any former position of prominence that he occupied. Says Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir says, not true. He even goes back to any position of prominence formerly held by his ancestors. Gamar Shiva Shiva Mehasan, because they make the Gzir Shava of Shiva, ultimately again from Eved Ivri. Therefore, we'll say we are left with this machlokes Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda, and it turns out that it's a machlokes in two places in halacha. And Eved Ivri who's emancipated, everyone agrees he'll go back to his family. Does he also go back to any former position of familial prominence? ROTHSCHILD, when he's going to go he goes back home. Does he go back to his former position of prominence? Machlokes Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda. How do we paskin? So Rabban again also no close ROTHSCHILD. Here this was Parak Kas. This is Parak Zayin Alok Yedal. Here it is. Apapi Shiniskaperlo Eino Choser L'Sirara Shahaya Ba Violam. The Bible says this is fascinating. Even once the ROTHSCHILD was free, he does not go ahead and go back to any formerly held position of familial power. The Gemara says, Ella Murad Mikdulaso Kol Yamav. He loses that position. Right? So again, he was a Nasi of his tribe, for example. He was the head of his family, in a seed-based out. When he comes back from Golos, he does not resume those positions. So we'll say, now why not? This is fascinating. Since this terrible mistake occurred through his hand, it's not appropriate for him to kind of resume this position of power. Very interesting. Again, what's fascinating, it seems to be almost like a little bit contradictory. Because on one hand, he went to Golos, and if he went to Golos, right, the only way he's coming home is how? That they're going over. We saw in Shabbos is that. Now remember again, it's not Golos that's Mashaper, but rather again, it's the death of the Kohen Gadol that atones, which means that Ruben did the crime, did the time, and had his kapara. Yet the halacha still is he can't resume his former position of prominence. What do you see from here? What you see from here is that there are certain events, there are certain things that we do in life that just forever change the trajectory of who we are and what we are. And whereas you could have kapara, right? Ruben has atoned. He has been atoned for the sin. It doesn't change the fact materially that what he did, he did. I'll say this is sometimes like this difficult, a little bit like dialectic of tshuva a little bit. On one hand, I believe tshuva can atone for anything, and tshuva does atone for anything. And tshuva wipes the slate clean. But the interesting part is sometimes in life, you can wipe the slate clean, but you can't go ahead and purge the act itself. The event remains. And that's something I have to live with for the rest of my life. I did something terrible. I can atone for it. I can even remove culpability from it. But I can't take back the act. That is a reality that lives in this world that cannot be undone. So from like a liability perspective, a culpability perspective, I'm done. I'm atoned for. But I can't change the fact that the act has been performed. And because of that, the Rambam says, Ruben, you can't go back to being the Nasi. You took someone's life. Right? You can't undo what you did. Again, atonement, yes. Undo the act, no. I will say, this is so incredibly important because I think a lot of times in life, we do things and we act in certain ways because deep down we just figure to ourselves, okay, like, I'll apologize afterwards, right? Or I'll make amends afterwards, or somehow I'll fix it afterwards. And sometimes that works, but sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it does work. Sometimes what we do simply cannot be undone. I could have atonement, I could have forgiveness, I can't undo the act. Which is just why we have to live like I said. I don't know, I felt like last night, like after Abdullah, I feel like a little bit of like the way you feel after Sukkot, New Year, New Beginning, we're going into Sphira, countdown towards Matan Torah. It does feel a little bit like that, like the state has been wiped clean. It does feel a little bit like it's a new beginning. And as we enter into this new beginning, how important it is to enter into the sense of mindfulness about how we act, what we do, the actions we do, the things that we say. Because at the end of the day, some things can't be undone. So we have to really be mindful about what we're going to say, how we're going to say it, what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. Because although some things you can purge, a lot of things, once you do it, it's there and cannot be undone, and you're stuck with the residual effects of those things. Amazingly enough, Reuven, the accidental killer, could absolutely achieve kapara, but he cannot return to a certain position of prominence because the act itself can never be taken back. It's incredible. Okay, next topic. These are the individuals who receive malchus. So we'll say, now we're going to focus a lot on lashes. So we've kind of left Gullus, Baruch Hashem, we left Gullus, and now we're into malchus. These are the people, we'll slip back to Gullus a little bit. These are the people who receive malchus. So we'll say, essentially, we're going to show, well, let's go through the list. Habala Choso, right, incest with one sister. Al Alchos Aviv, the sister of my father. Alchos, the most sister of mother. Alchos Ishto, sister of one's wife. Al Ishes Aviv, brother's wife. Al Ishes Achi Aviv, the wife of father's sister. Al Anida, and with woman who's Anida. Now both say, come together amongst all of these relationships. Chiyuv Kares. What the Mishnah is introducing us to is that where there is a chiyuv kares, you also get malchus. Okay? Next category. Amar the Kohen Gadol. First one that I will say. Amar the Kohen Gadol. Rusha Bachalus the Kohen Hedyot. So Kohen Gadol marries an almana. Now you remember again, a Kohen Gadol has two things. Number one, a Kohen Gadol can not one thing. Kohen Gadol can only marry a Besula. A regular Kohen can't marry a grusha, divorcee, but he can marry a widow because a regular Kohen does not have an obligation to marry a Besula. But Kohen Gadol has an obligation to marry a Besula. So let's say Kohen Gadol marries an almana, or a grusha v'chalutza the Kohen Hedyot, or a grusha v'chalutza, right, for a Kohen Hedyot. Mamzeres u'sina v'Yisrael, right, a regular Jew can't marry a mamzer or a nasin, but Yisrael or nasin or mamzer. So listen, what are these examples of? Lavin. Now, interestingly enough, so this is a lav, and what you see from is you get malchus for the commission of a lav. So category 1 is I get malchus for kares. Category 2, I get malchus for a lav. Next, almana ugrusha chayav mishum shnei shenis. Now, by the way, just as an aside, let's say a Kohen Gadol marries a woman who's both an almana and the grusha. Right, so again, Rachel was married, her first marriage ended in divorce. She got married a second time, and now she was widowed. Third time's the charm, right? So now she gets married to the Kohen Gadol the third time. Otherwise, they should be happy. It's just prohibited, right? So now he has two prohibitions now. She's a grusha and she's an almana. So almana or grusha, chayav mishum shnei shemos. Kohen Gadol marries her. He's chayav twice. Grusha v'chalutza. So what's interesting enough, if regular Kohen marries a woman who's both a grusha and a chalutza, ultimately again he's only chayiv once. We'll see this in the Gemara, but Rashi points out that that's because it's only explicit that he can't marry a grusha. Chalutza is learned out from a drasha. So because it's not explicit, therefore it's only chayiv one set of malchus. Okay. Next, other examples of kares bearing prohibitions that therefore generate an obligation from malchus. For example, someone who's tamei, who goes ahead and eats, let's say, karbanos. Or someone comes in the base of mikdash in the state of Torah. Or if someone eats chelev right, for getting fats or down blood. The nosar with people, or someone eats nosar. Remember again, nosar, carbon leftover past the limited time. Pigul is carbon ultimately again where the kohen has a negative machshava, an erroneous machshava during the avodah, or bad tummy. Right, just some of these, right? Tummy is just some of these kavanos and things. Vashochet umala b'chutz, someone who shechs kavanos outside, offers it up outside the base of the mikdash. Ha'ochel chametz b'pesach. Wow, absolutely incredible. Let's say 7.5 year cycle. Chametz on Isru Chad. Chametz on Isru Chad. Incredible. Va'ochel chametz b'pesach. Va'ochel. Or one who eats or does malach on Yom Kippur, or one who goes ahead and makes the shemen hamishpah, the anointing oil, right? Or or one who goes ahead and makes the ketores, one who anoints themselves with anointing oil, or we'll say so again. All of these examples, kares. Once again, examples of kares bearing prohibitions, and if you do them, you get malchus. Fine. I will say now we go to regular rabbis, regular prohibitions. What are regular prohibitions? Somebody's in a vela, there's an animal that died without shchita, right? Treifa, an animal ultimately again that has some type of malady that you need to check that it's still not kosher. Shkatzim that amasim, pipi, holy things. Achol tevel and ma'aser rishon shemem nizlat truma. So, or you ate tevel, untied produce, or ma'aser rishon that you did not remove truma from, or ma'aser sheni b'hekdesh lo niftu, or you ate ma'aser sheni b'hekdesh that were not redeemed. So we'll say in all of these cases also malchus. Good. By the way, kama yochal min hatevel ve'echayiv. When we speak about eating tevel untied produce, if you do that, you get malchus. How much tevel do you have to eat in order to be chayiv? Rabbi Shimon says, kosher, any amount of tevel makes you chayiv. The Chum say no kizayis. That's to be a kizayis of tevel. Around Rabbi Shimon, so he says, I don't understand. Don't you agree? What's that halacha if you eat an ant? If you eat an ant, now we're going to see about it amazingly enough. If you eat an ant, you are chayiv multiple prohibitions. We'll discuss this. And yet, the most an ant is a kosher. It's tiny. So what do you see from here? That you can be chayiv even if you eat less than a kizayis. So Rabbi Shimon says to the Chachamim, I don't understand. Why do you eat a kizayis? Just like if you eat an ant, you're chayiv. So too, if you eat a kosher of tevel, you should also be chayiv. Which the Gemara says, yeah, tevel the volkan of all kosher should chayiv. Amalo. If they should give us, no, an ant is different. Why? Because it's a great sugya. Because an ant is a barrier. It's a complete unit of creation. That's what it is. An ant is that size. That's its shear because it's an ant. It's different. So to a wheat kernel. The wheat kernel is also created as a wheat kernel. And therefore, if you eat a wheat kernel of tevel, you should be chayiv for that act of consumption. Okay, go say, so now let's analyze. So remember again, essentially in our Mishnah, we had two categories really, right? We had chayvik pisos, right? Kares bearing prohibitions, and lavin. And teaching me that both are chayiv in malchus. Interestingly enough, what's glaringly absent from the Mishnah? Chayvik pisos right? Prohibitions that in capital times. I don't know. Reuven goes ahead and commits adultery, or Reuven goes ahead and kills someone. Right? So these are capital times. Yet, interestingly enough, they're not mentioned in the Mishnah, which makes it sound like only chayvik prisos get malchus. Chayvik prisos based in not. The Gemara says chayvik prisos katani, chayvik prisos based in lo katani. Why not? Masnisim money. So who's the being this Mishnah reflect? Rabbi Akiva. It's Rabbi Akiva. The sign of listen to this. Echad chayvik prisos, echad chayvik prisos. Bezdin on the days. Yeshno b'chval malchus arba divrei Rabbi Shmuel. So Rabbi Shmuel is of the opinion. Rabbi Shmuel is of the opinion that whether you go ahead and you do a chiyuv kares or a chiyuv mises bezdin, you always get malchus. Like you'll get malchus for any of these prohibitions. This is the original. Rabbi Akiva says, chayvik prisos. Listen to this. Yesh no b'chval malchus advarim. This is it. Rabbi Akiva says no. It's only kares for which you'll get malchus. Why is it Karis Richard Gemaks? This is fascinating. Listen to this. Shim Asu Tshuva based in Shlomaila Mokul in the hand. What's the cup with Karis? Remember again, if a person does a Karis bearing prohibition, what punishment do you get in Bezdin? What do you get in Bezdin? Nothing. Karis is between me and Akbar. But interestingly enough, what's the cup with Karis? The beauty of Karis, if you know wrong. There's no beauty in Karis. But the positive, there's got to be a bright side in everything. It has to be an eternal optimist. The bright side of Karis is you can do tshuva and get out of it. You can do tshuva and be forgiven. So the Kiva says something very interesting. The Kiva holds when the person is chayav misas bezdin, there are no malchus. Why? You're already getting punished. And by the way, how do you get out of that punishment? You can't. Once you're chayav misas bezdin, you can't. It's not like I'm really sorry. I'll do better community service. Right? You can't. Once you're chayav misa, you're chayav misa. Like here, Karis Rabbi Akiva says, you can do tshuva, and you can do tshuva and be exempted from kares. So because Rabbi Akiva says, therefore, you will get malchus by Kiyuv kares. Incredible. Chayvim misos bezin ino b'chla malchus abayim. Shim also tshuva in bezin shlamata malchus. Rabbi Akiva says, by misas bezin, whether you do tshuva, but even if you do tshuva, you're not getting out of the death penalty. You're still going to be chayiv misa. Rabbi Yitzchak says, chayvim misos b'chla hayu. So Rabbi Yitzchak said, in reality, you're right, you're supposed to get malchus and chayvim misos. But ultimately, again, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yitzchak. So why does the Torah single out Kares by one's sister? That if one engages in an act of incest with one's sister, that she's Kares, but don't know the Kares for the Malchus. To teach us, ultimately, again, that there's the key of Kares and not the key of Malchus. So we'll say, Rabbi Yitzchak has a third opinion. Rabbi Yitzchak's opinion says, there's no Malchus, neither for Chayvei Misos Bezdin, nor for Chayvei Misos. So therefore, we have a three-way machlokes. Rabbi Shmuel says there's Malchus for both Misas Bezdin, Chayvei Misos Bezdin, and Chayvei Kares. Rabbi Akiva says, well, let's go the opposite direction. Rabbi Yitzchak says there is no Malchus, neither for Chayvei Misos Bezdin, nor for Chiyuv Kares. And Rabbi Akiva is like the middle position. There's no malchus for Chiyuv Misas Bezdin, but there will be a Chiyuv Kares there will be a Chiyuv malchus for Kares. And Rabbi Akiva answers this logic. Why? Because by Kares it's possible that you're going to do tshuva and therefore be exempted from all liability. Okay, so now let's analyze this. Right time Rabbi Shmuel. So let's go through Yishmael. What's Rabbi Shmuel's logic? Rabbi Shmuel says you get malchus for everything. What's Rabbi Shmuel's logic? It's said in Rosishmar Lasos as called the Torazos. So the pasuk says, if you will not keep the words of the Torah, Hashem will amplify your makosva, your punishments. So the Lord says, "Haflazu in yodei." I don't know what haflazu means. What does that mean? Yeshu Omer de'pilo hashofet v'yivkal l'fono. When the pasuk says that the shofet, right, the shofet will administer malchus. Avi Omer haflazu malchusi. So what do you see from here? You see from here that when it says "V'hifla shemes makoscha," that refers to malchus. Uksiv in los sishmar lasos es kol. And you see from here that where do you get malchus? You get malchus for everything. Misas bezdin, chiyuv kares, everything. Whereas malchus everything, ihaki chayvi aseinami. And we'll say if that's the case, then you should get malchus. Even for a chiyuv asei, this is so incredible. We're doing this Gemara today. We'll say for many of us, today is going to be the first day in over a week that we're going to have the opportunity to fulfill an essay, which essay is still in. So let's see what they say. Maybe it's like a position. Could not sleep the night after Akron said to Pesach. Why? He was so excited just for the zman of Mishiyaki that he could put on his tefillin. And if he didn't put on his tefillin for a week. So he could not wait to put on tefillin until the morning after Yom Tov. Mamish couldn't sleep. They'll say, how do I wish always don't have the sleepless nights because we're eager to perform a mitzvah. Now, listen, I don't care what's happening tomorrow here. If that's the case, that you should get malchus for everything, then you should even get malchus for non-performance of an assay. Right? That should work as well. To which the Gemara says, no. In Lo Sishmar, the pasuk is phrases as a losa say. If you don't do something, right? If you don't, a prohibition. Look at the Rabbi Avin, I'm going to rely, don't Rabbi Avin, I'm going to rely. Makom Shnemer Shamer Pen Baal Eina Elalosa say. Rabbi Torah is Lashon of Shamer Pen Baal. There is a prohibition. I.e. Hachi Lav Shem B'Maisinani. If that's the case in Rabbi Shmuel, you should also get malchus for Lav Shem B'Maisa. What's that? Lav Shem B'Maisa is a lav that doesn't even have an act. Doesn't even have action associated with it. Which the Gemara says lasos. No, it doesn't, because the Gemara says lasos. You only get malchus for a prohibition that involves a dynamic activity. You should get malchus for a lav shenitak lase. I will say, what's a lav shenitak lase? It's a lav that is remedied by the performance of a positive commandment. Paradigmatic example of that: theft. Torah says you can't steal. What happens if you steal? It's like zero. You have to return the stolen items. You should get malchus even for a lav shenitak lase. So we'll say, get ready for this line. This is going to be very important. Dumya, the lav de chasima. But it's like the paradigmatic lav for which we'll get malchus for is the lav of chasima, which is the lav of muzzling your animal. You're not like that. Torah says, "Lo saksum shar b'risha." You cannot muzzle your ox when it threshes. Right? You have to let the animal eat while it threshes. So we'll say, why is this the paradigmatic example? So Rashi points out that very interestingly, we're going to get more into this, but the Torah talks about malchus, right? Lashes. Right after the section of lashes, right after that is the lav of chasima, of not muzzling the animal. The Gemara understands that juxtaposition to teach you that the paradigmatic avera that for which you're chayiv malchus is chasima. Because chasima has it all, right? Muzzling really has it all. It's one-stop shopping, right? Why? Number one, it's a prohibition. Number two, it's an action, right? It's active. Number three, it can't be remedied, right? You can't undo it. And therefore, again, this becomes like the poster child, ultimately, again, for Allah. Fine. So the Gemara says, Hashta, the Asis Lachi, Nami Tumi God, the Hasilah. Now that we have that, by the way, that answers a lot of our previous questions. So therefore, both say, this is the position of Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel holds that Allah for myself, you get malchus for Chayve Nisa space, in Chiyav Nisa, and you get malchus ultimately again for Chiyav Karis. You get malchus for everything. That's Rabbi Shmuel. Next, Rabbi Akiva. What's Rabbi Akiva? What's the position of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva holds you do not get malchus for Chiyav Nisa, but you will get malchus for Chiyav Karis. What's his logic? Rabbi Akiva, my time, very simple. Kedei Rishaso. The pasuk says you shall punish a person in accordance with his wickedness. Singular. Can't give one person two punishments for the same crime. Therefore, if you're going to execute the guy anyway, you're going to execute him. And Allah you can't flog him and execute him. That's not right. On the other hand, I will say now it makes sense. By the way, what about Karis? So what did Rabbi Akiva say? Now we have to the rest of Rabbi Akiva's statement. Why did Rabbi Akiva say you get malchus by Karis? If you can't punish a person twice for the same crime, then why can you get malchus for a Karis bearing prohibition? Why? Because you can do tshuva. Because since I can do tshuva and remove Karis, therefore I'm going to get malchus. Rabbi Shmuel. Now what does Rabbi Shmuel do with Kedei Rishaso? Hani nidi nisa umamon, or malchus umamon. Rabbi Shmuel says that means you can't give a person nisa and a monetary penalty, or malchus and a monetary penalty. About nisa or malchus per se, nisa malchus, nisa arichti. This is fascinating. Rabbi Shmuel doesn't view lashes and a death penalty as two punishments. Rather, what does he view it as? One protracted death penalty. Interesting. But Rabbi Akiva, Ihachi, Chayve Krisos Nami. According to Rabbi Akiva, I don't understand. So let's say Ruvain ate chametz on Pesach. The penalty for chametz on Pesach is karetz. So now, how can we give him malchus also? Isn't that punishing him twice for the same penalty? So my armor, Shem also tshuva. So Rabbi Akiva said, but it's not a double penalty. Why? Because if he does tshuva, he could go ahead and remove the karetz penalty. That's very nice. But what? Hashta mihas lo avdi. Right now, he hasn't done tshuva. Rabbi said, by the way, what a profound statement. But Rabbi Akiva says it's not really a double penalty. Why? Because since he can do tshuva and remove courage, but he hasn't done tshuva. He hasn't done tshuva, which means that right now, Reuven, after he in some Pesach, has two prohibitions hanging over his head. What are the two prohibitions? Kares, and are not two prohibitions, but two punishments. Kares and Malchus. They'll say it's just incredible. This phrase feels like a punch to the gut. They will say all of us have the opportunity to do tshuva. We each have the opportunity to become Bali tshuva. What's the only problem? Hashta mihas lahavdi. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. The opportunity for tshuva literally again is right in front of me every moment and every single day. Only one little technicality. Hashta mihas lahavdi. I have not yet done tshuva. I'm Rabbi Abba. The Torah strips the Torah, so therefore, again, we're trying to figure out Rabbi Akiva, right? Because Rabbi Akiva seems to be inherently contradictory. On one hand, Rabbi Akiva will say that if somebody is chayiv misas bezdin, you can't give them malchus also. Why? Kedei rishaso. You can only get one punishment per crime. So therefore, you can't give a guy both misa and malchus. So again, if Reuben ate chametz on Pesach, he's chayiv chametz. How can you give him malchus also? So we keep this all because he could do tshuva, and if he does tshuva, he removes Christ. It's very nice, but he didn't do tshuva yet. He didn't do tshuva. If he didn't do tshuva, we still have the problem of giving him two punishments for one kind of side. Leave you on a cliffhanger. We're stopping here. Resolution of Rabbi Akiva Mir Hashem tomorrow. Such a skos. Begin again. Let's do it together. Shkaya Harlon. All right, everyone's doing a great day, everyone.
Why do you think it'd be easier to live there? Because it's probably different cost of living. So you're like, oh, I'm saving money if I live there, and then you experience the fucking jungle, apparently, animals and venom and hail and all this shit, and you're like, oh, Los Angeles was amazing. Yeah, you realize why it's less because there's hail and falls out of the sky. And,
all right, so both sides, good morning.
We're able to live here.
Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha Beit Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem Shows this year. This is a history of the Torah and Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan called Park in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and in honor of the birth of his grandson Teida and Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsorship in the source of Simchas, all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. And Avram Yishim Bitomin, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Brina Basi Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Libracha. Dakioni sponsors for today, Casey and Lisa Kaden, in memory of Casey's mother, Ethel Kaden, Ethel Mara Bas Yomin Meir Hakoni, Zichron Libracha Yoker, the America of our Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Sadna Aliyah, the families in your Chama, Yetz Hashem. Our hostages should come home to Shalom, and the Kharab and the Holy Soldiers should be successful. First, with that, let us begin with a lot of details, really incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf Yud. 10, we are picking up on, at the Mishnah, on Tes Amud Days 90. The Mishnah says as follows, so again, we've been speaking extensively, of course, about the concept of Golos. And now the Gemara asks an interesting question. So where is the murderer, where is the killer exiled to? So the Gemara says, to the cities of refuge. Where were the cities of refuge? The Gemara says, there are three of them on what we call the Eba HaYarden, which is on the other side of the Jordan, the area where 2.5 tribes went ahead and ultimately settled. That's called Eba HaYarden. 3 of them in Eba HaYarden and 3 in Eretz Canaan. 3 in Eretz Yisrael itself. Shnei Amar, as Shlosh Ha'arim Titnu Be'Eba HaYarden, as Shlosh Ha'arim Titnu Be'Eretz Canaan. Actually, Nidcharu, Shalosh Eretz Yisrael, L'Ohayu Shalosh Be'Eba HaYarden Kotos. Now, interestingly enough, as we'll discuss, Moshe Rabbeinu was actually the one who designated the 3 Arimikot, the 3 cities of refuge in the Transjordanian area. And fascinatingly enough, those 3 in the Transjordanian area did not actually, quote unquote, like take effect until the 3 in Eretz Yisrael were identified and activated. Shneimar sheish arim miklat tiyana ashetziu sheshton koltos ka'achas. It's interesting if this was the halacha that even though three were designated by Moshe Rabbeinu in transjordanian areas, they did not take effect until the three in Eretz Yisrael were designated as well. And there are direct roadways, direct pathways from one Ir Miklat to another Ir Miklat. Shneimar talking l'chaderech v'shilashta. Okay, we'll talk more about that in just a little bit. Well, most in so that's the first part of the Mishnah. That's talking about the Arei Miklat themselves. Now, the Mishnah spends a moment just talking about the process of getting the accidental killer from essentially the scene of the crime to the Ir Miklat. So what would happen? Remember again, one of the things that we have not spoken about, which is a very intriguing part of this entire process, is what's called the Goal Hadam. The Goal Hadam is a relative of the victim who according to the halacha, has the right to kill the killer. Now, this is a fascinating concept in general because it seems a little bit like vigilante justice. Again, we'll talk more about it, but the idea over here is that as we're escorting the killer, the accidental killer, to the Ir Miklat, we give him two attendants. We give him two Talmidei Chachamim to escort him. Now, what's the point of this? Because maybe the Goal Hadam will encounter the accidental killer. He's going to want to go ahead and kill the accidental killer. And the job of the two Talmidei Chacham escort is to talk him out of it. Talk Goal Hadam out of it. Meir says, also the accidental killer could also advocate on behalf of himself. Shneimar Gazet Devar Harotzeh. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda Omer, the Tchila, Rabbi Yosef says as follows: the Tchila Echad Shogi ve'Echad Nezik Matim LaArim Miklat. So Rabbi Yosef says something very interesting in the beginning, when let's say Reuben would accidentally kill Shimon, so everybody would run to Ir Miklat, right? Whether you were an intentional killer, unintentional killer, everyone would run to Ir Miklat. Ubezdin Shulchan Levin also Misham. Bezdin would then dispatch their messenger and bring back the person from the Ir Miklat. In other words, to adjudicate the case. So it's interesting. So it sounds like what would initially happen is Reuben would kill Shimon. Before the circumstances even became clarified, the first thing Reuben would do, run to the Ir Miklat. Bezdin would then go ahead and fetch Reuben from the Ir Miklat and bring him to Bezdin. Misha is Chai Misa Bezdin Hargo. So again, if it turned out that Reuben was an intentional murderer, and he'd be tried in Bezdin and executed. The Shalom is Chai Misa, but and ultimately, if he wasn't Chai Misa, they would exempt him. Mishin is Chai Golos, Machzir no Shalom Komo. And if it turned out that Reuben was Chai Golos, they'd send him back to the Ir Miklat. The Gemara says, Shneimar ve'shivu also ida el Ir Miklato. So essentially, three possibilities. Possibility one is that Reuben was an intentional killer, in which case he'd be tried and executed by Bezdin. Possibility number two is that Reuben was an ones, extenuating circumstance, in which case, again, he'd be exonerated, totally exonerated. And possibility number three is that it was shogeg, it was an accident. And if it was an accident, he would be returned to Ir Miklat to serve out his time there, as we will discuss. Says the Gemara, Tanabaram. Shalosh Arim Hibdal Moshe Be'Zayah. V'Hibdal Yoshua Be'Eretz Canaan. U'Mechubanos Hayot Kimin Shtei Shurot Shebekera. So this is very interesting. As we just said before, Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and identified and demarcated the three cities of refuge in the Transjordanian lands. Remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu never has the supposed to cross the Jordan River. So he goes ahead and he identifies the three on the, we'll call it the outside side of the Jordan River, and Yoshua identified and demarcated the three on the Eretz Yisrael side of the Jordan River. Now, what the Gemara points out, interestingly enough, is that these 6 cities, 3 on each row, 3 on each side of the Jordan, were opposite each other. Now again, not literally on 2 sides of the Jordan. They were spaced out, but they were opposite each other. The imagery that Gemara gives is like 2 rows in a vineyard, right? The same way if you ever go to a vineyard, right? So vineyards are very methodically arranged. So again, the Arei Miklat were like 2 rows in a vineyard on opposite sides of the Jordan. So the cities themselves were facing each other. So the Gemara says, Hebron Yehuda Kineged Betzer B'Midbar. So Hebron and Yehuda was opposite Betzer in the desert. Shechem Bahar Ephraim Kineged Ramot Gilad. Shechem was opposite Ramos Gilad. Kadesh Bahar Naphtali Kineged Golan Babashan. Okay. So these were the actual Arim Miklat. Vishilashka, Shilishulashim. Now, interestingly enough, the Lashon of the Pasuk is Vishilashka, which means, remember, there are 3 cities on each side of the Jordan. 3 on each side have to be equidistant from each other. Remember, again, there is a very methodical layout to the Arim Miklat for one particular purpose. We want people to know exactly where they are. Exactly where they are. So again, number 1, 3 on each side of the Jordan. The ones on the other side are exactly opposite each other, and they're equidistant from one another. Not equidistant, in other words, from one side of the Jordan to the other side of the Jordan, but on each side of the Jordan, they are equidistant from one another. Literally equidistant. So what's happening about points something very interesting. Here's what's fascinating. There were 2.5 tribes, right? Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh that settled on, we'll call it, the outside side of the Jordan. Even though, again, remember, it all becomes concentrated as part of Eretz Yisrael, what they'll call the Transjordanian areas. The rest of the tribes were in Eretz Yisrael proper. So the Gemara says, there are 3 cities of refuge for 2.5 tribes, and then 3 cities of refuge for the rest of the tribes. So that seems to be a tremendous imbalance. Why does the Transjordanian area get its own 3 cities of refuge? On Rabbi, the Gilad Shlichi ROTHSCHILD. Rabbi says, unfortunately, there was a very high murder rate. In the Transjordanian lands. Now, most of the here's what's interesting. Obviously, those 3 in the Transjordanian area were identified and solidified by Moshe. They don't take effect until later on. So Moshe Baruch Hu must have seen what was going to be happening in the Transjordanian lands, and therefore, amazingly enough, they get their own 3 Arim Miklat. Top of Yud, so the Gemara over here quotes the pasuk from Hosea, Gilad Kiryas Pale Eben Akuba Midam. So the Gemara says, "My Akuba Midam." On Rabbi Lazar Shay Otvin Laharog Nefashos. That literally, again, unfortunately, there was a lot of bloodshed. Ultimately, again, in the Gilad and the Transjordanian areas. Okay, incredible. Umaishnome Hagisa, Hagisa Dimelachti, Umaishnome Tzii Dimekarbi. So I will say this. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara now points out something fascinating, which is that if you look, the outer areas are much more spread out, but the middle area is much more consolidated. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Mehagisa demelachti, Hebron v'kadesh rechokos migvuli eretz, shnei revi haaretz, v'hari b'sofat gvul tzarek lanos revi haaretz." So on one hand, you have Hebron and Kadesh, which are at the poles. But on the other hand, Mishnei Dimekarvi, Hari ben Hebron l'Shem, ben Shem l'Kadesh, Karov l'Miklat Mikan l'Kan. So it's interesting. The outer areas are much more dispersed for the Arim Miklat, but the center area, as Rashi points out, is between Hebron to Shem and Shem to Kadesh, is much more concentrated. So what's going on over there? Tosh Gemara says, "Amrabai b'Shem nami shchichi rotzchi." In Shem also, unfortunately, there was a lot of bloodshed. D'chsev v'kichesh ish Yudim. Chaver Kohanim Derech Yirtzachu Shchema. My Chaver Kohanim. Ultimately, again, says, what is it called? Chaver Kohanim. Amar Lazar Shayim Mischabrim Laharog Nefashos Ki Kohanim Halalu Shemischabrim Lachlok Trumos V'Sagros. Unfortunately, in the Shchem area, they were, seemingly that Kohanim get together, right, in the granary to receive their respective portions. So in Shchem, people got together, unfortunately, again, to spill blood. Now, listen, I remember again, here's what's interesting about this. The psukim seem to indicate both in the Transjordanian areas as well as in Shechem that there's like a lot of murder, there's like a lot of bloodshed. Now remember, Arim Miklat only take care of accidental murderers, right? Don't take care. But what could be interesting over here, we'll discuss how all of this comes together. Like if they have such a problem with bloodshed, it doesn't seem like Arim Miklat is the answer to this. But again, we'll see how all of this comes together. Point over here is just understand that the way the cities of refuge were laid out. Remember, this was done by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? So the way the cities were laid out, ultimately, again, was methodical and prophetically based on the Baruch Hu saw that there was going to be a need for these cities in these particular areas. All right, incredible. The Sulaka. Now, 1 second. Now, it makes it sound like over here that there's only 6 cities of refuge. It's right, 3 in the Transjordanian areas, 3 in Eretz Yisrael. But there are many more. The Gemara says, now, once here's what's interesting. Shevet Levi did not get a portion in Eretz Yisrael. The Shevet Levi was given 42 cities. It was theirs. In other words, theirs to use. Not an ancestral portion, right? Not part of their chalukah, but every tribe essentially had an obligation to give up some of their area for the Levium. Every city in which the Levium resided also became an Ir Miklat, also became a city of refuge. To which the Gemara says, so there weren't 6 cities of refuge, there were 6. 3 designated by Moshe, 3 designated by Yoshua, but then 42 Levitic cities, which also served as Arim. So there's a total of 48 cities. Why do you only say 6 cities? So listen, very interesting. Rabbi, halalu koltos ben ladas ben shelo ladas. Halalu ladas koltos shelo ladas inan koltos. So listen, it's actually quite interesting. So apparently, the Levitic cities did work as Arim Miklat as well, but they only worked if you recognized that you were inside of one of them. Let me say it differently. The power of we'll call it the 6 Arim Miklat, is that they absorbed and provided protection, whether the assailant recognized that he was there or not. It didn't need das. The Arim Miklat of the Levitic cities required das. It's fascinating. If you look at Rashi, Bein das ben shelo das, first short line in Rashi, Bein shebarach sham das klita, Bein shelo barach sham shelo das klita, hayodeh shehi koretes. So apparently, here's the fundamental distinction. Levitic cities only worked as an Ir Miklat if the assailant recognized that he was in one of those cities and wanted to avail himself of its protection. The other Arim Miklat worked automatically. Now you say to yourself, what does that mean? So just to illustrate how this can happen, we're going to talk about the idea that we really don't allow the Goal Hadam, the avenger of blood, who is the relative of the deceased, right, the relative of the victim, to come into the Ir Miklat and get the killer. So what would be interesting is that would work as long as the killer knew that he was in an Ir Miklat. Like, apparently, what if the killer just didn't know he was in an Ir Miklat? So is he protected by the Ir Miklat? So it depends. If it's one of the 6, the original 6, then it affords him protection even if he doesn't know that he's there. If, on the other hand, it's one of the 42, then halacha l'maisa, again, it does not afford him protection unless, of course, he knows that it's there. Fascinating distinction. Again, more about that to come in the Hashem. So the Gemara goes like to the Hebron, Ir Miklatu. Now, interestingly enough, one of the 6 that was identified was Hebron. The Hebron wasn't Ir Miklat. Is that true? Vaksiv. The pasuk says, "Vayitin l'Kalev es Hebron kasher diber Moshe." 1 second. Hebron was given to Kalev. And Hebron was, remember again, one of the additional portions that Kalev received was the city of Hebron. So how can you say that Hebron was Nabal? Because here's what's interesting. Arim Miklat to a certain degree are almost like they become property of Am Yisrael. Right? They're obviously situated in different tribal areas, but they can't belong to one person because they have to be utilized by all of Klal, whoever needs it. So how can you say that Hebron wasn't Ir Miklat when Hebron was given to Kalev? To which the Gemara says, Amrabaye Parvata. So look at Rashi Parvata. Interestingly enough, it's fascinating historical note. So Hebron proper was not given to Kalev. Hebron proper was an Ir Miklat. The surrounding areas of Hebron were given to Kalev. Just the surrounding areas were also called Hebron. What's called Hebron? Well, so it's interesting. Which is also interesting to note, by the way, because remember, where does David HaMelech's monarchy start? Where does it begin? Right? In Hebron. So it's fascinating to see also that Hebron ultimately, again, Hebron, this Ir Miklat, was also the initial seat of the monarchy of David HaMelech, which is really incredible. What did David HaMelech need more than anything in the beginning of his monarchy? You needed a miklat, right? You needed a miklat. You needed refuge. Amalek was pursued from every single direction, by every single person. He needed that sense of miklat. It's also quite beautiful. But if you think about it, I know whenever we go on trips to Eretz Yisrael, sometimes the organizers of our Yaakov calls don't agree with me, but to me, going to Hebron is an indispensable part of every single trip to Eretz Yisrael. Because again, how can you go to Eretz Yisrael and not come home to see your parents? Like, how can you not come home to see your parents? It's like, it's like, it's like, imagine your parents live out of town. You go to a chasana, like your parents live in New Jersey. You go to a chasana in New Jersey. Oh, I'm too busy to stop by. Talking about you live a couple of days here, but you're right there. How do you not? Okay, you stop in for a minute to say Shalom Aleichem, have a cup of coffee to make a l'chaim. How do you not visit your parents? How do you not go to Hebron? Right? How do you go to Eretz Yisrael not to visit your parents? Which is also quite beautiful that the place where our parents is buried is in Ir Miklat. Because sometimes, again, every child knows. But, it's interesting, one of those interesting things, if a person is privileged to have their parents in this world, the one thing that always gives a child comfort is an embrace by their parents. And when a person no longer has that, it's one of the things that they miss more than anything. Just right, because a parent, sometimes an embrace from a parent, no matter how old you get, just gives you the necessary comfort, the necessary security that you need. And how beautiful is it that the place where our parents are buried isn't in Miklat, it's a city of refuge. I run to my parents for refuge, I run to Hebron for refuge, I run to Moshe for refuge. Incredible. The Kaddish in Miklat is Kaddish. Now again, another one, Kaddish. Was Kaddish in Miklat? Very much vaccine. It's fascinating. Va'ari niftzar hatzadin sar v'chamas rekes v'kineres v'kadesh v'edrei v'ein chatzar. I must say here, the pasuk is talking about fortified cities. And amongst the list of fortified cities is Kadesh. And you say to yourself, okay, who cares? So the Gemara says, the Tanya Arim Halalu, Ein Osin Lo, Baharna, when it comes to Arim Miklat, there's a whole list of laws, criteria when it comes to Arim Miklat. Arim Miklat cannot be Tirin. Tirin, Tirin Kitanin are small villages. Now, let me just say the common denominator over here. On an Ir Miklat has to be a self-sufficient city, but yet not too big. So it can't be a small village. Why? Because again, the accidental murderer has to be able to live in this city and not have to leave it. Because the moment that he leaves it, he's susceptible to the Goal Adam. Right? The city of refuge only provides refuge as long as you are in the city. The moment you leave the city, you are exposed to the Goal Adam. So therefore, you can't make a small village into an Ir Miklat, because a small village doesn't have all of the necessities to sustain life there. So it can't be a small village, right? V'lo krakim gidolim. It also can't be a large city. Why can't it be a large city? Because if it's a large city, the Goal Hadam could sneak in there and potentially kill the accidental murderers. So again, because in a big city, you don't necessarily recognize everyone, so it can't be too small that it doesn't have what it needs. It also can't be too big. It can't be too big that halacha l'maisa, the Goal Adam could sneak in there undetected. Ella ayoros benonios. Rather, again, which are the cities of refuge? Kind of in between cities. Ayoros benonios, in between cities. So let's say, the point over here is, Kadesh was a fortified city. Fortified cities were big cities. So how can you tell me that Kadesh was an Ir Miklat? Rabbi Yosef, not a big deal. Tarti Kadesh. By the way, there's two places named Kadesh. Two cities named Kadesh. On Rashi, you go Slikum v'Atra d'Slikum. Okay, it wasn't uncommon to have multiple cities with the same name. Okay, so Gufas analyzes this. Arin halalu ein osin osolo tirin kitanim v'lo krachim gidolim ela ayaros beinominos. So when it came to designating Arim Miklat, so Arim Miklat again can't be small villages, because small villages again don't generally have the resources in order to maintain the population. And a Ir Miklat has to be a self-sufficient city. It can't also be a very large city, because again, then we're concerned that people could sneak in undetected. And the Goal Adam can get in there. Ella, Ayaros Benonios. Rather, again, what are Ir Miklat? Kind of in between areas, in between cities, right? So not too small, not too big. Ve'im Moshivan also Ella b'makom mahi. Furthermore, again, Arin Miklat can only be situated in a place where there's a water source, which makes sense, right? We want the residents to be looked after. And if there's not a water source there, then we create a water source there. Right, so don't create a water source there. So I say, by the way, it's such a beautiful idea over here, right? If there's no water source, bring a water source. There's two tremendous lessons in this. Sometimes in life, you don't have what it is that you need to be successful. So what's the answer? Get what you need to be successful. Don't complain about it. Don't worry about it. Right? Don't lament it. Change your circumstances. Right? So there's no water there. Get water there. Also remember again, water is Torah. Water is Torah, which is a tremendous idea. If one is not happy about their current spiritual state, right? One is not happy about their current spiritual state. There's not enough water in my life, not enough water in my circumstances. So get more water. Get more water. Change your spiritual circumstances. We spend so much time lamenting that our circumstances aren't the way we want it, that my life is not the way I want it, that my circumstances are not the way that I want it. Good. Change it. Change it. You can't change everything, it's true, but you can change a lot of stuff. So if the city that you're living in doesn't have water, if the life that you're living in doesn't have the requisite amount of spirituality, if you're not happy with your personalistic circumstances, don't spend your energy complaining about it, but do whatever is within your power to pivot and to change. Incredible. Furthermore, again, I mean, Miklat has to be a place where there are marketplaces. There's a shop. All of this same idea, because we need the city itself to be self-sufficient. Furthermore, again, it has to be in a population center. We want people around. I will say that the idea over here is where you want a population center. Rashi points out we are concerned that the Goal Adam is going to go ahead and round up a little army, like a little chevra, and try to extract the murder. If there's a population center and the Goal Adam comes with an army for the other people to repel him. The Smatu was saying, what happens if people moved away from the areas surrounding the area of blood? We add on more people. I don't know, whatever it is, the government incentivizes, right, people to live in these areas around the Arim Miklat. So what happens if, again, residents of the Arim Miklat began to move away? Levi'im Kohanim, Levi'im Israel. Bring in other Jews. Okay, bring in other people. They mochen by is fascinating. No clay zayin. So we'll say in a miklat, you are not allowed to sell weapons. Right? No weapons sold in an miklat, which makes sense because again, remember, if the Goal Adam manages to get there undetected, we don't want him buying any kind of weaponry in the city. Hello, clay mitsuda, not even hunting instruments. Right? Say no. So again, traps. All other hunting instruments are okay. The shoving, shein parsim suka mitsudos. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, again, you can't go ahead and spread out nets or traps in the city itself. Nor can you produce rope inside of an ir miklat. So apparently, again, the production of rope was a specialized skill. So the problem is you couldn't get good rope everywhere. We don't want the ir miklat to be a production center of rope because again, that would encourage the Goal Adam to come there. We don't want him to. Shotehei regel Goal Adam etzuyasham. Incredible. Amar Yisok Mikra v'nas al achas min ha'arim ha'el v'chai. So Moshe Yitzchak says, what's the scriptural allusion, right? For all of these things, it has to have a water source, it has to have marketplaces, it has to have populations, and all this stuff. Because the pasuk says that the accidental killer will flee to one of these cities, v'chai, and he will live there. What does that teach me? Do whatever you need to do in this city to provide life for the accidental murder. So it's a really incredible idea. Now, again, see, you have this tremendous balance, right? On one hand, the accidental killer, right? Is he blame-free? No, because remember again, if he was blame-free, that would be called ones. Ones, you're potter. So obviously, again, the concept that he's going to gull us indicates to us that there is a level of culpability. Remember again, halacha holds you liable for accidents. In case of damages, if you accidentally damage someone, you're chayiv. You're chayiv. There's no difference if you intentionally damage someone or unintentionally damage, right? Damages, you're always chayiv. Adam mu'av the olam. In the case chas v'shalom of bloodshed, so the halacha realizes, of course, there was no intentionality, right? There was no premeditated act of bloodshed. So chas v'shalom, the person is not going to be executed. But again, there is a level of culpability and liability. So therefore, again, I'm not going to call it a punishment, right? But rather, again, there's a sentence called galus. What's the rule of galus? Galus is a mechaba, right? Galus goes ahead and atones. So what's interesting is, on one hand, we're going to judge you and sentence you to galus. On the other hand, galus also protects the person from the Goal Adam. Right? So again, we'll discuss why the Torah allows for this Goal Adam. Like, what is that? What is that? We'll talk about that more in Mirz Hashem. But you see from here that we want to protect the life of the killer. So therefore, again, we're going to put him in. He has to stay in the city of refuge. Now, again, but he doesn't have to. Right? If he wants to leave, he can leave. He's just taking his life in his own hands. But if he wants to leave, he can leave. But we try to make life in the city of refuge, in the Ir Miklat, as palatable as possible, and have everything he needs in order to go ahead and live there. Tana. So I'll say to take this now. So up until this point, we've been focusing on we'll call it the physical aspects of the Ir Miklat. Now we focus on the spiritual ones. This is incredible. Tana. Talmid Shegala, Megalin Rabo Imo. Let's listen to this. If a student accidentally killed someone and is sent to the Ir Miklat, we send his Rabbi together with him to the Ir Miklat. Shneimar, V'chai, Ovid le midi k'tehavya le'tiyusa. Because the pasuk says, V'chai, the killer has to live in the Ir Miklat. Give him everything he needs to live. And it will say, what does a person need to live in this world? I need my Rabbi. It's true, I need a water source, right? And I need a shuk. I need a marketplace. I need my Rabbi. So therefore, if I accidentally kill someone, my Rebbe is sent to exile with me. It's incredible. I'm Rabbi Zira. Rabbi Zira says, Mikan Shalom Yishana Adam Latamad She'ena Hagan. So Rabbi says, this is incredible. So now it says, Rabbi Zira says to Rebbe, be careful who you let into your shir. Right? Be careful who you let into the shir. Why? Because again, if you have a Talmud who's not really worthy, you have a Talmud really who's not, and he accidentally kills someone and goes to Galus, guess what? You're going with him. Because the Talmud always needs his judge. Now, let's say, it's a little bit different for us. I don't know that we appreciate this as much contemporarily. Because we live in such a different age, and we shouldn't take it for granted. Like, a person can learn Shas without ever interacting with another human being, right? Baruch Hashem, like we live in a different time where Torah is accessible like never before. So I don't have a Rabbi. Okay, so I could learn, right? It's incredible to think you can master pretty much Kala Torah Kula without ever having a Rabbi, which again is not a good thing, but it's interesting to note. Now, obviously, we know that what a Rabbi does for us. Okay, so maybe I don't need the Rabbi to translate the line in Gemara for me. Because sometimes you only need a Rabbi in life to be able to make it come alive, to be able to make it contemporarily relevant, to bring out the life lessons, bring out the Yisodos. And let's say from Gemara's perspective, right, the Rabbi wasn't a gift in Torah. Torah Shabbat Peh was transmitted Rabbi to Talmud, right? Talmud, there was a Misoda. So literally, again, if I didn't have a Rabbi, I literally would not have Talmud. Just different understanding, I guess. Therefore, if the Talmud accidentally kills someone, he needs to have life in the Ir Miklat. Who gives the Talmud life? It's Rabbi. So the Gemara is Rabbi Yochanan, Harav Shagala. Now listen to this. What if the Rabbi accidentally kills someone? There is no kill someone. The Gemara says, Megalin Yeshiva Sa'ino. Ultimately, his entire yeshiva goes into Galus, right? In other words, where the Rebbe goes, that's where the yeshiva goes. Rebbe goes where the yeshiva goes. So therefore, if Rebbe accidentally kills someone, he exiles his entire yeshiva with him. The Gemara says, really, is that true? I will say, by the way, I'll point out something very interesting. The Maharsha comments on this. The Maharsha says, it's interesting, right? That at the end of the day, the Gemara doesn't say the same concept by the Rebbe like it does by the Talmud. Right? The Gemara says that if the Talmud kills someone, the Rebbe goes into Galus. Therefore, the Gemara tells the Rebbe, be careful who you teach Torah to, because whoever you teach Torah to, you're tethered to that person. Which I will say about it tells you something beautiful about the Rebbe-Talmud relationship. And my Rebbe is not just someone who I learn Torah from. There's a connection, right? There's a bond that's there to the point that if the Talmud accidentally kills someone, the Rebbe has to go to Galus with him. Say for the Gemara says, Rebbe, right, Rebbe, be careful who you teach Torah to. Now it's interesting. Then the Gemara says that if the Rebbe accidentally kills someone, then what? Then the whole yeshiva has to go into Galus with him. So you think the Gemara would say what? To the Talmud, be careful who you choose as a Rebbe. But yet, interestingly enough, the Gemara doesn't say that. So the Maharshal comments on this, and the Maharshal says something amazing. Because when it comes to learning Torah, learn Torah from whoever you can. Right? In other words, that although a Rebbe should be very picky about who his Talmudim are, perhaps a Talmud shouldn't be as picky about who his Rebbe is. If you find someone from who you can learn, and remember again, I said who could I learn from? Ezu Chacham, who is wise, Halom Mikal Adam. Every person can become a Rebbe. Right? Every person has something to teach me. Every person has something to convey to me. So whereas the Rebbe should be very, very picky about who's going to be his Talmud, maybe the Talmud shouldn't be as picky about who's going to be his Rebbe. Fascinating idea. And anyway, so the Rebbe accidentally kills someone, the entire yeshiva is sent to Galus. Is that so? Rabbi Yochanan, they both say, now what the Gemara is asking over here is as follows. The Gemara is saying, I don't understand. But if someone is steeped in Torah, Torah protects you. Torah protects you. So how could it, what the Gemara is essentially asking is, how could it be that the Rebbe is ever going to end up accidentally killing someone? After all, again, won't Torah protect him? To which the Gemara says, Shneimar es Betzer Bamidbar, right? Betzer is one of the Arim Miklat, so it says Betzer Bamidbar. Betzer is in the desert, turns the learning area, and then afterwards it says Uksiv is Zalsa Torah. And the Gemara understands where just like Betzer is an Ir Miklat, which affords protection, so to Torah affords protection. So why would the Rebbe ever need an Ir Miklat? Lokasha, Hadbe'ina de Asikba, Hadbe'ina de Lo Asikba. Right, Torah protects you. When does Torah protect you? When does Torah protect you? When you're learning it. When you're learning it. But when you're not learning it, Torah doesn't protect you. See, even the greatest Rebbe, right? At the end of the day, if he's learning, while he's learning, Torah will protect him. But when he's not learning, again, if he's subject to the same realities that the rest of us are subject to, read by Shema, the other Torah is incredible. Another possibility is Mike Colton. What does it mean that Torah protects us? Mimalach Hamoves. Torah protects you from the angel of death. The Gemara says, it tells a story. Kiha, Rav Chisda v'Yosef v'Garis b'Beirav, v'lo hava kayafo shlicha d'mosa, l'mikrav gabe. Listen to this, Rav Osai. So Rav Chisda was learning Torah, right? And the Malach Hamoves could not get near him. It was time for him to leave this world. But the Malach Hamoves could not take his soul because he was always learning. So the Gemara says, that's what the Malach Hamoves do. He went down a cedar tree. And what did he do? The Malach Hamoves went up on the cedar tree. The cedar tree snapped. Because when the tree snaps, like it makes a loud noise. So Rav Chisda heard the noise. He stopped learning for a moment, and in that moment, the Malach Hamoves took back his neshama. So the other possibility is, again, Torah protects you from death. Torah doesn't necessarily protect you from everything else going on. So two possibilities. Either Torah protects you from everything, but only when you're learning it, or no, the protection of Torah is limited to the Malach Hamoves. But I'm still subject to other realities in life. Either way, Rabbi said one thing is clear, that when I am learning, I am protected. When I am learning, I am protected. What I'm protected from, what the scope of that protection is, okay, so that's my focus, but I'm protected. Power of Torah. I'm going to go back any life. So we'll say, interestingly enough, why is it that Ruvain, ultimately, again, I will say that interestingly enough, the first Ari Miklat were established in the tribal area of Ruvain. So why does Ruvain get this close? That his tribal area is the first to host the Ari Miklat, because Reuben was the first to try to effect salvation for another Jew. Where did that happen? Reuben heard what was going on when the brothers turned on Yosef, and Reuben saved Yosef from his brothers. So because Reuben saved Yosef from his brothers, Therefore, again, he is privileged to go ahead and host the Ari Miklat. Right? The Ari Miklat, the first Ari Miklat identified were the Ari Miklat in his tribal area, which Rabbi tells us something absolutely amazing. Sometimes in life we do something and we don't necessarily see the fruits of our labor. It's important to always operate with the understanding that whenever a Yid does something holy and positive, there is always a repercussion and a result. Sometimes the result is seen in our lifetime, but sometimes it's only seen generations later. Where do you see the result of Reuben stepping up and defending Yosef? Generations later, when the first Ir Miklat was placed in his tribal area. Of course, we often become too focused on like cause and effect. And if I do something good, I want to see the effect of that good right here, right now. And if I can't see it, then it must mean that my action was meaningless. And remember again, the Yid exists multiple generations. Right? Baruch was past, present, and future. So we're also past, present, and future. And I recognize that every single thing that I do that is positive has a positive effect, whether I'll see it or not. Is a different discussion. In order like the Darish, Rabbi Smaloi, my Dichsiv, Az Yabdo Moshe Shalosh Aram Ba'id Ayadim Mizrach HaShemesh. What does it mean when this pasuk says the Moshe having separated 3 are in Miklat? In the translating areas. Literally, cause the sun to shine for accidental killers. Meaning, give them hope. Give them hope. Give them the Amiklad. Give them a city of refuge. You give the Amri. Others say, we said to Moshe, through your separation, you have caused the sun to come up for accidental killers. Give hope. Give hope. Also, sometimes the greatest thing you can do in life is give hope to someone who feels like they are in a hopeless situation. Right, at the end of the day, the person kills, right? Ruben killed Shimon accidentally. He didn't mean to. Okay, he could have been more vigilant. He could have been more careful. He could have been more attentive. Understood. But if actually Ruben's a good guy, right, he didn't mean to do anything wrong. And you can imagine just the debilitating feeling of failure in the aftermath of that act. And what does Moshe Rabbeinu say? Moshe Rabbeinu says, listen, life is going to take a dramatically different turn. Life has taken a dramatically different turn. But there's a new city. Create for yourself a new life. Right? Everything you need is going to be there. Moshe Rabbeinu says to Moshe, you've given hope to hopeless people. That is the greatest accomplishment one can have in this world. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like, good. Darshav Simoy, Might of Siv. Listen, this is beautiful. Might of Siv, what's the meaning of the pasuk? Oiv Kasef, Lo Yispa Kasef, Umi Oiv Ba'amon Lo Tivua. So as I said, literally it means one who loves silver will never have enough silver. And one who loves Ba'amon, plenty, Lo Tivua, will never have enough. What does this mean? So this is beautiful. So generally, by the way we understand this pasuk, right, is the pasuk is actually pretty self-explanatory, right? It's koheles, right? What do you mean? Because if you love money, you will never have enough money. That's what we generally again understand it. Let's say again, there is nothing wrong with liking money. There is nothing wrong with really liking money. There is nothing wrong with working very hard to amass money. There's also nothing wrong with not being content with a little bit of money and wanting. This is not like the wealth gospel over here, but this is right. This is like it's okay. It's okay to want to be wealthy, and it's okay to work hard to be wealthy. The problem is when you love money. Right? Love is a very strong emotion. Right? There are 2 things in this world that you should love. Right? You should love HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? You have to Hashem Elokecha. Right? You should love, and including HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Torah, is Am Yisrael, is Eretz Yisrael. You have to Nifla Kamocha. You should love Klal Yisrael. That's it. Including Klal Yisrael, of course, is your family, including, right? Those are the things in this world that you should love. That's what you love should be reserved for. Everything else, you should like. I remember again one of the most times I got the context of it because somebody said they love football. They love football. Love football. Really? You love football? I said, like, you use that same mouth to tell your wife that you love her. Like, I love you, right? I love you, and I love football, right? So I love my life partner, and I love oversized men in tight pants jumping all over each other, right? I said, you understand, like you'll never be able to tell your wife you love her, but in the same way, because you literally use that same exact word to describe like this barbaric event of people jumping on top of each other, receiving millions of dollars for it, and a bunch of people paying to watch it. Like just understand, like that's like just you understand. You used the same word for it. Listen, you have to be so careful how we use our words, because especially that word love. That word love is a strong word, right? Like Shlomo says in God, Re'ei Chaim im ha'isha asher ahavta. Right? See a beautiful life with a woman who you love. Love is used for marriage. Love is used for my kids. Love is used for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Love is used for Am Yisrael. Love is used for Eretz Yisrael. Everything else you could like. You could like football. You could like football. You could like pizza. You could like chicken wings, right? You could like a lot of different things in this world. Like whatever you want. But love is referred to. So therefore, again, we normally say, so that's why Oed Kasef, the danger with money is when you love it. You want to like it a lot. You want to pursue it. You want ultimately, again, to acquire it. Hatzlacha. Absolutely fine. The moment you love it is the moment where things become a little bit complicated. So therefore, the Pashup Shad is Oed Kasef or Yispa Kasef. And if you love money, what's the problem? If you love it, you'll never have enough of it. You'll never have a lot of it. Because I want to say, by the way, that's the power of love. Right? The power of love. Right? What is the shorish of love? Is have, is to give. When you love something, you can never get enough of it. And that's why it's so powerful. So in my marriage, I love my wife, and therefore, again, it's never enough. I always want to do more. I always want to be more. I always want to give more. I love HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's never enough. I love Am Yisrael. It's never enough. I love Eretz. It's never enough. If you love money, the problem just is it becomes a toxic relationship with material law. But yet, interestingly enough, the Gemara dashes it differently. The Gemara says, only chance of ladies, but so what does this refer to? This is Moshe Rabbeinu. This is Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? What is in Moshe Rabbeinu? He says, Shai Yodeh Shem Shalosh Arim Shalei Vayadin Kolkos Achlo Nivchanu Shalosh Avaretz Kinah. Listen to this. Now Moshe Rabbeinu knew full well that the three are in Miklat in the Transjordanian area would not take effect until the three in Eretz Yisrael were identified as well, were set aside. And Moshe also knew that he was not crossing the Jordan. So he knew that he was not going to set up the three on the other side of the Jordan. Yoshua was going to do it. So again, logic would have dictated Moshe. What's the point? What's the point of setting up the three on the Transjordanian side if they're not going to take effect until the three on the other side come online, and the other three are not going to be done by you? They're only going to be done by Yoshua. But yet, Moshe Rabbeinu still did it. V'amar mitzvah sheba b'yadi akaymena. Moshe Rabbeinu said, you know what? If there's an opportunity to do something, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. Even if it's not complete. An opportunity for service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, an opportunity for spiritual growth, an opportunity for Dedekus comes our way, how can I not take it? So I want to say, isn't that absolutely beautiful? Do you want to know the greatness of Moshe? At the end of the day, what makes a Moshe Rabbeinu great? What makes a Moshe Rabbeinu great is when he sees an opportunity, he takes it. We'll say, what do we do when opportunities come our way? What do we do when opportunities? We analyze. Oh, well, okay. I'm going to take it under advisement, right? I'm definitely going to run it by the opportunity panel, right? And we'll talk about it, and we'll see it. But we're looking at a whole bunch of different opportunities in front of us right now, right? So we're going to analyze this. There's a beautiful thing. A bunch of other things to go ahead and learn the Sefer Sota over Sira. There are 49 blocks of Sota and ultimately 49 days of Sira. The bunch of had a beautiful minute to go and learn Sota. So I was talking to someone about this. I would, but I just started Makos. And I can't take this on. So, slowly. Just be honest. You can take it on. You won't take it on. Don't tell me you can't. Tell me you can't. Just be honest in life with what you're going to do, what you're not going to do. If you want to say you're not interested in taking it on, you can't take it on, you don't want to take away time from other things, that's fine. Just be honest. Don't say you can't, say you won't. Say you won't. The difference between great people and mediocre people is great people try to take on whatever they can, and when they can't, they're honest about why they can't. Mediocre people convince themselves that they can't. They can't. So they find a comfortable place doing the things that quote unquote they can, and they say they can't to everything else. Moshe Rabbeinu was a great man. Do you know why? because when opportunity came and knocked on his door, he took it. He took it. But Moshe, the 3 hour mikvah here are not going to take effect until later on. So what? So what? This is here right in front of me now. How do I not take advantage of it? So listen, do you know the number of beautiful opportunities that show up at our doorstep every single day? We just let them slip through our fingers. We just let them go. We're too busy, we're too distracted, we're too this, we're too that, whatever it is. Moshe Rabbeinu says, there's an opportunity here to do something. But it's not going to take it. Who cares? It's here right now. I'm going to do it. That's always kesef, lo yispa kesef. Mitzvah shabali adi akaimena. If there's a mitzvah that comes my way, of course I'm going to take advantage of it. Umi ohed ba'amon lo tzivua. So this is very beautiful. Lemi no'a lilamed b'hamon. We'll say, who is fit to teach Torah in public? Mi shekol tzivua shalom. Whoever has all of the grain. It's a little unfair word. Now what does this mean? In other words, a person who teaches Torah in public should have the requisite knowledge. Rashi points out over here. What tivua? Shebaki b'mikra, b'mishnah, ba'alochas, ba'agadas. Someone who knows kol Torah kula. Who's kol Torah kula? That's a person who should teach Torah to the masses. Ba'im Domer Belazar, my disim mi malo gvuras Hashem, yashmiya kol tiva. So let me no'eh. Hashem, or who is it appropriate to teach the greatness of Hashem? Ultimately, again, one who is able to allow all of the Shalom's praises to be. In other words, who should teach Torah to the masses? Who should teach Torah in public? Only one who has the requisite tools, i.e. the knowledge, to be able to do so. Mi ohev b'hamon lo tivua. What does this mean? Chala ohev l'melamed b'hamon lo tivua. This is beautiful. Whoever loves Talmidei Chachamim, whoever loves those who teach Torah to the masses, in order to say, whoever values the Talmid Chacham, whoever values Talmid Chacham, lo tivua, will himself have children who are Talmidei Chachamim. We'll say this is beautiful. If you love Talmidei Chachamim and you revere Talmidei Chachamim, you will have children who are Talmidei Chachamim. I will say, by the way, that's not like a heebie-jeebie hocus pocus thing. It's very simple. Our children see who we look up to. They see who we look up to. So if my kids see me look up to the guy who has the most money, the nicest car, the biggest house, the most expensive vacation, so again, that's going to form their own perceptions of what's important in life. So they're going to say, oh, what's important? What's important? So material success. And material success is wonderful, it's beautiful. But that's, right? On the other hand, if my children see that what I value in this world is accomplishment in Torah, and the people I look up to, are the people who are come Shabbos. And I want to just point out, it's never either or, right? In other words, this is so important. One of the most important things in Yiddishkeit. Material success and spiritual success are not an either or, right? It's not like you can have one or the other. The Gemara says a person can be all for all shulchanos. You could eat at 2 tables. You can eat at the table of spiritual success and a table of material success. It's hard. It's a lot of hard work. And most people are not able to be successful at both tables, but you can do it if you work hard enough. So if my children see that what do I look up to? What do I, as the parent, what do I revere? I revere spiritual success. I revere people who work hard on their spirituality. I revere people, ultimately, who become Talmidei Chachamim, and my children will become that as well, because if my children see that that's what I hold out as a successful person, they will say deep down, right? Freud wasn't the first person to discover that our relationship with our parents is the most important relationship. Deep down, what does every single child want to do? What does every child want to do? Give nachas to their parents. At the end of the day, really all I want to do is I want to know that my parents are proud of me. That's all. So subconsciously, again, how do I know how to make my parents proud? I see what my parents themselves look up to. What do my parents revere? Right? What do my parents put on a pedestal? And that's what I want to become. So the Gemara goes like this. So it's amazing enough, the rabbis looked, when they were talking about this in the base measures, they looked at Rabbi Berei Rabbi, who was a great Talmid Chacham, and his sons were great Talmidei Chachamim as well. He loved Talmidei Chacham, so he was a great Talmidei Chacham. Rabbi Shemar Kala Oyev Lilmod B'hamon Lo Tzavos is beautiful. Whoever loves to learn in a group, B'hamon in a group, Ultimately, lo teruah will be successful. He'll be successful. Ultimately, lo teruah means he'll have the grain, the necessary grain, so that he'll acquire knowledge. It's beautiful. Cherev al abad v'na'alo, cherev al tzavai solim shel talmidei chachamim, sheyosh bin va'oskim Torah bad bebad. The worst thing one could do is learn by themselves. Why? What happens when you learn by yourself? Let's say if you learn by yourself and you make a mistake, then what happens? There's no one there to correct you. No one there to correct you. So therefore, again, sometimes the greatest accomplishment we have in this world is when we are able to learn with others. Whether it's with a chavrusa, with a shir, with a chabura, there is wisdom that comes from collective learning. Conversely, there are mistakes that are often made when learning by myself, and then because there's no one else there to correct me, those mistakes become reinforced. Not only that, when you learn by yourself, you become foolish. You become foolish, right? Because at the end of the day, again, I'm making mistakes, and there's no one there to correct my mistakes. Not only that, but as a result of learning and making mistakes and reinforcing mistakes, I end up actually sinning. Because again, my knowledge base is corrupted. So it's beautiful. Literally, again, the gates of Shana were closed. Ravina Amar Kala Oed Ilmod Bahamon Lo Tavua. Vanu Damar Rabbi is beautiful. Harbe Targos, what does this mean? Whoever goes in and learns with a group, right, learns with others, Lo Tavua will amass even greater amounts of knowledge. Vanu Damar Rabbi, Harbe Torah Maratini Rabbi, such a beautiful thing. Rabbi said, I learned much Torah from my Rebbeim. And learned even more from my friends. I learned from my Rabbeim, I learned even more from my friends. But the most I learned were from my students. So it's such a beautiful, beautiful idea. I learned a lot from my Rabbeim. I learned a lot ultimately again from my friends. The most I learned ultimately again was from myself. So I was just saying on a personal level with this. One of the things that to me is always personally inspiring. Okay, so now we're on a Cholamayit schedule, so there's not as much Mesiras Nefesh involved with getting up to the daf. But like I tell you, to me, I come into the shul in the morning, come to this in the morning, now it's just coming to the shul, like it's very just happening already. 5:40 in the morning. To me, it is inspiring. I'm inspired. I'm Zoka. This is my job. Right? This is Baruch Hashem's Achizah. Baruch Hashem gave me this life and gave me this job. This is what I do. I come to this graduation, I see all of you, I see the Chavra, and everybody's like up and again pulled to work and this and then pulled in a million different directions, and there could be a million different excuses to not show up, to not daven with a million, right? To not, but yet again, the Chevra makes it considered the epitome. So that's the schema. I'll tell you, just on a personal level, the inspiration I get from seeing all of you every single morning is greater than any level of inspiration I've received from the greatest Rav, from the greatest Talmud Chacham, from the greatest Shir, from the greatest Orus. Seeing even living lives, Torah-centric lives, and depriving themselves of much necessary sleep or respite in order to be, and then running off to work. Right? It's not the shot of like people go ahead and finish Shachar saying, okay, I'm going to go back in for a nap, afterwards, right? A lot of times, some of you are. Right. But many of you are running right from here to the office, right from here to work, right from here, or to carpool, or this or that. Inspiring. And sometimes the greatest inspiration is not from something that a person says, but it's how they live. Mamish, I see this. I'm Zoka to live this Gemara from all of you each and every day. I'm Rabbi Shabbat Levi. My Dechsiv, what says a beautiful Gemara? Ondos hayura glenim psharat mishalayim. Let's listen to this. So what a positive read. Ondos hayura glenim psharat mishalayim. My feet were standing within the gates of Yerushalayim. They say, Hallelujah, we should be Zoka and Hashem to not just read this passage just as an anticipatory dream, but Hallelujah, we should be Zoka and Hashem to be able to live it. What does it mean when it says our feet were standing in Yerushalayim? Let's say this is incredible. What allowed us to go ahead and be successful in war? Right, in war. What else he says on war? Ultimately, again, Sharayich Yerushalayim. Let's say this is Tehillim. This is David HaMelech saying. What allowed us to be successful in all of our battles? Ultimately, again, Sharei Yerushalayim Shayu Oskim Torah. It was the gates of Yerushalayim who were engaged in Torah. David HaMelech understood that what allowed Klal Yisrael to be successful in war, ultimately, again, it was the Korach of Torah which propelled the army. I will say, this Gemara is so incredibly important. So I will say, this speaks to the core of one of the most raging issues within Klal Yisrael right now. About who should serve in the army, how they should serve in the army. I will say, you know what the greatest problem within Klal Yisrael right now in this issue? It's not about what's more important, the Torah or the army. It's a foolish question. You need both of them. Klal Yisrael needs an army, and Klal Yisrael needs Torah. You know what the challenge is? The challenge is that each looks at the other, or many segments of each look at the other as opposite forces. Right? So sometimes, and again, sometimes the world of Torah looks at itself as its own self-contained thing. We are the most important. We're the most important, right? And without us, there's nothing. That's false. That's false. We need Torah, but we also need an army. We also need an army. That's the Klal Yisrael always was. You think David HaMelech wasn't a Talmid Chacham? You think David HaMelech wouldn't have preferred just to be in the base medrash? Of course. He didn't have an interest in warfare. He wanted to be similar. But again, David HaMelech understood Klal Yisrael needs an army. But the army has to be backed by Torah. Right? But again, if there's only Torah and there's no army, that's not going to work. But if the army thinks that all they need is the army, and Torah is not important, that is an army that is doomed to failure. An army without Torah is doomed for failure. Torah without an army is also doomed for failure. We need both. We need both. David HaMelech says, why are we successful? Why are we successful in life? Because we have an army that was fueled by Torah. But it only works when everyone recognizes that we're in this together. When everyone recognizes that there is this synergistic partnership, that I'm learning for you and I'm fighting for you, and that somehow that synergistic partnership is finessed so that everyone is literally on the same page, fighting and learning together. I've always thought, to me, and again, I'm a no one on this, but I've always thought that there is imagine for a moment a very simple remedy that goes like this. You become having that only after God, by the way, right? Imagine it goes like this. Imagine for a moment, you can't have a blanket exemption for everyone. It doesn't work. Not sustainable. You cannot have a blanket exemption. You have to establish some type of criteria. Whatever the criteria is for those who are Torah Nasim, right? Those who are full-time learning, right? It can't be any guy who wants to do it because suddenly do it. That's whatever it is. An admission test, the criteria, right? A certain number of years that you're able to do it. There has to be a system. Imagine for a moment, right? Those Yechidei Skula, that on every single army base, there was a kollel of Mitzvyanim who sat on the army base, like not in a base medrash far away from the front, on the front, and they wear uniforms like everyone else, right? Because the army of Hakadosh Baruch Hu has fighters and has learners. And what happens? The soldiers go out to battle, and before they go out to battle, they get a bracha from those who are sitting defending their learning Torah. Right? And when they come back, they get a bracha that they come back. And again, that Kol Torah is palpable on every single army base in Eretz Yisrael. Imagine what that would look like for Klal Yisrael. Imagine what that would be like. And now suddenly, there's not an us and a them. There's not this community and that community. There's Am Yisrael. Because Am Yisrael needs vibrant Batei Medrash from which the Kol Torah never ceases. And by the way, when the Kol Torah never ceases, there's another piece. Bein Hazmanim doesn't have to be for a month. Right? Soldiers don't get off for a month, or at least active duty. So if you're an active duty learner, you also can't be schmying around for weeks on end either. There has to be an urgency. There has to be a commitment. Whoever's fighting for Klal Yisrael, whether it's with the neshek, with the gun, or with the Gemara, you're on. What we're missing is just so many. We don't feel that there's an interconnectedness. There's what we want, and there's what we want. Well, the moment Klal Yisrael goes down that road of different what we want, that's ultimately, where there's divisiveness, and where there's divisiveness, unfortunately, nothing good ever comes about. But just David HaMelech understood it. Almost where there's a vibrant synergistic partnership between the army and Torah, Klal Yisrael is invincible. Klal Yisrael is invincible. But when there's an us and a them, then unfortunately, we are highly vulnerable. We're living this right now. And it's a shame. It's a shame that leadership on both sides cannot get it together and cannot go ahead and recognize that anyone's personal agenda is so much less important than the national agenda. Come to the table. Figure it out. We are people with unbreakable resolve, which unfortunately sometimes is our worst impediment. But put aside personal agendas, put aside personal needs, and figure out how to bring the nation together. With the Torah, with the army, with the Beis Medrash, with the Milchama, bring it all together, and that makes our people invincible. David HaMelech understood it. We have to figure it out as well. Let's go back to a little bit. It says, Maran Shalom Levi, my Dichsev, Shir Amalos, David Samach Nomen, Beis Hashem Melech. So what does it mean when it says, right, a song of ascents? David HaMelech said, this is a beautiful Gemara. I rejoiced when they said to me, let's go to the house of Hashem. This is beautiful. This is wild. David HaMelech said, I heard people saying, when is this old man going to die? Now, by the way, who's the old man? It's David. So David said about him, right? People said about me, when am I going to die? The Yom Shlomo Beno, the Yivna Beis HaBechira, the Na'alel L'Regel. But why are they saying it? Because they understood David wasn't going to build the Beis HaMikdash. Only Shlomo was. So people were like, when is David going to die already? Right? When is he going to die already so Shlomo can become king? Build the Beis HaMikdash. We could be only Regel. We could come for the last days of Yom Tiv to the Beis HaMikdash, to Yerushalayim. And what did David HaMelech say? V'samachti. I rejoiced. I was like, can you imagine this? I rejoiced. David HaMelech said, so I was saying, this is leadership. This is leadership. What leadership means is the needs of the collective are more important than your personal agenda. So David HaMelech literally, now again, I'm not going to lie, a little bit crass of the people to talk like this, right? When is David going to die? So that Shlomo could become king, build the Beis HaMikdash, and we could just move ourselves forward already. Okay, not the best way to articulate it, but David hears this, and you think that would be offended. That would be upset. After everything I've done for you, now you tell me to die? David HaMelech was a Melech Yisrael. And what does it mean to be a leader? Leadership means what I need is much less important than what the crowd needs. What I need is less important. And so at the end of the day, David HaMelech says, I was happy because Klal Yisrael wants to make some Mikdash. I'm overjoyed. I'm Moshe saying not so fast. So David HaMelech essentially says, Moshe, take me. I'm ready to go. Take me. I'm happy to lead this world. If it paves the way for Shlomo, paves the way for the Beis HaMikdash. This is not so fast. This is beautiful. Ki tov yom b'chatzirecha me'elef. Tov li yom echad she'ata osik b'torah lefanai me'elef olot she'aseh Shlomo bin b'lahakriv lefanai gabei mizbeach. As Baruch Hu says, David, not so fast. I'm not taking you one day early. Because one day of your life in this world is better and more important to me than the thousands of karbanos that will be offered up on the altar that your son Shlomo will build. I will say, you understand the function of this Gemara? The power of a day, the power of the present. Shlomo represented the future. And while it's important to go ahead and plan for the future, it's important to think about the future, it's important to contemplate the future, never plan your future at the expense of your present. Rabbi who was the Shiva of Gush Har Etzion, had a beautiful essay where he wrote about the idea. He called America the 401k society. Right? Well, I don't know what 401ks are worth anymore. I don't know, right? A 401k society. So what do you mean by 401k? Everything is about the future. Everything is about retirement. Right? People have all of these plans about what the future is going to be. No. There's only one problem. But it's good to plan for the future. There's only one problem. People put so much emphasis on the future that they forget to maximize the present. People stay in careers that are unmeaningful and unfulfilling because, again, it's going to give them some type of payout in the future. Right? And people compromise and sacrifice their present because now, again, you have to plan for the future, but you can't build your future at the expense of the present. That's what Hakadosh Baruch Hu was saying to David HaMelech. David, hold up. Beis HaMikdash will come. You are a man who maximizes each and every day. And because of that, I'm not taking you from this world one day early. It's a little bit back to Tanya. Ultimately, again, remember the pathways are identified between the Ari Miklot. Tanya the Lazav and Yaakov Omer. Amud Beis Miklah. That is a long daf. Miklah, it's okay. Miklat Hayakasa Pashas Drachim. Ultimately, again, there was a sign that said Miklat at the crossroads. In order that the Rotzeach, the murderer, ultimately again should recognize. So again, the pathways were very clearly marked. Amrav Kana, Micro, talking Laka Derech, prepare for yourself. Ultimately, that was like Sunday services. Right? So my krah. No, I don't understand. I'm just saying. Right? I'm only batting for one team. I promise. My krah. Talking l'chad. Ultimately, you're going to prepare for yourself. Prepare for yourself the pathway. So remember again, the pathways to the Miklat had to be very clearly demarcated. So Rav Chama bar Chanina pasach what we call a high parashas anafa. Rav Chama bar Chanina, when he would go ahead and give a shear on your miklat, right, on the Aron miklat, ultimately again he would open the shear with the following idea. Tov yashar shema ki yorech hatam b'derech. It's beautiful. Ultimately again, Hashem is good and just. Therefore again, he shows the wicked the way. If Hashem shows the wicked the proper path, then Kal V'chomer and the Chodesh Baruch Hu will do for the righteous. This is all the intros, right? Whenever they would give shir on Ari Mikvah, they would always go ahead and intro it in the following way. Right? Ultimately, again, someone acted without premeditation, and Hashem guided their hand. So sometimes wicked things happen through wicked people. What does this mean? What is the passage talking about? Two guys killed someone. Right? Reuben and Shimon both killed someone. Now, Echad harag b'shogeg. Reuben killed accidentally. Echad harag b'mezid. And Shimon killed intentionally. Now, neither have witnesses to what they did. One is Chodesh Baruch Hu. Chodesh Baruch Hu mazmin l'pundak echad. Zeh sharag b'mezid yoshev tchachas hasulam. Zeh sharag b'shogeg yorei b'sulam. So now watch this. Reuben and Shimon both killed someone. Reuben killed accidentally. Shimon killed intentionally. Neither of them have any witnesses to their respective acts. So what happens? Chodesh Baruch Hu brings them together to an inn. Right? Shimon, the intentional killer, is sitting underneath the ladder. Reuben, the accidental killer, is coming down on the ladder. What happened? The Napa along Bahargo. Ultimately, again, Reuben falls on Shimon, and he kills him. Now there's an inn full of people. Zeh shaharag b'mezid nerag, zeh shaharag b'shogeg gola. So what happens? Each kind of gets what's coming to them. Shimon, who killed intentionally, right, is killed, and Reuben, who killed unintentionally, now his witnesses is sent to Galus. So let's say it's profound. What is the Rebbe trying to teach? Let's say the Rebbe Shalom runs a perfect world, right, and he choreographs everything. Sometimes you see the choreography, sometimes you don't see the choreography, but the choreography is always there. Just let God do His thing. Sometimes you become so impatient because the world looks so perfect and the circumstances look so perfect. The great choreographers got multiple millions of moving pieces, billions of moving pieces in any given moment, and he's got his finger on the pulse of each of them. Just be patient, let him do his thing, and somehow, some way, everything comes together. Incredible. Also, we'll just finish with this. Here's a concept. The concept is also that these are just incredible gemaras. Absolutely incredible gemaras. Gemara says, God sees what path you want to take in life, and God helps you along that path. The emotional is like a loving parent. What do parents do? Parents do their best to give a child instruction, right? They try to give necessary instruction, right? Hadracha. But then what happens? Every parent comes to that moment where they're like, you know what? You got to do what you're going to do. And I can't help you not make mistakes. What I can do is I can give you as much information, I can give you as much advice, I can model you the right behavior, but then at a certain point in time, you got to do you. The Baruch gives us a Torah. Baruch gives us Hadracha. Baruch models for us everything we're supposed to do, everything we're supposed to do. But then at a certain point, Hashem says, I can't make you do anything. I can't make you do anything. So with Derek Sha'adam Lotze Lele Kmolich also. You choose a path, Hashem says, and whatever path you choose, I'll help you. But you have to choose the path. Incredible. So the Gemara says, we see examples of this from Torah Nevi'im and Ksubim. So listen to this. The Gemara says, Torah Ksiv, Lo Selech Imayim, Ksiv Kum Lech Itam. So Torah by Bilam. By Bilam, originally Hashem says to Bilam, Bilam, I don't want you to go with the messengers. Bilam insists on going, so Hashem says, fine, go. Go. Next, Hashem says, I'm Hashem your God. I'll teach you. But at the end of the day, whatever path you choose, I'll help you along it. In Maleitzin, the Yalitz, if you want to be a let's, right? If you want to be a scoffer, Hashem will help you with your scofferkeit. And if you want to be humble, then Hashem ultimately again will help you with your humility. But let's say one of the most profound Gemaras. You choose a path. Hashem gives me all the tools I need to be successful. He gives me a Torah, He models for me, He gives me kopos, and He says, go accomplish. But I can't make you choose correctly. So whatever you choose, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'll help you along that path. Now I'll just end off with this. He frames this idea of the separate. He says, every day, Hashem sends down Shefa. Hashem sends down Koach. The Koach's not bad. The Koach's not good. It's just energy. So the Rabbi says, whatever state you're in, when you receive that Koach is going to propel you to go down that road. So if I'm sinning, and in that moment, that's when the Shefa comes down, that's when the energy comes down, it's going to be a sinful day. Because that Koach is going to cause me to sin. If on the other hand, I'm in a good spiritual state, when that energy comes down, that energy is going to propel me forward. That's what Shlomo says. Make sure your clothing is always white. Make sure you're in a constant state of spiritual preparedness. Because I don't know when that energy is going to come down. And I want to make sure that when it comes down, I'm ready to receive it in the right way and it propels me down the right path. Hashem gives us all the tools we need to be successful. The one thing He doesn't do for us is choose a path. It's up to us. Choose correctly, choose wisely. Hashem, like a supportive parent, is like, look, whatever you choose, I'll help you. I'm telling you path to choose. Choose life. I'm telling you what to choose. I have to tell you what to choose, but I can't force you to make the right decision. But as a supportive parent, whatever you do choose, I'll help you along that path. All the whispers in our ears, please, from the bottom of my divine heart, one request: choose wisely. So I'm saying, okay. I say we should see it's 20 minutes. We have a little bit more time tomorrow. Also, I think we have an hour tomorrow. Mir Hashem as well. We'll be good. Let's say. This might be a record. This might be a record.
I don't remember the story. The French guy goes, he's like, I'm depressed or whatever. And the therapist. He's like, I'm feeling really blockbuster these days. Nothing makes me happy. Nothing's Netflix. And the doctor says, cool story, bro, but let me hit you with this, baby. You gotta go see Pat Batch in the mouth. He goes, every night he's like, Pat Batch is the funniest guy around, dude. Some would say the most, he's the best. And Pat Batch, he goes, actually, cool story, bro, to you. But doctor, I am Pat Batch. So,
all right, so say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Top Shin Pei, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for dedicating all the Shem and Droshos this year. And it's supposed to be served for us all of our Nisra. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Pollock, and the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson, Tegan Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsorship in the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shnei for all the families today, and having Shimon Pilman in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brina, Bas, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron of the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Slav and Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all those who need a full Shabbat together, it's called Holy Yisrael. To which Baruch Hashem, Eretz Hashem, brings home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov. We should allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. Those of you that let us begin elect. Today, Baruch Hashem, great daf ahead of us. Today's daf is daf Ches 8. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Ches on days 8b, and we left off yesterday. I believe Ben Gola Al Yidei Av. Is that correct? 2 dots. Okay, so we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. Ben Gola Al Yidei Av. So literally translated is that if the son kills the father accidentally, the son is sent to Dallas based on the death of his father. Says Gemara, meaning, plus it says if a person kills someone, this comes to exclude, or a person hits someone, strikes someone, this comes to exclude one who goes ahead and strikes his father. Now, we'll say, now here, the Pasuk is talking about it. So again, this comes to exclude one's father. So again, that contradicts the Mishnah. Thank you, Rabbi. Comes a contradiction to the Mishnah. So the Gemara says, kind of low kasha. It's not a contradiction. Thank you. So Rav kind of low kasha. How to be Shimon v'Harabanan. The Gemara says, not a contradiction. 2 different opinions. One is Rabbi Shimon and one is the Rabbanan. Now, both say, now what's this machlokes over here? If you take a look at Rashi, this is actually quite interesting. Rashi says over here, so actually, let's read the rest of the Gemara. First one, Rashi. Rabbi Shimon Damer Chenek Chamer Misa. Actually, no. Let's read Rashi. Good. Rashi will say is in the white lines, 3rd line down in. So Rabbi Shimon Damer, listen to this. Little Chazal of Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin, the Parakdal of Misos, Chenek Chamer Misayif. So according to Rabbi Shimon, remember we had this whole focus about in the Arba Misos Bezdin, which is considered to be more Chamer, which is considered to be more Kal. So according to Rabbi Shimon, Chenek, which is strangulation, is considered to be more chamer, more stringent than sayif, which is beheading. Okay, now watch this. Now again, according to Rabbi Shimon, if a person, a son, chas v'shalom, kills his father, the penalty ultimately is chenek. The penalty is strangulation. This now, that's in a general case. This now, mishin is chayiv beis misos bezdin nidon bechamura. V'horik abed chayiv shtei misos. So it's very interesting. Technically speaking, if a person goes ahead and chas v'shalom kills his father, he's really chayiv 2 death penalties. Why? One for striking his father, and then one for killing his father. Now, interestingly enough, the halacha is that if a person strikes his father, that's chenek, and in general, when you go and you kill someone, that's hereg. That's hereg, right? Beheading. So now, so now, right, a person kills his father. There's 2 penalties involved over here. There's chabura, which is chenek, and then there's killing someone. He's killing someone, which is hereg, which is now again, according to Rabbi Shimon says that chenek is more chamer. Therefore, again, had the son killed his father intentionally, he would be subject to chenek. Va'achshav shu shogeg lo nitna shinagasal mekapara begalus. Im nitna Torah kapara shinigas sayif shikala lo nitna kapara shinigas chenek. So this is very interesting. So now, remember, the whole concept of galus, is that galus is a kapara. That even kapara, as we've seen, has its limitations. Like you can't be mechaper for everything. So Rabbi Shimon hold like this. So in general, galus is mechaper for lower forms of misa, like sayiv, like hereg, like chenek, which is considered to be a more chamer form of misa. So ultimately, galus is not mechaper for that. So according to Rabbi Shimon, who holds that you can only get chenek for even just injuring a parent, holds that galus cannot be mechaper for that. Galus cannot be mechaper for that. Therefore, Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that ultimately, if a son kills his father, ultimately he does not go to galus, because the death penalty that he is liable to is chenek. Chenek is too severe to be atoned for through galus. That's Rabbi Shimon. Back to the Gemara. So Rabbi Shimon Damer chenek chamer misayif. According to Rabbi Shimon, holds that chenek, which is the penalty you get for killing your father, is more chamer than sayif, which is the general penalty one gets for taking a life. Shiligas sayif, I'm reading more now. Shiligas sayif nitla kapara. Shiligas chenek lo nitla kapara. So again, a shogeg that involves a sayif penalty can be atoned for, but a shogeg that involves a chenek penalty, i.e. striking or killing one's father, Galus cannot be mechaber for. Therefore, the position of Rabbi Shimon is that if a son accidentally kills his father, the son does not go to Galus. That's the opinion reflected in the Brisa that the Gemara just quoted. On the other hand, our Mishnah, which says that a son does go to Galus for killing his father, whose opinion is that? That's the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon, the Ami Saif Chamar Mechanek. So according to the Rabbanon, who hold that Saif, remember again, Saif, the heading, is the general penalty you get when you kill someone. So the Rabbanon hold that Saif is more Chamar than Chenek. Therefore what? Therefore, Holik Avid B'Shogeg Shiniga Saifu, B'Shiniga Saif Nitna L'Kafara. So Rabbanon says it's very interesting. So according to the Rabbanon will say Stam, Chenek, right, or I should say Saif is more Chamar than Chenek. So therefore, again, the fact that Golos is Mechaper for Saif, it's certainly mechaper for Chenek, and therefore, according to the Rabbanon, a son would go to Golos if he accidentally killed his father. So the Rabbanon is the position mentioned in our Mishnah, and Rabbi Shimon is the position mentioned in our Brisa. So let's say it's very interesting just to see how all roads lead back to this machlokas in Sanhedrin, which is considered to be the more common form of Misa. According to Rabbi Shimon, Chenek is more common. According to the Rabbanon, Sayif is more common. Why does this make a difference? Because in general, when you kill someone, you chayiv Sayif. Accidentally, because when you chayiv Sayif. Therefore, again, if Golos is the mechaper for Sayif, according to the Rabbanon, the mechaper for Sayif, which is more common, there's even the mechaper for Chenek, which is more kal. According to Rabbi Shimon, Sayif is more kal. Golos takes care of Sayif. Golos does not take care of. Golos does not take care ultimately again of Chenek. That's not focus. Shabbos says therefore again, halacha l'maisa, our Mishnah reflects the view of the Rabbanon that if a son accidentally kills his father, a son is sent to Golos. And Rabbi said that is how he passed it. That is how he passed it. If a son accidentally kills his father, the son is subject to the laws of God. Rabbi said there is a tremendous, there's a tremendous Mr. Haskell also, which shows us something fascinating, which is Golos is a kapara. Like Golos, the whole idea of being exiled is atonement. It's important to understand, even kapara has its limitations, which is really fascinating to think about, right? We like to think that forgiveness knows no boundaries. Atonement knows no boundaries. It's not true. There are boundaries. There are certain things that if you do, like that if you do, ultimately you pass a line, and atonement is not possible. Now again, with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's cancelled that atonement and forgiveness is boundless. But in the realm of man, right, in the realm of interpersonal relationships, there are certain lines that you cross that you cannot rebound from. You can't come back from it. So it's fascinating even to see that even Golos, which is a form of kapara, it can be mechaper for a wide swath of things. But there is a certain point where if you go too far, you can't, and this is incredibly important also because this is why we must take heed and we must take so much care in our interpersonal relationships. Like, we all have situations like this. I think this often happens much more from men towards women and women towards men, which is you do something. Let's just call it to your spouse. You do something. And what happens? You recognize that you're wrong. And you have enough courage to admit that you're wrong. So you go over to your spouse and you apologize. Now, what's interesting to note is men, and it's interesting because who wired us, we make the assumption that if you apologize sincerely, what should happen next? All is forgiven. Right? It's sincere. Like a little tear coming out of the side of my eye. It's sincere. And then sometimes, like, a person is shocked when the apology is not just automatically accepted, or even if it's accepted, like, it just doesn't reset the clock. I will say it's very important to understand this is how human relationships work. When you do certain things wrong, sometimes you pass a certain point where the forgiveness cannot be automatically granted or will not be automatically granted. It might be at some point later on. So even kapara, right? Even atonement, it has its limitations. You can't atone for everything. You can't make up for everything. You can't achieve forgiveness in the realm of interpersonal relationships for everything. But the Kadosh Baruch Hu is different. That's right. Actually, that's like Yom Kippur also, like even Yom Kippur, right? Again, Kadosh Baruch Hu provides just like thing for everything. When it comes to relationships with each other, that you got to figure out. It is incredibly important. This is why we have to take. I'm mentioning this now because especially like over Yom Kippur, we end up spending a lot of time with family. And sometimes, although it's wonderful to spend a lot of time with family, sometimes again, it can be a little bit of a setup for certain relationships to show them. And it is important for us to exercise incredible heed and caution. How we treat our spouses, how we treat our loved ones, how we treat our relatives. Because although it's nice to think that no matter what you do, it could be forgiven, it's not true. Sometimes in relationships there is a certain point where if you go too far, forgiveness ultimately again is not attainable. So the goes like even kapara has its limitations. Rabbi says, so what's very interesting. Rabbi understands over here. Rabbi understands that halacha l'maisa is actually not talking about killing your father, or killing one's father. Rather, what is it talking about? Someone who inflicts a wound upon his father, the shogeg. Right? So remember again, generally, even if a son injures his father, son hits his father, that's a chiyuv misa. What happens if a son injures his father accidentally? So the Gemara says, I might have thought, this is the interesting halamina. I would have thought that since if a son intentionally injures his father, there's a chiyuv misa. Maybe if he unintentionally injures his father, what's the halacha? It's galus. Kamash malon? No. Kamash on that there is no galus. There's no galus in that type of situation. If a son accidentally injures his father, ultimately again, he's pocket from Misa. He may be chayiv in damages, right? Because Adam or the Olam, you're always chayiv in damages, even if you inflict them accidentally. But Lamai said there's no galus for accidentally injuring one's father. Incredible. Aglos says to later. Hakol golden idea Yisrael. So the Gemara said everyone, literally translated, everyone is exiled through Yisrael, which makes it sound like anyone who kills a Jew is subject to galus. So says the Gemara, Hakol golden idea Yisrael asuyemai. Who or what does this come to include? So the Gemara says, Lasui Eved v'Kusi. It's coming to include an Eved. Remember, whenever we see an Eved, Eved means Eved Kinani, right? And a Kusi. And I've also about what's unique about Eved Kinani. What's unique about Eved Kinani? So in general, whenever there are only two groups of people who can be partially Jewish, right? Celebrities and Eved Kinani, right? So it's interesting. Generally, right? You can't be part Jewish. Either you're in or you're out. So what's interesting is the exception to that rule is actually Evet Kinani. Because remember again, a Jew acquires an Evet Kinani. He has Milah and Tevilah l'shem aplos, circumcision and immersion in mikvah for the sake of being an Evet. That essentially gives him the obligations, like an Isha, like a woman. Then upon emancipation, he becomes a full-fledged Jew. So it's interesting. He is quasi-Jewish. Right? And a kusin. Now remember again, we'll say kusin. So remember, we use kusin a little bit in different ways in different contexts. Kusi sometimes can be synonymous with akum. But remember, kusin, we know again in their real categorical designation, who these group of individuals from, surprisingly enough, Kusa, right, who converted, resettled in Eretz Yisrael by Shalvares, or the kingdom of Ashur. They were idolaters. It was an outbreak of lions in Eretz Yisrael because of their idolatry. They converted. But there's a focus whether or not their conversion was legitimate or not. So the Gemara says, who are we talking about? We're Eved and a Kusi. Watch this. So the Gemara says, Listen to this. Eved v'Kusi, Gola v'Lokai Yisrael. And Eved and a Kusi are exiled and lashed through a Yisrael based on what they do to a Jew. Now, what does this mean? Yisrael Gola v'Lokai Kusi v'Eved. And a Yisrael ultimately is exiled and flogged based on a Kusi and Eved. What does this mean? So Mishlam Kusi v'Eved Gola Yisrael v'Lokai. So listen to this. I understand how an Eved and a Kusi could be Gola Yisrael v'Lokai. Listen to this. Gola. The Katman. So, for example, if an Eved or a Kusi killed the Jew accidentally, they can be sent to Galus, right? And Velokia, what's the case of Velokia? Where would they get flogged? The Lachie, if they cursed the Jew. So, if an Eved or a Kusi accidentally killed the Jew, they can be sent to Galus. And if they curse a Jew, they could be flogged. Ali Yisrael, Gola, Velokai, de Kusi. But I understand, what's the case of Yisrael being Gola, Veloka, exiled and flogged based on a Kusi? So, Mishlama Gola, I can understand the case of Galus. When did Galus come up? The Kaple. Let's say a Jew accidentally killed the Kusi. Okay, so I can see that maybe he's exiled for that. And a loka amai delache. So if you want to say when would he be flogged? maybe he'd be flogged ultimately if he cursed. If he cursed the Kusi, here's the problem with that. In the Pasuk says, "V'nasi ba'amcha lo sar, va'oseh mase amcha." The only time you're obligated for cursing someone is if they fit into the category of amcha. Amcha, your nation. And I'm going to say, what's the definition of your nation? Oseh mase amcha, where they follow the dictates of Yiddishkeit. But the Pashtos, again, a Kusi is not. So why would I be obligated for cursing him? Interesting. The case might be where, let's say again, I testified against the Kusi, then I was made into an Eid Zomim. I can get Malchus for that. But here's the issue. Is there a parallel case by an Eved? Because if you were to testify by an Eved and then be made into an Eid Zomim, Eved bar Eidusu is an Eved even subject to the laws of Eidus. What's the case? Very interesting. The case can very well be where I injured the Kusi, or the other for that matter, and injured them in a way with an injury that doesn't result in injuries of akuta. So we'll say, what happens if you injure someone? This is actually interesting. I injure someone, but the injury does not amount to a shava pruta. So remember again, in the world of damages, if there's less than a shava pruta, then what do you chayiv? Nothing. But listen to this. Rashi says over here, Tap Rashi Tesson Aleph She'in Bo Shava Pruta, She'nish Bo Tashlimi Pruta Mishalim Be'en Aloket, the Ksubas Be'en Aris. So this is very interesting. So the halacha is, the Peruship Sotorah Chotah Bechaver Tashlim, She'in Bo Shava Pruta Loket, Sha'ava Alosek. Listen to this. So there's an interesting halacha about it, just an aside. We're always, right, if you injure someone and it's less than a Shava Pruta, there should be no liability for damages, but you get Malchus. You get Malchus, right? Which I must say, by the way, makes sense from the perspective of societal order, right? In other words, that you can't just go around injuring people, and even if there's not financial liability for you, can't. There's got to be some level of liability. So the case could be where I injured the Evan of the Kusi, less than a Shava Pruta, but I lost for my second. I'll get Malchus. If you injured him with a hakal less than a shava pruta, ultimately again you get Malchus. The lo makshin hakal leklala, and we won't go ahead and equate injuring with cursing. There are two separate set of halachas. Just because there might be liability for injuring doesn't mean there'll be liability for cursing. Okay, chutz mi ayidei ger toshav. So we'll say, so this is interesting. So the Mishnah said, except by ger toshav. Right? It said the yisrael golin ayideihen chutz mi ger toshav. The ger toshav ain't gola al yidei ger toshav. Remember again, who's the ger toshav? The ger toshav is a guy, right? He's a non-Jew who lives in Eretz Yisrael and essentially accepts all Shem mitzvos b'nei Noach. Okay, so when I say Amma, ger toshav obei kochavim. Now, obviously, the fact that it sounds like that a Jew is not exiled because of the ger toshav sounds like the ger toshav has the din of an akum, of a non-Jew. So they want to say, hey, let's see, if I'm going to look at the end of the Mishnah, ger toshav gola al yidei ger toshav. So it sounds like if the ger toshav kills another ger toshav, he would be sent to Galus. So the Gemara says, so what's going on over here? One is talking about a case of a ger toshav who killed another ger toshav. That gets Galus. But the other case is the case of a ger toshav who kills a Jew who does not get Galus. Now, we'll say that this is very interesting. It goes to what we said before. Galus, what is Galus? Galus is a kapara. It's an atonement. Now, remember again, in order for atonement to work, the sin itself can only be up to a certain level of severity. If it goes beyond the severity threshold, then Galus can't work. So therefore, when one ger toshav kills another ger toshav, it's subject to Galus. But if a ger toshav kills a Jew, even accidentally, that act is of such great severity that it is too great to be atoned for through Galus. Right? We kind of look at not going to Galus as like, you're getting off, right? You're getting off. You're not being held liable. It's the opposite, right? When you don't get Galus, it means that the act has risen to such a level of severity that it cannot be atoned simply through Galus. So look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, ger toshav, it's right across from Rashi. Ger toshav, shah ger toshav. Gola, can be coming to head. You have Reish, Kishar, Yisrael, in a gola, de lo sagile de Galus. So therefore, again, since we're resolving is like this. If a ger toshav kills a ger toshav, he goes to Galus. But if a ger toshav kills a Jew, he does not go to Galus because that act is too great to be atoned for through Galus. Incredible. So others bring this conversation in a different way, contrasting Psukim. Listen to this. Ksiv. L'bnei Yisrael, v'lager v'latoshav v'socham, tiena sheish ha'aret. Well, see, remember, here's what's interesting. The passage explicitly says, right, l'bnei Yisrael, right, for the ger, and the toshav who lives in their midst, these 6 cities. Now, which 6 cities are we talking about? Sorry, Mikvah. It's actually our next Mishnah, or 2 Mishnahs from now. No, Mishnah, 2 Mishnahs from now. Right? So we'll talk about the 6 cities. So interestingly enough, what do you see from this passage? The Ger Toshav is included in the halachos of Ger Mikvah. Right? She's mentioned here explicitly. So the Gemara says, listen to this. But then the pasuk says, these cities will be for you. Lachem, for no the gerim. For you, and not for gerim. I must say gerim, obviously, in this context, doesn't mean what? Doesn't mean converts, right? Because a convert is a regular Jew. It means ger toshav. So which one is it? Are the Ari Mikvah for ger toshav or not for ger toshav? What's going on? Lachana, lo kasha. Can be ger toshav, shara Yisrael. Can be ger toshav, shahara ger toshav. Oh, it all depends who you're killing. It's good to know, right? It all depends who you're killing in life, right? So in other words, again, if a ger toshav is killing another ger toshav, then ir mikvah. If the ger toshav is killing a Jew, no ir mikvah. Okay. So our minute Gemara is the kasha leficha ger ba'ovikacham shahargu neharakim. Listen to this. The Gemara says. Your middle. Gemara is the kasha. Ger ba'ovikacham shahargu. Right. So if a ger and an ovikacham is killed, neharakim. Ultimately, again, they're killed. So the Gemara says, what's interesting about this? What's interesting is we're putting ger and akum in the same sentence. Now, once again, we'll say ger in this context always means what? Ger toshav. Because remember again, when it comes to the halachos of killing, it's accidentally killing, right? So what does it matter if a person converted, a person is born Jewish? It makes absolutely no difference. A Jew is a Jew. So nice. It's interesting to note over here that the ger and the ovei kochavim are put together. So ger v'ovei kochavim shahargu neharakim. Hatani ger dumya to ovei kochavim. Now, I want to say the Torah sounds like the pasuk, not the pasuk. The Brisa is equating a ger to an ovei kochavim. How so? Not ovei kochavim loshna dekadol barminei loshna dekadol la barminei nerag. Just like an akum will say, whether the akum killed someone like him or killed someone who was not like him. In other words, whether another ovei kochavim or a Jew. What's the halacha? Cut off. That he's killed. That he killed. A ben noach is executed. Even for accidental murder. Ger loshna dekadol barminei, loshna dekadol la barminei nerag. So it sounds like we're equating the halacha of the ger toshav with an akum. So what's going on over here? So it sounds like a ger toshav is not subject to galus at all. So I'm Rav Chisda lo kasha. Listen to this. Kan shahargu derech yerida, kan shahargu derech aliyah. All very interesting. So the Gemara wants to make a distinction. Maybe it matters how the ger toshav is killing. So again, if he kills derech yerida, or is in a downward motion, that's shogeg, may be subject to galus. If he kills derech aliyah, that's not considered to be a paradigmatic case of shogeg, and therefore what? Not subject to galus, rather to execution. Derech yerida, Yisrael gali, ihu nami sagile begalus. So just like a Jew, right? So in this respect, the ger toshav is somewhat similar to a Jew. Just like a Jew goes to galus when he kills someone derech yerida, so too if the ger toshav kills another ger toshav derech yerida, they go to galus. Another derech aliyah, Yisrael pater, derech aliyah, where Yisrael is pater. Remember again, we'll say, if a Jew kills someone derech aliyah, remember we had all these cases, he's lifting the bucket, right, and the rope snaps and it falls down, or he's pulling the roller up and it falls down and kills someone. The Jew doesn't go to galus in those circumstances. In those circumstances, a ger toshav would be executed. Okay, Rabbi. So Rabbi wants us to justify. So we'll say, so therefore, what it sounds like the Gemara saying is like this: is a ger toshav is subject to galus when he kills another ger toshav, not subject to galus when he kills a Jew. Furthermore, a ger toshav is only subject to galus if he kills derech yirida, but if he kills derech aliyah, then ultimately he's executed like an akum, who is held liable for any act of bloodshed as well. Amalei Rabbi, Vlad Kavachomer, Rav isn't the Kavachomer, Umat derech yirida, the Yisod Gali, Ihu Nami Sagi Leva Galus. So, right, ultimately, again with derech yirida, where a Jew goes to galus, so certainly again a ger toshav will go to galus as well. Derech aliyah, the Yisrael Potter, Ihu Nerag. Doesn't make sense to say that derech aliyah, where a Jew is parted from galus, that a ger toshav is executed. Does that make sense? Allah Amarava, this is fascinating. Allah Amarava, Omer Mutter. What's the case over here, both sides? The case over here is Omer Mutter. What's Omer Mutter? Rashi says over here, Nerag Belad Bar Galusu. What are we talking about over here? A ger toshav who thinks it's permitted to take a life. Omer Mutter. He didn't know. He didn't know the halacha. He thought it was permitted to go and kill someone. That's called Omer Mutter. So Rabbi wants to suggest that ultimately, again, a ger toshav who kills someone in the context of Omer Mutter, ultimately is put to death. He's executed. Only Abaye, Omer Mutter honest, but Omer Mutter, that would be honest. So wouldn't that be honest? So if a person thinks that it's permitted to go ahead and take a life, wouldn't that be a case of honest, extenuating circumstances? To which the Gemara says, Amalei Shani Omer Mutter Karov Lamezid. You know, we'll say Rabbi holds, I hold that Omer Mutter is Karov Lamezid. Karov Lamezid. Then ultimately, again, this is not considered to be honest, but rather ultimately, again, this is Karov Lamezid. And we'll say now, again, what's the, so let's see, Va'adlu Tanai, they go according to their reasoning. The Itmar, Kasava Ben Minim Sa'adam, let's listen to this. Let's say ger toshav is out hunting. He thinks he sees an animal. Right? But he accidentally kills a person. So, in other words, it turns out that it wasn't an animal, it was a person. Which I will say shows you something amazing. It shows you how low a person could sink if they could be mistaken for an animal. Like sometimes a person could debase themselves to such a level that they're mistaken for a behemoth. So Kasar Behemoth and Imsa Adam, to not even inside ger toshav, or again, he thought it was a non-Jew, but it turned out to be a ger toshav. What's halacha in these cases? So I will say, so interestingly enough, in these cases, the ger toshav killed, there was intention to take his life. He just thought it was what? A different life. In case one, he thought it was an animal, it turned out to be a person. Case two, that it was an akum, turned out to be another ger toshav. So what's halacha? Rava Amar Chayiv. Rava says you're chayiv. The ger toshav is chayiv. Why? Omer Mutter Karov Lamezid. Because just because you think something is mutter, right, that borders on Mezid. That borders on Mezid. The Chisda says, Potter. The Chisda on the other hand says, Allah Kalamaisa again, Potter, why Omer Mutter honestly? Ultimately, again, he holds that Omer Mutter ultimately again is honest. So I'll say, it's such a fascinating machlokes, right? Which has tremendous hashkafic implications as well. What's Omer Mutter? Omer Mutter essentially is really one of two cases. Either a person thought things were a certain way, but did not take the time to clarify what the actual circumstances were. Or a person literally lacked knowledge, but did not take the necessary steps to clarify or to gain that knowledge. So what is that? What is that? In life, I want to say, no, this happens all the time to us. Like, Omer Mutter, I did something because I didn't take the time to clarify what the actual circumstances were. Or I did something and I did not know what I did was prohibited. And now, after the fact, what is my level of liability for not having taken the necessary steps to clarify the circumstances or to gain the requisite knowledge to operate properly? What is my liability? So it's my focus, right? The Chisda says, okay, it's ones, it's karov ones, right? What are you going to do? Right? There wasn't intentionality to do anything terrible. It's karov ones. So this is what we're talking about. That's karov lamezid. It's karov lamezid. You should have been more. Why not take the time in life to clarify your circumstances? Why not take the time to acquire the necessary knowledge you need to operate properly? And failure to do so, don't say ones. Don't try extenuating circumstances. I didn't take the time to clarify the circumstances around me. I didn't take the time to acquire the necessary knowledge. That's a failure on my part. Okay, is it Mezid? Okay, no, it's not going to rise to Mezid, but you know what? Karov Lamezid. And I will say, I think we would all agree We'll see what the halacha l'maisa is. But hashkafa l'maisa is Omer Mutter is absolutely cut off l'maisa. Omer Mutter, failure to clarify the circumstances around me and acting without that clarity, or acting without taking the time to acquire proper knowledge and proper tools to make informed decisions, and then making poor decisions or acting in a wrongful fashion, I am liable for that. I am absolutely liable for that, right? Adam muad li'olam. I am responsible to clarify circumstances before I make decisions. And I am responsible to acquire the necessary knowledge to lead an informed life. Failure to do so, that's on you. That's on you. Halacha l'maisa will see a little bit. Says go back to says the Gemara Eitzur Rabbi Shista. So Rabbi Shista, him chametz ali sheshalakachtas. Listen to this. Avimelech. I remember again what's the story about Avimelech. Avimelech goes to Gerar, and remember again when he goes to Gerar, he says to Avimelech, she says to Sarah, Imrina Achosia, tell them that you're my sister. Right? So what happens? Avimelech goes out and takes Sarah, and then the whole household is stricken by a terrible plague. And then Kadosh Baruch Hu says to Avimelech, you are going to be executed, right? You're going to be killed because of this married woman that you took. So the Gemara says, "My lad b'dishanayim." Does it not mean ultimately again that halacha l'maisa is going to be executed by heaven? Now remember again, Avimelech is a case of Omer Mutter. Omer Mutter, right? He thought that she was Avram's sister, and therefore again she was eligible. She was eligible. To which the Gemara says, no. Might be the Adam. So does this not show us that a Ben Noach is held accountable for Omer Mutter? Right? He literally again, I'm not going to be executed. Lo b'dei shamayim. No. Hashem is saying, Avimelech, in a court of law, you would not be found guilty. So l'maisa again, Omer Mutter is karav la'ones. Like Rabbi Shemaim, as like Kadosh Baruch Hu, you would absolutely be held liable. Degenani b'ksid mechato li. Kadosh Baruch Hu phrases it as Avimelech, you're sinning towards me. All the time, using this logic for Chatasi le'elokim. When it says Chatasi le'elokim, I would say again, this is by Yosef. Right? When Eshes Potiphar is trying to seduce him, and Yosef essentially says to her, how can I do this if I do this for Chatasi le'elokim? So the Gemara says, le'elokim lo Adam. So with Yosef, he committing a crime just to come out again. Adultery again. So would have been a crime punishable again in a human court of law as well. Eladino Masr the Adam. Rather, again, what you have to say is, as much as Yosef was saying that I'd be seen against God, it would be against God, but it would also be a din that would be handed over to a human court. Ha'achenami Dino Masr the Adam. So to over here, Avimelech's din would have also been handed over to a human court. So what do you see from here, according to Rabbi? What do you see from here? That Omer Mutter is karav l'mezid. Right? That ultimately, just because someone thinks something is mutter, nevertheless, Omer Mutter is almost rises to a level of intentionality. Space Rabbi because to Rabbi Hagar gan Sadik Karov. So ultimately, Avimelech says back. Ultimately, again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he says, are you going to go ahead and just kill an innocent person? So it sounds like it wasn't. Now remember, ultimately Hashem forgives Avimelech, which makes it sound like God agreed with Avimelech that Omer Mutter is karav la'ones. Hasan ki v'kama hadri iluya v'ata harshet eshes ha'ish kinyavihu. As Baruch Hu tells Avimelech, return Sarah. Here's the thing. Because Rashi points out over here, lo hodu dvar sheshi lo tshuva shechayim nisa shino tzarek v'davar shaylo lo mo derech aretz mefarsh. So we're going to see that Hashem did not agree with Avimelech. Avimelech wanted to portray himself as a victim. Right? I'm a victim in this. After all, again, they conspired. Right? They both said, she's my sister. What was I to do? Kadosh Baruch Hu says, you're not innocent. Maybe Omer Mutter is not karav l'mezid. Maybe so. But l'maisa, still you're not potter. You're not innocent over here. Why not? So this is very interesting. So Hashem says to Avimelech, return Sarah to Abram, because Abram is a Navi. On the days. So you must understand. Eishes Navi L'Tihadar, the Lav Navi L'Tihadar, I understand. So you have to return a man's life because he's a prophet, and if he's not a prophet, you don't have to return his life. I'm going to be understand. Happy Kamalah. This is what Hashem said to Avimelech. Yata, Hashes es Eshes Ha'ish Mikabachim. Right? Avimelech, return Sarah to her husband because she's a married woman. That's it. Period. I did the comment. I go down Tzadik Taro. So maybe Avimelech, now you're gonna play like the victim card. Right? You're gonna say, right, you're the victim. Right? Everyone says it's incredible, right? Avimelech, you see, it's not just in 2025 that everybody's a victim, right? I was gonna say, Avimelech, you're the victim. You're the victim. You're not the victim. You're not the victim. In the comments, I go down Tzadik Taro. Hello, who Amalia Kosiu? Because after all, again, Avram said to me, that Sarah is my sister. Do you know why Avram said she was my sister? She's my sister? Not easily. Because Avram was a very smart man. Avram was a prophet. And he understood how things were working here in your Kehillah. Right? He understood how things were happening over here in your community. Why that happened? He understood from your behavior how you have to operate. So let's say when someone shows up in the city, right? They will say when somebody shows up in town, right, and they're standing next to a woman, right? Generally, what's the question you ask them? Right? Ask a guest, you have a place to sleep or a place to eat. If the first question you ask them is, hey, who's she? Right? Is that your wife or your sister? Right? Generally, again, it does not portend well for the particular community. So Avram Avinu being a Navi, and we're saying in this context, being a Navi means he was an insightful individual. So he understood already, again, coming into Grau, that this was a place of incredible immorality, and that they would have possibly killed Avram and Sarah had they recognized that ultimately, again, she was his wife. So because he was a Navi, therefore he acted in a certain way. But Avimelech, ultimately, again, the fact that these were the questions that he was asking and came down to Grau is in and of itself an indictment of you and your community. So don't play the victim card, right? I know, don't play the victim card. So what do you see from here? So ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu rejects Avimelech's claim of Omer Mutter, right? He rejects his claim. He rejects his Avimelech. You are liable. Okay, I'm not going to kill you. Because I recognize that you did not act intentionally. But please understand that at the end of the day, a Ben Noach is held liable for Omer Mutter. We'll say that at Halacha L'maisa. That's how the Gemara ends off. Right? That a Ben Noach who thinks that something is Mutter, and if it operates in that way, he should have learned. You should have clarified the circumstances. You should have learned what is that. And failure to clarify your circumstances, failure to clarify and learn, ultimately results in liability and culpability. Incredible. Says the Mishnah. Asuma in a gola. So this is very interesting too. A blind person is not exiled. Right? So this is a pastor. So this is talking about over here is that a blind person kills someone, like accidentally kills someone, he is not sent into Galus. Right? Miriam Gola says yes, he is killed. He's exiled. Quite interesting. Hasone in a gola. So it says let's say Reuben accidentally kills Shimon. And Reuben and Shimon are bitter enemies. So what's the halacha? Tanakama says Reuben is not exiled. But he also says Hasone in Nerag. The Tanakama, the Sone, right? The enemy, right? Reuben and Shimon are enemies. Reuben accidentally kills Shimon. Tanakama says Reuben's not going to go to Galus, but also not going to do anything else. Right? We're not going to do anything else. On the other hand, Rabbi Yossi says that a Sone is executed. Wow. So that means Reuben accidentally killed Shimon. So let's just understand, right? Reuben's going ahead and walking down the ladder. Reuben falls off the ladder, falls onto Shimon, and kills him. So the Tanakama holds Reuben's not going to go to Galus for that. But we're also not doing anything else to him. Rabbi Yossi holds we're actually going to execute Reuben for that. Wow. Why? Ultimately, again, because Reuben is considered to be forewarned. Right? Why? Because since this real animosity exists, we view Reuben as being ready to harm Shimon at the first opportunity. Therefore, he's considered to be warned. There's a hasra, and therefore, again, if he kills Shimon, he's actually executed for that. Wild, I will say. It's absolutely wild. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon says, Yesh Sone Gola, Yesh Sone Shena Gola. Sometimes an enemy is exiled, sometimes an enemy is not exiled. For example, Zakral, Kosher Yahol Lomar, Ludas Harad Inagola, the Shalom Das Harad Harezagola. So we'll say it's very interesting. Rabbi Shimon says, essentially, we have to look at the circumstances. Look at the circumstances. If it's clear that it was an accident, then halakha said there's galus. If there's any suffix about the accidental nature of events, then ultimately he won't go to galus. Very interesting. Since I said you're going to turn so we'll say first thing we're going to do is a blind guy. Right? So remember again, machlokes, does a blind man go to galus if he accidentally kills someone? Right? Rabbi Yehuda says no. Rabbi Meir says yes. So turn out and below the os. Right, so also it's very interesting. So the pasuk, when it talks about it, says B'chol Aven Asher Yamos below the os. So we'll say when it talks about the accidental killer, it says he didn't see. Now the Pashas, what does it mean he didn't see? He wasn't aware, right? He wasn't aware, right? So remember, again, Ruben's chopping wood, a splinter flies off, kills Shimon. He didn't see Shimon in the vicinity. He didn't see him. But now this is the Mark Dash, below those, practice in the Rabbi Yehuda. You don't say this literally. Literally. That someone without sight doesn't go to Galus. Rabbi Yehuda. And there on below those, the Rabbi says Asuma. And there says, no, below those comes to actually include a blind person. Right? Even someone who is below the os, ultimately again goes to Galus. Fundamental machlokes. My time Rabbi Yehuda, what's Rabbi Yehuda's logic? The Yisid, Vashayavo Esra'elu Bayar. Right? Remember again, the pasuk makes the pasuk sounds like Reuben and Shimon come into the forest. So the Gemara says, Afilu Suma, right? Afilu Suma. Even a blind person. I also below the os. So remember again, essentially like Yar is like a reboy, anyone who comes into the forest. Then it says below the os, without sight. So the Gemara says Miyate. Ultimately it comes to exclude Suma. Right, so this is Rabbi Yehuda's logic, right? Rabbi Yehuda holds that halakha l'maisa, Suma is excluded. Yar comes to include everyone, and then below the os comes to exclude a blind person. Okay, Rabbi Meir says below the os the night. So below the os comes to exclude a suma, right? Lead da'as l'night without intent is also a miyut. What is this? Havemiyut achamiyut. It's one exclusionary phrase after another. And we'll say, what's that? One of the extra principles. What's miyut achamiyut? Miyut achamiyut el rabos. Right? A miyut after another. Miyut only comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, a suma, and that is the position ultimately again of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Yehuda, if lead das practically miskadin das. Rabbi Yehuda will say, no, the lead das comes to exclude something else, comes to exclude someone with intention. So we'll say, so therefore, this is our machlokes. Is a suma exiled for accidentally killing someone? So we'll say that Rambam Paskin's like Rabbi Yehuda, a blind person does not go to Galus. Right? So if Reuben is blind and he accidentally kills Shimon, halakha l'maisa, not sent to Galus. First wise, and Rabbi Yossi Omer Asoni Nerad. Rabbi Yossi is very interesting. Rabbi Yossi says, if Reuben hates Shimon, and then Reuben accidentally kills Shimon, so what's the halacha? Rabbi Yossi says Reuben is executed. Why? Because Reuben is considered to be forewarned. So he was the Asra, but 1 second. But he didn't get Asra. You could say it's like he's been forewarned, that's very nice, but he didn't get Asra. He executed Asra. Masnis in Rabbi Yosef Yehudi, this time, Rabbi Yehudi Omer, Chaver, ain't Sarech Hasra. So I say, remember again, Rabbi Yosef Yehudi holds that a Tam Chacham doesn't require Hasra. Why? L'fi shol nikna Asra el hafkanin shogeg b'mezid. So what are we talking about over here? We're talking about Reuben, the guy who hates Shimon is a Tam Chacham. He's a Tam Chacham, so because he's a Tam Chacham, ultimately what? He doesn't require Hasra. So because he doesn't require Hasra, therefore when he ends up killing Shimon, we view it as an premeditated act, and therefore he's going to be executed. So what's about it? It tells you something amazing. How could it be that you have a Tam Chacham who hates another Yid? How could that be? It's very simple. Because just because you have a lot of Torah knowledge doesn't mean you have Midos. Doesn't mean you have 2 Midos. Those are 2 different buckets. It'd be very nice to think that the more Torah you have, the more midos you have. But unfortunately, again, we do tend to see this life bifurcation. And just because, right, remember, I'll say, it's easy to acquire Torah knowledge. It really is. It really is. For the simple reason, learning Torah is incredible. It's fantastic. It's enjoyable. So to go ahead and soak this in, great. You could be a bad person and acquire a lot of Torah. The goal is that Torah changes me. Right? The goal is that Torah refines me. But unfortunately, some people live with cognitive dissonance. And in that state of cognitive dissonance, I acquire tremendous amount of knowledge, but I don't allow it to penetrate deeply enough to change me as a human being. So you can have a Talmid Chacham who is a soner. And I will say, that's the most dangerous thing. That's the most dangerous. That's the most dangerous, like, state of being, because a person speaks they're righteous because they have a lot of Torah, but they are utterly bankrupt in the world of midos, and because of that, but they don't even realize it because they think they have all this Torah, so they figure themselves as righteous and pious. Because look at me, I have this Torah. So you have to be so careful about this as well, to be the kinds of people who have to allow Torah to sink deep enough inside of you that ultimately, again, it changes my midos as well, and to recognize that even with all of the Torah, no matter how much you learn, you have to simultaneously work on your midos as well. They don't automatically occur in perfect harmony. I have to be working on my Torah, I have to be working on my midos. So as the pastor shall never become Talmid Chacham Soneh. Incredible. So what's it? Rabbi Shimon says, Yesh Soneh Gola. Rabbi Shimon says, Rabbi Shimon is in the Mishnah saying, it really depends on the circumstances, right? In other words, that we kind of look at what happened over here. Does it look like an accent? Not look like an accent? The based on Kolak. Hi, please, Rabbi Shimon. Yesh Soneh Gola, Yesh Soneh Gola. Listen to this. Nifsak Gola. Nishmat in a Gola. It's very simple. The Lord said, right, Reuven hates Shimon. Right, Reuven hates Shimon. And he makes no secret about that he hates Shimon. So what happened? So Reuven is hoisting up a bucket, and Shimon is sitting underneath the bucket. So if Reuven's pulling it up, and then suddenly, miraculously, right, it drops out of his hands, right? Nifsakola. So, for example, if the rope breaks, then ultimately, again, that's an accident. As the rope snapped, that's an accident. And therefore, again, Reuven will go to Gullus. If the rope didn't snap, but somehow Reuven lost his grip, and the bucket fell on Shimon, that doesn't look like an accident. And therefore, again, that won't get Gullus. That kind of Shimon says, the Olam Eino Gola, Achi Yishma Machatzala Biado. I write to Gemara says, but one second, Rabbi Shimon says elsewhere that he doesn't get Gullus up until the literally again the rope slips from his hand. So the Gemara says, Kashin nifsak nifsak, Kashin nishmat nishmat. It's contradiction. To which the Gemara says, nifsak nifsak lo kasha. So the case of the snapping of the rope, we'll say, is not a contradiction. Haba ohev. One is when they're friends. And we'll say, by the way, ohev doesn't have to literally mean they're friends. Just what does ohev mean? What does ohev mean? They're not enemies, right? They're not enemies. We'll say, which, by the way, is a tremendous yesod. V'ahavta l're'acha kamocha. Right? What does it mean, I will say? And again, it's probably the mitzvah that we struggle with most. What is v'ahavta kamocha? Love your like you love yourself. Impossible. I can't love every single Jew. For the simple reason I will say, even if I want to, let's be honest. There are some people who are simply unlovable. Right? There are some people, you might be related to someone else, all right? Let's say who are simply unlovable. Like they're not nice. They're not good. They're really not. Like I'll say, not everybody is good. So what do? You see something amazing. All you need to do is not hate people. Right? In other words, if you notice, by the way, how do Chazal define an ohev? Someone you love is simply what? Someone who you don't hate. Like the goal within Klal Yisrael is don't harbor animosity. Okay, so you get to the level of loving every Jew, like the Rabbi Yitzchak, Rabbi Berdichev, Zechusa Yodi Aaron, the Rabbi was a trans. He literally loved every single Yid. Incredible, fantastic. But for most of us who are not going to get to the level of Rabbi Yitzchak, Rabbi Berdichev, the Gemara says, by the way, as long as you don't hate someone, that's an ohev. The Hafta L'Re'acha Kamocha simply means don't harbor animosity against another Jew. That's it. I will say that all of us could do. That all of us could do. See, there's not one again. I love everyone. I'm just like, I love everyone like I love myself. Okay, that's Rabbi Yitzchak. That's Rabbi Akiva. That's Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? And even Moshe Rabbeinu like had his tipping point by Korach and Yisrael and Sanhedrin. Right? Even fine. But at least I will say that's a hammer animosity. So as long as you don't hate someone, he's called an Ohid. So Abba Ohid. Right? So again, I will say halacha l'maisa. If the rope snaps, ultimately again, if it's someone who I don't hate, golos. Habesone, but ultimately again, if it was an enemy, then there's no golos. Nishmat and nishmat matash. Assuming they're going to flip the out of my hand, so it's not a contradiction. So the Gemara says, ha. Rabbi Baharabanan. Ultimately, again, one of the fucking review of Rabbi, that's the Inagola, and one of the fucking review of the Rabbanan. Okay, we'll say good. Next mission, I will say now we're starting a very, very exciting sugya. I mean, this is all been very exciting. So let's go back to it. Mehekan Golden. We'll say it's interesting. So, by the way, we've been discussing, we've been speaking about Golas this whole time. By the way, where exactly are we going in Golas? To where are we being exiled? And then we'll say, you know what? We'll, sorry about it. All right, so let me start this now. Mehekan Golden. It's a long daf tomorrow. Mehekan Golden, right? So to where exactly does exile occur? La'ari Miklat, so near Miklat, the city of refuge. What about the cities of refuge? So the Gemara says. So the Gemara, that's not what's right there. We're going to take away Mishnah tomorrow. There's a whole city by itself. We're going to Mishnah tomorrow. Say tremendous shkoyach, everyone. Shkoyach.
For what it's worth, I'm sad. So I'm sentimental about it. But we'll save that.
All right, that's
true.
We're all sitting dead behind the eyes after 30 years.
That's true. Okay. Here's one that comes to us from Chance Harris. That's 2 parts. What's been your favorite and least favorite thing about Austin?
My least favorite thing about Austin. My favorite thing about Austin is the community and
All right, come on. I'll say good morning or good night, everyone. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our commentary sponsor for Touching Hey, the Tosin Mishpacha Baruch Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemot shows this year. It is close to be so all of Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Nisan called Pollock in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson, Even Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. An anonymous commentary sponsorship in the close of Simchas for all of our children. For Nisan to be the month of Geula Shema for Klal Yisrael. And Arav Nishim will come in with Avram's mother, Sarah, Raina Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Levrach, we are going to merit our commentary, all of the Nisham Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Kamo, all those who are foolish should have them together with Kol Holy Israel, to the Shmarach Hashem, let Hashem bring home all of our hostages, Shalom and B'Karov, and the holy soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Yehuda. Those with that, let us begin with an incredible God ahead of us today. Okay, so we'll say today's daf is daf fest 8. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Zayin Amud Beis 7b, and we left off at the Mishnah on the bottom. Nishmat Habarzon Mikato Baharat. So it's interestingly enough, the Mishnah is going to delve into what is considered to be the paradigmatic case of killing someone b'shogeg, because it's the case that the Torah brings down. Literally translated, the reading goes into the forest to go ahead and chop wood. And what ends up happening? The axe head falls off of the handle. Right? So when you're imagine chopping wood, the axe head flies off the handle, kills Shimon. What's halacha? Rabbi Omer Eino Golet. Rabbi says he does not go to Golos. Now listen, I understand. Not go to Golos means what? That knows he doesn't get the punishment of Golos. Obviously, he's not going to be executed. There's no fear of himself because this is not mazy. This is not intentional. So remember, as we've already sung yesterday's daf, the punishment of Golos is really only applied in very specific scenarios. Very specific scenarios. So Rabbi says this type of case is not Golos. The Chum say Gola. The Chum say no, he does get Golos. Again, we'll explain that Machlokas in Meretz Hashem in the Gemara. That's case 1. Case 2, Case 2 is really in chopping wood. A splinter of wood flies off the tree and kills Shimon. Right? So case 1 is the axe head flying off the handle, killing Shimon. Case 2 is a splinter of wood coming off of the tree and killing Shimon. In case 2, Rabbi Omer Gola. Rabbi says, this is the case of Galus. The Chum ain't a Gola. The Chum say no, he doesn't get Galus. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore these are our two cases. It says the Gemara, Tanya, I remember the Chachamim. So Rabbi says to the Chachamim, the Ne'emar, the Nashal HaBarzel Me'itzo. So Rabbi says like this. Now let's remember again, what's the position of Rabbi? Rabbi holds that if the axe head flies off, no galus. If a splinter of wood comes off, yes, galus. What's Rabbi's idea over here? So let's say, so the lashon of the pasuk is, right, the pasuk itself is Vasher Yavo Esre'elu Bayar, Lachtov Eitzim. Right? Reuben goes into the forest to chop wood. And what happens? V'nitche Yado Bagarzel Nitros Ha'etz, V'noshal HaBarzel Min Ha'etz. That's the expression. V'noshal HaBarzel Min Ha'etz. So Rabbi understands, so Rabbi says to Chum like this. Does the pasuk say, V'noshal HaBarzel Me'itzo? Does it say that the axe head fell off of its handle or flew off of its handle? Eitzo, V'alo L'ne'emar Ela Min Ha'etz. Rather, what it says is, V'nashal HaBarzel Min Ha'etz. So something happened with the axe head, with the tree. So that's why Rabbi understands that the paradigmatic case of galus is not where the axe head falls off of the handle, but rather where a splinter comes off the tree, or a piece of wood comes off of the tree, and that's what kills Shimon. Furthermore, Ne'emar Eitz L'mata, Ne'emar Eitz L'mala. Furthermore, again, it says Eitz lower down, right lower down in the pasuk, and then it says Eitz above. Ma'etz ha'amar l'mala min ha'etz ha'misbakeya. So just like ultimately, again, Eitz mentioned earlier, is talking about a piece of wood from the tree itself. So too again the Eitz that is mentioned lower down, i.e. the Nashal HaBarzel min ha'etz, ultimately is talking about a splinter of wood from the tree itself. From the tree itself. So it says, therefore, Allah said, this already has the twofold drush on this. We'll see just a little bit. So part one is, it doesn't say the Nashal HaBarzel min so that the axe head fell off on his hand. Well, that's issue number one. Right? And number two, it says Eitz twice in the pasuk. Just like in the beginning of the pasuk, it's talking about trees. So to the Nashal HaBarzel min Eitz is talking about trees as well, not the axe handle. Okay, so that's the position of Rabbi. The truth is both the Chachamim and Rabbi darshan the same pasuk. What's the pasuk? So that's the first in the Torah. Really, again, the barzel, the axe head, will come off of the Eitz. Rabbi Savar Yish in the Masoras. So Rabbi says, interestingly enough, we go ahead and we assign supremacy to the way that the word is read. So I'm not sure. So in the Masoras, you see this type of machlokes many times before, means that when we look at how to darshan a word, we look at how it's read, how it's actually pronounced. Rabbanan hold yesh in the mikra. We look at how it's written. Okay, how does this play out? Well, let me actually read it. Sorry. Rabbi Sava yesh in the Masoras v'nishal ksiv. Rabbi says we look at how the word is read. Now remember again, the word as it's written in the Torah is Vav Min Nun Shin Lam. That can be pronounced as not just V'nashal but V'nishal. As opposed to Yish Im L'Mikra, if you look at how it's written, Vav Nun Shin Aleph, that's V'nashal. So that's my focus. Now what does this mean practically? Take a look at the last branch on the daf. Yish Im L'Masoras, Rashi says, Kimashinim Tzira Ksav Shal Teva L'Moshe. So Rabbi holds like this. You look at how the word could be pronounced, not how the word is written. Therefore, Kisha'ata Korei B'nashal, Ata Mosif Havara Shal Aleph O Shal Hei Bein Nun L'Shin, U'Lefia Masoretz V'nishal Ksiv, U'Perusha V'nishal Shehishal HaBarzel Min Ha'etz HaMisbakea U'Matzes Re'eh. So watch this. So Rabbi says when we look at the word as it's written in the Torah, we look at the way it's pronounced, or the way it could be pronounced, not the way it's written. It could be pronounced as V'nishal. Now what does V'nishal mean? If you were to read it like that, V'nishal HaBarzel Min Ha'etz means, and the Barzal, the axe head, dislodged something from the tree. It dislodged it. So therefore, Rabbi understands that the paradigmatic case of killing the shogeg, as mentioned in the Torah, is where a splinter of wood comes off the tree that is being chopped and kills Shimon. That's the galus case. That's the galus case. On the other hand, Rabbanan Savi in Shadanash, Rabbanan Savi, in the Mikra, the Nashal Karina, Lashon Pao, Habarza, Asmo, the Nashal Mi'alitza. The Rabbanan on the other hand say, no, look at how it's written. It's written as Vinashal. Vinashal Abazal Min Ha'etz literally means that the axe head flew off the handle and killed Shimon like that. So if I just want to point out something very interesting over here. But let's go through what everyone agrees with. Obviously, Reuben is not going to be executed for this case. Why is he not going to be executed? Why not? Right? No intentionality, right? It's definitely a shogeg. It's what you call an accident. The shaila just is it the type of shogeg which results in galus? Right? Because as you've already seen yesterday's daf, not every case of accidental death results in an obligation to go into galus, right? Into exile. There's only very specific parameters of cases. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, Rabbi says, and what it all comes down to is how do you interpret the phrase of v'nashal habarzel min ha'etz? So the Rabbanan will say, v'nashal, that's how it's written. Nashal habarzel min ha'etz literally means the axe head falls off or flies off of the handle. So therefore, the Rabbanan's case of galus is the right within chopping wood, the axe head flies off there, the axe head flies off the handle, kills Shimon, who then goes to galus. The Rebbe says no. We look at the word of how it's read. The nisha means the axe head dislodged something from the tree. It's when the splinter from the tree kills Shimon. That's the case of galus. Incredible. So the Gemara says, one second, the Rebbe used in the Masorah realize the Rebbe really holds that we go ahead and we look at the way that the word is written, the way the word is read. Is everybody holds? What's the top of Chesim Dalet? Already, it's Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yehuda ben Roitz, Rabbi Shammai, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Kiva, Kulu Svilu, Ish in the Mikra. So here's the problem. We have an explicit statement that says Rebbe holds Ish in the Mikra. So in Darshan, the pasuk, we look as to how it's written, not how it's read. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, You're right. It happens to be. So we're going to say Machor, because not what Rebbe holds, or really Rebbe holds Yish in the Mikra. That's right. Remember again, I'll say, what else? Rebbe said two things. Rebbe said, number one, Denisha, he also made a Gzera Shava. It says 8 in the beginning of the pasuk and 8 in the end of the pasuk. Right? So the beginning of the pasuk is that a person, Asher Yava Esrael Bayar Lachtov 8. Right? So there, trees in the beginning, because it's really talking about trees. So therefore, he holds that when it says v'nashal habarzel min ha'etz, just like tree in the beginning of the pasuk refers ultimately again to actual tree. So to tree at the end of the pasuk, at the end of the pasuk doesn't refer to axe. It also applies only to tree. Okay, so that's right. Even if Rebbe holds Yish in the Mikra, he still has that Gzera Shalom. Incredible. Amra Papa, man dishaga this piece of difference. So again, so this is from the Machokis of the Rabbanon. Right, what is the biblically paradigmatic case of galus when it comes to chopping wood? Is it the axe head flies off and kills Shimon, or a splinter from the tree that Reuben is chopping flies off and kills Shimon? So let's say, now the Gemara gives color of the case. So Papa, man dishaga piece of a dikla, va'asi tami ba'azal tami b'kato, barum l'machokis v'redi v'rabbanan. Listen to this following case. Reuben takes a clod of earth, he throws it at a cluster of dates. The cluster of dates falls down and falls onto Shimon and kills Shimon. Heavy cluster of dates. Kills Shimon. Okay? So the Gemara says, by the way, this is the Machokes Rabbi and Rabbanan, right? Rabbi would hold that this is galus, similar to the splinter case, and the Rabbanan will hold that this is not a case of galus. Okay? So the Gemara says, Pshita. Okay, that's kind of obvious. Malvin, what would you have thought? I would have thought that maybe this is a case of secondary force, and everyone would agree that halacha l'maisa again, that there's no galus. Kamash will know that this case of the cluster of dates is effectively the same case as the splinter. Whereas according to Rabbi, ultimately again you go to galus. According to the Rabbanan, you would not go to galus. To which the Gemara says, "Ella koach kofol l'Rebbe heita mishkachasla." So let's say, according to Rabbi, where would you ever find a case of secondary force which would not result in galus? What would be a case like that? We think you go the shaga pisa umachia legarma, va'azol garma umachia lekabasa. So it's a will be a case ultimately again of secondary force. Secondary force would be Reuben throws a cloud of earth at a tree. The tree hits the branch hits the dates fall down on Shimon and kills Shimon. That would be a secondary force according to Ruvain, where you would not go to Galus. Okay, what's that? That's actually look at the Lashon over here. The Shada, right? You know what's right? The Shada Piso Mafia Lagana, Azo Garmo Mafia Laganza, that's not Tanner. And Kagadu, as you have a little bit again. So that would be a case of secondary force. Now, interestingly enough, how do we pass it here? Because we'll say, so again, what's interesting about this is everyone is agreeing, obviously, there's no death penalty over here, right? Because there's no intentionality. The question is this what is the shogeg case that will result in dollars? So interestingly enough, the Rambam Paskins like Rabbi, which is quite interesting. So the Rambam says, Nishmat habarzel min ha'etz ha'mispakeya eino gola mipnei she'ein zeh ba mikocho al mikoach kocho. So interestingly enough, the way the Rambam Paskins is that Allah Almighty, if Ruben goes out to chop wood and the axe handle flies off the handle, again, Ruben's not tired about these, that's not the case of Gavos. Right, ultimately, again, he holds that halacha l'maisa, that nishmat abazal min ha'etzam misbakeya, right, that if the axe head falls off, you're not chayav galus for that case, right? Again, it's an accidental death, but l'maisa, no galus. He says, v'china zorik eben l'tamar l'hadol torah v'naflu min ha'tamar ha'tino v'agol. So it's interesting enough. So halacha l'maisa seems like the Rambam holds that the paradigmatic case of killing the shogeg is a splinter of wood. That's the case. So Ruben's chopping wood, a splinter comes off from the tree that he's chopping, kills Shimon. That's the case of shogeg that goes to Galus. Interesting. Okay, so let's go like that. I will say we're going to spend a good amount of time on these type of cases because where we get into like what we call koach, kochol. We've seen this elsewhere as what we've called grama, causation. So we'll get into a lot of these cases as to what's Galus. But just interestingly enough, at least the way the Rambam understands the pasuk is in accordance with Rabbi. That the noshal habarzel min ha'etz is not talking about when the axe head falls off, but rather again it's talking about when Ruben is chopping wood, a splinter of wood comes from the tree, and that's what kills Ruben. That's a kills Shimon. Sorry. Next. So we'll take some more cases like this. Azorik Evan Rosh Hashanah Baharat. Listen to this. Ruben throws a stone into Rosh Hashanah and he ends up killing Shimon. Rosh Hashanah, what's the halacha? Harei Zegola. This goes to Galus. The Belazar ben Yaakov Omer. In the Shiyatasa Evan Miyado, Hosi Halas Rosho B'Kibba, Harei Zepater. So Belazar ben Yaakov introduces an interesting clarification. He was like this. Let's say Ruben went ahead and threw the stone. And at the time that Ruben threw the stone, there was no one in Rishus Harabim. No one was there. After Ruben released the stone, Shimon stuck his head out of his window, right, and extended his hand to Rishus Harabim. So Rabbi Yaakov says, Ruben's patur. There's no galus in that case. Why? And again, interesting that the logic seems to be, since at the time that Ruben threw the stone, no one was there. Right? Shimon wasn't present. Therefore, again, Ruben can't be liable to galus for that kind of case. Interesting. Zorak es ha'evan l'chatzero, Baharat. Listen to this. What happens if Ruben is standing in his own yard, and he goes and he throws a stone, and he kills Shimon? Now Ruben's in his property. He kills Shimon in his property. In the Yisrael Shuslan is that we call Shem Gola, Ve'im Lav Eino Gola, Saloch L'maisa. Everything depends on what. Did Shimon have permission to be there? If Shimon had permission to be there, then ultimately, again, Ruben should have been more vigilant. And because Ruben wasn't vigilant, therefore he goes to Galus. If, however, Shimon did not have permission to be there, then Ruben does not go to Galus. Shneimar, Basher Yavo Esrei Lo Bayar. Remember, said the way the Torah sets up the case of killing the shogeg is what happens. Like two people are together in the forest. Why the forest? Just like the forest, right? Both Ruven and Shimon, the damager, right? And I should say the killer and the victim have the right to be there. So to the only time that there could be a liability for galus is when the victim had the right to be there. If, however, again, so this is very important. So again, what we're doing is we're slowly but surely adding on like the details to what creates a shogeg case which would result in galus. Right, so from the previous Mishnah, we established again it's not the axe head, but ultimately again it is the It is the splinter. From this Mishnah, we see now in order to be chayiv galus, the victim has to have had permission to be in that area. Right? If he did not have permission to be there, then there is no din of galus, which makes sense. Abishal says, "Machatabas eitzim rishos, avkol rishos." So this is very interesting. Abishal says, furthermore, when you chayiv galus, when you accidentally kill someone engaged in what we'll call a rishos, an optional act, a non-mitzvah act. However, Yosa ha'ad hamakes b'no, v'arav harodes tamid over shliach bezdik. Let's say a person was engaged in an act of a mitzvah, which resulted in the death of a person. For example, now again, obviously some of these are a bit societally, focused as well. So let's say a father is disciplining his child. Father is shooting his child, and he ends up hitting his child. Right, ends up killing his child. Or a Rabbi is disciplining his students, and he ends up. As well said, by the way, it is so important to understand that the way we discipline our children today has to be so fundamentally different. So fundamentally different. And you understand, again, this is reflective of what happened. What a slap could do today to a child in terms of turning them off in so many different ways. Right? This has to be understood. It doesn't necessarily mean that a little patch here and there can't go, but again, it has to be so incorrect in general. What we say to our children, how we discipline our children, what we choose to discipline versus what we choose just to kind of, ignore and let it be, is a very delicate dance in terms of the atmosphere in which we're being mechanic and hopefully raising Jewish children these days. Okay, they're a different discussion. And but clearly the Gemara is talking about the idea that a father is physically disciplining his son. A Rabbi is physically disciplining his student. So if let's say again a father kills his son, a Rabbi kills his student, ultimately again, or shliach bezin. So this case a little bit more understandable. Shliach bezin would be like bezin is administering malchus to someone. So again, remember, we'll talk about this as well, not on this, but again, you got a court physician who determined how many malchus a guy can withstand. So let's say he died. He just died. So the halacha is because all of these are mitzvah activities, therefore halacha l'maisa, there is no liability of galus for the person who ends up killing someone like this. Okay, so let's say, so again, the point that Abishal is trying to make is that the only time one is chayiv galus is if halacha l'maisa, they are engaged in what we'll call a non-mitzvah activity. But if I end up if Ruben ends up killing someone when engaged in a mitzvah activity, ultimately, again, there's no galus for that. So it says the Gemara, so let's say first case in Mishnah. First case in Mishnah was Ruben throws a stone into Rosh Hashanah and kills someone. So the Mishnah says he goes to galus. The Gemara says galus, that's like amazing. They both say, again, now, when the Gemara says amazing, what does that mean? See, you throw a stone that's capable of killing someone into a crowded public area, that's at least horrible, right? That's egregious. That's egregious. What are you talking about, galus? We're talking about shogeg. To which the Gemara says, Amr Shola Yitzchak, the Sosras Koslo. No. What's the case? Not literally throwing a stone. Rather, most of the case is Ruben's property is adjacent to the Sharabim. Ruben has a stone wall that he needs to demolish. As he's demolishing it, a stone falls into the Sharabim and kills Shimon. Which the Gemara says, still, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. And let's say what we're going to see, by the way, is in general, it's fascinating to see that on one hand, accidents happen. On the other hand, in the eyes of halacha, almost all accidents are absolutely preventable. Now, again, because there's another category of unpreventable circumstances, that's called ones. Shogeg, by definition, means an accident, meaning I did not intend to do anything, but had I been more vigilant, I could have prevented this. So again, obviously I'm not going to be liable, for an intentional act of bloodshed if it was an accident, but there's still liability. This is the whole chab of galus, right? Because remember, again, if there was no fault for the accident, then why would you have to go to galus? Galus is a kapara. Kapara is only necessary if what? If you did something wrong, if there's some level of liability. So the nice again, the fact that it said, it was an accident, that's fine. That's fine, you're not amazing, but you're still responsible for accidents as well. So that's why the Gemara says, okay, I understand, Ruben, you didn't need to kill Shimon when deconstructing your wall, but you should have been more careful. To which the Gemara says, no, but so says Kosel Balayla. Ruben's doing it at night. He's doing it at night. So again, so what's the shot? So he's assuming that at night there aren't people around. To which the Gemara says, still, Balayla Nami Balayla, you got to be careful at night as well. Now, just because it's at night, why does that give you a pass? To which the Gemara says, so says Kosel Ashba. Oh, it's an interesting case. Ruben is demolishing his wall, and he's kind of like demolishing it into a garbage dump, right? Okay, so first white line. Hi, Ashba, if he done this. So what's the case of the Ashba? So you must, if there are people coming in the garbage dump, I don't know, low budget, color activity, whatever. If there are people right in the garbage dump, so then the mice again, he must have then that's negligence. That's negligence. But if people never come in the garbage dump, honestly, that's honest. So what's the very external point out? So you begin to see already these three very interesting categories, right? There's music, intentionality. There's shogeg, where it's an accident, but I should have been more careful and could have prevented this. And then there's ones, which is I had no way. There was no way for me to prevent this. So again, it's a garbage dump that people don't normally come into. So moving is just he's demolishing his going to a garbage dump. He had no reason to expect anybody would be there. That's called an ones. I'm going to pop out al ashpa ha'asuya lipanos ba'layla ve'ein asuya lipanos ba'bayom. So this is very interesting. So what are you talking about? I was saying that sometimes people would use a garbage dump also like as a public restroom. So we're talking about over here, that's why you have to be careful of people in the garbage dump. So what's the case? The case is where people use this garbage dump as a restroom, right? But ultimately, again, at night, all right, but don't use it by day. But sometimes people use it by day. In other words, it's primarily used at night by people, right? Not really used by day, but every once in a while, somebody will use it by day. Therefore, again, what's happening over here? Ruben is deconstructing his wall into his garbage dump, and he's doing it by day. So again, on one hand, he's not a Poshe, he's not negligent. Why? Because he had every right to assume that people won't really be there by day. On the other hand, Ones Nami Lahabi, he's also not going to be an Ones. Why isn't he an Ones? Because every once in a while, people do come there by day. So this would be an interesting case of shogeg. Right? Shogeg. So one hand, he's obviously not intentional, because he's doing it by day where people aren't normally there. On the other hand, it's also not an ones because again, people do come there by day. So if you're not a mazid and you're not an ones, what are you? Shogeg. Okay, that's the case. So those we have to worry about. So those we have is an interesting case. And if you really throws the stone first and the coast is clear, then after he goes ahead and he throws his stone, Shimon sticks his head out. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yaakov said, Reuben is Potter. What's the logic? Was Tarabanon. The matzah praklamantes atzmo. So most of the Lashon of the pasuk is matzah, right? Matzah esrei. So matzah esrei means, right? So literally, again, this was the splinter of wood. Splinter of wood finds Shimon. That comes to exclude a case where Shimon makes himself available for death. In other words, so the Lamaisa in this case over here, Shimon stuck his head out of the window, put himself in the direction, right, in the path of the projectile. So therefore, again, Reuben is not going to be chayiv dollars in that kind of case. So therefore, again, if we're moving through the stone, there was no one there, right? And then Shimon afterwards, after Reuben released the stone, Shimon stuck his head out of his window, thereby putting his head in the direction of the projectile. Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be potter. The menra, the matzah made karamashma. So let's say that makes it sound like matzah. The lashon of matzah means something was there already beforehand. Right? There was like a pre-existing condition. Is that true? Or many of the Gemara says, but one second, the matzah prat lematzui shalom yinkar b'yafak yigo b'karov b'ra yigo b'yafak. So what does that say? That's Steachuza. Right, by Steachuza, the person has ancestral land. So in general, if you sell off your ancestral land, you can force the purchaser to sell it back to you, right? Since it's part of your ancestral portion. However, again, the halacha is only so if you sold your ancestral land as like a last resort. Like you had nothing else to sell. But if, let's say, you had other property, but you still sold your ancestral land, you can't force the purchaser to sell it back to you. So, matzah, prat lematzui. This comes to excuse something about other property. Shalmin Kavarachal, Vida Bakarov, Mira, the Govayafa, Amarava Hakam, and Yandikrat Bahasam in Yandikas. What is the truth is matzah means different things based on context. For example, Hasam Mein Yandikrat, Umatzav Dunya Hisiga Yadal. So therefore, by Steachuza, so again, matzah is comparable ultimately again to the Siga Yadal, that he comes into new money. Ma Siga Yadal Mehashta, just like again the Siga Yadal means he came into new money now. Matzah Nami Mehashta. Hakam in Yandikat over here also, matzah is in accordance with context. Umatzav Dunya de Ya'ar. The matzah is like the forest. How so? Ma Ya'ar Midri, just like the Ya'ar, like the forest is a pre-existing reality. Matzah Nami Midri. So to over here, in order for Reuben to be chayiv for killing Shimon accidentally, what has to happen? Shimon, so to speak, has to be present at the time that Reuben did his activity. But at the time that Reuben did his thing, for example, in this case, through the rock, Shimon was not present. And Shimon only introduces himself into the equation after Reuben already threw the rock. There will not be liability for gullus in that case. Okay, incredible. Hazoi Keshaven. Hazoi Keshaven. So much like this. Only Mimai, the Mechatavas 18 directions. So let's remember again, the end of the Mishnah was as follows. In the Mishnah spoke about this idea. Abba Shaul said that the only time you're liable for gullus is when you are engaging in what we'll call a Meiser Rishus. Like we'll call an optional act, a non-mitzvah driven activity. But if you are engaged in a mitzvah-driven activity, then halacha and you end up killing someone accidentally, halacha so you're part of it. So the Gemara says, and again, the Gemara Darshins, Abba Shaul Darshins, because the pasuk says, remember again, the pasuk is about Asher Yavo Esher Eil Bayar Lach Tov Eitzi. Right, Reuben goes into the forest to chop wood. So the Gemara says, just like chopping wood is an optional act, so to again, one is only chayiv gullus if engaged in an optional act. But if you're doing something that is mitzvah related, then Allah Almighty you're part from gullus. So the Gemara says, how do you know that the pasuk is talking about chopping down wood for optional purposes? Dilma, mechatavas eating the sukkah, or mechatavas eating the ma'alacha. Maybe he's talking about a person who's going to chop wood because he wants to build a sukkah. Or someone's chopping wood because he needs wood for the pyre, for the pile of the mizbeach. And even though a person knows, how do you know that we're talking about optional chopping of wood? Maybe it's mitzvah chopping of wood, and even though it's a mitzvah, the Torah still says you go to gullus. To which the Gemara says, no, that's not a good example. I'll tell you why. It looks like there is no mitzvah to chop down wood for a sukkah, to schach. Right? There is no mitzvah to chop wood for the mizbeach. Meaning what? Let's say, for example, there's a pile of wood. Let's say there's a pile of schach. Right? Is there a mitzvah to chop down your own schach? No. Let's say you find a pile of wood for the mizbeach. Is there a mitzvah to chop down wood for the mizbeach? No. So there's a mitzvah to have schach. Right? There's a mitzvah to have wood. There's no mitzvah to chop it down. So even if technically speaking you were going ahead and chopping in front of the schach, so that's still called an optional act. And you're not be chayiv. You're not be chayiv. I'm sorry. And you're not be part of gullus from that. Eisir Rabbi Rabbi Yatsa Av Hamakes Kinova Rabbis Roges Hamina Shliach Bezdin. This isn't what I'm saying. So what about the case of the Mishnah? Right, the Mishnah said that if a father is disciplining his child and he accidentally kills him, a Rebbe is disciplining his student, accidentally kills him. A Shliach Bezdin is flogging someone, accidentally kills them. They're pata. Well, why don't we say pata from gullus? Lema Kevan Dilu Gamar Lav Mitzvah Hashtenami Lav Mitzvah. Well, let's say this, let's take the case of the father. You know what? Maybe we should say this. Since, technically speaking, if the son was well-behaved, his father wouldn't need to discipline him, right? And therefore, Allah again. So maybe therefore the act of disciplining as well should be covered. So it's just like this. The same way that, let's say, for example, by the wood of the mizbeach, there's not a mitzvah to chop wood. What's the mitzvah? To have wood. There's no mitzvah to chop wood, right? If I have wood, I don't chop wood. So it's like this. There's no mitzvah to discipline a child. What's the mitzvah, or what's the obligation of a parent? To have a disciplined child. Right? That's my obligation as a parent. To have a child who has proper discipline. It's just only if they're not disciplined that a parent has to discipline them. So maybe we should say that the act of disciplining isn't really a mitzvah. It's like a hechsher mitzvah. Same way that the act of cutting down wood for a sukkah is not a mitzvah. Right? I need schach. It's just if there's no cut schach, I have to cut down wood. But the cutting of the schach is not for a mitzvah. So again, the obligation of a parent is to have a disciplined child. That's the mitzvah. It's just if my child is not disciplined, so I have to do the work. So therefore, again, we should say the same thing. Therefore, if the father kills his son in the midst of disciplining, he shouldn't go to galus. I'm sorry, he shouldn't be exempt from galus. To which the Gemara says, Hassam is very interesting. Mitzvah. Even if a son is disciplined, it's fascinating. It is still an obligation of a father to further discipline him. It says, which literally means again, discipline your son and educate him, and he will provide delight for your soul. So it's actually very interesting. So the Gemara seems to be indicating over here is that even if a child is well behaved, there is still an element of parental discipline that is absolutely necessary in order to maintain the child's proper path in life. Very interesting. So let's say, so first of all, just in general, just as an aside, what's fascinating about this is, one of the things sometimes that we're so scared about in life is to tell our children no. Because we think that if we tell our children no, especially kids, like every parent thinks if they tell their children no, my kid's going to go off the desk. So they go up there and tell them no. I have to give them every single thing that he wants, that they should be happy, they should love me, they should love me. It's not true. It's not true. Not disciplining your child is a shirking of parental responsibility. Allowing my child to do whatever they want is an abdication of parental responsibility. Your children do not need them to be your friends. How about if you have enough friends? But they only have one parent or two parents. They have one father, one mother. That's what they have. And the job of the parent ultimately is to provide structure, to provide hadracha, and ultimately to provide discipline. And the parent who fails to do that ultimately is shirking the responsibility. So even if a child, it's interesting, even if a child is well behaved, the Gemara says, there still has to be an element of parental discipline that is present. It's fascinating. So Rabbi says, a Rabbi comes along and says, you know what, forget about what I just said. Let's go on a different approach. He says, what does the pasuk say? The pasuk talks about, again, when Reuben comes in contact, ultimately, again, with Shimon in the forest. So again, the forest represents a totally optional act. You want to come in, you don't want to come in. These are like the mitzvah misagi d'lo'al. If you're talking about a mitzvah act, so how can you say that ultimately, again, you have the right to choose if you come in or you don't come in? So the Gemara says, so you tell me wherever it says the word asher always means something optional. So also the pasuk is talking about a person who becomes tamei, doesn't become tahar, and enters into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah. Such a person is chayiv kares. So but he used lashon of asher. So what are you saying? Ivay mikma, ivay lo mikma. Are we talking about a case of a person who had a choice whether or not to become tamei? What about the person mitzvah? What about mitzvah? The lo sadi, the lo mikma. Hachinami depater. So what's in the case of mitzvah? Are you going to say that the pasuk says asher? Maybe asher means like this. Only in a case where you have the choice to become tamei, that's when you enter into the Beis Hamikdash, you're chayiv kares. But if you didn't have a choice of becoming tamei, and you enter into the Beis Hamikdash instead of something, you're not chayiv kares. So, for example, in a case of mitzvah, or both say, who's crossing mitzvah, you don't have a choice. You have to take care of the mitzvah. Would you say that, therefore, because I didn't have a choice, I had to do it? Therefore, if I enter into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah, I'm not chayiv kares, that's not true. It's simply not true. Shiny Hasam, the Amikra, both ends in the pasuk it says on the days, Tamei Yihya Mikamakom. Now, because there the pasuk is Tamei Yihya, where the Torah clearly indicates that however you became Tamei, whether you became tamei in an optional way or you became tamei in a non-optional way, halacha l'maisa, if you enter into the mikdash in that state of tumah, you are chayiv kares. Which the Gemara says, no. Tamei yiyah is needed for something different. What does that teach me? The chidusayim tamei yiyah, the ravos tvul yom. So what's very interesting? Tamei yiyah actually teaching tvul yom. Who's tvul yom? I mean, tvul yom is the guy who is tamei. What did he do? He went to the mikvah, but he's still missing what? Erev Shemesh, nightfall. If that guy goes into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah, he's also chayiv kares. So I would have thought that maybe Tvul Yom is not chayiv kares. If the Bible says tamei yiyah, as long as your tumah is upon you in some way, shape, or form, and you go into this mikdash, you are chayiv kares. So the Gemara says tumah so bowl, the Rabbi was mufasik including, and tumah so bowl comes to include ultimately mufasik including someone who is. Someone ultimately again who went to the mikvah, maybe even had Erev Shemesh, but is still missing his requisite karbanos to be mitaros. Alright, Ana me'ot tumasol kamina. So we'll say others have a different approach to this conversation. Listen to this. So the Gemara says, b'charish u'b'katzah tishbos. Supposed to be very interesting. So the pasuk over here. The pasuk over here, b'charish u'b'katzah tishbos, is like this. It is like this. Sheishes yomim tas. Listen to this. Sheishes yomim tavot. For 6 days you will work. U'bayom hashvi tishbos. B'charish u'b'katzah tishbos. On the 7th day you shall rest. B'charish, literally plowing. Katzir, harvesting, tishbos. You shall rest. I will say, we're going to see over here, it sounds like it's talking about Shabbos, but it doesn't make sense that it's talking about Shabbos because we already know the Malachos of Shabbos. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara in the is talking about Shemitah. Shemitah, okay, so listen to this. So the Kiva Omer, the Kiva says, Eino Sorach Omer Charish Shal Shiris, because of Shal Shiris. Now even if it goes with Shemitah, I don't need the pasuk to teach me that I can't plow and I can't harvest during Shemitah. I already know this. How do I already know this? Because the pasuk already says, literally, don't plow your field and don't prune your vineyard. It's already told you the prohibition of Shemitah. Ela afilu charish shel erev shvius shenichnas l'shvius v'katzir shel shvius sheyotza l'matzei shvius. Rather, what is it coming to include? It's coming to include even plowing of the 6th year that benefits the 7th year, or things that grow during the 7th year that ultimately mature during the 8th year. But those items have an element of Shemitah sanctity as well. The Rishon Yisrael says, Ma'charish rishos, avkat rishos. Rabbi Yisrael says, no, it comes to teach you like this. It comes to teach you that halacha l'meisa, just as plowing is an optional act, so do harvesting is an optional act. That's when there are these prohibitions. Yatza Ketzir HaOmer Shum Mitzvah. What does this come to exclude? This comes to exclude the harvesting of the Omer, which is not an optional act, but rather is a mitzvah. How do you know talking about a plowing of Rishos? Dilma Charishas Mitzvah. I'm sorry, Dilma Charishas Omer. The mitzvah, maybe he's talking about again the plowing that is done in order to, for the Omer, right? I'm going to plow the field to plant barley for the Omer, which is a mitzvah. And even so, and even so, the Torah says, still can't do that. Still can't do that. Amrale, Kevan de Matzacharish in a Chorish, Lad Mitzvah. Said no, because it's different. Because after all, Rabbi said there is no mitzvah to plow, right? Because if you already found the plowed field, it's not like you have to plow a different field ultimately for the owner. Say, Rabbi. Yotza Avamakes, Pinovararo, that's mostly the same conversations we had before, just from a different approach. So, what about father? In case the Mishnah said, if a father is disciplining his child and he kills him while disciplining him, or if he's disciplining his student and kills him while disciplining him, or Shliach Bezin is flogging someone and kills him, so what's the halacha? Pater from Galus. Why? Because it's a mitzvah. Ba'mai. Lema kivan de'iru gomer lav mitzvah, hashtenami lav mitzvah. Why do we say same thing over here? Since if the son was disciplined, if the student was disciplined, if the person, right, was disciplined, then Allah says there'll be no mitzvah to do these things. Maybe even now it's not called a mitzvah. So which one says no. Hasam, hashtanami la mitzvah. Hasam afagav, the first white line. Hasam afagav, the gomer, nami mitzvah coming. It's different. In the case of disciplining, even if the child is disciplined, even if the student is disciplined, there is still a mitzvah of further discipline. Okay, to which the Gemara says, Haga Amarava, Lav Nosihi Da'amin, Kitsira Dumi Dekarisha. So ultimately, as Rabbi says one second, let's revisit that which we said before. The Torah is comparing the harvesting to the plowing. Macharisha Matzacharish Eno Chorish. Just like by Charisha, we'll say if you found the plowed field, you don't have to plow it again. It's not like a carbon omer. Like if you found, so let's say I need to plant, I need to plant barley for the carbon omer. I already found the field that is plowed. There is no mitzvah to go out of my way to plow another field for the sake of omer. I'm gonna put af katsira nami matza katzer in a kotzer. So I'm gonna put also that Allah if I already find cut barley, I don't have to harvest more barley. Please I like the mitzvah matza katzer in a kotzer. Mitzvah liktor l'hagis. The word just ends up, by the way, that's actually interesting enough when it comes to the carbon omer, by harisha, by plowing. If you already found the plowed field, there is no mitzvah to plow again for the sake of planting barley for the omer. But let's say for the tzira, let's say for the harvesting, if you found cut barley, right, can you use that for the omer? The answer is no. Right, rather what? In order to be yosef for the mitzvah of the omer, you have to actually what? You have to actually harvest that barley. So I just want to point out how beautiful this is. Right, we're talking about carbon omer. Carbon on the third day of the omer today. Third day of tzira. It's interesting that we just understand. You have Siyas says on the side. Siyas Omer, there's two different Yersos of Hayom Shlosha Yamin La Omer and Ba Omer. Right? So what's the machlok? Yes? So remember again, it's very Lamaisa. La Omer goes, assuming that you are counting from the time that the carbon was offered. Hayom Shlosha Yamin La Omer means today is the third day since the carbon Omer was offered. Ba Omer reflects the idea that there is not yet a carbon Omer. So therefore, again, Ba Omer means not from the carbon Omer, but in the counting of the days of the Omer. That's why it's interesting that the majority of opinions actually say that temporarily one should say Ba Omer and not La Omer. You only say La Omer when there's an actual carbon Omer. That's what. Otherwise, if there's no carbon Omer, I'm not counting from the carbon Omer. I'm counting Ba Omer. I'm counting right in the count. So interesting, Rabbi Salvation. Yartzeit was yesterday. That was the first day of Holonaut. So the Rav actually had an interesting minute. I don't know if it was his minute or maybe from his father beforehand, to actually say both. To actually, when counting, you'd say Hayom Shlosh Yamim Ba Omer, and then afterwards to say Hayom Shlosh Yamim La Omer. There's nothing wrong with saying both. Everyone was saying both. When I said therefore again, you get both opinions. But interestingly, I don't know what they have. I don't know if they have friends in the art school. Because some machs they have Ba Omer. Okay, whatever it is. Anyway, so just you know, in the deal. But anyway, we'll say. So for our purposes, by the way, the Gemara just ends off by saying, so Omer is a little different. Halacha if you were to find cut barley that would not satisfy the obligation, you would have to go ahead and parameters of that would be very interesting, or Rabbi is disciplining a student, or let's go with the Beis Din case. Right, Beis Din is administering a punishment, and right, the Sheva is kills someone, those are considered mitzvah acts. One would not go to Golos for those acts. You only go to Golos in the case of an optional discretionary act. That's number one. Number 12, the Gemara didn't really spend that much time with it, is Halacha says only Golos if both parties, right, if the victim has the right to be where he is. But if ultimately, let's say again, Shimon is trespassing on Reuben's property, and Reuben's practicing archery, right, and Reuben kills Shimon, then Allah says there's no key of Golos over there, because Shimon had no right to be there. All right, well, let's go a little bit to Mishnah. Hab gola ayideh ben, v'aben gola ayideh ha'av. So we'll define exactly what this means. But literally, again, a father is exiled as a result of killing his son, and a son is exiled as a result of killing his father. Okay, like I said, what this means is a father kills his son b'shogeg, or a son kills his father b'shogeg. Halacha l'maaseh they go to Galus. Hakol golden ayidei Yisrael. Everyone is sent to Galus as a result of killing a Jew. Right, that's the Pasha. It means we saw going on Yudei. And the Jew is exiled, whoever he kills, chutz mi ger toshav, with the exception of the ger toshav. The ger toshav ain't a gola ayudei ger toshav. And a ger toshav is only exiled as a result of another ger toshav. We'll have to see exactly what this means. Remember again, a ger toshav is a non-Jew who lives in Eretz Yisrael, who repudiates idolatry, and ultimately goes ahead and observes Shemus as Noah. Says the Gemara. Ha'av gola al yedei ben. So one second, you tell me that if a father kills his son, then ultimately again he goes to the house. But we just learned Ta'amrit Yatsa ha'av hamakes b'no. But we just learned that Lamaisa. What was the previous Mishnah? We learned that if a father is disciplining his kid and ends up killing him in the midst of disciplining him, that Allah Lamaisa, the father doesn't go to Galus. To which the Gemara says, no, the Gumir. What are we talking about? A well-behaved child. The child's already disciplined. He's already disciplined. And therefore, again, the father had no need to hit him. But we said before that even if the son is disciplined, there's still a mitzvah for the father to further discipline him. The Shulya Dinagri. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about ultimately, again, a carpenter's apprentice. Right? The case over here is ultimately, again, where the father is teaching his son carpentry. The son is not paying attention. The father disciplines him in order to get him to pay attention, and he ends up killing the son accidentally. That'll be the case of Gullus. Because you understand, Shulya Dinagri Yusahu, but that's teaching your son a trade, right? That's teaching your son a parnasa, right? And the Gemara says, right? We'll say a father has an obligation to teach his son a trade, much in the same way that a father has an obligation to teach his son Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, in the cause of Ra Chaim Isha Sha'afta, Hikish Omnos Shu Isha Kidifsif Kubenechem Nashim. So it's interesting, the Gemara Darshan, the same way that a father has an obligation to marry his son off. By the way, marrying his son off doesn't just mean marry his son off. It means that a father has an obligation to teach his son how to be a proper husband, right? How to maintain a proper marriage, how to maintain a proper home. Not just find the shidduch, but model for him the right behaviors as to how to be a proper Jewish husband. So too, again, a father has an obligation to teach his son a parnasa. So therefore, again, I will say, so Lemaisa, again, if a father is teaching his son a parnasa, and is disciplining him so he pays attention and accidentally kills him, the Pashas, that should be called the performance of a mitzvah. And she learned it from Galus. The Gamma no, it's where the son already had another trade. Another skill set. Father's teaching him something different. He already knew what he needed to know in order to maintain himself in life. Father's teaching him an additional trade. Okay, he doesn't have a plan. Like, what is he teaching him an additional trade? You know what Father has to teach his son in life? Right? How to have a plan B. I'll say one of the most important yesodot in life is to learn how to pivot. Because a lot of times in life, things don't go the way you planned. And I will say there are two different kinds of people in life when things don't go according to plan. There are people who fall apart, and people who don't know how to move forward, and people who learn the power of the pivot. One of the most important things that we teach our children is how to pivot. That's why, we know what the most teachable moments in life are. The most incredible teachable moments. Most moments of for our children is how we deal with stressful situations. Our children learn so much about us and about life from how we deal with stress. And when our children see us fall apart, and our children see us lose it, and our children see us lash out in stressful situations, that's how they too will deal with stress as well. But if my child sees me under stressful situations, under pressure, I got this. I know inside, I don't got this, right? I do not have this. I don't have any control over this situation. I don't know what to do. But I know that I'm going to keep a cool head. I'm going to be menschlich. I'm going to be proper. I'm going to be measured. I'm going to be even keeled. I'm going to figure this out. That is the most tremendous thing we give to our children. So therefore, what's interesting enough, the father in question over here, he already taught his son his parnasa. But this father also understands that in life, you got to teach your kid a plan B, an active plan B, and also again in general, how to deal with life when things don't go according to plan. But because it's a plan B, therefore it's not a mitzvah. Because it's a mitzvah, therefore if the father ends up accidentally killing his son in the midst of teaching him this secondary parnasa, halacha l'maisa, again, he will go to God's path. So let's stop over here for today. Tremendous shkoyach. Shkoyach, everyone, and good night. See you tomorrow. Everyone on Zoom, have a great day. Good night, everyone. Yeah, I know. Sorry.
I like how this is their body naturally rejects the shoppers. Oh yeah, they don't know, but they know. Yeah. After all that, there's levels to this shit.
It's all good. Let's go. Guys, come on.
All right, I say good night. Such a sweet Baruch Hashem. Evil.
How would you respond to that?
Namshik the Simchas Yomtiv into Cholamayit with some beautiful commentary in the second Makos, which has just been delightful, absolutely delightful. Something exciting, right? When you feel they have something, it's short, right? 23 days. So like, I'm getting right? And it's actually like there's something just very exciting about it. And you know, like Sanhedrin was a massive undertaking, which was incredible. And we finished it, certainly a tremendous feeling of elation. But then there's like these little sephiroth that are just so sweet and so beautiful. And things that often we've seen maybe, for some of us in our youth. And Baruch Hashem brings back, I don't know, I guess for some it brings back, it's triggering, right, from the yeshiva days. Others, it's nice, nice memory. Baruch Hashem, anyway, it's so sweet. And again, a special welcome. I'm going to try to welcome, we have a lot of new people tonight at Harvard, close to 30 new people who joined this year for Makas. I mean, not necessarily the in-person year. Baruch Hashem, we thank God, people who are now doing the daf, not committed for Shas, and definitely just committed for Makas. Wink, wink. That's always how it starts. But a special welcome to Morty, Baruch Hashem, who is to Justin. Baruch Hashem, and beautiful to have we'll recognize the people that have every day in this session. All right, well, so with that, let us begin. So, begin by thanking all of our responses. Special thank you to Rabbi Ari for making sure that we have Pesach coffee. That doesn't taste like Pesach coffee, by the way. It tastes like all year round coffee, so tremendous shkayach, and thank you for that. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer. To thank our annual commentator sponsor, for Kapshin and the Tosin Mishpacha, we're dedicating all the Shulman's Roshos this year as a Zechus from Soros Tovos Sha'am Yisrael. Our commentator sponsor for the month of Nisan, Habar Lina Latova, Paul Pollack, in a celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson to Eden Jeremiah Pollack in Indianapolis, Indiana. Now in this commentator sponsorship in the source of Simchos for all of our children, and to Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. Amen. And Avram Yishim Yitomin, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Bnei Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichrona Livracha. Well, so with that, let us begin. So we have a beautiful daf ahead of us today, and of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in this twist of all of our hostages, and to Hashem bring them home, the Shalom and the Karos, and Hashem, the source of our holy souls is going to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yibin. Also to all of our all of our online listeners, it's beautiful. I have to say, I woke up this morning to a whole bunch of pictures. People learning daf in different places that they're away for Yom Tov. Now, Brewster Shop's happening. I don't have permission to share it yet. I'm going to try to get permission. But it's really beautiful. It's really beautiful and really inspiring. And it's tremendous. I think those of us who have been doing the daf for a while recognize that it's so much more than just learning. It's that it becomes an indispensable part of your day. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you're traveling. I just say, I got a picture tape from Randy Orchard and Yosef Orchard's wife, Yosef and Josh Rosenblum. They're in Spain Fiantes, and they're going. I thought this was together. So nice. I guess we're back there. Right? So nice again, learning together, and just beautiful, just inspiring. There's no such thing. There's no break. There's no day off. Wherever you are, you figure it out. And that's part of the beauty of the daf. Just that inspiring. I got a number of other pictures as well. Just beautiful to see people learning from our Shia, all different places, and getting the energy. Let's read that. Let us begin. We're up to Mishnah on Zayin Medalef. 7a up to Mishnah. Mishnah Nigmar Dina Ubarach. Interesting case over here. Let's say someone was, so you have Reuben killed Shimon. Right? And now we're fast forwarding a little bit, right? Because Reuben has been judged by a Beis Din and found guilty. And then what happens? Reuben runs away. He escapes before they're able to execute him. Ubarach may also Beis Din. Now let's say again Reuben's brought back. So Reuben's recaptured and he's brought back into that Beis Din. So what happens? In social as we know, we don't retry him. In other words, let's say as much. What does this mean? We don't retry him. That Rashi says over here, "Lachso v'lisa v'litin ulai yizakeh." In other words, we don't retry him to see maybe we'll find some way to exonerate him. Now, why did we need to say this? First, remember going back to our Sanhedrin days, in general, with capital cases. What did they try to do in all capital cases? What did they try to do? exonerate, right? That's what we always try to do. We try not to execute people, and we'll do whatever we can to try to find someone innocent. So I might have thought that if Reuben was sentenced to death, but escaped before the sentence was carried out, that perhaps when he's hauled back in front of the basin, maybe we should retry him. Commercial English says no, we don't do that. We don't do that. If he's brought back in front of the basin, we don't go and retry him. Kamakom Shiyam, again, we'll visit that a little bit more in the Gemara. Kamakom Shiyam Bishnai V'Yomu, Ye'idim Anu B'Yishponi Shemigmar V'Im Lavezin Shal Ploni, Uploni Edav, Harei Harei. Similarly, let's say again, witnesses show up in days, and the witnesses say, we are here to testify that Reuben was tried in front of so-and-so basin, so-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses, and he was convicted. He's convicted, so Basin could execute Reuben based on that testimony. In other words, so this is a Basin that didn't hear the case, right? But now this Basin is receiving testimony from the witnesses who know that Reuben was tried in front of a particular Basin, so-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses, therefore they could execute him based on that. Sanhedrin, no haggis ba'aretz u'b'chutz la'aretz. So we'll say, so this is fascinating. So literally translated, the Sanhedrin operates in Eretz Yisrael and outside of Eretz Yisrael. Now, what does this mean? We'll see the Rambam in just when we get to the Sugya. But again, the idea over here is when the Sanhedrin is operating in Eretz Yisrael, it has the ability to implement its rulings outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. There's obviously there's no Sanhedrin outside of Eretz Yisrael. The Sanhedrin only resides in Eretz Yisrael itself. So when the Sanhedrin is operational in Eretz Yisrael, its rulings could be enforced outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. The Gemara says, this is the famous Gemara, Sanhedrin ha'oreges echad b'shavua miknes chovlonis. The Sanhedrin that executes a person once every 7 years is called the destroyer. All right? Rabbi ben Azariah Omer, echad b'shivim shana. Rabbi ben Azariah says, no, even once every 70 years. So let's say, so interesting enough, back to that previous motif, Beis Din does not like to execute. And therefore, again, Tanakama says, if a Beis Din kills once every 7 years, that's not good. That's a bad track record for a Beis Din. They call the destroyer Beis Din. Rabbi ben Azariah, even once every 7 years. You also, by the way, how beautiful is it? Rabbi ben Azariah, Omer, Harei Ani Keben Shivim Shana, Rabbi Zachisi Shekam Yitzay Ma'aleilos Achadar Sheben Zoma. So the beautiful thing about Kedusha is that when you go ahead and you wrap yourself in Kedusha, Kedusha follows you. We have the Kedusha of the Seder, and Kedusha of the Seder. Rabbi ben Azariah was very like the Seder. Remember again, there's a thing that says Rabbi ben Azariah, I'm like 70 years old, but he wasn't 70 years old. And how incredible is it after 2 nights, right? But what's tonight the fifth Seder? I think tonight's the fifth Seder, right? So after Baruch Hashem, after the stone, after 3 years of Yom, the first day Cholam, right? Who shows up? Who shows up when you open the door? Who shows up when you open the door? Rabbi ben Azariah. So that's the Chap with Kedusha. The more you immerse yourself in it, you develop yourself in it, it follows you wherever you go. Incredible. So Rabbi ben Azariah says, once every 70 years, not good. So look at this. Rabbi Tarfon Rabbi Kiva say, in the Hayim of the Sanhedrin, lo nerat adam le'olam. So this is fascinating. Rabbi Tarfon Rabbi Kiva saying, if we sat on a Sanhedrin, no one would ever be executed. We'll see what that means. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing because if no one gets executed, right? If no one is ever executed, no one is ever put to death for murder, then in general you create a general sense of lawlessness. So obviously, what Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon were trying to say was that we would find a way to exonerate everyone. What Rav Shimon was saying is, while that sounds very beautiful, like Al-Sirach that's not good. That's not good. A Beis Din does have to execute because at the end of the day, there are capital cases. And if the capital punishment is never carried out, then that creates a certain sense of societal lawlessness. We'll say more about that in the Gemara. Says the Gemara, they also Beis Din need the Eisosrin. How to make Beis Din Achas also. So what's this? Remember again, the first part of the Mishnah, right? So what was the first part of the Mishnah? Reuben was convicted of murder, sentenced to death. Then what occurs? Reuben escapes. So the Mishnah says if he's brought back in front of the same Beis Din, we don't retry his case. The Gemara dancing is, what do you see from there? It's only because he's being brought back where? In front of the same Beis Din. But I can infer from that if he was brought in front of a second Beis Din, a different Beis Din, then maybe we would retry his case. Hartani Seba, Kamakum Shiam Bishai Yom, even Unrest Ishponi, Shenigma Ginabazin, Plurayzin Ploni, the Ploni Ploni is the Harizanera. So 1 second, but yet if you look at the end of the Mishnah, what does the end of the Mishnah say? That if witnesses show up and witnesses say, we testify about Reuben, that Reuben was tried in so-and-so Bezdin, so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so were his witnesses, and he was found guilty that we executed, which makes it sound like what? Even if he's brought in front of another Bezdin, we don't retry his case. In other words, what it sounds like, most of the contradiction from the first part of the Mishnah, it sounds like the reason why we don't re-examine Reuben's case is because he's being brought back in front of the same Bezdin. I can infer from that if he were to be brought in front of a different Bezdin, we wouldn't even look at his case. But then if you look at the end of the Mishnah seems to indicate that if witnesses show up and say, we testified that Reuben was found guilty in a different Bezdin, we will execute Reuben based on that, and we will not retry his case. So what's going on here? Both say this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. Let's say two different cases. Overwhelming. One is talking about Eretz Yisrael, and one is talking about Chutz La'aretz. What does that mean? This time you're supposed to hear for this. When you read it in the story, only Yishul Sheta. Barach Mechutza La'aretz La'aretz, Ein Soshin Esdino. Right? So you notice like this. If a person, Barach Me'aretz Mechutz La'aretz, the person runs away from Eretz Yisrael to Chutz La'aretz, we do not retry his case. In other words, here's the case. Reuben was convicted of murder, right? Reuben was convicted of murder. So he's convicted of murder in a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. And then what happens? He escapes the Chutz La'aretz. So again, in that case, if we show up in front of a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz, and we say, we testify that Reuben was convicted in so-and-so Beis Din, so the Chutz La'aretz will not retry his case. Never try his case. However, listen to this. Michutza la'aretz la'aretz, sosrin estino. Now, if we go ahead and he escapes from Chutz La'aretz to Eretz Yisrael, we will retry his case. Why? Mipnei zchusa shel Eretz Yisrael. Because we also have a zchus of Eretz Yisrael. And we'll say first I just want to point out how beautiful it is, right? Well, before we get, so this is a really incredible idea. So the Gemara says, there are times that we will re-examine a capital case and times when we won't. What's the criteria? If Reuben was tried and found guilty in Eretz Yisrael, and then escapes the Chutz La'aretz, and witnesses come in front of a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz, and they say, we testify that Reuben was found guilty in a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael, this so-and-so Beis Din, so-and-so were his witnesses, they will carry out the execution. Now, again, we'll discuss when a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz could execute someone. We'll talk about that. But the Gemara said they won't retry the case. However, if Reuben was found guilty in Chutz La'aretz and then escapes to Eretz Yisrael, even if witnesses show up and they say, we testify that Reuben was convicted of murder and sentenced to death in Chutz La'aretz, we will relook at the case, we'll retry it in Eretz Yisrael. Why? It's Chutz of Eretz Yisrael. It's Chutz of Eretz Yisrael. And once they said, besides such a beautiful, overwhelming remark, just about literally the Kedusha, the holiness, and the Zchus. It's interesting. We speak a lot about the holiness of the land. This is different. This is Zechusa Shal Eretz Yisrael. What is Zechusa Shal Eretz Yisrael? Eretz Yisrael makes us better people. Eretz Yisrael makes us better people. So a youth who comes to Eretz Yisrael is a better person. So therefore, again, Reuben, the murderer, to escape from Chutz La'aretz to Eretz Yisrael, we have an obligation now to relook at his case. Why? Because Reuben of Eretz Yisrael is a different person than Reuben of Chutz La'aretz. And therefore, again, Reuben of Eretz Yisrael deserves another look at his case. Conversely, Reuben of Eretz Yisrael was convicted and goes to Chutz La'aretz, doesn't get a second chance. Reuben of Chutz La'aretz who escapes Eretz Yisrael is a chusa. It's a different man. Because he's a different man, therefore, again, his case has to be re-adjudicated. I just want to point out how beautiful this is to learn Eretz Yisrael Gemara Chalamai. Because I think one of the most difficult things, in Chutz La'aretz, you have a very beautiful Yom Tov. Right? Yom Tov is beautiful, Yom Tov is uplifting, Yom Tov is magnificent. Where do you feel it a little bit more, the distinction in Chutz La'aretz? Chalamai. Right? Chalamai. And Chalamai, it's anyone who's ever been in Eretz Yisrael for Chalamai, Chalamai is Yantiv. Chalamai is Yantiv, right? You feel the Yantiv atmosphere. Chutz La'aretz is a little bit more difficult to recreate the Yantiv feel on Chalamai. It just is. And how beautiful is it that the Ribono Shel Olam gave us an Eretz Yisrael Gemara on the first day of Cholamayit. I mean, for us, it's first Cholamayit, so second Cholamayit. Right, but for us, first day of Cholamayit, Chashmach who gave us an Eretz Yisrael Gemara, almost as if to go ahead and just give us a little bit of that Kedusha, a little bit of that giving, a little bit of that source of Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So how do you know, I guess? So it says, remember again, the Mishnah says that the rulings of a Sanhedrin, right, or the rulings translated, Sanhedrin no hagas, Sanhedrin no hagas, in Eretz Yisrael and in Chutz La'aretz. The words, how do we know this? We don't have on. V'hayu eila lachem b'chukas mishpat midorosecha. Rabbi is teaching us that Sanhedrin no hagas ba'aretz u'b'chutz La'aretz. Sanhedrin operates both in Eretz Yisrael as well as in Chutz La'aretz. I in not kamlo b'sha'arecha. So if that's the case, that the Sanhedrin operates both in Eretz Yisrael and in Chutz La'aretz, so why does the Torah frame it, or why does the Torah say b'sha'arecha, in your gates, which makes it sound like that the Sanhedrin only operates in Eretz Yisrael itself. So what's going on? So the Mishnah said, b'sha'arecha ata Moshe b'atei dinim b'chol plach u'plach u'b'chol ir v'ir. In Eretz Yisrael, we'll say the way it worked is like this. Although you had the Sanhedrin on the high court that operated in the Lishkas HaGazos, the chamber of kings, only days of Mikdash, you also had Batei Din in every province and in every city. Right? A province is made up of multiple cities. So you have like a regional, provincial Beis Din, or Sanhedrin, and then you have smaller Sanhedrins or small Batei Din in each city. That's in Eretz Yisrael. B'chutz La'aretz, Ata Moshe b'chol plach u'plach, v'ata Moshe b'chol ir u'ir. In Chutz La'aretz, you had provincial Batei Din, but not Batei Din in every single city. So as I said, I just want to point out to you something very interesting. The Rambam points out over in the Bible. This is the Rambam. It brings down in the Real Sanhedrin. Parikidal Ochidal. He says, "Bizman shedonin dinei nefashos be'Eretz Yisrael, donin dinei nefashos b'chutz la'aretz." So this is very interesting. When the Sanhedrin operates in Eretz Yisrael, Sanhedrin is in here, and the Sanhedrin adjudicates capital cases in Eretz Yisrael. You can adjudicate capital cases in Chutz La'aretz as well. With the caveat, V'hu sheyu Sanhedrin smuchim ba'aretz, Moshe be'eretz Sanhedrin hagas ba'aretz u'b'chutz la'aretz. So what this means is as follows. When there is a proper operational Sanhedrin in Eretz Yisrael that is adjudicating capital cases. Now that requires two things. Number one, smicha. And number two, that the Sanhedrin is situated in the Lishkas HaGazos, in the Beis HaMikdash. If you have those two criteria, then the Sanhedrin is able to adjudicate capital cases. When a Sanhedrin adjudicates capital cases in Eretz Yisrael, it empowers Sanhedrins outside of Eretz Yisrael to adjudicate capital cases as well. That's the takeaway from this. Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. And let's say the last part of the Mishnah was quite intriguing. Remember again, Sanhedrin held, I guess. So we have two different versions of this, right? In the first version, Tanakama said that a Sanhedrin goes ahead and executes once every 7 years is considered to be a destroyer, right? So Rabbi Ben Azariah said either once every 70 years. Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva, if we sat on the Sanhedrin, it would never execute anyone. To which the Gemara says, so we'll say, so what does this mean? In other words, so let's go to Rabbi Tarfon, Rabbi Ben Azariah for just a moment. Is Rabbi Ben Azariah saying that once every 70 years is normal? Like, in other words, that okay. Rabbi Ben Azariah is saying, listen, once every 7 years is too much, but once every 70 years, that's normal, or no, even once every 70 years is too much. Which the Gemara says, take it, okay? So we talk from Rabbi Akiva, Omer Israel, this was, remember again, this was fascinating, this last exchange. So the talk from Rabbi Akiva said, if we sat on the Sanhedrin, it wouldn't execute, we would essentially exonerate everyone. Now remember again, Shimon says that's very nice, but then there would be a proliferation of murderers. How to create a sense of lawlessness. So the Gemara says, anything about this. So first of all, by the way, how exactly would Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon accomplish this, right? Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon were confident that if they sat on the Sanhedrin, they would exonerate everyone. Okay, how? How exactly would you do that? This is fascinating. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Re'isem treifa, right? Re'isem treifa harag, shalim harag. So listen to this. they would have asked the following question. That's not a question, right? So, did you kill? Was it right? So let's do this. So Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon, if they were on the base, and they would say like this. Okay, so witnesses show up. They say we saw Reuben kill Shimon. So they would ask, tell me, do you know, was Shimon a healthy person or was he a treifa? What does this mean? Let's say Shimon was a treifa. Let's say Reuben killed Shimon. Then we're actually going to do Gemara like this. All right, let's say Shimon was a treifa. And we'll say, what does a treifa mean? Treifa means that he has a condition from which he's imminently going to die. The halacha is if you kill someone like that, technically speaking, you're not liable to a death penalty. Now, we'll have to define the scope of that just a little bit more. But in other words, what they would have said. So, okay, witnesses, you saw Reuben kill Shimon, tell me. You know, was Shimon healthy? Was Shimon a treifa? But Pashtos, the witnesses won't be able to what? They won't be able to answer that. They can answer that. So again, if you can't answer that, that seems to be grounds for exoneration. Right? Amravashi and King Solomon Shalim Hava. And even if you want to say, let's say the witnesses say, no, we know that Shimon was totally healthy. How do we know? They both happen to be Shimon's, general practitioners, right? I don't know, does HIPAA apply after your patient dies? I don't know if it applies. Right? But the nice, they go ahead, right? They said, you know what? We're his general practitioners, and he just came for his physical the day before. He gave him complete bill of health, so that he's 100% healthy. I Dilma, the Makom Sayef, not the Hava. Did you give him but maybe where the place where Reuben went ahead and stabbed Shimon, maybe he had a hole in his heart there. You didn't give him a complete diagnostic, like you didn't give him an MRI or a CAT scan or whatever else. So maybe he had a hole in his heart that you didn't know about, or maybe he had some other defect, physical defects you didn't know about. The Gemara says, okay, the Bo so that would be in a capital case. So essentially, Bo says, in a capital case, if you wanted to exonerate, the way you would exonerate would be to say to the witness, how will you know with certainty that Reuben, you say you saw Reuben kill Shimon? Fine, so we're not even disputing that. Maybe Shimon was a treifa. So that would have been grounds for exoneration. Now, the truth is, the counter to that is the chazaka. Is that what? People are treifas, right? But again, nevertheless, we're trying to see, the point of it is that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon would have exploited a particular, derech of questioning. And essentially, they would have cast doubt on the fact that Reuben shouldn't be liable for killing Shimon if there's a possibility that Shimon essentially was already, halachically dead. He was a treif already. Okay, so that works, let's say, in cases of murder. What about a case of immorality? Right? Let's say witnesses show up and they say that we saw Reuben commit adultery. Right? We saw Reuben have relations with Shimon's wife. So how would Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon exonerate in that case? So the Gemara says, the ball is so they would have said like this. They say, witnesses, did you see the actual act of Bia? Right? Literally translated, a tube into an applicant. Did you actually see Bia? Right? That was you gotta be pretty up close and personal, right? To actually see that. Right? And so in other words, what they're saying is, you might have seen a lot of stuff that looks like adultery. But did you see the act itself? Now, the Pashtos, the answer to that 9.9 out of 10 times is going to be no. So the Gemara says, but Rabbanon, so again, that's how they would have exonerated everywhere. So right, in the case of murder, essentially the way you would have exonerated was to say, how do you know that Shimon was a whole and healthy person? Maybe he was a treifa. And in the case of Arais, they would have said, did you really see the actual act itself? And the answer to that would be no as well. That would have been grounds for exoneration. Which says, by the way, that's actually very interesting. Specific now, again, in the case of murder, so the reason we reject that line of question is because, as you said, the chazaka is that a person is not a treifa, unless, of course, you know that they are a treifa. What about the case of erba? Let's say, is that valid? Or maybe you should say, if you don't see the actual act of Bia, maybe you can't convict. So how do we ever convict someone of immorality? But Abanon, so I'll say, because again, when you give testimony about adultery or about arayos in general, the Eidim are not obligated to see the act. What are they obligated to see? right? Circumstantial evidence that indicates to us that an act of immorality occurred. Again, rarely are Aiden ever going to see actual act, right, of actual arise. Well, what are they going to see? They're going to see a man and woman behaving in a certain way that clearly indicates to us that forbidden sexual activity. By the way, can't you go about reading this tomorrow now? Exactly, put this out on our document checking it today. There's a beautiful minute to actually learn Masechah Sota over Sira, because there are 49 blocks. There are 49 blocks in Masechah Sota. So the Rabbi had a very beautiful minute to learn Masechah Sota every day. I know we just started Makkos, but it's still time for Sota. There's always time for a little Sota, right? It doesn't come out right, but you understand what I mean. So it's actually incredible because also that's what Sota is all about, right? Sota is a different kind of case, but Sota are witnesses seeing a man and a woman, right? A woman has been forewarned about a certain man behaving in a certain way. Now, they don't see Bia, actually really, in that case, all they see is seclusion, right? And that's why, again, interesting enough, that triggers a whole different process. But in general, when witnesses are showing up and they're saying Reuben committed adultery with Shimon's wife, so again, we're operating like Shmuel says, that halakha l'maisa. Rarely are they ever saying we saw an act of Bia. That's not what they're saying. Rather, what they're saying is we saw enough to indicate to us that there was forbidden sexual activity that happened over there. And they will say that's how we pass them. Hadron Allah, and they will say Mazel Tov. Our first parak in Makkos. Incredible. What a feeling. All right. Later. Celebration's over. Good. Anyway, we're not going. Rosa said, now, right? No, I'm going to take a little break, right? We went hard on the first days of Yom Tov, right? Good. We'll wait till tonight. Anyway, not going. So now we're going to focus a little bit on actually a sugya that is probably the most well-known sugya in the Masechus Makkos, which is the halachos of your mitlach of going to Golus. So remember again, just a little bit of brief background. Right, Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. And we're going to define exactly what all of these terms mean. Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The halacha is that Reuben is sent to Galus, to an miklat, to a city of refuge. A lot of details of the city of refuge, all those details, sucks Makkos. That's what we're going to be dealing with. So here we go. So now we're going to focus is on what kind of case actually results in a I'm going to use the word carefully. It's not clear if it's obligation, punishment, or opportunity for Galus, right? We'll just say right now, what kind of act results in the obligation for the killer to go to Galus? These are the following people who are sent into Galus. Ha'oled nefesh b'shkaga, right? Reuben kills Shimon by accident. So they'll say, what types of accidents result in Galus? Listen to this. So they'll say, Magdal Magdal is interesting. They used to have plastered roofs, right? So how would you plaster your roof? You take plaster, and what do? You roll it, right? You roll the plaster. So Reuben is taking his roller, and he's rolling out the plaster. And he drops the roller. Again, we'll discuss the parameters. He drops the roller. The roller falls on Shimon and kills Shimon. Okay, accidental or what happens? Reuben was lowering a barrel, right? And what happens? He lost hold of the rope, right? Or the rope snapped. Something happened. The barrel fell down on Shimon and killed Shimon. Reuben was coming down on a ladder. He slipped off the rung, or the rung broke. He falls on Shimon. In all of these cases, in all of these cases, ultimately, again, Reuben is sent to Galus. So there's a common denominator in all of these cases. Reuben is killing with a downward motion, right? The case of the roller I just used to know we're talking about is he's rolling down. He's rolling out, right? He's rolling down, and the roller slips out of his hand, going in the downward motion, falls down. He's lowering the barrel. The rope snaps, something happens, the barrel falls down. He's coming down on the ladder, falls down on Shimon. All these cases, Reuben is killing Shimon with a downward motion. This is where Reuben is going to be subject to Galus. Let's say Reuben was going at a passing roof, but he was pulling the roller up, right, in upward motion, and then lost grip of the roller, right, and killed Shimon. Or he was hoisting up the barrel, right, and something happened, the rope snapped and the barrel fell down. Or or Reuben was going up the ladder, and ultimately again, and he fell down on Shimon. Hargo, Hareze Einodola. And we'll say all of these cases, Reuben is not sent to Galus. Why not? Why not? Because in these cases, that occurred through an upward motion. So we'll say, now we don't understand why there is this decision. We'll say it's in Gemara, but clearly the Gemara is outlining a principle for me. Zak Klau, Mishnah, Zak Klau, Kol Shabbaderech Yiridaso, Gola, V'Shelo B'derech Yiridaso, Eino Gola. So we'll say here's the general Klau. Anytime Reuben kills Shimon because of some type of downward motion activity, ultimately again, he's Gola. He goes to Galus. Anytime ultimately again, it's not the Derech Yiridaso, it's not downward, but rather again, it's an upward motion, he doesn't go to Galus. Now we'll say again, this is a technicality, I just also will say it's a very beautiful line. If you think about this line, Kol Shabbaderech Yiridaso. We'll say, what happens? What happens if Halacha L'Maisa, a person is experiencing a Yerida in life? Says in Yerida, things aren't going well. Things aren't going well, right? My life is not going in the direction I want it to go, right? I'm B'derech Yiridaso. What should you do? Gola. What does Gola mean? Change the circumstances. A lot of times in life when we're not in a good spot, what we tend to do is like wallowing. We just wallow, we just stay there. Meanwhile, the Mishnah says if you're B'derech Yiridaso, which happens to all of us in life, change the circumstances. Now again, maybe you can't change all of your circumstances, but there are always circumstances that are within our sphere of influence. So you're not in a good spot in life, if B'derech Yiridaso, Gola. Change your spot, change your place, change whatever circumstances you can, and turn your situation, or at least begin to change your situation around. Incredible. All right, send me Mara. So let's say, where do I know this from? Where do I know this from, right? In other words, so the Mishnah is giving you this cloud that if Reuben kills Shimon with a downward motion, so Reuben is sent to Galus, but yet again, if he kills Shimon with an upward motion, he is not sent to Galus. So let's say, where do I know this from? To Amar Kra, Vayipal, so the Pasuk says, Vayapel Alov, Vayalos. So it's actually pretty explicit. The lashon of the pasuk is Vayapel Alov, right? When the Torah describes the accidental killer, like the pasuk in its entirety is Obekol Avnei Shayamos, but below the os, Vayapel Alov, Vayamos, Uhulo Oy Tuglo Olamavakishra. So the Torah speaks about, again, the accidental killer. The lashon uses Vayapel Alov. He falls on him. So what do you see from here? That Allah said the din of Galus is only visited upon someone who kills someone else in a downward motion. So we'll say it's not a logic thing, it's a pasuk thing. It's a drasha. So now we're going to unpack this entire circle of this. So we'll say, so if you have a newer Gemara, you can see, by the way, you notice on your margins you have the psukim. So if you just take a look at the psukim that we're talking about. This is the psukim of Ir Miklat. So it's V'krisim Lachem are in Miklat. Who are designating for yourselves, I'm just reading psukim now, not the Gemara. Who are designating for yourselves cities of refuge. Tell Lachem the Gam Shama Rotzeach Make Nefesh B'Shkaga. The Bnei Yisrael Lagev and Soshal B'Sochachem Tziena Sheish Arim Ha'ela LaMiklat Lonos Shama Kol Make Nefesh B'Shkaga. So ultimately, again, who goes? Who goes to the Miklat? Someone who kills accidentally. Someone about B'Shkaga. What do you mean B'Shkaga? Proclamation. This comes to exclude someone who kills intentionally. We'll talk about this. That the cities of refuge were set up for people who killed accidentally, not for people who killed intentionally. In fact, again, if you were an intentional killer, right, you intentionally kill Shimon and decides to run to an Ir Miklat, what do? We get him out. We pull him out. We're going to talk about this. We put him out and we sent him to stand trial in Beis Din. So the Vidas, Reuben killed Shimon without intent. This excludes someone who killed, right? Reuben who killed Shimon with intention. The Gemara says that's obvious. The Gemara says Prakamiskave. So the Gemara says Mezid Pshita Bar Kalavu. Listen, now obviously, if there's intention, then he's a Mezid. If he's a Mezid, then he's liable for that penalty. Ella Amarava Ema Prakla Omer Mutter. This is what I understand what I said. So what does it come to exclude? It comes to exclude someone who says Omer Mutter. Now what's Omer Mutter? So it's a case where Reuven killed Shimon. But when we go ahead and we say, Reuven, what's going on? Reuven says, I thought it was mutter. Shimon says, this is what happens when you don't pay attention in Shir. I thought it was mutter. Now, obviously, we're talking about a legitimate case where Reuven actually thought that what he did was mutter. Now, interestingly enough, what the Gemara is saying is like this. Even though Reuven will not be executed, right? In the case where someone thinks that what he did was mutter, he won't execute him under those circumstances, but at the same time, what? At the same time, he doesn't go to Galus. Right? He's not sent into exile. You don't get your mikvah in the case of Omer Mutter. Omer Abaye, Omer Mutter. Honestly, one second, if he thinks that it's Mutter, isn't that extinguishing circumstance? Isn't that an ones? Shani Omer, Omer Mutter, Kal of the Mizidu. Now I hold that Omer Mutter, so when Reuven kills Shimon, and Reuven says, yes, I did it, but I thought it was Mutter, that's what we call Kal of the Mizidu. So it's like, in other words, it's not shogeg, right? Why isn't it shogeg? Why isn't it accidental? Why? Because there was intentionality. It's not mazid because he didn't have in mind to do something wrong, so he thought it was mutter. So as I saw, Omer mutter on one hand isn't shogeg, it's kalo mazid, right? It's close to mazid, but not mazid itself, so it won't execute him, but at the same time, it also doesn't go to Dolus. So the Ridas, without intention, prat l'miskavim. This is exclusive of Kavana. That's obviously what it says miskavim, shita bakatolu. Obviously, I will say, if Reuven killed Shimon, Reuven had intention to kill Shimon, then ultimately again he's liable to death penalty. Kushimar says, no, what's the case? Interesting. What about Reuven? Right, so let's watch this. Reuven had intention to kill, he was hunting, had intention to kill a deer, but instead he killed Shimon, or Kusi, or he had intention to kill a Kusi, which again, not good, but also not liable to death penalty. Right, and he ends up killing Yisrael. The name fell Baharak ben Kayama. He had intention to kill a Nefel, right, a non-viable child, but instead he killed a regular person. We'll say, so all of these cases, interestingly enough, you don't go to Galus. Right, why don't you go to Galus? Why not? Because it wasn't fully accidental, right? There was intentionality for an act of bloodshed. Just it was supposed to be quote unquote a permitted act, it turned out to be a prohibited act. So again, because there wasn't some level of intentionality, you can't go to. Obviously, you're not going to be executed for that. But it also can't go to Galus because there was some level of intentionality. Turn around in the Pesach, right? It can happen suddenly. But we can others. This excludes the case of a corner. Now, what's the case of a corner? That's very interesting. That's the following area. Reuven is walking with a knife, an outstretched knife, right? Why? I don't know. Like his mother always told him don't run with scissors, right? He's having some mother issues, right? So he's deciding, after the dying, I'm walking around with outstretched scissors, right? That's what he's doing, right? So the nice right? Now again, he's just walking like that. What happens? He comes around the corner. Shimon comes around the corner, and he ends up killing Shimon. Now again, he didn't have intention to kill Shimon, right? He was just holding an outstretched knife. That's what was happening. So again, I will say, so the Maisa, in this case over here, he's not going to go to Galus, right? Why won't he go to Galus? Because at the end of the day, there was some level of intentionality. You can't say that this was totally accidental. On the other hand, of course, he's not going to be executed because he didn't have intention to kill Shimon. Below Ava, without animosity, but Lissone. This comes to exclude ultimately again enemies. We'll talk about this more. That Lamaisa again, if there's some pre-existing beef, between ultimately again Reuven and Shimon, we'll see what to do with that. But Reuven will not go to Galus. Hadafo, Shadafo Begufo, Ishvit Alav. Ultimately, we're talking about a case where either Reuven killed Shimon by pushing his body against him, or that Reuven was thrown upon Shimon and killed him like that. We'll talk more about that as well. Lahabi Yerida, so the man says, Ishvit Alav. Lahabi Yerida, Shitzorat Aliyah. This comes to exclude the case, or we'll talk about this moment of going down, Yerida, and the purpose of going up. Below Sidia, without intention, or I should say, below Sidia means without intention to kill, practically miscutting. That comes to explain this also. Imagine for a moment Reuven threw a rock. Right, his intention was to throw it to the left, but it went to the right and it ended up killing Shimon. So we'll say, so what you begin to see, he did not have intention. Practically miscutting, there's no time but comes to exclude a case where intention to throw for 2 amas, and instead it went for 4 amas. So we'll say, what you begin to see is the theme. What's the theme over here? when does Reuben go to Galus? Essentially, when it was really a total accident, right? He did not have in mind at all. What you begin to see is any situation where Reuben had some level of intentionality. Even if it was intentionality to kill an animal, but he killed a person. They throw a rock 2 amas and it went 4 amas, right? He rounded the corner, didn't realize what was on the other corner. If there's some level of intentionality, that of course does not rise to the level of intentionality to make him chayiv nisa, but it will preclude him from going to Golas. Golas is only, right, exiles here in Nikmat is only for someone who is a full and complete shogeg. If there's any level, even a little bit of some level of intentionality, no Golas. This is also these are the details that we're going to continue to kind of brush out as we go forward. Let's just do a little bit more, then we'll stop. So the word says Vayar. So ultimately, again, it's interesting. The way that the Torah phrases this is where is all of this happening? In the forest. So let's say, so it's interesting, right? The paradigmatic case of accidental death is where Reuben is going ahead and chopping wood in the forest, and what happens? So we'll see somehow he ends up killing Shimon, whether it's because the axe head flies off, or because a splinter of wood flies off. But the paradigmatic case is what's happening in the forest. So the Gemara says, why forest? Why forest? So the Gemara says, "Ma ya'ar rishus l'nizak u'l'mazik u'kanisham afkol rishus l'nizak u'l'mazik u'kanisham." Because a forest is a place where both parties have the right to be there. So therefore, Allah Ta'ala said, just as the forest, again, both Reuben and Shimon are permitted to be there, so too, again, the only time when there's a Iyad Galus is where both parties have a right to be there. For example, if Shimon comes into Reuben's property uninvited, something happens to Shimon, so Reuben is not necessarily liable for that, right? Or conversely, if Reuben goes onto Shimon's property, also that's not fully accidental. In order for it to be an accidental death, a number of factors have to be in place. Number one, we've established zero intentionality, right? And number two, it has to be an area where both parties are permitted to be. Next. Now, this is an interesting case here. Watch this. Let's say Reuben is going up on a ladder. And what happens? The run buckles underneath him, and therefore again he falls down onto Shimon. Now we'll say, so the Gemara says, Mahu, what is the halacha in this case? And we'll say, now what's unique about this case? What's unique about this case? On one hand, which direction is Reuben going? Up. But yet, how does he exert his force? Down. So the shaila is, so now let's say Reuben falls down on Shimon. So what is it? So what do we see from the Mishnah? If Reuben kills Shimon with an upward motion, no galus. Downward motion, there is galus. So what do you do in a case like this, where on one hand, his intention is to go up, right? He's going up the ladder, but it's a downward motion that caused the breakage of the run that caused him to come down onto Shimon. So what are you doing? Because it was like the paradigmatic case of the ladder where he's going galus as well. It's paradigmatic case. Reuben is coming down the ladder, he slips off, and he falls down Shimon. In this case, he's going up, so it's aliyah, but at the same time, it was a downward force that broke the run that caused him to fall down. So is that called aliyah or yerida? So the Gemara says, no. So the Gemara says, no, aliyah. Is this called ascension? Is this called aliyah? And therefore, Reuben will not go to galus, or yerida? Or is this called going down? And therefore, Reuben will go to galus. Amalei, kvarnagata, b'yerida, shehid tzarech aliyah. So again, it says, okay, you've touched on this already. This is the case of yerida tzarech aliyah. So this is the case of going down for the purpose of going up. Rashi says over kvarnagata, arinagata can be yerida tzarech aliyah, v'haradbino le'el le'iyuva. So Moshe suggests over here, we've spoken about this before, and you're chayiv for this kind of case. Since the breakage of the run happens with downward force, this is called yerida, this is called descent, this is called going down, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you'd be chayiv. Now, whether that's the halacha l'maisa, we'll have to see. That's what Yuma wants to suggest right now. Now we're not finished. Eisir, Yuma says, this is the rule. Kol shabbadat yirdas gola. So right, the Mishnah said, what was the rule? anytime that you kill someone in a downward motion, goes to Galus. Not in a downward motion, doesn't go to Galus. So the Gemara said, so when you say going down, what does this come to include? Lav la'asuye ki agavno. Doesn't it come to include this case? Again, when I'm going up the ladder, Reuben's going up the ladder, but again, it's the pressure exerted downward that causes the run to break. And we see ultimately again that he's chayiv. Which was a low. My love last week I got no. What does Kol Shebederech Yeridaso Lasuye Nai. What does Kol Shebederech Yeridaso come to include? Where it says my El Lasuye cuts up. It comes to include the butcher. We'll say, what's the butcher case? So the Pashtus, the case of the butcher sounds like where a butcher is what do you call it? Chopping. Thank you. And what happens? He comes down with the knife. Let's say he's coming down, the knife slips out of his hand and kills Shimon. Did he chayiv for that? So when I was talking about Suy Katsa, Bisanya, we'll say that's very interesting. Bisanya, Katsa Shem Katse. Listen to this. If a butcher was cutting meat, listen to this. Tanachada, so we'll say there are essentially 4 different brises over here. Tanachada, one brise says, the fun of chayiv la'achar potter. If he kills in front of him, he's chayiv, in back of him, he's potter. Tanya idach, bless you, Tanya idach la'achar chayiv la'fana potter. Another brisa, if he kills in back of him, he's chayiv, in front of him, he's potter. Tanya idach, aim upon him la'achar chayiv. Whether he kills in front of him or in back of him, he's chayiv. Tanya idach, aim upon him la'achar potter. And another brisa says that he kills in front of him, back of him, he's potter. What is this? Look, Asha, that's not a contradiction. It's very simple. Can be a reader shalafana, ba'aliyah shala'achara. So we'll say one bride is talking about a case. Now again, I'll say for the butcher, there's 2 motions, right? Right. When he chops meat, what is he doing? First, he goes up, and then he comes down. So again, can be reader shalafana. So when the bride says that he's chayiv in front of him, that's talking about where he kills in a downward motion the knife in front of him. Ba'aliyah shala'achara. And versus when he's pulling the knife in back of him, right, in the upward motion in back of him, his second bride is talking about a case of where the aliyah is in front of him and the yerida is in back of him. Can be yerida shalafana v'shala'acharav. Both right, third bride is talking about again where the yerida is in front and in back. Can ba'aliyah shalafana v'shala'acharav. So we'll say, so it's really actually very simple. In the butcher cases, when is the butcher going to be chayiv galus? When he kills with the downward motion of the knife, but if he kills with the upward motion of the knife, wherever that upward motion is taking place, ultimately again he's going to be potter. Incredible. So let me get to nice. So we'll say so again. So we're still focused on our case over here. Reuben's going up the ladder, right? And when he presses down on the rung breaks and he falls down on Shimon. So that is what we call aliyah or yerida with sorech aliyah. There is downward motion, but the downward motion is for the purpose of going up. So in halacha, how do we look at that? Is that called ascent or is that called descent? Remember again, the nafkamin is big, right? The nafkamin is big. Why? Because if it's ascent, aliyah, he's not chayiv galus. If it's yerida, descent, he is chayiv galus. So which one is it? So which one is it? Lema ketanai. You want to say last short line. Lema ketanai. Haya olu b'sulam nishvar tashlilu mitachtov. If Reuben was going up the ladder, and ultimately again the rung broke as he was going ahead and ascending the ladder. So Tani Chada Chayiv, the Tanya Idach Potter. One brisa says he's Chayiv, one brisa says he's Potter. So Maila B'Hakam, I did not argue about the following case. The Mar Sava Yeridai, or Mar Sava Aliyahi. So this is not focus. Again, I will say, this is a great case. What is this? Is this called Aliyah or Yerida? Is it ascent or descent? No, the Chuli Alma Aliyah. He says, no, not true. Everyone agrees, I will say that in this case, this is called Aliyah. This is called going up. It's going up. I will say, by the way, if you think about it, it has to be that way, right? Why? Because if it's not that way, then what? There's never a case of ascent, right? Because by definition, every ascent requires pressure downward. If you're going to say that any ascent, right, that ultimately, again, what we call Yerida with Sorech Aliyah, or Aliyah, Yerida Sorech Aliyah, that when Reuben goes up the ladder and he breaks the rung because he's pressing downward, if that is called descent, then Lamaisa, there's no case of ascent. The only way to ascend, by definition, is to exert pressure downwards. So the Gemara says it has to be that that's called the case of Aliyah, and therefore, again, if Reuben were to go ahead and go up the ladder, break the rung as he was ascending the ladder, fall down on Shimon and kill him, he would not go to Galus. That's called Aliyah, not Yerida. It has to be that way. But no kashas. What do you do with the two brises? The Gemara says, Kan Zakin, Kan Galus. When the brisa says that he's chayiv doesn't mean Galus. What does chayiv mean? Damages. Damages. I was going to say, let's say Reuben going up the ladder, or he breaks the rung as he's going up. He falls down on Shimon. He doesn't kill him. He injures him. What's the halacha? It's chayiv damages. They both said, it's an accident. It's an accident. Right? Damages. Nizikin 101 is Adam or the Olam. A person is always liable for any damages he does. Accidentally, intentionally, doesn't make a difference. He's chayiv for anything. The other brisa that says that he's potter, that's talking about for Galus. So another possibility is Hava Hala Galus. Both are talking about Galus. Lokashia Had the Isli, Had the Lo Isli. So this is very interesting. The other possibility is talking about as follows. The Aloha Lamaisa, one is talking about a worm-eaten ladder. So let's say the rung is eaten by worms, which means that it's rotted. So let's say in that case where it's rotted, so that will say if then Shimon were to go ahead and step on it and were to break, that would be called Yerida. That would be called descent. Why? Because since we're talking about a ladder that's not really capable of going ahead and holding this weight and sustaining this ascent, that's considered to be descent, and therefore it would be chayiv in that kind of case. Interesting. Look at Rashi just a moment. Had the isli chayiv shekol shliva sheisliya kishadarsan ala mifavasi. It's understood whenever you have a rotten rung, what's going to happen? It's going to sag. It's going to sag. Therefore, by definition, that is called descent. So the mifavasi lamata v'yiridahi imlo hisliya in kan yirida. Incredible. Or the other possible location, the says, or if you're talking about cases of ladders that are not eaten by worms, but one is talking about a case where the rung was properly fastened in place, and one is where it wasn't properly fastened in place. Meaning what? If it was properly fastened in place, that's a proper ladder. And therefore, again, if the rung breaks as Reuben is ascending, that's called ascent. And ultimately, again, is that chayiv galus. If it wasn't properly fastened in place, then that's going to be called descent, and Reuben will be chayiv. So it sounds like what the Gemara is saying is like this: that halacha l'maisa, if Reuben is going up the ladder in a regular case, assuming that the ladder is a proper ladder, right? It's not rotted. Right, it's properly affixed. Reuben's going up the ladder, and now what happens? As he's going up, he snaps the rung. Even though why is the rung being snapped? Why is it snapping? Because of the downward pressure, but we don't look at that as descent. Rather than we only view that ultimately again as ascent. And therefore, Reuben would not go to Galus in that situation. I'm not saying how's it on passing. So listen to this. So the Rambam says in Hilchos Mosheach, here it is. Ketzad Haya Ola Basulam. Here it is. Haya Ola Basulam. Inishmita Shiva Mitachas Raglav V'Nafla Ve'Nisa. Reuben's going up the ladder, and what happens as he's going up? The rung snaps under him, and as it snaps, he falls down on Shimon and kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Pater min ha'galus. Ultimately, again, Reuben is pater from galus. Now, why Rabbi saying? Because again, the Gemara paskins that Yerida Yitzorech Aliyah is called Aliyah. Yerida Aliyah is called that. Ultimately, again, downward motion for the sake of going up is called upward. Right? Aliyah Litzorech. No, it's Yerida Litzorech Aliyah. Right? Because again, what you're doing is you're pushing down for the purpose of going up. Right? So Yerida Litzorech Aliyah, exerting downward pressure for the purpose of going up, is not called Yerida, it's called Aliyah. And therefore, again, by definition, when Reuben is ascending, now again, remember, if it's a rotted ladder, right? Or if it's a what's the word? Like a poorly constructed ladder, again, then that's a different kind of case. But assuming that it's a proper ladder, right? Even though again, when Reuben is going up, he's exerting downward pressure. That is called ascension, and therefore, so Reuben would not be chayiv galus in that case. And both sides, the Musar Haskell was screaming at us in the back. And what do you see from here? Yerida Litzorech Aliyah is called Aliyah. I will say, a lot of times in life, it'd be wonderful to think that life is like this perpetual journey upwards. It's not like that. You ever have one of those experiences where things are going so great spiritually, and then something happens, and like you are a little like thrown into this valley. And it's so frustrating, so upsetting, and a person feels like all of my work, everything I did to build myself up, is now gone because of look at this descent. Look at what happened. So I say the most beautiful thing in Yiddishkeit is when we descend, right? When we have the Yerida, when we have a spiritual descent, it offers us an incredible opportunity to learn so much about ourselves, to learn so much about our weaknesses, right? When I make a mistake, I will say, right? When I get myself into a bad spot in life, that teaches me, right? That shows me like my spiritual Achilles heel. If I use those moments of Yerida to learn about myself, to learn about my weaknesses, and to build back better, then it turns out that Yerida is Litzorech Aliyah. Those descents, those spiritual descents, fuel my ascent. And I will say, what's the halacha? With the Yerida Litzorech Aliyah, if your spiritual descent, you utilize it to build yourself back better to ascend, then a Yerida Litzorech Aliyah is considered to be an Aliyah. And I will say that it turns out that even the descents in life ultimately again are judged as an ascent. Even the Yeridos are considered to be an Aliyah if the Yeridos are used ultimately again for our spiritual betterment. I will say this is one of the most beautiful things in Yiddishkeit. When we fail, our avoda is not to wallow in it. When we fail, our avoda is to ask ourselves, why did I fail? What happened over here? What can I learn about myself? What can I learn about my life? How through my weaknesses can I grow to become a better person? If in those moments of failure, I learn about myself, I build myself up even stronger, then the failure itself, then the Yerida itself becomes the Yerida itself becomes an aliyah. The Yerida itself becomes a moment ultimately again of spiritual ascension. If my Yeridos are just Yeridos, I don't do anything with it, then just Yeridos. But if the Yeridos, if the mistakes in life become the opportunity to learn about myself, to build myself back even stronger, then even the Yerida is an aliyah. Then it ultimately again becomes a Yerida with Sorech aliyah. And the halacha l'maisa, the hashkafa l'maisa, is that Yerida with Sorech aliyah is called an aliyah. A descent for the sake of ascending. Even the descent is part of the physical and the spiritual ascent. Rosai, Shkoyach. All right, Kevin, good night, everyone.
American nut sacks all the way into the ground. On Monday, Americans nut sacks. It's like way too many calories. It's a strange thing to say for sure. Yeah, you fucked up strange too. I said strange. I said like strange. It's a strange thing. Oh yeah, it's very strange. I should have said this. This is an absolute horrible matchup for Bonito. RDR does not give a fuck about this one.
All right, Kevin, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, the Pilsen Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shimon Joshua this year as his host for the Son of Troubles for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Haba, Lina, and Toba, Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and on the birth of a grandson to Ida and Jeremiah Pollack of Indianapolis, Indiana. Mazel Tov and Mazel Tov. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsorship and exclusive singles for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of the Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And may the Avram Shimon Kilman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Braina, Bas, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron Lebracha. We thank all of our sponsors for their incredible generosity. We get an American Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavna, and the families in it, all of those who are poor. Skype together with Kol Yisrael, and the sponsors for the Nation, bring our hostages home. The Shalom and the cause of our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedei. So with that, let us begin with a beautiful, beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Gimel 3. We are picking up on days 12 lines up from the bottom. My Mayu Drabana. So let's just remember again in yesterday's daf, we ended up with was as follows. We saw the Gemara highlighted 3 unique things, 3 unique qualities that applied to Eidim Zolman. Rabbi Akiva added on a fourth. And interestingly enough, one of the things that we saw about Eidim Zolman is that they don't pay kofar. Right? Remember again, if my ox goes ahead and kills someone, there is a payment that's called kofar, which means atonement. Atonement, so Eidim Zolman do not pay kofar. So remember again, the Gemara began with a discussion. Well, what is kofar? Is kofar kapara? Right? Is kofar ultimately is an atonement payment? Is it mammon? Is it a monetary payment? So the Gemara ultimately ended off with the fact that kofar is kapara. Right? Kofar is an atonement payment. There is machlokes over here between the Rabbanon and Rabbi Shmuel about how you value that payment. Effectively, Shmuel, we go ahead and we value the payment ultimately again based on the value of the damager, which makes sense because since it's an atonement payment, therefore yes, the sort we give is value. But the Rabbanon on the other hand holds we go ahead and we value the payment based on the value of the damaged party. So that's what we're picking up. Why is it that now, here's what's interesting is this seems to be inherently contradictory. If you hold that the kofar payment is a kapara, is an atonement payment, right? If that's what it is, then logically, what should it be? What should the value be based on? Should the value be based on the damager, right? If I'm the person whose ox killed Reuben, so it makes sense that I have to pay my work. In other words, again, something of mine took the life of another. I should have to pay my value. That makes sense. But according to the Rabbanon, he said that you pay the value of the victim. What's the shot? So here he goes. He wants to say as follows: Nemar hashasa lemato, nemar hashasa lemala. So more interesting enough, it says hashasa. Hashasa means to impose a payment upon someone. So it says hashasa lemata, and again, Rashi points out over here. Nema hashasa lemata, or lemala, excuse me. He says, "B'nogev isha harat kasher yashes alabakisha." There's two cases. Case number one is where two men are fighting. The men are fighting, and Reuben goes ahead and bumps into a pregnant woman, causing her to miscarry. So the Torah explains that halakha l'maisa, the Reuben, the perpetrator, has to go ahead and pay for the miscarriage. Now what does that mean? He pays a value. Now what's the value? The value is the value of the victim, right? If there's a value for woman who's pregnant and who's not pregnant, so Reuben goes in and has to pay that amount. So the Torah uses the word hashasa, which means we impose a financial penalty, or we impose a penalty upon the perpetrator of the damage. So the word is v'nema hashasa l'mala. Mala halon b'din yizok afkam b'din yizok. So once it says hashasa by the damaging of a pregnant woman, it says hashasa by kofar. Just like hashasa by the pregnant woman, everyone agrees the dinizak shemira. We evaluate damages based on the value of the victim. So to again in the hashasa. So when it comes to valuation of damages or valuation of kofar, we do it by the value of the victim. Okay, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shmuel, and that's like the Yonashotzi. Rabbi Shmuel, who holds again that halakha l'maisa, kofar is based on the value of the damager. He says, when we read it, well, the Torah says, "B'nasan yonasho," you have to give a redemption for your soul, which sounds like again you have to give your value, the damager's value. To which the Gemara says, "V'Rabbanan in Pidyon Nachshok said, yeah, it's true that everyone's agreeing with this. Everyone is agreeing that kofar ultimately again is kapara. Kofar ultimately again is an atonement. But nevertheless, how do we value that atonement? So the Rabbanan in Pidyon Nachshok said, "Miu kishamino pidyon is shamino." It's true, it's an atonement payment. But how do we evaluate that atonement payment? Ultimately based on the value of the damaged party. Okay, so most of this fucking time is as follows. Now remember, for our purposes, ultimately, what comes out is really two pieces of information. Number one, Eidim Zolmin don't pay kapara, don't pay kofar. So for example, just to illustrate the case, Eidim Zolmin Shabbat Beis, what are they testifying to? They're claiming that we saw Reuben's ox kill Shimon. Okay? It turns out, the second set witnesses show up, you couldn't have seen that you were with us at that time the Eidim Zolmin. No reciprocal punishment over here. Why not? Because we've established kofar is kapara, is an atonement payment. So it doesn't make sense to impose an atonement payment upon the Eidim. Why? They didn't do anything. I mean, they did something. They testified falsely, but they didn't do anything in that. They didn't kill anyone. The ox didn't kill anyone. So therefore, you can't impose an atonement payment as someone who has not committed the infraction. So that's our purpose. Now the Gemara has an aside, there's another raging machlokes about how do you evaluate the kofar payment. Rabbi Shmuel says the Masik Shemina. So Ruvain, the owner of the ox, will pay to Shimon, we're going to pay to Shimon's heirs. Ultimately, again, Ruvain's value. There's no value. It's his internal payment. And again, the Rabbanan hold no, but the Mizak Shemina, the payment ultimately again is in accordance with the value of the victims. That machlokes is still here. We're not wading into that too much right now, but our purpose is not Eden Zone is what we're focusing on. Good, next. You come evidently. This is interesting. Eden Zonen are not sold as an evidently. Now, what does this mean? Remember again, halacha here's the case. Witnesses 1 and 2 show up. And what do they say? We saw Ruvain steal from Shimon. Now, Ruvain does not have the money to pay back the theft. In general, if you steal and don't have the money to pay back the theft, what's halacha? You're sold as an evidently. So they're testifying against Ruvain that he stole. Ruvain doesn't have the money to pay back, which means under these circumstances, Ruvain would be sold as an evidently. Okay? So the halacha is, if it turns out that they made it to 18 shillings, we don't impose reciprocal punishment. They're not sold as evidently. So when it says, so Hamnuna say, what is this? So that's ultimately, again, when Ruvain himself had money. Ruvain himself had money, so Ruvain himself would not have been sold as a slave. The Migos, the evil known as Davin, and the Ulani known as Davin. So since ultimately, again, Ruvain himself wouldn't have been sold because he has money to pay back the stolen amount, so to the Eden wouldn't be sold as well. Okay, about the less they would be day, this is the case. So Hamura wants to suggest that if Ruvain doesn't have money, right, and if Ruvain would have been sold, even though the Eden do have money, right? So if Ruvain didn't have money, even if the Eden do have money, the Eden are sold. Wow. So what's it? That's intense. Right? So if the witness is testifying that Ruvain stole from Shimon and Ruvain doesn't have money, so found guilty, Ruvain would have been sold. Now it turns out that the Eden are Eden zoning, the Eden are sold. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Why can't we say this Ruvain? Hold up over here. Ruvain, if you had money, you wouldn't have been sold either. Why should the witnesses be sold if they have money? In other words, even if Ruvain would have been sold, but Ruvain would have had money, could have bought himself out. If you want to impose reciprocal punishment upon the Eden, so go ahead and say if they don't have money, they can be sold also. But the mice, if they do have money, why shouldn't they be able to buy themselves out of servitude? Allah says you're right. Allah said as follows. As we said, tiny the Islam only the day, only the day. So when do we say that Eden are not sold as an evidence? When is that? When someone in the equation has money. Right? Either Ruvain himself, right, or the witnesses, right? Because if Ruvain himself has money, that means Ruvain wouldn't have been sold. If Ruvain wouldn't have been sold, you can't sell the witnesses. Or even if Ruvain doesn't have money, so Ruvain would have been sold. And now we seek to impose reciprocal punishment upon the Eden. And the Eden say, look, we do have money. So again, we're happy. We're willing to pay. But again, just like Ruvain, if you had money, you could have bought yourself out of servitude. So if we have money, we should also be able to buy ourselves out of servitude. That's the halacha. So listen to this. The less late, lo live the lo live the go is dav. But halacha nice, not halacha nice. But Hamura says, but when neither Ruvain nor the Eden have money, then what's the halacha? The witnesses are sold. Incredible. Right? So in the case where no one has money, right? Ruvain doesn't have money, the Eden don't have money, no one has money, which means that Ruvain would have been sold as an evidently, and the witnesses don't have money either. In that case, they would be sold into servitude. That's Rav Hamnuna. Now again, Rabbi said no, absolutely not. That is not the halacha. Rabbi says no, it's not true. The concept of being sold as an evidently is a unique halacha that applies to the thief himself. It doesn't apply to the reciprocal punishment of Abel and Solomon. So we begin to see this theme emerging, right? So as much as the Torah prescribes, reciprocity for Abel and Solomon, there are certain punishments that are dafka reserved for the actual perpetrator of the crime that cannot be replicated in a reciprocal scenario. So again, So for over here, the concept of being sold as an Eved Ivri is that is something that is reserved for the thief himself. The person who steals, you borrow, you steal, you can't pay back that which you have stolen. You're sold as an Eved Ivri. When even Zuman come into the picture, they could be forced to pay the value of the theft, right? Or the accused theft, supposedly. There's no actual theft. But the Lord said they can't be sold. Same thing with Kofer. Right? Kofer is an atonement payment. Who has to pay an atonement payment? The person who committed the crime, right? The person who committed the act. But if you didn't commit the act, then there's no such thing as an atonement payment for you. Okay, so that's the halacha. Good. So I say that's the end of the list. Next. Rabbi Akiva almost remember Rabbi Akiva added in. Rabbi Akiva added in. At in Mishaman Api Atzma. This is good. Interesting. Rabbi Akiva added in also over here. In addition to the first three, Rabbi Akiva even Zoman also can't pay or aren't made to pay based on their own admission. Okay, so what's the case? Right down to Rabbi Akiva. What's Rabbi Akiva's logic? What's Rabbi Akiva's logic? Very simple. I want to say the reciprocal payment is a knas. Remember again, in the world of financial payments, there are two different types of payments. What are the two different types of payments? Number one, mamon, which is actual like compensation, compensatory payments, or knas, which is a penalty. Right? How do you know there's in knas and mamon? Mamon is logical, knas is illogical. So that when I say illogical means it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the actual value of the damage committed. Eidin Zorin is a knas. It's a penalty. Rabbi Akiva said like this: there is a principle that when it comes to knas, ultimately again you cannot pay a knas based on your own admission, or as we've stated it before, moge the knas pater. If you admit that you owe a penalty payment, you're pater. So therefore, again, Rabbi Akiva says if witnesses show up, right, to basically, the witnesses say we are even Zimmerman, we're like, okay, have a nice day, but we're not going to impose reciprocal punishment upon them because it's knas and motive the knas pater. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi. Rabbi says, Sastida, Sharla Asimaisa. Then they had Rabbi Shaman. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, I'll show you how it's a knas. How do I know that it's a knas? Even Zolman did not actually do a maisa. Like the Gemara said, he asked, what did even Zolman do? What do they do? It was speech. The speech keyboard is not the maisa. Yet even though they didn't do a maisa, technically speaking, they could be executed. They might be executed again in case where they show up and they say, we saw you then kill Shimon. Like on Friday. And then the second witnesses show up and say, no, you couldn't have been there on Friday because you were with us on Friday. Even Zolman, and you put them to death. So Rabbi says, just if you want to understand how do you know that even Zolman are a knas, just look at the mechanics of it. Right? Just look at the mechanics. At the end of the day, they didn't actually do a maisa yet, they could still be put to death. That shows that it's a knas. I'm not going to take though. Shemon biad ba'ilin mushamin. Right? Rav Nachman comes along, and Rav Nachman says, I'll show you it's knas as well. Look, even Zolman, for example, let's say they claim Reuben went ahead and Reuben borrowed $1,000 from Shimon and he didn't pay back. Okay, and if it turns out that you're Edom Zolman, they have to pay $1,000. Meanwhile, money never left Reuben's hands. All they're doing is testifying. Despite the fact that they did not actually cause Reuben a loss of money, nevertheless, what? They have to pay. What does that show you? That it's knas. That's knas. So the Gemara is top of the Gimel. So the Gemara says, I understand. Now, I will say, it sounds like from the way the Gemara is structured, that Rabbi and Rav Nachman are saying two different things. But the truth is, they seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is, how do you know that Edom Zolman is a knas? Because at the end of the day, there was no maisa, right? There was no action, yet halacha l'maisa, there's still liabilities. The Gemara says, my nihu, de lo asa maisa, hani Rabba. So again, Rav Nachman, you're saying the same thing as Rabbi, right? Rabbi said, Edom Zolman didn't even do a maisa, yet they could be put to death. And Rav Nachman says, essentially, they didn't even do a maisa because look, they didn't even extract money from one party, yet they could still be liable. So Rav Nachman, aren't you saying the same thing as Rabbi? You're right, the kingdom of Rav Nachman. You're right. Rav Nachman is not coming to say anything new, but ultimately, again, Rav Nachman is coming to add on to Rabba's statement. So we'll say, this is incredibly important. Edom Zolman, the reciprocal payment, is a knas. Is a penalty. because it is a penalty, that's what Rabbi Akiva comes along and says that if Eidim admit that they are Eidim Zomimin, then Halacha L'maisa, they are not forced to pay reciprocal payment. How do we know that Eidim Zomin is a Knas? Because they didn't do a Maisa, they didn't do anything, right? All they did is they proffered speech, right? They offered up Eidos, and yet at the end of the day, there's still liability. Okay, says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav. Go say second line below that. Amar Yehuda Amar Rav. Eid Zomin, Mishal Lefi Chalko. An Eid Zomin, this is a very interesting case, right? An Eid Zomin, a Zomin witness, and come on, a singular witness. Mishal Lefi Chalko. He pays his portion. So when it says, what does that mean? What exactly does that mean? The high Mishalim Palga, behind Mishalim Palga, can you know? Mishal Shalom, Mishal Shalom Malchus. So we'll say, so you tell me like this, right? Witnesses show up, right? Witness 1, witness 2. They claim that Ruvain stole $1,000 from Shimon. So they're looking to make Ruvain viable $1,000. Turns out they're Eidim Zomimin. So what do? We say to them, okay, you have to pay $1,000. How do we split it? Witness 1 pays 500. Witness 2 pays 500. Okay, that's we already learned that, right? That's a Mishnah. Mishal Shalom Mishal Shalom Malchus. We split money, but we don't split Malchus. Now, both sides. This is very interesting. What does that mean? Well, we'll get into what is this? We'll get to it over in 2 days from now. Listen to this. What this means is like this. Fascinating case. Witness 1 and 2 show up. What do they claim? They claim we saw Ruvain with shackles. Right? We saw Ruvain eat chazer. So what it says now? What's the halacha to eat chazer? What's the halacha? Malchus. So now it turns out that the second set witnesses show up and they say, you couldn't see Ruvain eating chazer because you were with us. Okay. So now we give Malchus to the Eidim Zomin. So let's assume for a moment, right? Malchus is 39. Let's call it 40. I can't remember if it's 40. So you would have felt like this, right? Or I would have thought maybe witness 1 gets 20. What is it? It's not the way it works. Each of the witnesses get the full measure of Malchus because we split monetary awards or monetary knas, but not Malchus. Right? So let's say again, if they were going to make Ruvain pay $1,000, each witness will pay 500. But by Malchus, each one gets the full measure of Malchus. So we learn that. So what is the word teaching us? Eluk Yagon is very interesting. So Eluk Yagon, the Itzim Chadminayu, the Mishalim Palga Bidei. Most of this fascinating. Rather, what does it mean? What does Rab's statement mean? That an Eid Zomin pays his share? What it means is like this. Let's say only one of the witnesses was getting to an Eid Zomin. Right? So for example, right, witness 1 and 2 show up and they say we saw Ruvain steal $1,000 from Shimon on Friday. Okay? There's another set of witnesses show up and they say witness 1, you cannot have seen that, you were with us. Now the second set of witnesses are only testifying about witness 1. They're not testifying about witness 2. So it sounds like what they can do is they can make witness 1 into an Eid Zomin, and he'll have to pay his portion. In other words, he won't have to pay the full $1,000. He'll pay 500 because that quote unquote was his portion of the Eidus. The Gemara says 1 second. Well, Mishalim, does that actually work? Well, tiny will learn. Ein Eid Zomin Mishalim Mamon Acher Zumushneim. Well, that's not the way it works by Hazama, right? By reciprocal punishment. The way it works either is the entire testimonial unit is made into Eidim Zomimin, or none of them are Eidim Zomimin. In other words, you can't make one witness of the unit into an Eid Zomin. It doesn't work. Rabbi says you're right. But Omer, Eidos Sheker He'arati. This guy saying, what's the case? The case is where one of the witnesses shows up and he's supposed to, again, same case, right? Witness 1 and 2 claim Ruvain stole $1,000 from Shimon, trying to make Ruvain liable to $1,000. Then one of the witnesses says, I'm sorry, I want to do tshuva. Someone steals him a Pesach, tremendous orders, change, freedom, ben chorin, and I lied. I'm not telling you, I didn't tell the truth. And therefore, again, and it sounds like Rabbi is saying, okay, we'll make him pay his share of $500. The Gemara says that doesn't work. So the Gemara says, Kol communities, he believes, even Shehegid Shuvin Chozer Magi. That's not the way it works by testimony. By testimony, the way it works is once you give your testimony, that's it. You are not believed to change your story. So this is really interesting. In other words, once you offer up your testimony in Beis Din, that's it. It's locked in. We do not believe you to change it. So how could a witness come along and say, I lied, and therefore make him liable to half of the $1,000? To which the Gemara says, Ella, rather what? This is very interesting. But Omer, hey, Adnu v'huzam Beis Din kloni. You want to listen to this. What's the case? The case is where the witness one shows up and he says, you know what? Witness, me and witness two, we testified in a different case. We were made into Adin Zomerman. But then we escaped from that Bezdin. So I'm here now in this Bezdin number 2 to declare that I am an Aid Zomerman. And therefore, again, I'm going to pay my portion. So Gemara says, well, that doesn't work. The Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva. This obviously doesn't affect Rabbi Akiva. So we just finished Rabbi Akiva on the bottom of Bezdin or Bezdin. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva ha'amar at'im b'shalim pi'atzmo. Remember again, what Rabbi Akiva holds, that what? You can't pay as an Eid Zomin based on your own emission. Why not? Eid Zomin is a knas, and again, you can't pay a knas payment based on your own emission. So what's the case? So we'll say, so again, just to be clear, remember, we're just trying to figure out, Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rav, that an Eid Zomin could pay his own portion. Right? Mishalim fi chalkal, based on his own admission, could be liable to his share. We're just trying to figure out what is that case. What is that case? So you must listen to this. Omer, Adnu be'izamnu be'bezdin klonim, v'chayvinu mamo. Oh, so this is very interesting. What's the case? The case is right where witness one shows up. Witness one shows up in Bezdin 2. Okay? Witness one in Bezdin 2. And what does witness one say in Bezdin 2? He says, listen, Bezdin 2. Witness 2 and I testified in Bezdin 1, and we were found to be Eidim Zomerin, and Bezdin imposed the financial penalty upon us. So we're liable for $1,000. Now, let's say something very interesting happens here. Even though we say that reciprocal payment, right, is Eidim Zomerin is knas, once Bezdin passes the psak-din, right, the verdict, once the verdict is delivered, and now Bezdin says witness 1 and 2 just tied $1,000, that is now a debt. Because it's a debt, therefore what? It's mamo. It's money. It's not knas. And it's like any other debt. That's in other words, after the verdict is delivered, the witnesses 1 and 2 are Eidim Zomerin, and they're obligated to pay back within $1,000. So again, even though the process of Eidim Zomerin is a knas, but once Bezdin delivers its verdict, that is now mamo. That is a debt that they owe. If it's a debt, then you can pay it based on your own admission. So when witness 1 shows up in Bezdin 2, right, and says, listen, witness 2 and I, we were about to be Eidim Zomerin in Bezdin 1, and Bezdin 1 delivered the verdict, and we're tied to it. They said, they wrote up the verdict, we're tied to the $1,000, that is a financial obligation. When witness 1 shows up in Bezdin 2 and says, I owe it, we believe him, and we let him pay his portion of $500 to remain. So the Gemara says, okay, it's interesting enough. What's fascinating about this? Who's chayiv in this case? Who's chayiv in this case? Witness 1. Who's not chayiv in this case? Witness 2. Why? Because witness 2 hasn't said anything. Witness 2 hasn't confirmed anything. So I might have thought that how can I obligate witness 1 to pay his share without obligating witness 2? No, we did. We look at it as 2 different things. Witness 1 is coming forward and saying he owes money. When someone comes forward and says that they owe money, what's our approach to that? What's our approach? Okay, that's fine. Cash or credit. That's our approach. If you say you owe money, we'll take you at your word. If you say you owe money, that's it. The fact that there's another witness involved in it, well, he's not saying anything, and your word, witness 1, your admission can't have an impact on witness number 2. So then I'll say, interestingly enough, if witness 1 comes along and says, we were made Eidim Zomerin in another Bezdin, and that first Bezdin actually delivered the verdict, so made us chayiv as a debt $1,000, and I stand before you in Bezdin number 2 saying that I owe my portion, Bezdin 2 says, okay, they are. No problem. We're happy to accept the payment. What's the implication of that on witness number 2? Nothing, because witness number 2 didn't say anything. Incredible. All right, so let's say Mishnah. Second Mishnah and second Smach is incredible. What's very interesting. So witness 1 is Ushah. They say, we saw Ruvain divorce his wife. Right? Friday, Shabbos, right, the 13th of Nisan, we saw him divorce his wife, and he did not pay her ksuba. You give her a ksuba. Okay. So now what happens? Now the Gemara says, now interestingly enough, they're found to be Eidim Zomrim. Okay, so second set of witnesses show up and tell the first set of witnesses you cannot have seen that on Friday. You were with us burning the hummus, right? We were there the whole day, a lot of hummus. Right there the whole day. So you cannot have seen that we didn't divorce this wife. So the say, now the question is, what do they pay in this scenario? So again, obviously they're trying to make Ruvain pay the ksuba. So let's just say the ksuba was worth $50,000. So they're trying to make Ruvain pay the ksuba. Now here's the problem. To just say that the Eidim Zomrim have to pay $50,000, that doesn't make any sense. Why? Suba said, now it's possible, we'll say that what? That it would have ended up, now that Ruvain would have ended up paying her the ksuba anyway. Now, why would he end up paying her the ksuba anyway? Two possibilities. The possibility one, they get divorced. Possibility two, he dies and his estate has to pay it to her. So it's not like, see what I'm saying, like in a classic case we were saying before, right? When it's a shop and they say, Ruvain's one and two, Ruvain stole $1,000 from Shimon. So they're trying to make Ruvain liable to $1,000 that he would not be liable to without their testimony. So the halacha is, reciprocal buyers have to pay $1,000. In this case, they were trying to get Ruvain to pay the ksuba. So right now, Ruvain doesn't owe the ksuba. But it could be that down the road he will owe the ksuba. On one side, there's so many different scenarios. Scenario one is that Rachel predeceased Ruvain. If that's the case, there's no ksuba payment at all. And therefore, based on their testimony, they'd be depriving him of $50,000. Possibility two is that they get divorced. If they get divorced, he'd have to pay it anyway. And possibility three is that he predeceases her, in which case his estate would have to pay her. So Shiloh, in this case, what do the Eidim Zomrim pay to Ruvain? To which the Mishnah says, Om din kama adam lo tzalitim b'ksuvasa shalzu, shenis amala o niskarsha b'inesa yirashana bayla. So it's interesting. So essentially what we value this at is it's like a ksuba future. Now, once we've seen this concept before, that a woman has a right to sell her ksuba. Right, so let's say Rachel wants some extra money, so she decides to sell her ksuba. Now, what happens when a woman sells her ksuba? What is she selling? She's selling a future option. What she's saying is, my ksuba is worth $50,000. Now, I'm willing to sell it to you, with the possibility that we're going to get divorced, right? Or my husband's going to die, and therefore I'll collect. But remember again, there's also the other possibility that what she predeceases him. As she predeceases him, what does the buyer get? What does it get? Zero. So therefore, when you sell a ksuba, the kashtos, you sell it at a steep discount. Right? Because again, although there's the possibility of a payout, there is, right? I guess we check into the Shalom Bayis statement first, right? There's the possibility of a payout, right? But there's also the possibility that you get absolutely nothing. So the Gemara suggests that's the amount that we make Eidim Zomrim pay. Now, I was saying, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, Ketzad Shavim. The Gemara says, by the way, how do we assess this payment? So I'm going to describe the bow. So Chisda says, ultimately, again, we do it based on the husband. What does it mean based on the husband? What this means is like this. So the husband wants to pay for the ksuba. Every husband, what's meshubed? What's meshubed? What is encumbered to the ksuba? So from the husband, what is encumbered to the ksuba? Everything. Right, so this is very important. Right, the ksuba encumbrance develops upon everything. Your property, movable property, yes, and the ksuba, right? Even in Gerima, that passport, even a shirt on my back. Everything is encumbered to the ksuba. So Rav Chisda seems to indicate that we look at the value of the property, encumbered to the ksuba. Right, look at the value of the property encumbered to the ksuba, and that is what the Eidim would have deprived the husbands of, and therefore that's what they have to pay. So what's the value of the property encumbered to the ksuba? Now, local mind said that's what they have to pay to the husband. But Nasra Oshia Omer, no, the Isha. No, Nasra Oshia says, really like what the Mishnah said. But Halakha L'Maisa, this is very interesting. We look at the following. How much would a person be willing to pay for the future right of the ksuba? Right? And we subtract that amount from the actual value of the ksuba, and that's the amount that Eidim Zomrim have to pay. Right? So in other words, we'll say, there's the value of the ksuba, we'll call it $50,000. Then if she were to sell the ksuba, how much could she sell it for? Let's call that $20,000. We look at those two values, and the Eidim Zomrim are forced to pay the difference in those two values. The face value minus the future value, that's the amount ultimately, again, that they were seeking to deprive the husband of, and therefore, they have to pay that. Papa says the Isha or the Ksuba. So Papa says, we're going to go like that second approach. that will do a difference between the face value and the future. And the future, we'll call it the future value, right? The future's value of that ksuba, right? We'll pay that amount, but also here's the top. Remember, ksuba doesn't necessarily include everything that a husband will be obligated to his wife for upon divorce. Right? There's other properties, there's say some barzel, say mamud, other things like that. That does not come into the equation over here. The only thing Edom Zonim are obligated for is what's written in the ksuba itself. So Allah Kalamaisa with the Gemara can stand off is if witnesses testify, we saw Reuben divorce Rachel and he didn't pay her the ksuba, the halacha is they have to pay. What do they have to pay? The difference between the face value of the ksuba and the future's value of the ksuba. That difference is what they pay to the husband. Incredible. Mishnah. It was very interesting. When it's a short, they say we testify that Reuben owes Shimon $1,000, and it's $1,000 that is due within 30 days. That's not like 30. The debt itself is due within 30 days. So I said, now Reuben himself says, no, we can't buy extra. Not true. Interestingly enough, in this case, Reuben says, I owe Shimon $1,000, but it's not in 30 days. It's 10 years. It's 10 years. So now it turns out that the witnesses are even zoning. Right, so they lie. Right, second set witnesses show up. They say you can't know that Reuben owes Shimon $1,000 because the day that the debt was made, you were with us. So it's interesting enough. What do the witnesses feel here? Because remember, again, interestingly enough, in this case, everyone is agreeing that what? Reuben owes Shimon $1,000. What's the disagreement about? Not disagreement, but what were they lying about? The payment schedule. The Edom Zolim said that the loan was due in 30 days. Right? Reuben said the loan was due in 10 years, and Reuben was right, and they lied. So what do? Very simple. The Gemara says, well, very simple. So it's very simple. Like, what do the Edom Zolim have to pay? They have to pay like this. How much would a person pay? How much extra would a person be willing to pay to delay payment from 30 days to 10 years? Right? Essentially, how much would I do? What is the value of being able to pay back at a much later date? Whatever the animals said, obviously there's a value to that, right? There's absolutely a value to that. Again, that's how interest on loans works. Like the longer you can hold the money, so again, that represents something. So how much would a person pay? What is the value of being able to hold on to a loan of $1,000 for 10 years versus 30 days? And that difference in value, that's what the Edom Zolim have to go ahead and pay to you. Tomorrow, I'm going to do the Rishwal. This is an interesting case. Person goes ahead and lends his friend money for 10 years. 10-year loan. Shvi'is Misham Tarso. It's fascinating. Shmita will cancel the debt. The Gemara says, now here's what's fascinating. Nowadays, and we'll say, the works by Shemitah. So it says as follows. It says, when the Shemitah year comes, Loidos Esrei Evi, which means you can't approach your friend for repayment. Right? You can't push him for repayment. And we'll say, interestingly enough, on a 10-year loan, Reuben is not pushing Shimon for repayment, right? Why? It's not due now. Right, let's assume for a moment they made the loan on the first year of the 7-year Shemitah cycle. So in the Shemitah year number 7, Reuben is not approaching Shimon because the loan's not due. Even though, again, there's no element of lo yigos, nevertheless, right? So possibly de lo yigos. Ultimately, again, this loan will come to lo yigos. So it's like, when will it come to lo yigos? In year number 10, in other words, even though it's not actively collected now, essentially what we say is like this. Any loan that ultimately, again, will become collectible is subject to Shemitah cancellation, which is fascinating. So what it sounds like is every loan, no matter how long the duration, right? You have a 30-year mortgage, it sounds like, again, you got that money from a Jew, it sounds like Shemitah is going to cancel that, even though it's not coming due during Shemitah year itself. Because we apply lo yigos means any loan ultimately again that will be collectible is canceled out by the Shemitah year. Versus one second. Massive about Kana. So Kana, remember, brings out concept from the Mishnah. Omdin, Kama also collect on so that's the Mishnah's case. Witness 1 or 2 show up, and what do they say? They say Reuben borrowed $1,000 from Shimon, and he owes Shimon that money back when? Within 30 days. Right? Shimon claims, Reuben claims that I owe it back 10 years later. 10 years later. So says the Gemara, so what do? We go ahead and we differentiate between the value that a person would pay to have a loan for 30 days versus 10 years. Well, 1 second, that's what kind of. That's just according to Mishnah. But that doesn't make any sense. Now, if you hold that Shemitah cancels a loan, even if it's not due during the Shemitah year, then what they will say? When in reality, so the witnesses should have to pay within $4,000. Why? Because in the way the loan was structured, what was going to happen to Reuben's loan from Shimon? What was going to happen to it? It was going to be canceled by Shemitah. Right? Meanwhile, when the witnesses say that it's due within 30 days, they're making the fully liable for a loan. In other words, so in the way that they're claiming the loan happened, Reuben would be fired $1,000. But ultimately, again, in the way that it actually happened, Shemitah would actually cancel this debt. So what's going on over there? Which the Gemara to be Amit Shvius Mishantaso. If you say that Shemitah cancels a debt, even if the debt is not due during the Shemitah year, that means they were looking to deprive. They were looking to make Reuben liable for the full $1,000, but he really would have been exempt from that because Shemitah would have canceled it. So you must say, no. I'll ask, what's the case over here? The Milva al Hamashkon or the Moshe Shtaros of the Beis. Says about the case over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, in this loan that Reuben borrowed from Shimon, they had a mashkon. They had collateral, or they handed over the debt to Beis, which is what we call Huzbal. So it says this is very important. So in other words, interesting as an aside, Shemitah cancels debts, but Shemitah doesn't cancel all debts. So for example, there are two elements over here. If you have a loan that has a collateral, then the Shemitah doesn't cancel that debt. Why? Because the collateral makes it as if the loan has already been collected, right? That's what collateral is. Collateral is a form of repayment. So since there's an already existing form of repayment, therefore Allah Shemitah does not cancel such a debt. The only thing that prevents Shemitah from canceling is what we call a prusbal. Rashi says over here, Rashi first short line. Rashi notes Shtaros of the Beis Din to prusbal. Sheviskin hilo shekasiv bo mosrani lachem tvorim hagayanu shebemakom plorim shekol kol sheishli she'agmanu kol zman she'ertza. So this is exactly it, right? This is exactly it. So they give a prusbal. So what I'm suggesting over here, this case in the Mishnah is different because it could very well be that Reuben is not arguing that he borrowed money from Shimon, right? He did. Machlokes over here is about the duration. Ibn Zomer is saying 30 days, right? And Reuben is saying 10 years. But even so, Shemitah would not have canceled this debt. Why not? Because this was a collateralized loan, or there was a prusbal. Okay, this time, Hamava al Hamashkon. Because it's halacha l'maisa. If you go and you lend on collateral or you make a prusbal, Shemitah does not cancel your debt. So fine. Well, so that's the first version of this discussion. Now the Ikidami is very important because it's actually the halacha l'maisa. So you got the ultimate version of this discussion. Already done a shul. Hamal b'es chaveru b'aser shanim ein shvius misham tasal. So the alternate version of this is if you lend your friend money for 10 years, Shemitah does not cancel the debt. Okay? So the Apagav, the Asili de Lagos, even though ultimately this loan will come to Lagos, which means even though one day this loan, of course, will become collectible. Hashta miha lokarina be'lagos. Right now, it's not subject to lagos. According to this version, and this is already so this is not focused. According to this version, Shemitah only cancels debts that are due now, lagos now. But debts that are due later on down the road, Shemitah does not cancel. So I'm going to read Amrav Kana, Ap Ananani Tanina. We learned this as well. Omdin, Kama Adam Rosa Likim, you Alexis Biado, Belikim Kanban Lamigo, Belikim Kanban Answer Sharp. So it's a Mishnah, right? Witnesses show up, witnesses wanting to show up, and they say, Reuben borrowed $1,000 from Shimon, and it's due within 30 days. Reuben claims not due within 30 days, due within 10 years. Due within 10 years. So let's say, so what do we do? Now it turns out that the witnesses are even zoning. So what do they have to pay? We assess the difference in value. How much would a person be willing to pay to delay payment from 30 days to 10 years? That's the amount they have to pay. Now, the Amit Shias Mishantaso, And again, Allah if Shemitah really cancels debts, even that weren't due during the Shemitah year, then it turns out that Allah the way the loan was structured, Shemitah would have canceled it. Facing even Zomim, Reuben would have to pay it, which means that Reuben should have to pay, the witnesses should have to pay the entire amount to Reuben. Rabbi says, no, I'm asking what's the case of here? The Nova al Hamashkon. We're talking about, again, collateralized loan, and one who does a principal. This man, Hamal al Hamashkon, if one lends with collateral, the Hamon search Daros of the basis, or one does a principal, ain't mashmitin. Ultimately, again, it does not go ahead and Shmita does not wipe out the debt. Incredible. So let's say, so halacha l'maisa, I just want to point out that the halacha l'maisa of the Mishnah remains the same, which is, again, witnesses 1 and 2 show up and they say, you didn't owe me $1,000 due in 30 days. Right, Reuben says back, I owe the money, but it's 10 years from now. Second set of witnesses show up and they say, first set of witnesses, you're lying, you're with us. You're with us, you couldn't have seen the loan or anything else. So what's the halacha? What do the witnesses pay? They pay the value. How much would a person be willing to pay to delay payment from 30 days to 10 years? That's the amount that they have to pay. And in the midst of this, let's say, is a fascinating machlokas. Okay, so a couple of shmita now, and machlokas shmita, which we'll come back to. The machlokas shmita is everyone agrees that shmita cancels debts that are due during the shmita year. Shaila, does shmita cancel debts that are due after the Shemitah year? That is a machlokas. Everyone also agrees that Shemitah doesn't cancel either collateralized loans or principal loans, right? Why? The logic is the same. Ultimately, again, because those loans are already considered to be collected, right? Collateralized loan is collateral. Collateral is a source of repayment, and if our local rights again, a collateralized loan is already considered to be as if it's been repaid, and if a Shemitah will not cancel it. Principal, again, we'll get into the answer principal by itself. Good. I'm going to do the Shmuel. I'm going to find it out. Person says to his friend, so this is interesting. So let's say I loan money to Reuben. I say, Reuben, I'm giving you a 7-year loan. I'm lending you money on the condition that Shemitah does not cancel this loan. So what's the halacha? What does Shmuel say? Shemitah cancels the loan. Okay, so it seems to be a simple rule. You can't make a condition which runs contrary to Torah law. And if you do so, your condition is batal. So to make a condition that Shemitah doesn't cancel a loan, when Shemitah cancels loans, is essentially an irrelevant condition. Irrelevant condition, the one says, 1 second. Listen to this. Let's say I sell Reuben an object, right? And I say to Reuben, I'm selling you the object on the condition that you have no claim of ona on me, right? Remember again, ona means halachas of overcharging. So Reuben, I'm selling you this item, probably means I'm significantly overcharging, right? But I sell him the item on the condition that he has no claim of ona against me. So what's that, Rav Amar Yishla Lavana, Ushmol Omer Eina Allah Ona. So Rav says ultimately again, I have no ona. And Shmuel says I do, but 1 second. Why would Shmuel say that? I do. Shmuel just got finished saying that if I say, then here's the loan on the condition that Shemitah does not cancel it, such a condition is void. Why? Because you cannot make a condition which runs contrary to Torah law. So over here, there's a Torah law of ona. How could I go ahead and engage in a transaction with saying that there's no ona? Which one says, no, very just listen to this. I'll explain this to you. Supposed to say everything is how you say it. If I sell you an object, right, and I say to Reuben, I'm selling you this object on the condition that there is no ona. If it turns out that, let's say, I overcharged him by more than a 6, so let's say, then there's ona. In other words, you can't say, to say that there is no ona, that's a factual statement. See, there is ona or there's not ona. If there is ona, just because you said there's no ona, right, doesn't matter. Like we'll say, you can't change realities, right? Realities are what they are. So therefore, if halacha again, I'm overcharging by more than a 6, that is ona, and therefore my statement is meaningless. If, however, I say to Reuben, I'm selling you this object on the condition that you have no claim of ona against me, that works. Why? Because there, what is Reuben doing? Reuben is giving up a right. Right, when a transaction is more than a sixth, then ultimately, again, there is a right on the part of the purchaser to claim or not. You can yield rights, you can't change reality. So once you hear this distinction, so when you say, I'm selling you this on the condition that there is no owner, if there is owner, there is owner. The fact that you say there is no owner, right, at the end of the day, doesn't change the reality. If, however, I say to Reuben, I'm selling you this out on the condition that in the love owner, you have no claim of owner, and Reuben says, okay, then Reuben is giving up his rights. Giving up your rights, giving up your claim you're allowed to do. How can I be so over here? If a person says, right, I say to Reuben, I'm lending you this money on the condition that Shemitah, I'm sorry. So ultimately, you know what I'm saying? So essentially, if right, so same thing. If I let Reuben money, I say Reuben, I'm letting you money on the condition that Shemitah will not cancel the debt. Right? So again, Shemitah cancels the debt. Why? Because Shemitah, you can't change Shemitah. On the other hand, if I say to Reuben, I'm going ahead and lending you this money on the condition that you will not cancel the debt on Shemitah. That works. Why? Because what's happening over here? Reuben is waiving his Shemitah right. So Reuben, as the borrower, has the right to say, the loan will continue even past Shemitah. I don't have the right or the ability to go and change the reality of how Shemitah works. So let's say, this fundamental distinction, when you make a t'nai that tries to change reality, that does not work. It's no bottle. But when you make a t'nai that essentially allows the other person to yield their rights, if they choose to yield their rights, they have the ability to do so. So if Reuben wants to yield the right of a forgiven debt, or continue to pay the debt, that's his right. If Reuben wants to yield the right of Onah, that's his right. But you can't change realities with your words. Incredible. Tana. So it says Tana. So, okay, let's say, but there's so, I just want to point out, if you think about this in just like a societal way, this is one of the concepts that is so lost on us, right? That in other words, one of the things that we struggle with now contemporarily as a society is this notion that you could say things, and just because you say it, realities change. Like whether that's in matters of gender, or it's matters like it doesn't work that way. Realities now, again, a person has a right to do what they want with themselves, right? As an individual, as a yachid, I have a right to make decisions about myself. But I can't change realities. There are de facto realities that exist in this world. And just because you say something, you can't change it. You could change your personal circumstances, right? You could change you. You could forgive certain rights that you have. But you can't change realities with words. So again, to say Shemitah will not cancel that debt, that is a false statement. Shemitah cancels debt. To say there is no in this transaction, you can't say that. There is a in the transaction. But to say, I'm lending you this money on the condition that you will not exercise your Shemitah cancellation, that works. To say that you will not exercise or you yield your own rights, that works. Incredible. I do want to say, Tara, I'm all this for the stam. Listen, you know what? I'm just going to use the last. We'll stop over here today for finance. These are like Babelach, these doctrine, right? Remember, it's nothing, Dakalach, right? Nothing. So just to share with you just a short idea as we go into Yom Tov. You know, it struck me, and I'm very, very, very just very overwhelmed a little bit by this. Just a little bit overwhelmed by this Erev Shabbos. We're all overwhelmed by the Erev Shabbos going into Yom Tov. Not overwhelmed, like, by the way, it's just like what's fascinating to me most is the prolongation of like B'dikas Chametz. Right? It's fascinating, right? Because in other words, we did the B'dika last night. We're going to burn this morning by whatever it is, 11:32, right? 37, right? But interestingly enough, right? But really, you can still clean your house today. Like in other words, no, it's actually nice. Like in other words, Yeah, I guess again, don't do that. Better to finish everything up this morning. But again, I still have comments in my house. We do comments on Shabbos and Nicola Chaim. Like, in other words, that I'm still doing all of this stuff, right? And through tomorrow morning, right? So tomorrow morning we'll finish in comments by 10:30, 10:22, right? Call Chamira by 11:37. Good, right? So it's just fascinating, just the prolongation, right? The elongate of this process. So could it very well be that this avoda of this year is mamish like in this the Bikash comments beautiful size, so something beautiful. There are more passings. You said it last night, right? Last night you said Kol Chamira. Now the Kol Chamira last night is a Kol Chamira about Chamit you don't know about. So the Darki Moshe says that we say Kol Chamira b'loshen Aramis. We say it in Aramaic, right? So in the Ramon Shekol he says, why loshen Aramis? That was the vernacular. The idea is you're supposed to say Kol Chamira in any language that you understand. That's why, again, if you don't understand Kol Chamira, the Chazisi, the Chazisi, the Chamite, the Chamite, if you don't understand those, then say English. Say English. So say any language that you understand. That's why the Ramah says Aramaic, that was the vernacular. The Berhetiv quotes from the Seder Hayom. And the Seder Hayom says, no, there's no reason we say it in Aramaic. Why? Because the Malachim don't speak Aramaic. And I don't want the Malachim to understand my Kol Chamira. So seeing this is lost, which is incredible. Because what does Kol Chamira say? Kol Chamira says, like, any bread that I have, any chametz, I don't want it. I don't want it. It's odorless. It's like hefkin to Aphrodite. It's like dust to the earth. And if the Malachim, you say, the Malachim hear this, they say, look, bread is sustenance. Bread is the staple of life. And look how dismissive these Jews are about their bread. They don't care about the sustenance you give them. They don't care about the lechem you give them. And it will incite the Malachim to advocate against us on high. Found. And therefore, again, we say Kol Chamir in Aramaic, even though that the Malachim should not understand it. Perhaps there's an additional idea also I say in Aramaic. I will say the power of the B'dikas Chametz, and this fuels us. Last night, today, the sun brings down, we know, the Zohar brings down already, that Chametz is representative of the Yitzhak. And when we do the B'dikas Chametz, what are we doing? Yes, it's true, I'm looking for the Chametz, the external Chametz. But really what I'm doing is the search for external Chametz is really just to be the catalyst for the search for internal Chametz. That's really what I'm doing last night and today and through tomorrow morning. That's why we have this long window, right, to look for internal Chametz. What is the Chametz that resides inside of my heart, inside of my life? What are the things that I just need to purge myself of? Or in other words, what the B'dikas Chametz and ultimately B'dikas Chametz represents is the power of change. That I have the ability to get rid of the Chametz from inside of me. I have that ability. That is my right. That is my ability. You know what I'm saying? If there's one thing that man could do, that we could do, that Malachim can't do, it's what? Change. Malachim can't change. Malachim can't evolve. A Malach can't wake up one morning and say, you know what, today is the day I'm going to be the best version of my angelic self. A Malach is what it is. There's no change, there's no transcendence, there's no evolution, there's nothing. There's nothing. The greatest part of being a human being is the ability to change. And the B'dikas Chametz, in its essence, represents that power of change. That ability to find your inner chametz, the ability to get rid of it, and the ability to either become someone different, become someone better, or just move myself forward in life. Perhaps that's the pshat for Seder Yom as well. We don't say Kol Chamira, we say Kol Chamira in Aramaic. Right? Really clear why the Malachim shouldn't understand it. Why should the Malachim understand it? Because I don't want to create tension between myself and the Malachim. Because the Malachim could see that I could change, and they can't. That creates kinah, that creates jealousy between Eretz and Shamayim. So we'll say it in a language that they don't understand, knowing full well for ourselves that we possess the greatest koach in the world, the koach that even the Malachim don't possess, the koach to change, the koach to get rid of our chametz, the koach to become someone even greater. And February, we have a long window, an elongated window for the B'dikas Chametz this year. It started last night, it goes through today, goes through tomorrow morning. And we Zok Rameir Hashem to be able to use this golden opportunity to, yes, get rid of all the external chametz, but also be courageous enough to go out and find the internal chametz and be able to do something so great that even the Malachim can't accomplish it. Let's say good night, Shabbos, and a good Yom Tov. All right, Chag on Zoom. Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos, good Yom Tov. Great to see everyone.
We're part of the 36,000 views. We're part of the 10,000, or what is it? 250. Yeah. All right. It's always changing. Let's see. What's next? Oh, I thought a spider was born. Let's see. This is posted by Haphazard. I thought he stopped talking to comics because of the General E incident. Big narrative, Haphazard.
All right, I say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual commentary sponsor, Totu Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem Tarshos this year as a zchus for the Sorrow Tolls for all of our Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Nisan, Habar Avinu, the Tova Paul Pollack, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth auction. This is an addition yesterday. Birth of a grandson, Tid and Jeremiah Pollack of Indianapolis, Indiana. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. This is Yochel Achnis Ubis Shalom Avinu Bismano. Gathered Torah the Chobel Ma'asim Tzvot. An anonymous commentary sponsor in the source of Simchas for all of our children, and for these to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. Amen. And Avram Meshach Yitelman, in memory of his mother, Sabrina Bas Yoshua Heschel. Our Dr. sponsors for today. Our Raskis, with gratitude to Hashem for the bris today in Yes Hashem, a baby boy born to Dani and Reza Raskis. Mazel Tov. The Aaron with us on Zoom, Mazel Shizokas. Lachniso Lisa Shalom Bismano, and God will tell the Chuppah over my seat Tobi. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Incredible sight. And of course, as always, as we begin the sacrament, Hashem dedicates our learning in His Chuspa Precious Hasidic Nefesh Baruch Hu. May Hashem bring them home to Shalom and the Kalach and His Chuspa Holy Soldiers Nefesh Baruch Hu. Allow them to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedein and come back to their families with Shalom and the Kalach. So with that, let us begin. Shafiyanu, Vikimanu, Vigianu, Azman Azah. What a privilege it is to have finished the Sefer Sanhedrin. What a journey. Feels like we were doing Sanhedrin for about 14 years, right? But it was like the best 14 years of our life. It was just, Parakach was 11 of those years, right? But it was just absolutely incredible and special and beautiful. And now we come to the Sefer Makos, very different. You can just tell by the sheer size of the pages, very different. But Baruch Hashem, good. So let's go. Kitzara Eden Nasi Zomer. Ultimately, again, how do Eden become Zomer? Now, again, I will say we've had exposure to this topic extensively over the course of Masechet Sanhedrin. So remember again, the Torah introduces us to this idea that if just by way of background, if witnesses come along and tested out by individual, very simply, right? Witnesses come along. Witness 1 and 2 come along and they testify that Reuven killed Shimon. Okay? And they're vetted, and we go through the testimony, and then a second set of witnesses show up. And they say to the first set of witnesses, you cannot have seen Reuven kill Shimon. Why? Because Imanu Hayisen, you were with us. You're with us. So interestingly enough, second set of witnesses do not say that Reuven didn't kill Shimon. Maybe Reuven did kill Shimon. What do the second set of witnesses say? What are they saying? That the first set could not have seen what they are claiming to see. That's the ikar over there. There's no way that you could actually claim that you saw what you actually saw because you were with us at that particular time. Okay, then what's the halacha? So we'll say this one pasuk is going to serve as the cornerstone for our entire league. What's the Torah says? Basis and lo kasher zamam lasos tiachos. What's the halacha? The halacha is that you have to go ahead and do to the edim zomim that which they conspired to do to the defendant. So whatever punishment they wanted to seek to impose upon Reuven, in this case again it would have been a death penalty because they were accusing Reuven of going and killing Shimon. So whatever they were ready to go ahead and do to Reuven, that's ultimately again what we do to them. Now interestingly enough, the Sefer HaChinuch brings down, this is actually fascinating. So Sefer HaChinuch brings down, this is mitzvah Tov Kuf Chav Dalet. Tov Kuf Chav Dalet. So interestingly enough, the Sefer HaChinuch, listen to these words. When commenting on this mitzvah, the Sefer HaChinuch writes, "V'kasher kamin haTorah ha'achronim ha'rishonim, lo yadanu kam barer bazeh." Sefer HaChinuch says, not exactly sure what is the root of this halacha. Like, what is this? I understand that Edom Zomim have to be punished. I understand that. Like, anytime you do something wrong, there's a punishment for it. Is that right? Every action has a consequence and a reaction. That's the way the world works. But Sefer HaChinuch says, I'm not exactly sure why there is this reciprocal punishment. It's fascinating. He says, "Lo yadani kam baru bazeh." We don't have. I want to point out once. Remember, what's the Sefer HaChinuch's entire vote is what? To provide common mitzvahs, to provide an insight and reasoning into mitzvahs. And he literally says, I don't have clarity on the reason for this particular mitzvah. He then goes on and offers a fascinating insight. He says, Mishrosh mitzvah, liyaser kol ish asher melo libo, laha'id badavar asher im yodea also b'emes u'b'bar. So really what this is as follows. Here's the goal, says the Sefer HaChinuch. The goal is sometimes in life we have partial information. And it's interesting how our minds are able to construct an entire story from partial information. I do this all the time. I hear something, I see something, and I create an entire narrative around that little bit of information that I've seen. Sefer HaChinuch says that's very dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. And therefore, again, if Baruch doesn't want us to do that, laha'id badavar asher eino yodea also. The MS or the bearer. Hashem does not want us to testify about anything that we don't have explicit clarity on. This is fascinating. So Baruch essentially says, in order to go ahead and convince us not to testify about something on which we don't have explicit clarity, Baruch says, by the way, whatever you're seeking to do to the defendant, just know if you're wrong, or if you're lying for that matter, ultimately, again, it's going to come right back on you. Fascinating, but to be honest, to me, what's even more striking about the Sefer HaChinuch's explanation, ultimately, again, is his understanding about this concept that not everybody understands. It's hard to get clarity exactly what this means. But the Sefer HaChinuch's shoresh of this is, the Rebbe Shalom only wants us to give testimony if we are explicitly clear. If there's any suffix involved in the testimony, the Sefer HaChinuch says Hashem does not want me to give it. And the Musar Haskell of it is, the danger is the way we construct partial narratives, way we construct complete narratives based on partial information. We do this with each other all the time. I see something, I hear something, I create an entire story. How many times does it happen? After I create the entire story, then I find out the what? The story's wrong. The story's wrong. Why? Because I was operating with incomplete information. Says the Sefer HaChinuch, that's what's unfolding over here. Ultimately, again, I think there's another piece as well. That this idea of reciprocal punishment is that the Ribono Shel Olam wants us to understand the achrayus that we have to the other. If you're going to go ahead and show up and give testimony, that means you are willing to change someone else's life. If you're willing to change someone else's life, you better have skin in the game as well. Because if you're going to stand on the sidelines and then proper information, right, that could dramatically change the course of a person's existence, no, you can't do that unless you have skin in the game. If you want to go ahead and do something that's going to impact someone else, you need to ultimately, again, be involved in that scenario as well. And interestingly enough, in that way, this is also, I think, the beautiful bridge between the end of Sanhedrin and the beginning of the Science Matters. Remember again, what did we learn at the end of the Sanhedrin? We saw again the Gemara says, Tzadik Bali Olam, Tova Bali Olam. Tzadik comes to the world, good comes to the world. And who did he quote? Who is the example of this? Noah. And again, Noah was one of the first people who we saw was concerned about the other. Noah with a sense of empathy about the other. Noah constructed with farming tools. Noah understood that siddus means caring about the other. A system of testimony only works if there's a sense of responsibility one for the other. If you can give testimony and just like walk away, if you're telling the truth, great. And if you're lying, whatever, then ultimately, again, there's no shared sense of achrayus for the life and for the plight of the other. Even Zolan says, we are in this together. We're in everything together. You're going to give testimony about someone, you need to feel the achrayus of the impact that your words may have on the life of the other. Incredible, Mr. Oscar. Okay, Mishnah. So how do witnesses become Eidim Zolim? How does it work? So we either on Bishponi, Shuben, Yerushalayim, Chalutza. So let's say this is a fascinating case. So what happens? We go, witnesses show up. Right? So we'll just call them 1 and 2. Witnesses show up, and they say, let's call him Ruvain. Now, Ruvain, as far as we know, is a Kohen. Right? So he's been a Kohen, he's been duchening, he's been getting Rishon, right? All this stuff. Then what happens? Witnesses show up and they say, well, Ruvain's not a Kohen. Instead, what? Instead, Ruvain's father married a Grusha or a Chalusa. Right? He married a divorcee. Now, Kohen is now allowed to marry a divorcee. And if I marry a divorcee, then what's the halacha? The offspring is what's called a chalal. Chalal, status of a chalal, again, chalal is still a kosher. He is still a kosher Jew, but he is precluded from doing the avodah. So now, Reuven has been operating his whole life as a Kohen. Witnesses show up and they say, Reuven, you're not a Kohen because your father married a Grusha, and therefore you are Ben Grusha, Ben Chalutza. So it's now what happens? It turns out, second set of witnesses show up. They say to witnesses 1 and 2, hey, guys, how can you testify about this? Because you say you're at the Chasana. You're at the Chasana of Reuven's father. When Reuven's father married a Grusha, you weren't at the Chasana. Like, first of all, you weren't invited, right? That's number one, right? Second of all, you were with us on that day at a different location. So what's the halacha? Ein omrim yaseh ben Grusha ben Chalutza tachtav elalo k'arbaim. So again, there's a lot of intriguing pieces about this Mishnah. So the Mishnah begins to illustrate the concept of reciprocal punishment, but yet begins with the case of non-reciprocal punishment. So we'll say, you can also share boxes of tissues, Does everybody need their own? All right. We paid for all this. So let's say the event sounds like this. I'm occupied. It's empty. I'm using an empty box. So the event sounds like this. So therefore, witnesses show up and they say, we testify about Reuven as a Ben Yerushalayim and Chalutza. Second set of witnesses show up and they say, essentially, again, maybe Reuven, the whole chap of Eden Zoman is, the second set of witnesses are not weighing in on the legal dispute. They're not weighing in on the Din Torah. All they're saying is, first set of witnesses, you can't be testifying about what you're testifying to because you were with us at the time of the event. So therefore, you're lying. So they show up, second set of witnesses, and say, you can't, you have no idea if Reuven is a Ben Grusha and Chalutza. Because again, you weren't there. You weren't at the Chasana. You don't know if their father married a Grusha or not. So I must say, so in this case, the Mishnah says, so it's okay, reciprocal punishment. What should we do? We should make the Eidim into Chalolim. Now, obviously, this would only work if what? If the Eidim were Kohanim, right? But let's say again, in the case of Eidim, we'll make the Chalal, which the Mishnah says, no, we don't do that. We'll see why we don't do that. We do not visit reciprocal punishment upon them in this case. Instead, what do? We give them office. We give them lashes. Okay. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. That's case number 1. Case number 1 in the Mishnah. Next. Interesting case. Witnesses 1 and 2 show up and they say, hey, we saw Reuven accidentally kill Shimon. Alright, so what's the halacha? If Reuven accidentally kills Shimon, there's a concept of galus, right? Reuven has to go to the Ir Mikvah. So we saw, right? They testified that on Thursday, the 12th of Nisan, we saw Reuven kill Shimon. Second set of witnesses show up and they say, I'm sorry, there's no way you could have seen that. Because on the 12th of Nisan, you were with us somewhere else. So now it turns out that the first set of witnesses are Eidim Zolim. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Ein omen yigla zetachtav elalo k'arbaim. Ultimately, again, we do not send the second set of witnesses to Galus. Rather, what happens? They get Malchus. So let's say, so a number of interesting facts come out of this Mishnah. Number 1, apparently we do not apply the din of reciprocity to every case of Eidim Zolim. That's number 1. And number 2, in cases where we do not apply the concept of reciprocity, ultimately, again, we go ahead and impose malchus upon them, lashes upon them. Okay, those are the 2 takeaways from the Mishnah. Now let's unravel this a little bit. So the Gemara says, the Mishnah, first of all, the Mishnah itself doesn't read well, right? Why not? How does the Mishnah read? Kate said, how do Eidim become Zolim? So what would you expect the Mishnah to say? Or is the Mishnah to say, how the Eidim become Zolim? Yet remember, what does the Mishnah talk about? Cases where the Eidim aren't Zolim. So the Gemara says, just the flow doesn't work. Instead, it should have said, ha, Kate said, ultimately, again, it should have said, how do witnesses not become zombie. That's what I should have seen in this scenario. To which he wants to go, furthermore, those midiktani lekaman, that which we learned later on about amru lahem, take atem mi'igim. So remember again, we'll say, we see this later on in the next Mishnah, and that's actually not the next Mishnah, it's the Mishnah on Hey Ladalis. There's a couple of Mishnahs in between, but one of the next Mishnahs we'll see explicitly, amru lahem. So the next Mishnah on Hey Ladalis actually goes through the process of how Adin become Zomin. How did Adin become Zomin? First set of witnesses testified to something, right? One or two testified, and then second set of witnesses show up and they say, this is what they say. They say to the first set of witnesses, hey, Atem Me'idin, how can you be testifying about what you're testifying to? Shahari ba'om sayom atem ha'isem imanu b'makom ploni, because on the day that you're testifying, you were with us in a specific place. Then what's the halacha? Hari Edu Zomin. These are Edu Zomin. So again, the Mishnah Hamad Aleph explicitly discusses how Edu Zomin work. So what's going on over here? The Gemara says tonight. So you see, that's the kasha. Kasha is, why does our Mishnah say Kate said our Edim Nasi Zomin? How do witnesses become Zomin? When the Mishnah talks about cases of where we don't make them Edim Zomin. Again, we're going to punish them, but we're not visiting reciprocal punishment of others. What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, Kana Hasan Kai. Well, here we go. The Gemara says our Mishnah is linking itself to Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin. So it's like no one wants to leave Sanhedrin. No one wants to. We don't want to leave Sanhedrin. The Gemara doesn't want to leave Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin is incredible. But the Gemara says, Tana Hasan Kai. So the Tana is actually continuing the conversation which was begun in the Sefer Sanhedrin. What happened in Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin says, Kol Zomarin, Baktim Rosamisis. So remember this? Zomame Bas Kohen. Remember how much time we spent on this case? That if a Bas Kohen who is a Nesua commits adultery, right? A Bas Kohen Nesua commits adultery. So what's halacha? There's a unique punishment for her of Sreifa, right? Now that is opposed to general adultery, which is punishable by Chenek. She gets Sreifa. So the Gemara says over here as follows: Chalazor Makim also in general. Adim Zomin, if they testify that someone is liable to a death penalty, and they're found to be liars, they're found to be Adim Zomin, they will get whatever death penalty they were seeking to impose upon the defendant. Quotes, Izome Bas Kohen Bala. The exception to this rule is if they're testifying about a Bas Kohen who went ahead and committed a Nesua, who committed adultery. Shei Magdinin La'osamisa. They don't get that same death penalty because again they don't get Sreifa. Instead they get Chenek. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is putting Zoe Bas Kohen. Rashi says Nesua. So if a Bas Kohen Nesua commits adultery, so even though again through their testimony she was sentenced to death, he besreifa ve'in ba'ala besreifa. Elu b'chanek kishar eishes ish. Va'zomin mashkimin la'olisa shechai bo es haboel. T'xid kasher zomim lasos la'otiv v'lo la'achoso. Okay, so we'll say, so this is the halacha. So again, normally, a Bas Kohen Nesua who commits adultery is punished by Sreifa. Now, interestingly enough, her adulterer, right, the man who she commits adultery doesn't get Sreifa, he gets Chenek. If witnesses testified against the Bas Kohen and her adulterer, and they're found to be a Zomin, what death penalty do we give them? After all, again, they were seeking to impose Sreifa upon her, but again, Xeris Hakasa, the Pasuk teaches us only she gets Sreifa, no one else gets Sreifa, not her adulterer, right, and not the Zomin. So that's where, so therefore, we're picking up from that Mishnah in Sanhedrin. Now, our Mishnah picks up from there. So we know, by the way, sometimes Mishnayos work this way, right? Mishnayos are a lot like life, right? A lot like life. They're not necessarily linear, meaning that a Mishnayos don't have to follow one after the other. So you can have a Mishnah in here, in the beginning of Makkos, that is picking up from somewhere like in the middle of Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin, you will say it's a tremendous metaphor for life, right? You'd like to think that life continues just in one straight path. This is going to happen, this is going to happen. Everything is sequential, everything is orderly, everything is perfect. But as we get a little bit older, we recognize that's not the way it happens at all. There's plenty of bumps, plenty of turbulence, plenty of detours. And such is the nature of life. The beautiful part is the same way that Mishnayos at the end of the day come together, right? At the end of the Masechta, or at the end of Shas, everything comes together. It's the same way it works in life as well. Just got to give it a little bit of time, or a lot of time. For 7.5 years or multiple cycles, whatever it might be. Shas comes together, Mishnayos comes together, life comes together as well at some point in time. Maybe the Mishnayos lined up the way you wanted it to, maybe not exactly. Same thing in life. Life often all comes together, sometimes exactly the way you anticipated or wanted, sometimes dramatically differently, but some way, somehow, the beautiful picture always becomes intact and whole. Incredible. As well as therefore, again, our Mishnah in the Seches Makkos, is picking up ultimately again from the Seches Sanhedrin. So Sanhedrin spoke about Zomele Bas Kohen, right? And sometimes when the Eid Martat talking about Bas Kohen, she gets Sreifa. If it turns out that they're eating Zomamin, they're not getting Sreifa, they're getting Chenek. And now comes our Mishnah. So Ketzad. So now watch this. So go back for just a second. Sorry. Zome Kala Zomamin. In general, the halacha is all Zomamin get the same death penalty as the person they're testifying against. Except for witnesses who testify about Bas Kohen, because they're going to get a death penalty, but not the same death penalty. She's going to get Sreifa, they're going to get Chenek. Now, our Mishnah continues on that theme. Then there's, so let's say, essentially we're going to see is there's three categories of Eidim Zomin. Category one, right? Category one of Eidim Zomin is that halacha l'maisa, they get the exact reciprocal punishment. Category two is they get the same type of punishment, but not exactly the same punishment. For example, Zomin Bas Kohen don't get a death penalty, but what? Not the same death penalty. And then there's a third category of Eidim Zomin who what? Not get the same reciprocal punishment at all, but rather will get malchus. That's our Mishnah. That's our Mishnah. Eidim Zomin HaKeidim she'ein osin b'hem din hazama kol ikar ela malchus arboim. Right, so there's another category of Eidim Zomin, which is our Mishnah. Category 3 of Eidim Zomin, where they will get a punishment, but it's not reciprocal. Instead, what are they getting? They're getting malchus. So what's the example of this? What's the example of Eidim Zomin? We get a punishment, but it's not reciprocal punishment. Instead, it's just quote-unquote malchus. Ketzad. Me'idin on a Reish Ploni, Shu Ben Grusha Ben Chalusa. We testify about a person who is a Ben Grusha Ben Chalusa. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Ein Omen Yasa Zeh Ben Grusha Ben Chalusa. Achtav Ela Loke Es Ha'arbayim. So we don't say make the Eidim into a Ben Grusha Ben Chalusa. Rather, what do we say? We give them malchus. So we'll say, so this is incredible. We'll say these are facts again. And remember, the Ikar over here is if you can, take notes in some way, record the Ikar through those. So important because again, we're not going to remember everything. We can take something away from us. So three categories of Eidim Zomin. Category one, Eidim receive exact reciprocal punishment. Category two, they receive the same type of punishment, but not exactly the same punishment. There's really only one case like that, which is Zomele Bas Kohen. Like I said about Bas Kohen, committed adultery, she gets Sreifa, they get Chenek. And then category 3 Eidim Zomin, where they get a punishment, but it's not reciprocal at all. Right? So what's that case? That's our Mishnah. That's Ben Grusha Ben Chalusa, that's Galus. But if it turns out that they're Eidim Zomin, they're just going to get malchus and not, and well, it's not just malchus, they'll get malchus and not a different kind of punishment. Incredible. So Rabbi says, from where do we know this? Rabbi say, how do we know that when witnesses testify, that let's say Ruvain, right, they testify, Ruvain is a chalal, he's a Ben Grusha, he's the son of a divorcee. So the Mishnah says, we do not make them into a Ben Grusha, assuming that they're Kohanim, we don't make them into a Ben Grusha. How do you know that? Why not? If the witnesses are Kohanim, make them chalalim. Make them chalal, the book, you're chalal. Right? Why not go ahead and do that? So how do we know that we don't do it? I'm Rabbi Shimon Levi is very interesting. I'm Rabbi Shimon Levi, come across Vasisa Mo Kasha Zavam Velo Rizaro. Wow. So as I said, the halacha is the Pasuk says we will do to the witness as he conspired to do, but ultimately again not to his offspring. Isn't that incredible? Not to his offspring. So let's say, so remember again, the halacha is that the punishment of Eidim Zomin is something that is imposed upon the Eidim themselves. What's the problem? If you make the Eidim into a challah, right? You make the Eidim into a challah, then what happens? It has an impact on the kids as well. And that's not Eidim Zomin. That's not Eidim Zomin. So the Gemara says, okay, but if Salul would be David, or if Salul is Zayin, no problem. make the Eidim Zomin themselves into Chalalim and say their kids are fine. Leave their kids alone. Good verses, that doesn't work either. Why? But even Kasha Zalom Masos for Lekha. I'll tell you why that doesn't work. Because remember again, that's not what we're talking about Kasha Zalom. Why? Because what did the Eidim want to do to Ruvain? What do they want to do to Ruvain? They want to start by Ruvain and future generations. So by just making the witnesses themselves Chalalim, that's not the fulfillment of Kasher Zaman. That doesn't work. So because you don't really have a good option, because you can't really visit reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim Zomanim, therefore we content ourselves with Malchus. Okay, that's a ritual already. Parpada says, Kavachomer, this is very interesting. Parpada says, no, we're not going to make the witnesses we're not going to make the witnesses a color from different groups. The Kavachomer. Here we go. That was very interesting. If a Kohen himself marries a Grisha, what happens to the Kohen? Nothing, he's still a Kohen. Now, it happens to be that while he's married to the Grusha, he can't do Avoda, but he still has the status of a Kohen. So now, the Rabbi is like this. If a Kohen himself marries a Grusha, he himself doesn't become disqualified. So ultimately, again, even the Kohen who's Mechalal himself does not become Chulin, does not become, so to speak, defiled, right, for Chulin. So therefore, an aid who comes to try to disqualify and doesn't end up disqualifying, certainly he himself can't be disqualified. You hear what I'm saying? The Eidim Zomanim themselves can't be treated any more stringently than the defendant, right? So in other words, if Reuven himself, right, who they're testifying about, if Reuven had married Rusha, he would not be disqualified. He'd still be a Kohen. So therefore, again, you can't make the Eidim, or you can't punish the Eidim with greater severity than the defendant himself. Interesting. Okay. So by the way, I just point out that phrase is such a Shas is the greatest Sefer Moshe. Look at that visual. Say if you keep using your own Gemara, you can underline this. Umaha mechalel, eno mischalel. I say so many times in life, you're mechalel. I'm mechalel so many things. I violate and I profane. Right? I engage in extensive profanation. Right? All of that's made up word, but again, I use it extensively already. Right? So again, how many times in life do I make things foolish? How many times in life do I do things wrong? So we think that often when we do bad things, we become bad people. Rabbi Dr. Abraham Tversky, has a beautiful book called Positive Parenting. And in this book he writes, the most important thing in Trinith is a parent should never tell their child that they're bad. A child is never bad. A good child could do a lot of bad things. Right? A good child could do some really terrible things. But you never tell a child that you're bad, because telling a child that you're bad is a statement about the essence of the child. And Tversky says, he says, we all do bad things. And the most incredible thing that Baruch always reminds us of is, just because I do bad things, that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I'm a really good person who has a difficult time staying on the right path. I'm a good person who sometimes is a little bit good challenged. And I'm a good person who sometimes makes a lot of really bad mistakes. But deep down, that good kite is still absolutely there and still intact. And that's that phrase. Umaha mechalel eno mischalel. Even when I do things that are chulin, even when I do things that are profane, even when I do things that look like they drain the kedusha from myself, just know I'm not profane. My personalistic kedusha always remains intact, no matter how many dramatic mistakes I make in life. Incredible. Maskef Rabino, Rabino is one side. If that's the case, if you're right, it can be Talmud Eidim Zolim. Then you've gone ahead and totally negated the entire concept of Eidim Zolim. In other words, if that Kavachomer is true, then Allah Almighty totally negated the concept of Eidim Zolim. Why? I will say, I'm a base. Uma Sokel Eino Niskal. So listen to this. This is fast forwarding a little bit in the way that Eidim Zolim work. We're going to see that the only time Eidim are made into Eidim Zolim is if they do not succeed in the actualization of their testimony. But let's say witnesses show up and they say that Reuben went ahead and killed Shimon, and their testimony is accepted. And Allah again, Bezin executes Reuben. And then a second set of witnesses show up and they say, first set, you could not have seen what you saw. Why? Because you were with us at that time. they're not even Zolman. It's only Basisim Lo Kasher Zaman for Lo Kasher Asa. We'll talk about this later. If witnesses are successful in having the defendant killed, they themselves are not killed. That's halacha. We'll say only even Zolman if the Beijing didn't carry out the verdict yet. So therefore we should say, Habar Listo below Saka, Bishwa Yisto. So let's say if halacha l'maisa, right? If halacha l'maisa, we would say that if witnesses show up and they actually succeed in having someone killed, right? Then they turn out to be Ibn Zolman, that the Ibn themselves are not killed, then all the more so what? All the more so that if witnesses try to get someone killed and they don't succeed, and then the second set of witnesses show up to try to get them disqualified, certainly the first set should not be killed. And we'll say that means that there's no Ibn Zolman. And then let's say it turns out that the Kavachomer of Bar Hadra is not a good Kavachomer. Instead, we will go with the position of Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi. Instead, we'll say Halach Lemon Mishnah, which is that if Ibn come along and say, testify, Reuben is a Ben Gusha, Reuben is a Chalal, right? And now Halach Lemon again, it turns out second witnesses show up and say to the person, you cannot know this information because you were with us on the day that Reuben's father got married or that Reuben got whatever it was. The halacha is we do not make the witnesses into chalalim. Instead, we give them malchus. Why? Based on Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi. Because basisim lo kasher zaman lo v'lo lezaro. Because the halacha is reciprocal punishment is only visited upon the witnesses themselves, not on their offspring. Making the witnesses into chalalim would impact their offspring, and that we don't do. So because we can't visit reciprocal punishment upon the Edom, what do? We go ahead and we give them Moses. Incredible. So that's a base on the base 2 dots. Next, next case. Right? Witnesses testify that Reuben killed Shimon accidentally. And therefore Reuben is Chayiv Galus. Reuben is Chayiv Galus. Then it turns out the second set of witnesses show up and they say, first set of witnesses, you could not have seen that because on the day that you testified that Reuben killed Shimon, you were with us. So what's that? First set of witnesses are even Zolman, but they don't get doubles. Instead, they get malchus. You must, where do you know that from? How do you know? Maybe they should get doubles. So the Gemara says, I'm going to tell you the very interesting. Amakra, who Yanos al Achas Harim, who below Zolman. Beautiful verse, because the pasuk says when it talks about Galus, it says he will flee to one of the cities of refuge. He meaning the killer, and not Ibn Zolman. That Galus is a unique punishment that is reserved for the actual killer himself, not for the Ibn. Who below Zolman? Okay, that's your Shakish. Rabbi Yochanan says Kavachomer. Uma who sha'asa ma'aseh b'nezi ein odola. So I said, what's Kavachomer? If Reuben had killed Shimon intentionally, there's no gullus in that scenario. Uma who sha'asa ma'aseh b'nezi ein odola. So if Reuben were to kill Shimon intentionally, he would not get gullus. Ein shalo asu ma'aseh b'nezi ein odin shalo yidlu. So ultimately, again, so certainly the witnesses, that was this is interesting. What does it mean into a nice sub amazing? The witnesses didn't do any mice at all. Right? Rather, what are they doing? They're offering up dibur. Dibur is not a mice, dibur is speech. We want to make an interesting suggestion. If they actually killed Shimon intentionally, a mice sub amazing, there's no galus for that. So the witnesses, the Ibn Zolman, who didn't even do a Maisa, they didn't even do an action, they just offered up words, certainly they should not be sent to Galus. If you look at Rashi says over here, it's the last white line of Rashi, and if Reuben killed Shimon in the Nezir Asaf, he did it intentionally, in a Gola, they will say, Rashi comes out over here, if Reuben killed Shimon intentionally, even in a way that we can't execute Reuben, for example, let's say there was no Hasra, there was no warning. So because there was no warning, therefore again we can't execute anything. So you might have thought that again in that case we go to Galus. Doesn't go to Galus. Therefore Rashi says, why don't Aiden go to Galus? Because if someone killed intentionally, did a Maisa and he doesn't go to Galus, Aiden who didn't even do a Maisa, they just offered up speech, certainly should not go to Galus. Whereas it was exactly. Vihino says, who shot us a mice of amazing low lily? So you want to hold up. Let's analyze the reasoning for this. Why is it that if Reuben kills Shimon intentionally, why is it that Reuben doesn't go to Galus? Right? And I will say, now again, I want to point out, obviously in the case where there's Ibn and Asra, Reuben is going to be executed. So let's say in the case where Reuben killed Shimon without Ibn and Asra, no Ibn and Asra, so we know that Reuben did it, but we can't execute him. Why doesn't Reuben go to Gullus under those circumstances? Why not? So listen to this. Interestingly enough, Gullus is a kapara. Gullus is an atonement. Atonement has to be deserved. Has to be deserved. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says over here, Reuben, if he intentionally kills Shimon, is not deserving of that kapara. That's why he does not go to Gullus. Hein shalo asu ma'aser nezik, yadi leglu, ki hefi b'la'adu kapara. And maybe Asian Zoman, who didn't do a Maisa, perhaps again, this should be sent to Gullus as a kapara. In other words, so again, I will say, if Yochanan tried to make a kavachomer, right? What's his kavachomer? His kavachomer is like this. If Reuben intentionally killed Shimon, he did a Maisa b'mezi, he doesn't get Gullus, then certainly witnesses who didn't do a Maisa b'mezi, they didn't do a Maisa, just gave Dibur, just gave speech, should not go to Gullus. So you want to see 1 second, hold up. The reason why Reuben, when he kills Shimon intentionally, doesn't go to Gullus is because Gullus is an atonement. When you do such a dramatic act of bloodshed, you don't deserve that level of atonement. But witnesses, even Zoman, maybe because they didn't do a Maisa, right? All they did was what? All they did was Dibor. Maybe they should be able to be atoned for through Gullus. To which the Gemara says, hello, Father, you're right. You know what? It appears the real reason for this is like Reish Lakish. So I'll say, what Reish Lakish say? Who Yanos Alachas Aaron, who below Zoman? There's only, the concept of Gullus is reserved for who? Who's the who? Who's the who? Like who being Heivavala. Who's the who? The who is the person who kills B'Shodim, Reuben. That's it. No one else goes to Gullus. Incredible. So let's say, so again, Salachah I say now this is our second piece. And now what we've successfully done in a relatively short amount of time is we've explained the Mishnah. So number one of us said, where are we holding? Number one, we explained that our Mishnah, although it seems like it's picking up in the middle of nowhere, is actually not picking up in the middle of from Sanhedrin. And based on our Mishnah and Sanhedrin and our Mishnah here, it turns out that there's 3 categories of Eidim Zomim. Right? Category 1, where we revisit exact reciprocal punishment. Category 2, same type of punishment like a death penalty, but not the same death penalty. That's Zomim Bas Kohen. And then category 3, which is our Mishnah, where we can't visit any kind of reciprocal punishment. What do we do in that circumstance? Malchus. Okay, what are the 2 cases of Malchus? Case number one, Ben Gusha Ben Chalutza. Why can't you go ahead and make the Eidim Zomim into a Ben Gusha Ben Chalutza? Vasisem lo v'lo mizalo. You can only revisit reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim if it impacts them, but if it impacts their offspring, not. Right? Can't do it. And therefore, again, making the Eidim into a Chamo will impact their offspring. Case number 2, right, where the Eidim testified that Reuben killed Shimon and therefore he should go to Gullus. We don't send the Eidim to Gullus. Why? Reish Lakish, who Yanos? Only one person goes to Gullus, and that is the accidental killer. No one else goes to Gullus. No one else goes to Gullus. Good. So we'll say we've now just explained the entire Mishnah. Beautiful. Now we'll say again, it's a little bit into the Kishkas of Eidim Zomim. Arola. Remez the Eidim Zomim in Atar 9. So this is like this. From where do we see a remez? A scriptural allusion to Eidim Zomim. Remez, that was Eidim Zomim. Haksir. Vasis and Lokak Shazama. What are you talking about? I don't need a remez. There's a pasuk, right? There's an explicit pasuk, and the pasuk says, "Vasis and Lokak Shazama." You shall do to the witness that which he conspired to do to his fellow. Reciprocal punishment. That's the pasuk. Allah, remez the Eidim Zomim shalok in the Atar 9. You're right. Remez is got it. From where do we know, or as well as the is asking over here is, where do you know category 3 of Eidim Zomim? Where does that come from? Where does that come from? That if you can't visit, I could have just easily said, if you can't visit reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim, then what? What should be the halacha? Right? Potter, I don't know. If you can't do it. Where do we know this concept that if you can't visit reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim Zomim, that halacha l'maisa, we go ahead and we give them Malchus. Where does that come? This is very interesting. It's sequence at Tzadik Yeshua Sarasha. So the pasuk says, the pasuk in its entirety is Ki Yariv Bein Anashim V'Nikshu Ala Mishpat Ushfatum. If 2 people have an argument, they'll come before judgment. You should judge them. And the pasuk says, it's Sequence at Tzadik Yeshua Sarasha. Literally, again, you will exonerate, right, or righteous size the tzaddik, right? And you'll go ahead and you'll find the Russia culpable. Okay? Then it says afterwards, V'haya in bin hakos harasha. And it will be if the Russia is subject to Malchus, so you're going to give him Malchus. So we'll say the pasuk is written strangely, right? The Gemara says, I don't understand, what does this mean? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. What does this mean? So we'll say, Rashi points out over here like this. The pasuk is written in a strange way. Why does the pasuk say, the pasuk could just say, people have a fight, people have a disagreement, basically will adjudicate the case. He'll decide this one's right, this one's wrong. What are you getting into tzaddik in Russia? They will say tzaddik in Russia are very strong terms, right? Or often again in a court case, not that you have someone who's a tzaddik and someone who's a Russia. Rather, what do you have? Someone who's right and someone who's wrong, or someone who the Beis Din sides with, someone who the Beis Din sides against. Not every court case comes out that this person is a tzaddik, this person is a rasha, this person is liable, this person is exempt. So why tzaddik and rasha? And what does it mean? One person will be a tzaddik, one person will be a rasha, and if the rasha is subject to Malchus, whoa, why Russia? Why all these discussion of tzaddik and rasha? To which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. There's something happening, something deeper happening over there. Ella, here we go. Rather, Gemara says this is what the pasuk is talking about. Ella, Eidin shershiu esat tzaddik. Oh, so what happens? Two people having this room, they come to the Beis Din, and witnesses show up, and witnesses give false testimony. And in that false testimony, they attempt shershiu esat tzaddik. They try to make the tzaddik liable. That's what they're coming to do. They're coming to make the tzaddik liable. Then the second set of witnesses come along, and what do? They go ahead and they righteousize the tzaddik again. Right? They go ahead. Yeah, it's a word. Right? They go ahead. Right? They go ahead and they reinstate the righteousize. They go ahead and they reinstate the righteous tzaddik of tzaddik. So again, first set of witnesses come along and attempt to go ahead and make the tzaddik into a rasha, make him liable to something that is not. Second set of witnesses come along and once again righteousize the tzaddik. They go ahead and they try to reinstate the fact that he's really a tzaddik, which is another way of saying they go ahead and they claim the first set to not have seen what they claim to have seen. Why? Because they're with us. Idus only. So what's the halacha? The shadu l'hani rishayim. And therefore they make the first set of witnesses into rishayim. That's it. So the discussion of rishayim over here, right, is in fact idus only. We make the first set of witnesses into rishayim, idus only. V'haya and bin hakos harasha. So what's that? This is a case of idus only. What is the pasuk saying? Because sometimes in a case of idus only, you cannot impose reciprocal punishment. Now, again, as we saw, there are two categories for which you can't, one category for now, for which you can't impose reciprocal punishment. So what do you do when you can't impose reciprocal punishment? The pasuk says, "V'haya and bin hakos harasha." It will be ultimately again, then you give Malchus. So the pasuk itself is telling us, "V'haya bin hakos harasha." So most of this entire pasuk is talking about a case of where witnesses showed up, sought to go ahead and make the tzaddik into a rasha, give false testimony. Second witnesses came along and righteousized the tzaddik, reinstated his status by showing that the first set of witnesses were not telling the truth. They could not have seen what they saw, maybe into Edom Zomerman. And sometimes Edom Zomerman cannot be given reciprocal punishment. What do you do in that case? The pasuk says, "V'haya and bin hakos harasha." You'll give Malchus to the rasha. Ultimately, again, Malchus. That's the case. Beautiful. Supposed to first white line. I have to say the name of Losana. I don't understand. It's much simpler. Why don't you say that Edom Zomerman, if you can't give them reciprocal punishment, will go ahead and get Malchus because they're in violation of Losana. Don't say, what's Losana? Losana b'rachai shaker. Don't be a false witness. 10 Commandments. So they're in violation of a law. In general, whenever you violate a prohibition, that comes with Malchus. So why not just give them Malchus? Give them Malchus from the Losana. Which was in Shum Dahavi Lav Shem Omaisa. Or Lav Shem Omaisa is Lo Shem Lav. Because Losana is Lav Shem Omaisa. It's a law without an action. There's no Maisa. you can't give malchus for lav she'in b'maisa. So even although sign is allowed, it would not allow us to give malchus, because you can only give malchus for something actional. Testimony is not actional. Therefore, again, Eidim Zolim getting malchus has to be learned out from Bahaya and Bina Kosa Rasha. Can't be learned out from Rosana. Incredible. I can say that is a great price up. Tanabaran. Stalin, Zvarim, Neru, Eidim Zolim. Here we go. There are 4 things that were said about Eidim Zolim. There are many more than 4 things, but 4 things for now. What are the 4 things? Number 1, Ein Nasim Ben Grusha Ben Chalutza. Right? You cannot be, if Eidim are testifying that Ruben is a Ben Grusha Ben Chalutza, and then another set of witnesses come along and say, first that you cannot know that information because you were with us. You do not make Eidim Zolim into a Ben Grusha Ben Chalutza. That's number 1. Number 2, Ein Golden Mikvah. Witnesses showed up, testified that Ruben killed Shimon, like accidentally, and therefore it's 5 dollars. Then second set of witnesses come along and say, first say you can mix because you were with us on that day that the event occurred. We don't send the Eidim Zolim to Golos. In those first 2 cases, you get bonus. That's our Mishnah. Next, they Mashalmin Esa Kofer. We do not make Eidim Zolim pay Kofer. Now, what's that case? That case is if witnesses show up and they say, we saw Ruben's shar kill Shimon. We saw Ruben's shar kill Shimon. The halacha is that if your shar kills someone, there is a kofer payment that is made. So if it turns out that the witnesses were lying, the Eidim Zolim, we do not impose kofer upon them. They'll give them kofer. Okay, so the Gemara says, and also they are not sold with evidently. Now, what does this mean? If witnesses showed up and they said that we saw Ruben steal from Shimon, and let's say again, Ruben does not have enough money to pay back the stolen object. What's the halacha if Ruben doesn't have enough money to pay back the stolen object? What's the halacha? He's sold into servitude. So let's say it turns out that the witnesses are lying. We don't sell them as an evidence. Okay, so these are 4 things that were said. We're going to go through each of them. Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi Kiva says not only that, but they also don't go ahead and pay based on their own admission. So Rashi points out over here, Rashi says, in Huzmu Bebezdin, it's about 5 lines up before it gets wide. In Huzmu Bebezdin, below Nistik Paduna Mida Begin, Allah Zamasan, Ad Shebarfu, Ubal Bebezdin Acher, the whole Yushiva Bebezdin Ploni will come up each time. Listen, we'll see this, that if Halacha L'maisa, you have a case where Eidim were made into Eidim Zolim. But then what ends up happening is they essentially, before the verdict is passed, they admit their culpability. They don't pay based on their own admission. We'll see that case. Fine, so let's analyze. Here we go. You don't make Eidim into Ben Grusha Ben Chalutza. Kidamar. All right, done. Check. We already learned that. Next. And go on Mikvah. Kidamar. Check. We did that also. That's $70. We did that 4 years and not Eidim Zolim. Good. And we show that's not kofer. It's interesting. So I have to pay kofer. So what's this case? Witnesses show up and they say we saw Reuben's ox kill Shimon on Thursday, and then second set of witnesses say, hey, Chavra, you cannot have seen that because you were with us on Thursday. What's the halacha? They don't pay kofer. Why not? Interesting. Gemara says, Kasavi kufra kapara b'hani rabini kapara. We'll say for the very simple reason that ultimately again, the kofer payment is a kapara, is an atonement payment for the person whose ox killed the victim. But again, Eidim Zolim, we need to punish them, but they don't need that kapara. Right? So therefore it doesn't make sense to impose the kofer upon them when kofer itself is for kapara for atonement purposes. Rashi says over here, if you look at the first wide line, Rashi says, Mar Savar Kufra, before that, second to last short, like Kufra Kapara, L'chaper al Zeh Shoro Esa Adam, B'hani Lav B'nei Kapara Minu, Shlo Harak Shoram Adam. So as much as we have to punish Eidim Zolim, we're not going to give them kofer. Why not? Because ultimately, again, their shar didn't kill anyone. So it doesn't make sense to impose the kofer payment upon them. Okay, so therefore they don't pay kofer. Now, what punishment they do have to, what punishment they do, we'll have to see. Good. So this is, by the way, man tava kofer kapara. Here's the opinion that says that the kofer payment is a kapara, right? In other words, we'll say, now, as opposed to what? As opposed to mamo, right? As opposed to just like compensatory type damages. Who says that kofer is a kapara? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. So it's Rabbi Shmuel, but Rabbi Yochanan ben Rabbi Yochanan. The Sanya, very interesting. The Nasan Pidyon Nafsho. So let's say if a person's ox, let's say Reuven, right? Reuven's ox goes ahead and Reuven's ox kills someone. So what's talacha? He will give a redemption for his life. So the Gemara says, Demei Muzak. That refers ultimately again to the value of the damaged party. In other words, what money do you pay? You pay the value of what you damaged. The value of what you damaged. The value of the right person of the damaged party. And Rabbi says, no. What do you pay? What's kofer? Kofer is the value of the damager. So we'll say, interesting. Is kofer the value of the damaged party, or is kofer the value of the damager? What's the difference on a full guess? My love happiness is that they're not arguing about the following point. The Mar Sava Kufra Mamona, Umar Sava Kufra Kapara. One says that kofer is a compensatory damage. If kofer is mamon, if it's a compensatory damage, then what? Then you should evaluate damages based on the victim. But the other opinion of Rabbi Shmuel says that no, kofer is an atonement. Kofer is an atonement payment. If that's the case, then it's the value of the assailant, right? It's the value ultimately again of the damager. So Shmuel says no. Now everyone agrees that kofer is an atonement payment. So what are they arguing about? Again, it's actually just the machlokes about how we evaluate the payment. Actually, everyone agrees that kofer is for atonement. The shaila just is, how are you assessing the atonement payment? Is it based on the value of the damager, or is it based on the value of the damaged party? So the Gemara says, my time I grab on, and I both said, here this is the thing. I understand Rabbi Shmuel's perspective, right? Rabbi Shmuel says, we value kofer payment based on the value of the assailant, of the perpetrator, which makes sense. Because if it's his kofer, right, if it's his atonement, then it makes sense for him to pay his value. What's the logic of the Rabbanan who say they pay the value of the damaged party? If it's not compensatory, but rather again it's kofer, why would you pay the value of the damaged party? It's very simple. Ne'emar hashasa lemata, and ne'emar hashasa lemala. So we'll say it says ultimately again hashasa, which means to impose a payment. It says to impose a payment lemata. Now both say Rashi points out over here. Obviously, we're going to stop it for today. We'll do it before davening. So I'm leaving a little bit of a cliffhanger. Again, really exciting because now we ventured into new information as well. Right? And in this new information, again, we're talking about kofer. Now, here's what we're leaving off. We're leaving off that everyone agrees that kofer is an atonement payment. It's kapara. What is its value based on? That's my focus, Rabbi Yochanan or Rabbi Shmuel and the Rabbanan. Rabbi Shmuel is the value of the perpetrator, which makes sense if it's an atonement payment, and the Rabbanan, ultimately, again, it's the value of the victim. Now, why the Rabbanan hold the value of the victim? That's the cliffhanger. To be continued tomorrow at Shabbos Osai. Welcome to Maseches Matos. We're going to be diving in Eretz Hashem in the main shore. All right, so have a great day, everyone. Let's go inside Matos.
I think this is a troll post. When I first saw it, if it's actually BJ Penn, wait, it sounds like a troll post. That's like someone pretending to be him. No, it's not BJ Penn. So he's trolling. Yeah. I mean, he has brain damage for sure. Like that guy, he's fucked up. So the Brandon Chop comment is not jumping in. I thought it was a joke. Is he for real? Whatever you need, hit me up regarding BJ, one of my absolute favorites. It's been going on for a bit. He's not doing.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Baruch Hashem, Shechianu v'Kiyanu v'Yanu. The last stop was Sanhedrin. Pleasure to thank all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, I know Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tashin Hey. Naftali Tilson and Mishpacha for dedicating over Sherman Joshua's this year as a zichus for Resource Levels for Am Yisrael. Paul Pollack. In celebration, Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollack. An unanimous Talmud Torah sponsorship in the schus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. And Avram Yishem Kelman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yoshua Hashem. Our week of learning sponsors, Steve Galaska. in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. And our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Rabbi Mordechai Tost, Le'ilu Nishmas, Tzvi Menachem Ben Avram Aryeh Zichron Lebracha. And get ready for this. And on the occasion of Rabbi Mordechai's completion of Shas, Mazel Tov, Rabbi Mordechai. Incredible. Shabin Aliyah for your father's neshama, and the Chama for your mishpacha. Tremendous zichos for you and for the entire mishpacha for many years to come. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. And Mordechai is actually going to be on the Messiah tomorrow morning at the scene. There's Hashem. All right, with that, let us begin today. There is no catch-up. Today, there is no one will make up ground tomorrow. Today is Mamish. This is the day. This is it. This is when we make it all happen. This is when it all comes together. Today's daf is Kufiyah Gimel 113. We are picking up Eretz Hashem on Kufiyah Gimel 112b. And we are picking up in Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down from the top. So we are going through the fascinating sugya of Yerani Dachas. Tragic yet fascinating as well. Of Yerani Dachas, and specifically we're focusing now on when you destroy the Yerani Dachas, what is included, what is excluded. So we says, Amar Mar, how you bought Kachim, let's see, if there are Kavanas, literally again animals or items that, because of just the animals, the items that are sanctified for offering up on the Mizbeach, Yamusu, ultimately again, the animals they are left to die. Yeah, that's the thing. Right now, generally, when we say Yamusu, Yamusu never means actively put to death. Rather, what Yamusu means is usually they're just deprived of food and left to die. That's the right thing. Why my Yamusu? Why? There's a better mechanism. What's the better mechanism? Let them graze until they develop a mold, which will inevitably happen, and then go ahead and sell them off. And utilize, just essentially transfer the sanctity onto the money. Let the animal becomes chulin, and let the animal itself be redeemed. Rabbi Yochanan says no. No, because remember, who does this carbon belong to? This carbon belongs to a Rasha. Belongs to a member of Yerani Dachas. We don't want that carbon. I don't want it. No one wants it. So therefore, Rabbi Yochanan says to go ahead and offer it would be almost like an affront, and therefore halacha l'maisa again. We actually let it die. Rish Lakish says Mammon Bailing. Rish Lakish says ultimately again it belongs, it's considered to be the property of the owner. It's Mammon Bailing. Now because it's property of the owner, what's the halacha of all property of members of the Yerani Dachas? It's destroyed. So the Gemara said, here we're talking about, by the way, the situation that we're dealing with is kachim for which you have achrayis. And we'll say, again, without getting into too much of the weeds here, but remember, in different types of kachim means what happens if you designate a carbon and something happens to it. Are you obligated to replace it? Or do we say, no, whatever happened, happens? So the Gemara is suggesting over here that in this case we're talking about karbanos for which you have achrayis, which means if something happens to the carbon, you are obligated to go ahead and replace it. The Shimon holds that halacha l'maisa, any carbon for which you have achrayis, by definition, is your property. And if it is your property, then halacha l'maisa has got to be destroyed as part of Yerani Dachas. Here's the problem. The Sefer Rabbi Shimon, here's the problem. Since the Sefer explicitly articulates that it's position Rabbi Shimon, the pashtus duration is not Rabbi Shimon. So the Gemara says, the Kachim Kalim V'Alivid Rabbi Yosei Alivi. You're right. What are we talking about here? We're talking about Kachim Kalim, which is lower sanctity karbanos. And according to Rabbi Yosei Alivi, what does he say? The Amar Kachim Kalim Mamon Bayrim. Because again, Kachim Kalim Abose, which is lower sanctity karbanos, that's when we say that it's the property of the owner. About Kachim Kadoshim, what happens to Kachim Kadoshim? Higher sanctity karbanos, and if you have it, the law is you can redeem them, and by the process for redemption, as we just said before, let the animal graze, develop a mold, and once you develop some mold, you sell it off. Sanctity is transferred onto the money, and the animal itself becomes fluid. So the one says, Agatani Seifa, Kache Bedagabai Ziptu. So if that's the case, now you're setting this up as ultimate. So now, if that's the way we're establishing this, that the carbon case we're talking about, where the carbon has to be left to die, is the case ultimately of Kachim Kalim. And Kachim Kalim, we say, is Mamon Bailum. It's the property of the owner, and therefore it has to be destroyed. If that's when you're setting it up, then we should change the Seifa of this price. So why? Because is according to the rights to say, but what is this? The Kachim Kalim. This is talking about lower sanctity karbanos. About Kachim Kadoshim, when it comes to Kachim Kadoshim, I'm sorry. I'm turning safe on I'm turning safe on Kache Bedek Habayis Yiptu. Once it said that Kache Bedek Habayis ultimately, now remember what's Kache Bedek Habayis? Kache Bedek Habayis refers to consecrated items that are dedicated to temple upkeep, right? And ultimately, again, meaning that halacha l'maisa is financial sanctity, not physical sanctity. So when you said Kache Bedek Habayis Yiptu, let's go ahead and make an internal division based on that previous information. What should we say? What is this so? What is what so? What is it so that halacha l'maisa we go ahead and let karbanos die in the Aaron Gachas? When is that so? The kachim kalif. That's true with karbanos of lesser sanctity because they are considered to be mamon bailik. They are ultimately again the property of the owner. Aval kachik hadoshim yiptu. But kachik hadoshim ultimately again those are redeemed. So you must escape on the ikachatz. Why not just go ahead and say it like that? Which Gemara says, gave on the ikachatz hashanei subala to the misa azolok psikole. Because at the end of the day, you can't go ahead. And even for Kachek Hadashim, the same process doesn't work for all things, right? For example, for some Kachek Hadashim, the process will be let the animal graze, develop a moment, and sell it up. And for example, it doesn't work for everything. For example, Chatos. A carbon Chatos, that process doesn't work. Carbon Chatos, everyone agrees, the animal itself is left to die, it's left to starve, and it just dies. So since you don't have a uniform process for Kachek Hadashim, you can't say it that way. Okay, so Mishnah Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish. Okay, so I'll say, so now going back for just a second. So now I understand why Rabbi Yochanan doesn't say like Reish Lakish Tichsev Zevach V'Shem To'iva. Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha l'maisa gives no redemption for the karbanos. Why? Because Rabbi Yochanan holds that the notion of going ahead and bringing the carbon of a rasha to the Beis Hamikdash is unfathomable. Can't do that. The offering of a rasha is an abomination. And Reish Lakish, my time will look Rabbi Yochanan. But why does Reish Lakish not hold it Rabbi Yochanan? So Reish Lakish would say, when we say that the offering of a rasha is a toiva, that's true, right? When the carbon itself is in existence. In other words, if there's a rasha and the rasha has a carbon ola, right? There's a shlaz in the java, you can't bring that because to bring the carbon of a rasha, that's considered to be abominative. However, you could add that to the made up words list. Abominative. Right, so again, so if however, halakha l'maisa, even the ishtani, right? But at the end of the day, if it changed, then ultimately again it's changed. Now, what does that mean? So also, this is very interesting. So Reish Lakish will say like this: when can't you bring the carbon of a rasha for the actual carbon itself? Right? Yeah, rasha has a carbon that has the shlomim. You can't bring that carbon. But if that carbon changes, what does it mean it changes? Let's say again, that carbon develops a moment. Now you have money, right? And that money now is going to be used for anything. If you use something else, that's okay. So it's interestingly enough, that's the fundamental of Rabbi Yochanan will say the carbon of a rasha in any form is problematic. But ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan will say, that's Rabbi Yochanan. Reish Lakish will say that it's only problematic if it's in the original form. If it changes form, then it's going to be mutter. So let's say, if you think about it, it's a tremendous Musar Haskell. Like, when is the carbon, according to Reish Lakish, when is the carbon of the rasha rejected? When it's unchanged. But the moment that it changes is the moment that it's accepted. In life, sometimes we make tremendous mistakes. And in those moments of tremendous mistake, the truth is, to a certain degree, there's a piece of us that's rejected. Because the rasha can't come close. The rasha is really kept at a distance. Zevach Rishon To'iva. Whatever the rasha wants to offer up, that's an abomination. But here's the incredible news. It's okay. Just don't stay rasha. Just change form. Just change what you are. Just change who you are. Just affect some level of change within your life and don't be the rasha anymore. And suddenly, anything and everything you want to give is accepted. Overwhelming Musar Haskell. So Shimon says again, the only thing, again, back to property of an Erni Dachas. So remember again, the Erni Dachas, what is destroyed? Your animals. Your animals. However, again, any animal of Bechar and Meiser, so remember again, first point saying to me, Meiser Sheni, is not destroyed. So my asking, what's the case? So even a bit meaning, so again, if we're talking about like an unblemished Bechar, and just a regular Meiser Sheni animal, Shalom Shamayim. So that's obvious that it's not destroyed as part of Erni Dachas. Why? Because that belongs to the Ribono Shalom. That's not personal property. I love the Bali woman. So ultimately, again, maybe it's talking about Bali woman. Well, if it's Bali woman, Shlomo Nuhu, then ultimately, again, that's the property of the member of the Erni Dachas, and that's prohibited. Fine. I'm Rabbi, the Olam of Bali woman. So really, it's about Bali woman. So listen to this. It's very interesting. So let's say, so if it's Bali woman, so let's say I have a Bechar. I have a firstborn animal. What's that? What do you do with the firstborn animal? What do you do with it? What do you do with the firstborn animal? Give it to a Kohen. If the animal develops a mum on its own, right? If you go and you blemish, you can say, oh well, it's blemished, right? That doesn't work. But if it becomes blemished on its own, then it's my animal. So the Gemara says like this: what are we talking about over here? We're talking about, let's say, for example, a blemished bachar. Now, if it's a blemished bachar, that's my animal. If it's my animal, then it should be destroyed as part of the property of the Erni Dachas. Why would it be excluded? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you what, I'm Rabbi, because the Torah is very specific. When the Torah speaks about the property that is destroyed in Erni Dachas, it identifies behemtecha, your animal. What does your animal mean? Yatsu elu she'im ne'echalin b'toras behemtecha ela b'toras b'char u'maiser b'shalom shamayim. So here's what's interesting. Even though an unblemished bachar ultimately, again, is yours to consume, yours to utilize, but its origination point is not as your animal. The Hemtecha means an animal that was yours and solely yours from the beginning. But something that had consecrated status, even if now that consecrated status changed, halacha l'maisa, that's not your animal. That's not your animal. And because it's not your animal, therefore, again, even though now it's permitted for usage, that is not to be destroyed with the Erni Dachas. Because again, since its origination point was the animal of the Ribono Shalom, Shmuel, Hakol Karav, Hakol Mifteh. Shmuel says makes a strange statement. Everything is offered and everything is redeemed. What does that mean? My kamar, Haki kamar, Kol Shekarav Kishuvitam, Benifte Kishubam. Any animal that is offered up when it's unblemished, and can be redeemed when it is blemished, the shallow in it is excluded from destruction of Erni Dachas, because that's called the Ribono Shel Olam's property. The Chol Shekarav Kishuvitan, the Einonit Kishubamum, but anything that ultimately again is offered up or has kedusha when it's unblemished. But ultimately again, once it develops a blemish, it's no longer offered up, and it doesn't need to go through a redemptive process. Keep going. The Char Umaiser. It's excluded from Erni Dachas, ultimately again based on the word behema. Someone said what's coming out from this is something very interesting. There are two different ways in which an animal would be excluded from destroyed property in Erni Dachas. So number one would be if an animal is fully consecrated and then it is redeemed. Then it's redeemed, because ultimately again, even if it's been redeemed, that's still called the property of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But interestingly enough, if you have, let's say, a Bechar, so remember again, Bechar never needs to go through a redemption process. You have Bechar, so it's sanctified. If it develops a mum, it's mundane. But there is no consecration process that needs to be done. It's just that's though like you decommission from the Bechar status. That animal is also excluded from being destroyed in Erni Dachas. Why? Based on the word behemtecha. Behemtecha means what kind of animal is destroyed in Erni Dachas? Your animal. What does your animal mean? It was yours and no one else's from the beginning. When I say no one else's, means the Ribono Shalom never had a hold on it. As Baruch Hu has some type of tfisa, some type of hold on it, even if that hold subsequently changes now, the animal is still excluded from destruction in the Erni Dachas. Incredible. Okay, truma you're kavut. If there's truma in the Erni Dachas, you let it rot. So again, remember, we saw yesterday's daf. Remember, not everyone in the Erni Dachas necessarily is evil. All you need is the majority of people to be Ogdev or Dizara. Then we get, but remember, we saw yesterday, you have tzaddikim. Tzaddikim aren't killed, the property is destroyed, but they're not killed. So if you have truma in the Erni Dachas, what do you do with it? Truma is kodesh. What do you do with it? You let it rot. So you want to unlock this stuff. Rosh Hashanah Truma is B'yad Yisrael. Very clear. We say Truma has to rat. Where's the Truma? The Truma is in the hands of the Yisrael. So I'm Yisrael, much to my chagrin. I'm Yisrael, so I have Truma, and I haven't yet given it to the Kohen. So now again, that's when the Gemara says, so what do I do with it? I'm near any dakas. What do I do with it? I let it rot. You know, about Truma at Kohen, given the Mamoni with Yisrael. Oh, remember, if the Truma is given to the Kohen, once Truma comes into the hands of a Kohen, that's his property. That's his property. Once it's his property, then what's the halacha? You have to destroy it along with all the other property in Yerni Dachas. That's Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef is the kasha. Ma'aser Sheni, Kisvei Kodesh Yignisu. The Mishnah said, and Ma'aser Sheni and Kisvei Kodesh, any type of holy writings, have to be buried. Famous. I have a whole Ma'aser Sheni B'yad Yisrael. The true B'yad Kohen Dami. One second, it's very interesting. Ma'aser Sheni in the hands of Yisrael is like Truma in the hands of a Kohen. And yes, again, what does it say? So, we just said that Truma in the hands of a Kohen, what happens to it? Should be destroyed because it's his Malon. The Ma'aser Sheni then should be my Malon and should be destroyed as well. Yet it doesn't mean it should be destroyed, it says it should be hidden away, or not hidden away, buried. So Rabbi says it should be buried. Ella, here's what I have to say. Here we go. When do we say that ultimately again, Truma is Mignas. When is that? When it's Truma in the hands of a Kohen. About Truma B'yad Yisrael, Tinasim L'Kohen Shevir Achares. So let's say this is very interesting. So what do you do with Truma in the hands of Yisrael? What do you do there? It's fascinating. You go ahead and you move that to a different city. Send that to a Kohen in a different city. So it's really quite a fascinating idea. So I love the Maisa. Truma in the hands of Yisrael, it doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to you, right? It's not mine. So watch this. So because it's not mine, therefore it's not what? It's not my property. Because it's not my property, therefore it doesn't have to be destroyed in your Nidatas. So what do? It's a very simple idea. Send it to a Kohen in a different city. That's all. Just get it out of the city and give it to a different Kohen. Fascinating. So it's not how someone does. So what's that? So just fascinating halacha. That if the Truma is in the hands of the Kohen, then ultimately again it has to rot. But Lamaisa, again, if halacha Lamaisa, it is in the hands of the Yisrael, get it out of the city and give it to another Kohen. Fascinating. So if you have dough of Ma'aser Sheni is potter from Chala. Right? Remember again, normally if I'm in Yisrael, I'm making dough, I have to give a portion of my dough to the Kohen. That is the obligation of Chala. Ma'aser Sheni dough is potter from Chala. You're right there. Chum say no, you're obligated to give Chala even from the dough of Ma'aser Sheni. I'm going to kiss off. Machlokes by Ma'aser Sheni is Yerushalayim. It's very interesting. Machlokes over here is when it comes to Ma'aser Sheni in Yerushalayim itself. Why? The Rabbi holds Ma'aser Sheni Malon Gavahu. Rabbi holds that halacha l'maisa. Rabbi holds that Ma'aser Sheni belongs to Hashem. I have the right to eat it and the right to consume it, but it belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because it belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, therefore what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa is potter from Chala. Rabbanan hold no. Ma'aser Sheni belongs to me. It has certain strictures which dictate how it's to be consumed, but it belongs to me. Because it belongs to me, therefore what? It's Chayv and Chala. So the Gemara says, Avo, big bulin, but Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, Potter. First one on the bottom, everyone agrees, ultimately again it's Potter from Chala. So Master Yosef is the kasha, Ma'aser Sheni, we can say Kodesh Sheni Mizuz, let's go at Yerni Dachas. So right, what do we say about Yerni Dachas? What happens to Ma'aser Sheni? As to Ma'aser Sheni, it's buried. So Gemara says, what's going on over here? The Mai is Kina. Even if Yerushalayim, so if you're talking about Ma'aser Sheni Yerushalayim, this is fascinating. So the Gemara says, Mi have Yerni Dachas. This is fascinating. Yerushalayim can never become an Yerni Dachas. So it can never become an Yerni Dachas. So the Gemara says, Vatanya, Asar Dvad Nemer Yerushalayim. There are 10 unique features of Yerushalayim HaKodesh. V'zu Achas Mehen. And ultimately, again, this is one of them. Ultimately, again, it can never become an Yerni Dachas. I must say, so again, there's the reason for that, by the way, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, no, Rashi, sorry. The reason why is because, remember, the Pasuk talks about the idea that Yerni Dachas is one of the, it happens in a city that was given to a Merushtecha. for you to acquire. There's a whole yisod that Yerushalayim lo nischal kol shvatim. Yerushalayim belongs to all of Klal Yisrael and does not belong to any particular shevet. So because Yerushalayim doesn't belong to a shevet, right, it belongs to everyone. Even though, again, just want to point out, Yerushalayim falls in the tribal area of Yehuda and Binyamin, right? Remember, again, that's the line between Yehuda and Binyamin actually cut through the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Beis HaMikdash, right? But yet Yerushalayim itself belonged to everyone. So it's also just a beautiful, this lashon over here. You see, lashon is Yerushalayim Eino Nasa. What's the lashon? We have it. Eino Nasa is Ir Hanidachas. Okay, so we translate Ir Hanidachas ultimately again as a city that worships idolatry. But the etymological root, what does Ir Hanidachas mean? A city that is cast aside. A city that is cast aside. Yerushalayim is never cast aside. Yerushalayim as a city has been through so much over the millennia. Right? But yet one thing is clear, which is Yerushalayim is never fully pushed away from us. It's never nida. Like the connection between the Yid and Yerushalayim is an unbreakable bond. And it doesn't matter throughout history who has occupied it, and it doesn't matter throughout history who has lived there, who has ruled over it. Yerushalayim has and always will be the eternal capital of Am Yisrael. It can never be an Ir Hanidachas, not just throughout Avodah Zarah, but it can never be fully pushed away from Klal Yisrael. So what's the case over here? What's the case? We're just trying to figure out the case of where Ma'aser Sheni would be buried. What is that case? The we are mostly talking about again. Obviously, Ma'aser Sheni is a different thing, not Yerushalayim, and it's saying that could become an Ir Hanidachas. And interesting enough, we're talking about a case where a person brought the Ma'aser Sheni into Yerushalayim itself. If that's the case, hakal tua mechitzos. What's the mechitzos of Yerushalayim absorbed the Ma'aser Sheni? It's absorbed. To which the Gemara says, Ella lav bigvulim. Rather, once again, we must be talking about Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. The katani yignuzu. And ultimately, again, we see that what's the halacha? It has to be buried away. Now, what do you see from here? What you see from here is that halacha l'maisa Ma'aser Sheni is considered to be the property of the owner. Like that's why if it's in the Ir Hanidachas, it has to be destroyed, or in this case again hidden away, buried. What's the case? Also interesting enough, we're talking about Ma'aser Sheni that originated in another city, but was now brought to Yerushalayim, and that previously that former city became an Ir Hanidachas. Well, I'm asking, what's the case? Shenitma, but it became Tameh. I bet if it became Tameh, the Gemara says, I don't understand the lip, okay, just redeem it. No, so I feel Yerushalayim. How do we know that the Ma'aser Sheni became Tameh? They tried out to redeem it even in Yerushalayim itself. That was Omar, lo suchal se'eso. Ve'ein se'es el achila. Se'es means, right, if you're unable to go ahead, if you're unable to eat it, then ultimately, again, you have the ability to go ahead and redeem it. I will say, now the pasuk over here, lo suchal se'eso, actually is talking about, again, that Baruch Hashem, you have so much Ma'aser Sheni, and you live a good distance from Yerushalayim, so you can't take the produce. What can you do? You could redeem the produce onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim. But you also dashes look suchal say so. Seis also means to eat. If let's say you're unable to eat Ma'aser Sheni, now why would one be unable to eat the Ma'aser Sheni? Because it became tamei. If that's the case, then halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and redeem it. Then it says elachil shneimar ba'isa ma'asas meis panav. You know what's the case? Bilakuach. So also it's very interesting. Before you turn, look at Rashi. Bilakuach. Last Rashi on the daf. Shekvar hotzia b'hotzah l'kasef ma'aser v'nasnua b'yayin b'shekar b'basra b'nitma. Also lakuach. Tahud less than Pedilla. Oh, what happened? I brought money of Ma'aser Sheni to Yerushalayim, so that's how, right? If I bought, I have a lot of Ma'aser Sheni. I can't carry it out to Yerushalayim. So what do? I redeem it onto money. I bring the money to Yerushalayim, and I have to use the money to buy food. And I come to Yerushalayim HaKodesh. I buy food. Now what happens? That food becomes tamei. So most of the halacha is, as much as Ma'aser Sheni that is tamei can be redeemed, but food bought with Ma'aser Sheni money, if that becomes tamei, that can't be redeemed. Which makes sense. In other words, it's a bit too far off the source to avail itself of the redemptive process. So I'm asking on top of Kof Yud Gimel. Let's say last daf of the Masechah Sanhedrin. I don't understand. Right? Still, why can't I redeem it? It's not, after all we learned. Halakua, the Meiser Shem Shnit, Magitya. Well, again, they will say we have a right that indicates that even food items bought with Meiser Shem money can in fact be redeemed. See, to which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda the Omar Yichvar, because Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that says that Allah say no. If you have food that was bought with money of Meiser Shem, that has to be buried. If that's the case. My area dachas. Why you bring up area dachas? Alma nami. This would be true anytime. In other words, this is not a din of area dachas. Then this is true in general. In other words, we'll say, "Sizi the halacha is if I take Meiser Sheni money to Yerushalayim, I use the money to go ahead and purchase food, which is what I'm supposed to do. Then that food becomes tamei. I can't redeem that food. So what do you do with it? What do you do with it? The answer is bury it. If that's the case, that's not a unique halacha by area dachas. That's halacha Meiser Sheni. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, so the Alanam, the Olam Betar, right? So talking about Meiser Sheni tar. And what happened? Kigom the Nafal Mechitzos. Very interesting. What happened? That halacha Meiser, the walls, the Mechitzos of Yerushalayim fell. Ukidirav, the Amarava, Mechitza lechol daraisa, liklot drabanan. Ultimately, in order to eat Meiser Sheni Yerushalayim, eating Mechitzos midaraisa, and ultimately again, once you bring the Meiser Sheni into the walls, right, the walls absorb them, so to speak. And down the Mechidusha midrabanan. If he does Rabbanan, when did Chazal go? When did they go on this? He is still the Mechitza. Ultimately, again, only when the Mechitza stood, when the walls stood. The rest of the Mechitza. But if the walls are not standing low, then ultimately again they're not frozen. Therefore, the way it works is like this. So we turn our verses to the case of Meiser Sheni, of an Ir Nidachas that was brought to Yerushalayim, and when it was there, the walls fell. The walls fell, right? And so just also, let me say it better. Meiser Sheni from another city was brought to Yerushalayim. Before that city became an Ir Nidachas. After the Meiser Sheni came to Yerushalayim, the city became an Ir Nidachas, and then the walls fell down. Now, once the walls fell, so all right, so there's a lot happening over here. Once the walls fell down, I can't eat Meiser Sheni there anymore. And now, also remember again, this is property of an Ir Nidachas. So therefore, what's halacha? That's the unique case where the halacha will be that you bury the Meiser Sheni. Okay, fine. So says so good. That's that specific case. Good, let's go weiter. If I have holy writings, right? Again, Svarim, Sefer Torah, in a Nidachas, they have to be buried. So the Gemara says, "Mastis no Rabbi Elazar." Listen, this is fascinating. Our Mishnah does not reflect the Rabbi Elazar. Why does Rabbi Elazar say? Listen to this. The Sanya, Rabbi Elazar Omer, Kol Yershiyish Ba'afilim Mezuzah Achas Eino Naasis Ir Nidachas. So I will say, listen to this. This is actually a tremendous Gemara. Rabbi Elazar says any city that has even one mezuzah in it, just one mezuzah, can't become an Ir Nidachas. Why not? Shneimar Yisarakta Ba'esh Es Ha'ir Ves Kol Shlala Kalio. Rabbi Elazar says, what is Allah for Ir Nidachas? What do you destroy in Ir Nidachas? What do you destroy? Everything. And here's the so in other words, what Rabbi Elazar is saying is like this: in order for a city to be Ir Nidachas, you have to be able to destroy everything. If you can't destroy everything, then by definition it's not an Ir Nidachas. So therefore he says literally, if there's not a mezuzah, it can't become an Ir Nidachas. To which the Gemara says, sorry. Good. And if there is a mezuzah in the city, you're not able to destroy everything. Ultimately, again, because the pasuk says you're not allowed to do this. Do this means by avodah zarah, the obligation is to destroy all avodah zarah. And the Torah says that which you do to avodah zarah, do not do to the ribono shel olam. So therefore, again, I can't destroy mezuzah. So because I can't destroy mezuzah on a technical level, I wouldn't be able to destroy Ir Nidachas. So Rabbi says, what the Gemara is pointing out over here is machokas, right? Because the Mishnah says if there's kisei kodesh, what would be included in kisei kodesh? A mezuzah. So the Mishnah says, what do you do with the mezuzah, the Sefer Torah, the Svarim? Now, what do? You bury them. These are put in Shemus. And yet the Gemara says, by the way, there's just another opinion. Other opinion says that if you're in a place where there are kisei kodesh, like in mezuzah, other things, halakha l'maisa, that city can't become an Ir Nidachas. So just an interesting machlokes. Okay, Rabbi Shimon Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what Rabbi Shimon says as follows. Rabbi Shimon says, now again, this was the end of the Mishnah. Right, end of the Mishnah. So what happened over here? Good. So when those said Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, good. Let's actually just see in the Gemara. So when it said Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so here we go. Lema with Rabbi Abin, with Rabbi Abin. This is this. Kol makom she'ata motze klal ba'asei u'prat b'lo sa'asei ein danin also b'klal u'prat. Okay, so we'll say now, what is this? Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, it's almost right across in Rashi. Klal ba'asei u'prat b'lo sa'asei, keep going. This is by the end of the Mishnah, where we speak about again, what can you do about rebuilding of the Eri Dachas. So remember again, we had a machlokes between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Akiva, right? So ultimately again, good. So Rabbi Yossi really said that halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and do anything on that site. The Erni Dachas just remains a ruin. You can't build the city. You can't even go ahead and do gardens and orchards. Rabbi Akiva said you can't rebuild the city to what it once was, but you can make it into gardens and orchards. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Well, keep going. The pasuk is Eri Dachas. You have to leave it a desolate mound. That's the assay, right? That filu ganos of pardesim low. Right, lo sasa. Ella siya tel olam shu asay lo si bana od. So again, so there's two things over there. There's an assay of V'asat tel olam, leave it desolate. And then there's a lo sase of lo si bana od. Do not rebuild this city. So the Gemara says, "Binyamat v'habi lo sase." So the halacha is like this. Now go back to the Gemara just long. You hear now, Rashi. So kol makom she'atam oseh klal ba'aseh. So here again, you have a klal and an aseh, right? What's the klal and aseh, right? So b'haisat tel olam, it should be an amount, and prat below sase lo si bana od. Now that's called a prat because what that sounds like is you can't rebuild the city as it was. So that's the prat. So I have a klal and an aseh, a prat in a lo sase, ain't done in also the klal prat. So Rabbi holds you cannot darshan that as that's not a typical klal prat, and therefore it can't be darshaned as a klal prat. So what's the halacha? So now what's going on here? The Mar is slave, Rabbi Abin. Or let's say Rabbi Abin, one opinion holds like Rabbi Abin, and one opinion rejects Rabbi Abin. That's my focus over here. So Shmuel says, no, that's not my focus. No, clearly I'm like Rabbi Abin. Everyone agrees with Rabbi Abin's assessment. That whenever you have this interesting type of klal prat, you have the klal and the aseh, and the prat and the lo saseh, you can't darshan it as a klal prat. But that's not the machlokes. What is the machlokes Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yossi? What is machlokes? Listen to this. Mar savar, od legamre mashma, umar savar od lekama shaisa. It's very interesting. Rabbi Yossi we hold that the word lo si bana od. You can't rebuild the city anymore. And what he says, that means for anything. You can't do anything with this destroyed city. You have to leave it a desolate mound. It's the desolate mound, right? And therefore, again, Nakanos, Napardesim, nothing. And Rabbi Akiva understands ode to mean what? You can't rebuild the ode to what it once was. So you can't rebuild the city to what it once was, but you absolutely can make it into gardens and into orchards. Incredible. Ain't an ignis about Nasa Ganos Napardesim. So that's Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Akiva holds that Allah again. You can't rebuild it into the city. It's a form of glory, but you can't make it into gardens and orchards. So not borrow. So here we go. How you bought Ivanos is a very interesting case. If there were detached trees in the Erni Dachas, right? So again, at the Erni Dachas and there are detached trees, what's the halacha? Asurim, they're also. In other words, they have to be destroyed. Michubarin, what happens if the trees were attached to the ground? Mutarin. Ultimately, again, they're mutter. And we'll say now, what's the reason for that? Rashi points out over here because what the Torah says by Erni Dachas is if the tikvos, the kavatsta, you will collect and you will burn. So anything that is readily collectible and destroyable. But a tree has to first what? Be detached. So because there is that extra step, therefore it's not included in the destruction of Erni Dachas. Whereas a Shalir Acheres, if you have trees from another city in the Erni Dachas, bein Telushin, bein Mechubarin, Aser. Ultimately, again, whether they are detached or attached, ultimately, again, they will be destroyed. So what does that mean? My Yerachar is from a different city. Amar Krista, Yericho. Oh, okay, what's that? A different kind of city. The city of Yericho. What happened in Yericho? The Chsid. V'haisaha ir cherem la'Hashem. V'yishpa Yoshua. By Asa Yilimor. Arura ish lifnei Hashem asher yokum u'bona ha'sa'ir azos. As Yericho. B'choro yisadena u'b'tziro yatzid dalasel. So we'll say there is a different halakha by Yericho. By Yericho was made cherem. Like when Yoshua conquered Yericho, he made an oath, made Chai Yisrael take an oath. Literally again, cursed is the man before Hashem who will rebuild this city. With his eldest son, he will lay the foundation stone, and with his youngest sons, he will set up the doors. Which means Yoshua cursed whoever will rebuild Jericho, ultimately again will Chas Hashem Rachmana Litzlan lose his children. Lose his children. So it looks like the Gemara says just like this: if you have trees from Jericho in the area of Gachas, that's destroyed. Whether they are attached trees, meaning like replanted trees, or ultimately again detached trees, because Jericho as a city is in Cherem, with times Yoshua. So time goes. So also this fascinating brayso. Lo Yericho Hashem Yeracharis, Lo Yeracharis Hashem Yericho. This is fascinating. There are two prohibitions. You cannot rebuild the city of Jericho, even if you call it another name. Right? You can't rebuild on that site, even if you call it another name. And ultimately, again, you also can't make another city called Yericho. You're not allowed to make another city called Yericho. That's the kingdom of Yoshua. So the Gemara, so listen to this. The Chsid, so the Gemara gives an example of this. Bana chiel beis ha'ili es Yericho, ba'aviram b'charo yasta, or b'skuf sa'aro hisid dalasal. Because the Navi tells us about a guy by the name of Chiel. Chiel rebuilt the city called Yericho. Now, interestingly enough, he did not rebuild Yericho on the site of Yericho. Rather, he built another city called Yericho in a different location. And yet, what happened? Amazing, tragically enough, right? When he started rebuilding it, he lost his son, Aviram, and then we'll see in just a little bit, he actually lost all of his children during the construction process. And ultimately, when he put up the doors of this city, his youngest son, Skuv, died. So from here you see that not only are you not allowed to rebuild Yericho on the site of Yericho, but again, you're also not allowed to build another city called Yericho itself. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, perhaps with the death of Aviram, his oldest son, he could not have known that what he was doing was wrong. And by the time he got ultimately again to the loss of his youngest son, he was losing children successively. He should have realized that something was wrong with what he was doing. To which the Gemara says, Aviram uskuf my Avid. What did Aviram and Skuv do? What was their fault that they were punished like this? So Moses Haki Kama, this is what he used to say. Aviram b'choro hayalo lumod la'osa rasha uskuf tziro. So again, so we're just saying again, it's really an indictment of Chiel. How does Chiel himself not understand what it is that's unfolding over here? He's losing his oldest son when he begins to rebuild the city, and not the actual city of Yericho, but another city called Yericho, and he still doesn't seem to catch on. So again, let's say this is tremendously so. We all make mistakes in life. And again, when I first make my mistakes, sometimes if it's a brand new mistake, it's understandable that I'm making it. At a certain point in time in life, when you keep on repeating the same mistake over and over, you can't claim ignorance. So again, Chiel is going out and building this city. So he loses his firstborn son, and then another son. Okay, you want to say that in the beginning, you didn't know what you were doing was wrong. But at a certain point in time, it becomes abundantly clear that the way you're living your life and the decisions you're making are having negative consequences. You can't claim ignorance. So let's say, I can claim ignorance the first time I make mistakes. I can't claim ignorance when I continue to make the same mistake over and over and suffer the consequences. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, so again, I know Chiel's kids are, right? So why do you have to articulate this? That Aviram is his oldest boy, and Skuv is his youngest. So I'm not talking about Skuv, Skuv Zero. Why do you have to tell me that Skuv is his youngest son? The Lamed Shayim, the Kaber, the Holish Madir, not Skuv. So it's interesting. From the concept, you would have thought that maybe he just lost Aviram and Skuv. Maybe that's it, just Aviram when he started creating the city, and Skuv when he put up the doors. But maybe there was no other loss. No, he was using his children successively from Aviram all the way to Skuv. Achav, she wants to listen to this story. Incredible. Achav, Shosh Vine Hava. Achav was the friend of Chiel. Now, I will say, now, by the way, when you've got a chevra like that, you know that you're in trouble, right? When again, so Achav, obviously, Chiel's not a good guy because Chiel's rebuilding Yericho, right? And again, I will say, you also, how else do you see the Achav? Even if you want to say it was a mistake, like you said before, I know that feels, unfortunately, again, was a spiritually compromised individual because he keeps going down a path, even though he recognizes that there are spiritually deleterious results. He keeps on engaging in bad behavior, seeing immediate consequences, and it does not stop, keeps going. Okay, so now he's sitting Shiva for his kids. Who comes to Menachem Abel? We're going to see Sa'acha was his friend. Listen to this. As'ihu be'ilyo l'mishal b'shama beitanu. So let's get ready for this. Elio, right? Elio Hanavi walks in together with Achov. You saw Achov. I said, we saw Achov. You just saw Achov. One of the kings who doesn't have a chiluk in Olam Haba. So Elio Hanavi walks in with Achov to pay a Shiva visit to Chiel. Yosef and Shiva, Elio and Achov walking together. Yosef and Kamar. So ultimately, again, they walk in and they say, and what happens? And Achov begins to speak because everyone's trying to figure out, like what happened over there? Why did you lose your kids? So Achav says, Dilma, Kimilik Yoshua Haki, Lot, Kimilik Yoshua Haki, Lot Lo Yericha Shem Iracheres, Lo Iracheres Hashem Yericho. So listen to this. Achav is like, I just realized something. Maybe when Yoshua cursed Yericho, he said, not only are you not allowed to rebuild Yericho instead of Yericho, but you also can't build another city called Yericho even somewhere else, and maybe Chiel. Maybe that's why you just lost your kids. Just came to me, right? Let's look in together. Someone it says, yeah, right. Yes, that is correct. And that's what happens when you don't pay attention to Shia. Right? In other words, we spoke about this. Right? We spoke this. Yeah, that is the halacha. Amalei. So listen to this. Achav, such a mechusah. He says, Ashta. So Achav says, I don't get it. Even the curses of Moshe Rabbeinu don't come true. What a statement, right? Even the curses of Moshe Rabbeinu don't come true. How do I know this? Listen to this. The Sartem and the Hadarakem, right? The pasuk says that if you worship Avodah Zarah, so Hashem says he's going to punish you. And what happens? What's one of the punishments? Hashem says he's going to withhold the rain. So this Achav says, something about himself. And me? I'll tell him the Mezel Miskadlei. And Achav says, you know what? I put up Avodah Zarah every single mountain, the birth in Eretz Yisrael. And yet, it rains so much in Eretz Yisrael that I can't even visit my Avodah Zarah. So you hear what Achav is saying? He's saying, I understand. Moshe Rabbeinu's curses don't come true. Right? Moshe Rabbeinu says, if you worship Avodah Zarah, the rain's not going to come. Achav says, not true. I worship more Avodah Zarah than anyone. Right? I put Avodah Zarah everywhere. And yet, again, it rains so much in Eretz Yisrael that I can't even reach my Avodah Zarah. So you see from here, the curses of Moshe Rabbeinu don't come true. The Tasa the Yoshua Talmud Mekayma. He's about to let the curse of Yoshua, the Talmud, do come true. This is Achav's Kasha and the Shiva home. Miyad, so ultimately, what happened? Eliyahu was so incensed. Eliyahu was so upset. About this chutzpah, about this tremendous chutzpah, that he swears there won't be any more rain. And what happens? So by the mitra, the kamba azal. So what happens? Eliyahu Navi he asked Hashem, give me the key to rain. And Eliyahu Navi locked the heavens. It was a massive drought. No more rain. What happened? The azal Eliyahu left. Eliyahu went into hiding. So what happened? Eliyahu went into hiding, and obviously went into hiding. He was not a very popular guy because his curse plunged Eretz Yisrael into regional drought and famine. See, he's in hiding. How is he surviving in hiding? Every single day, the ravens bring him bread and meat in the morning. The Gemara says in the Heifa. By the way, where are the ravens bringing him food from? Interestingly enough, they're bringing in bread and meat from the kitchen of Achav. Very fascinating. From the kitchen of Achav. So literally, again, he's hiding from Achav, and every day the birds are bringing him food from the kitchen of Achal. So ultimately, again, obviously at a certain point the drought becomes critical. And literally, again, there's no water. There's no water, right? The streams dried up in Eretz Yisrael. Kevan dechazadi ketzara ba'alot ksiv, v'hi divar Hashem elav leimor, kum lech tzefas. And I will say, here's the issue. This is fascinating. So now Hashem needs to bring rain. I will say, but Kiviyachol, listen to this, Kiviyachol, Kadosh Baruch Hu couldn't. Kiviyachol, why? Because Eliyahu Hanavi was holding the keys to rain. Right? He had the key. He had the keys. So Kadosh Baruch Hu had to get the key back, so to speak, from Eliyahu Hanavi. So what happens? So what happens? Well, so now Eliyahu Hanavi goes to Tzarfas. Right? There's the Isha Tzarfas. So what happened? We know the famous story. Her son, now she hosts the Eliyahu Hanavi. It was tremendous. Her son becomes ill and dies. Eliyahu Hanavi supplicates to Hashem. He wants to bring the young boy back to life. So Eliyahu Hanavi asks Hashem, please give me the key to resurrection. It's not there. It's not right. This woman hosted me so beautifully. Sometimes I says, I want to bring this boy back to life. Give me the key of Tchias HaMesim. Amri, so Kadosh Baruch Hu says here, Shalosh Matechos L'Nimsur L'Shliach. In general, there are three keys. Kadosh Baruch Hu says that I never give out to anyone else. What three keys? Shachaya, Shal Yeshamim, Shal Tchias HaMesim. The key of childbirth, the key of rain, and the key of resurrection. So again, the problem is, Eliyahu, you now have the key of rain. If I give you the key of resurrection, Yomru, Shtayim B'yad Talmud Ve'echa B'yad Araf, people are going to say, the Rabbi has one key, and the Talmud has two keys. Eliyahu, you're going to have the key to rain, the key to resurrection? Impossible. I see her, the shakal, I'll make you a deal. Give me back the key to rain, of key of rain, and ultimately, again, I'll give you the key of resurrection. The Ksiv, Lech Harei Al-Aqab Be'etna Matar. Exactly. Will ultimately, again, force Eliyahu, so to speak, to give back the key to rain and end the regional drought in Israel. Don't say, there's so much to say about that story. All right, the different time. This is great. So a certain Galilean, right? That's me in front of her. What could the story of Eliyahu be compared to? The Garba, the Shrika, the Galia, is someone who locked the storehouse and then lost the key. So he locked the heavens, prevented the rains, but then he himself lost the key to open it back up. The key was given back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Darash Rabbi Yossi B'tzipori. Let's listen to this. Rabbi Yossi Darash Nefanya B'tzipori. Abba Eliyahu. And listen, by the way, what a beautiful way to refer to Eliyahu Hanavi. And listen, I just want to point out, how incredible is it? Just a couple of days before Pesach, when Amir Tashem Eliyahu is going to join us at our Seder, and we're learning about Eliyahu Hanavi. So listen to this. Abba Eliyahu. On the base. Kaptan Hava. Listen to this. So Rabbi Yossi says, Abba Eliyahu was a kaptan. Now, what does kaptan mean? Rashi says over here, kaptan, on the base, last time, Ahaya kaptan, Shekas al Acha, Ba'amar Chai Hashem, Inni Hashem La'ila Tal V'mata. So Rabbi Yossi said, Eliyahu Hanavi was very masculine. In other words, he had a strict temperament. Now, it doesn't mean, it means he got angry, but kaptan doesn't necessarily mean that one gets angry. Kaptan means just that one is very exacting. So, in other words, he's like a Shema visit. He's sitting there with Achav. Achav makes this incredulous statement, right? And Achav says, Moshe Rabbeinu's curses don't come true. I'm the biggest Avodah Zarah in the world, and yet it's still raining. And Eliyahu Hanavi is like, I don't know, I was going to use the word triggered by that, but you can't use that word, right? He was angered by that, and he acted immediately. I was like, do you know what life is all about? Life is all about the ability to hear people say stupid and hurtful things and move on. You can't react to every single thing that people say, because then you will spend your entire life in reactive mode. So Rabbi Yossi says, Eliyahu, you gotta learn to let things slide, even if it's Achav. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yossi said, Abba Eliyahu was a captain. He heard stuff and he was reactive. He did not know how to just go ahead and let things slide. So listen to this. This is great. So Eliyahu used to have a chavrusa with Rabbi Yossi. Used to have a chavrusa with Rabbi Yossi every single day. So what happened? Listen to this. After this statement, Eliyahu got upset. What happened? He didn't show up for 3 days. He didn't show up for 3 days. When he probably came up for 3 days, Rabbi Yossi said, what happened to you? Right? Why didn't you show up for Chavrusa? So Amalek, Captain Karisili. Well, I got upset. I got upset. Why did I get upset? Because you called me a captain. Rabbi Yossi said, yeah, exactly. Right? Brother, both like, just words. Do not engage in these kind of conversations with Rabbi Yossi, right? If your enemy shows up, just say shalom alaikum, whatever you want to do. So Amalek, hard to come on the kapit mad. So Rabbi said, exactly. This is why I called you a captain. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, because you get a little bit too angry. Now, I will say, by the way, this is the Nida. Eliyahu Navi. Remember, who's Eliyahu Navi? Eliyahu Navi is Pinchas, right? So Eliyahu Navi is a Kanai. He's a zealot. He's a captain, and specifically, ultimately, again, when he sees things that are done that are an affront to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he can't take it. He has to react. And because he has to react, ultimately, which is, by the way, interestingly enough, why Eliyahu Navi, right? Eliyahu Navi shows up 2 times. He shows up at a bris. He comes to every single bris. That's for a different reason, because it means that Klal Yisrael had forsaken the covenant to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Moshe makes him come to every single bris. And I will say, what happens? Where's the other place he shows up? At the Leil HaSeder. Right? We pour a beautiful cup for him at the Leil HaSeder. I will say, why did he go ahead? Why does he show up at the Seder? I will say, generally, a lot of times the Seder becomes a little bit chaotic, right? For a lot of us, right? At any given Seder, you have a lot of different opinions about what to do. Like, this one wants to go fast, this one wants to go slow, this one wants a Dvar Torah, this one wants to eat, this one wants to sleep, this one wants dessert, this one wants afikomen, this one is taking out their paper to measure the shear for matzah, and the other one's like, what's the matter with you, right? And again, and I will say, if you think about it, sometimes there is no greater place for everyone to get upset at each other than the Seder. But yet, again, what the beauty of the Seder and the tremendous issues of the Seder is when a family and friends are able to navigate together and not get upset at one another. So Eliyahu Navi shows up, and Eliyahu Navi shows how even people with differences of opinion and different mahalchim are able to come together around the table and create a beautiful experience. It's a little bit of a musar hassle for Eliyahu Navi also. But sometimes, again, not everything is perfect. But the beauty of it is the ability to live with one another, to coexist with one another, even if not everything is exactly as it should be. And Eliyahu Navi comes to every single Seder, and what we want him to see at our Seder, more than anything, is shalom. We want him to be able to see a sense of peace. We want him to be able to see a family that gets along together, a community that gets along together, friends that get along together, and people who may have a variety of different opinions sitting around the table, but you're still able to coexist with shalom. That's what Eliyahu Navi, because again, Eliyahu Navi was the captain. His prophet says, okay, you got to take it down a little bit, because people aren't perfect. But let me show you how even imperfect people are able to get along with each other. Eliyahu Navi goes house to house to house, Seder to Seder, to be able to see the shalom within the stardom of Klal Yisrael. You know what I say? Last piece of Gemara. As long as the Rishon are in the world, there is anger, divine anger in the world. Man Rishon, who are the Rishon that we're referring to over here? So the Gemara says, Man Rishon, Rabbi Yosef Ganvi, got nothing. Also, which is fascinating. Why is the Gan of the paradigmatic Rashi? It's very simple. Because we'll say the Ganov does not respect the other. That, at the end of the day, a thief just doesn't respect anyone else. He doesn't care about anyone else. That is the greatest level of rishus. When you can't respect your fellow Jew. When you can't, you don't have to agree. But when you can't respect your fellow Yid, that's rishus. When that exists in the world, ultimately, again, there's divine wrath. So the Gemara says, when Russia comes to the world, there's anger in the world. When the Russia disappears from the world, then there is good in the world. When the Rishayim are lost, there is joy. Tzaddik niftar min ha'olam. When the tzaddik dies, tzaddik leaves the world. Ra'a ba'al olam. Ultimately, again, evil comes to the world. Shneimar, ha'tzaddik avad ve'in ish sam al leiv. V'anshei chesed ne'asafin ve'in meidin ki mipnei ha'ra'a ne'asaf ha'tzaddik. So it's very profound. This is why when a tzaddik dies, I will say, even if the tzaddik is old, there's a profound sadness that's there. Because when the tzaddik dies, there's his goodness, his goodkeit. leaves the world as well. Tzaddik bali olam, when a tzaddik comes to the world, tova ba'ali olam. Ultimately, again, there is good that comes to the world as well. Shene'emar, zeh yinachamenu mima'asenu, u'me'itzvon yadenu. As the pasuk says, this one will console us from our actions and from the sadness of our hands. Now, I will say, it's fascinating to see, right? The Gemara statement, tzaddik bali olam, tova bali olam. Tzaddik comes to the world, ultimately good comes to the world. And I will say, who's the example of this? Who's the example of this? This pasuk is by who? Is by Noah. Is by Noah. I will say, how intriguing is it that the Gemara chooses to illustrate this concept with Noah? Right? After all, again, there's a raging machlokus about Noah. Was Noah a tzaddik, right? B'dalosav. Was he an objective tzaddik, right? Or was he a subjective tzaddik, right? Was he just a tzaddik because he lived in a dar, generation of the shine? Or was he objectively righteous? So it's fascinating that the Gemara chooses to illustrate this principle of tzaddik bali olam. When a righteous person comes to the world, good comes to the world. Oh, who's the example of that? Noah. So what's the pshat? So I will say, if you think about it for just a moment, see what we just said. What is the Gemara called? Zeyinach Haminu. Now, by the way, why does it say Zeyinach Haminu? Why does it say that Noah will console? But so actually, I quote the Medrash that says, what did Noah invent? What did Noah invent? Noah invented farming utensils. Farming utensils. Up until Noah, they had to farm with their hands. He invented farming utensils. Or essentially, Noah was one of the first people to do something meaningful and significant for the other. But I'll say, what is the definition of a tzaddik? A tzaddik is a person who cares enough to live outside of himself. A tzaddik is a person who cares enough to live outside of his immediate family, to recognize that my life is not about me. My life is about what can I do for the crowd? What can I do for my community? What can I do for those around me? That's a tzaddik. Learning Torah by itself does not create tzaddikim, because learning Torah by itself can very easily, very beautifully be viewed as a self-serving avodah. I love it. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. So what makes a tzaddik a tzaddik? Of course, you need the Torah. What really makes a tzaddik is a person who doesn't spend his life thinking about himself. Is a person who spends his life thinking about trying to figure out what can I do for the other? How can I make a difference in the lives of others? If you could be a kind of person who brings nechama ultimately to others, or another person when they see another person who is broken, who is sad, to be the kind of person that could step in and make a difference. That's a tzaddik. Noah might not have been spiritually perfect. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. It's not focus. But at the end of the day, he cared enough to do for the other. He cared enough to make a difference for the other. I will say, if you think about it, by the way, it's just fascinating, just literally 30 more seconds. You know, as far as we remember, there's always a connection between the beginning of the Masechta and the end of the Masechta. Right? So the end of the Masechta is Noah, right? And Noah ultimately, again, what's a tzaddik? Someone who is there for others. There's a parabina for others. And let's say, if you think about it, how does the Masechta begin? Like, I have no idea, right? How did the Masechta begin? So the Masechta began with the phrase, Dine Mamnes B'Shlosha, which again meant, right, if you want to adjudicate monetary cases, you need a basin of three. Right? You see, that's the Chalos B'Shlosha. I've often thought that there's a little bit of reading Mishnah also. There are a lot of different problems in life. There's Dine Mamnes problems, right? There's Gzelos v'Chavalos problems, injuries, difficulties, sadness, sickness, nezek v'chatzi nezek, damages, right? These are all the different kinds of issues in life. Onis and mefata, there's immorality problems, right? There's all kinds of issues in life. How do you navigate the issues, the difficulties in life? And there's always one answer. B'Shlosha, 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 B'Shlosha. You can't navigate life alone. You have to be there for you. All of us need other people, and we need to be there for other people. It is so tempting to kind of just live in your own dalaramas and just worry about yourself and worry about your own. But that's not what makes tzaddikim, and it's not what makes Klal Yisrael. What makes Klal Yisrael is that whatever we have to go through, whatever dinei mamanos, kabbalas, hazekos, whatever it is, b'shlosha. As long as we're there for each other, whatever the challenge is, we will get through it together. That's how the Masechta begins. And how does the Masechta end? What's a tzaddik? A tzaddik is a Noah. Because when you are the kind of person who is there for others, when you're the kind of person who cares for others, that ultimately, again, is what creates tzaddikim for Klal Yisrael. And let's say, so much more to say, so much more to, right? What? The Rambam, yes, I hear the Rambam. I also owe you a Leviticus prediction on the story with Achad and and the Eliyahu Navi. Again, so Netz Hashem, tomorrow. We'll get to tomorrow. We'll continue. We'll say a tremendous shkoyach to everyone. Again, details for the Siyum forthcoming in Netz Hashem. We're always going to make our Siyum tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we begin with Seches Makkos. Again, we'll say what is journey. So Baruch Hu Mitzvah give us the cock to continue to learn together, to grow together for many years to come. Shkoyach, everyone.
Did he really ask for $26,000?
Do you have 5 minutes today for me to ask you navigate the halachic one?
Yeah, no, 10 minutes afternoon.
Yeah.
After 1.
Okay, we start.
You need $26,000. What's he moving? Does he have a lot of trucks? I don't know what keep telling because there's a little development in the chat. Okay, so Jeff died, $26,000. What is he taking with him? I guess a lot of cowboy boots, cigars, and maybe there's a lot of things that you need to do with, like, sorry. I was just trying.
All right, so we'll say good morning. A great Zuchos Baruch Hashem. We begin our second to last day of Masechah Sanhedrin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tolson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a Zuchos for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habarim Latova, 12th holiday celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Palak, an anonymous sponsorship in the Zuchos of Simchos for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. Avram Yishin Bitomin for dedicating Shurim this month in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Brainer Bas Yoshua Heschel from the Racha. Our week of learning sponsor Steve Galaska, in honor of all of the brachas that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. Incredibly beautiful. Baruch Hashem, thank you to all of our sponsors for your generosity, for your commitment, and I will say with that, a tremendous Zuchos, Baruch Hashem, to be able to continue our journey in the Masechah Sanhedrin. Today's daf is Kufyud Beis 112. And we are picking up on Kufyud Aleph Amud Beis. A lot to do still on Amud Beis. Let's pick up 10 lines down. 10 lines down from the top. That is, just to be fair, we got much further, like 2 lines further than that. But we're so far behind anyway, you might as well just start from there. All right, so 10 lines down from the top. The Gemara quotes the beautiful pasuk that says, "Vayomahu Yeh Hashem tzvakos la'teres tzvi u'v'tiferes tifer l'sher amo." My la'teres tzvi u'v'tfiras tifara lo'osel v'lo'osim ritzona u'mitzagim l'shua. So what does this pasuk mean? Yachol Akol. You might have thought that Baruch Hu chooses to shower the bracha upon all people. Maybe again, we'll say, remember, how did this parak start? Parak Chelik started with Kal Yisrael Yisrael Chelik V'Olam Haba. So you might have thought that every Yid, every Jew gets the brachas from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say, this is incredible. Talmud Lomar L'She'er Amo. So brachas only given to She'er Amo. What does She'er Amo mean? L'mi Shemeisim Atzmo Kishirai. For someone who makes himself like leftovers. Now, what does this mean? Rashi points out over here, humility. Humility, the midah that the Ribono Shel Olam goes ahead and values most is humility. So what's the pshat? Rashi says over here, Kishirayim, 3 lines into the short lines. Third short line down on the right-hand side. Shirayim, Shein Nechshavim Kach, Ein Choshev Be'ina Ve'ina Mizgar. Person doesn't think highly of himself. In other words, humility. I will say that why is humility such an important to me? That it makes perfect sense. Because remember, again, if I'm not humble, then by definition I'm arrogant. The moment that a person is arrogant, they feel that they have absolutely no work to do, nothing to work on, nothing to improve, nothing to try to build on. So therefore, once a person is suffering, unfortunately, again, from the emotional malady of arrogance, there's simply nowhere to go. You can't work with a person. Such a person is not open to anything. Conversely, when a person goes ahead and is humble, so a person, of course, still recognizes their accomplishments, still recognizes their pluses, but at the same time also recognizes all of the areas of weakness, all the things that need to be improved, all the work that needs to be done. So who does HaKadosh Baruch Hu shower bracha upon? Someone who is humble. Next, Ruach Mishpat, Yoshev ala Mishpat. So what's Ruach Mishpat? What does this mean? Ruach Mishpat, so what does that mean? Zeharod de'es Yisrael. This is someone ultimately, again, who controls his Yitzhar. Rashi says here, So listen, this is fascinating. In general, when we see that lotion of Roda Es Yisro, we generally assume that it means someone who controls their Yetzer Hara. Someone who controls the Yetzer Hara. So Rashi's pointing out it really means two things over here. Roda Es Yisro means that literally, again, I subdue my Yetzer Hara. That is part one. Like, I am in control of my Yetzer Hara. We know this, that one of the first steps to recognizing to spiritual success is the ability to acknowledge the fact I am in control of me. I am in control of me. Now, the fact that I'm in control of me doesn't mean that I always control me, but I am in control of me. So therefore, when I give in to my yetzer, I give in to my desires, I give in to my wants, my lusts, and my proclivities, that is my choice. That is my choice. That's not me being overpowered. That's not me ultimately, again, certain things out of my control. I am choosing to give in. So therefore, the Gemara says, Lod Es Yisro means someone who recognizes that he is in control of his yetzer. That's part one. Part two, when I make a mistake, I own it and I do tshuva. We all make mistakes. That's almost like an inevitable part of being human. We all make mistakes. But at the end of the day, what do I do in the aftermath of that mistake? Do I deflect? Do I make excuses? Or do I simply own it and figure out a way to move on? So what this is means part one, I try to remain in control of my yetzer. Part two, when I make mistakes, which inevitably I will, I own it, I do tshuva, and I move forward from it. Next. This refers to someone who adjudicates a case in the correct way. So it could be, of course, referring to a dayan himself, a judge himself. But also, but the truth is, in general, we're all judges in some way, right? Everyone who enters into my galeramas enters into my my courtroom. Like, we judge everyone all the time, every day. How do you judge people? Like, how do you judge people? Do you benefit the people the benefit of the doubt? That's done in Emes Lamito. Only Gvura, Zahamiskaber Yisrael. Gvura ultimately refers to someone who overcomes, who overpowers his yetzer. So Rashi says over here, Margis Yetzer Tov al Yetzer Hara. And my yetzer, so this is someone who literally, again, empowers his yetzer hatov over his yetzer hara. She'im im yetzer hara omer lo aseh aver zu lo dayo shenimno min ha'avera ela holik va'osa mitzvah u'miskar ba'adat miroda. So this, by the way, this is so nuanced. This is so nuanced, and the truth is, if we didn't have to go so quickly, we could go ahead and spend an entire sheet on this. If you notice again, there's two terms that are being used over here. There's roda b'yitzro and gover b'yitzro. Roda b'yitzro means a recognition, I am in charge. I am in charge. And again, when I fail, which I do, because I'm in charge, I own it. It hurts to own it. It's so much more easier to deflect. I own it. And therefore, because I own it, I can do tshuva. That's roda. Gover b'yitzro means something different. Gover b'yitzro, Rashi points out over here, this guy b'yitzro means, number one, someone who overpowers his yetzer hara. I have the wants, the desires, the proclivities, the inclinations, but I overpower my yetzer hara. How do I overpower my yetzer hara? There are times when Yitzhak is trying to subdue me and trying to get me to sin. What do? I overpower it by engaging in good. Not only do I resist the temptation to sin, but I utilize that same time, that same energy, that same effort to do good. It's a higher level. So not only do I subdue it and conquer it, but again, I'm utilizing that same koach to do good in life. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Meshigi Nechama, what is Meshigi Nechama? This is someone ultimately, again, who goes ahead and literally gives and takes in the war of Torah. Now, what is that mean? This is a theme that we spoke about yesterday as well. It's interesting that Torah learning is often called a milchama, a war. Just let us think to ourselves, I don't know, come Torah every day. What's the war? Now it is a battle sometimes to stay awake. That is absolutely true. That could be a daily battle. But what's the war? So this goes back to what we spoke about yesterday, which is Torah is only meaningful if there's sacrifice and if there's effort. Right? War means that I'm giving something up. War means that I'm exerting myself. War means that by definition I'm exhausted and feel depleted. That's milchamta shel Torah. Sha'ara, elu shema, it has how beautiful this is. What does it mean, sha'ara? Elu shemashkimin u'ma'aridim b'bate knesses u'latim drashas. Wow. Who does this refer to outside? This refers to people who come early to shul and stay late in shul. Come early and stay late in the shuls, in the Batei Medrash. That's who the sha'ara is. So we'll say, what does this mean? There's a midah. In other words, when I'm going ahead and I'm waking up early and I'm coming to Shul, I'm coming to Beis Medrash, or I'm staying late, what I'm ultimately showing is that this is something that is important to me. This is something, sometimes those early hours and those late hours are sometimes the most precious ones that I need for me. When I give up those hours for Torah, that's where greatness comes from. So the Gemara goes like to Amar Torah. So again, what does the Torah say about a person like this? Amar Torah, I'm sorry, Amar Midas Hadin Lifnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu Ribono Shel Olam. Ma nishtanu elu me'elu. So this is still says, so all beautiful midos. So interestingly enough, what happens? So the Midas Hadin says before Hashem, I don't understand, these are all very nice character traits, but you're making it sound that only a person who possesses these traits is someone who receives bracha from Hashem. But there are a lot of other traits that are important and beautiful as well. So why dafka these? Amara gam ela biyayin shanu ubashecher ta'u paku poliba ve'im puka el gehenim shneimar lo tiyezos l'chol puka. So it says, listen to this. To which the Gemara effectively answers something amazing. You're right. There are a lot of wonderful qualities. But if one does not possess these qualities, then at the end of the day, they do not possess the qualities I need to stay out of Gehenna. In other words, many redeeming qualities, but there are certain indispensable qualities that you need in order to be successful in life. These are those qualities. So let's say, if you think about this for just a moment, so it just turns out that before 6 o'clock in the morning, we just learned all of the necessary qualities in order to be successful in life. What a day it's going to be. And I will say again, what are those qualities? Right, number one, Rod'es Yisro. Just a quick review. Number one, Rod'es Yisro. Be the kind of person who recognizes you're in charge of your Yetzer. And if I fail, because I'm in charge, I'm going to become an immediate Baal Tshuva. Next, Yosef ala Mishpat, someone who judges other people favorably. Number three, Miskaber Yitzro. Not only my control, but I can vanquish Yitzro. How do I do that? In that moment that I'm tempted to sin, not only am I not going to sin, I'm going to use those sin kochos in order to do good. And ultimately, again, number four, no signo Torah. Torah requires sacrifice. Torah is a battle. Torah is a war. If there's no sacrifice in my Torah, ultimately, again, it's not going to endure. And number five, wake up early and stay late in the Beis Medrash and in the shul. Make sure that you are giving of your morning hours and of your evening hours to be in the Beis Medrash. And also, if you notice, by the way, it doesn't just say to learn Torah. What does it say? To be in the Beis Medrash and to be in the Beis Knesset. It's not just about learning. It's about putting yourself in a Makom Torah in the morning and in the evening. If I have those five qualities, ultimately I will receive the bracha of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Without those qualities, you could be a good person, but it's kind of like being a good person who's inebriated. What does a good person who's inebriated accomplish? Not all that much. You're a good guy, but because ultimately, again, I'm inebriated, I can't really function, I can't really do that much. Without these five core qualities, five core attributes, it's hard to move myself forward in life. So the Gemara says, and furthermore, again, the Gemara says that a judge who doesn't do the correct thing is also like a person who's drunk and unable to function. Incredible. I want to say, Mishnah. Anshe Dachas. What's the last Mishnah in? Last Mishnah. Where is the last Mishnah? Last Mishnah in the Sefer Sanhedrin. Last Mishnah. Irani Dachas. We'll say we're actually going to get like a little bit back to some classic type of Gemara. Right? Not all Agarata. Don't worry, there's still beautiful Agarata ahead of us. But listen to this. Anshe Irani Dachas. People are Irani Dachas. Moses, remember again, what's Irani Dachas? Funny you should ask, because the Mishnah is going to answer that question for us in just a moment. So the people of the Irani Dachas do not have a chilek in Olam Haba. Now, just for our purposes, before we get into the actual definition, Irani Dachas means a city whose majority of its residents worship Avodah Zarah. Okay, no in Olam Haba. So Moshe Shneimar, Yotzu Anoshe B'nei Belial Mikirbecha, V'yadichu es Anshe Yoshvei Iram. Right, Ve'ein Neharagin, Ad Shiyu Madicheha Me'osa Ha'ir, or Me'osa Ha'sheva. So first of all, again, I will say, Madicha are like the inciters. So the Chevra that incites others to worship idolatry. So ultimately, the people of the city are not executed, right, as Anshe and Nidachas, until the inciters are from the same tribe and members of the same city. In other words, if you have external agitators, right, who would think that such a word like that would actually have contemporary relevance to us, right, these days, right? If you have external agitators, they don't just exist on college campuses, right? But the Maisa, If you have external agitators who come into a city and go ahead and incite, that's not Ir Nidachas. Ir Nidachas has to be inciters from within. Same city, same tribe. Right? Furthermore, again, the majority of the city has to be incited to worship idolatry, and ultimately, again, and it has to be the men who are the inciters, and the men who are the incitees. What happens if the city is incited to worship idolatry by women or children? Or only a minority of the city has been incited. Or the inciters are from out of town, right? Out of town inciters. Then ultimately, you have to understand. The concept of Ir Nidachas, you're going to see a city that worships idolatry. That is because the city itself gets a unique punishment. Now, what happens if the residents are not deemed to be a Ir Nidachas? Then what's the halacha? They're just good old what? Good old day Avodah Zarah. Right? Just good old day Avodah Zarah. They are judged as individuals and not as a collective city. That's what it means when it says Hare Elu Ki Yechidim. They will say. So we're going to understand, by the way, Ir Nidachas, the punishment is saif, right, beheading, and all of the property is destroyed. If you're a stam Oved Avodah Zarah, right, just a regular guy worshiping Avodah Zarah, then the halacha is you chayiv skila, and your property is not destroyed. So that's the fundamental distinction over here. So again, you want to say, therefore, you could have a city that doesn't meet the criteria of Ir Nidachas, but Lamaisa, again, the residents are still judged as Ovdei Avodah Zarah. So they won't get Sayef of Ir Nidachas. Their property won't be destroyed like Ir Nidachas, but they will be executed with skila. Incredible. Utzrikim beis edim v'hasra l'chol echad v'echad. And ultimately, I want to say now, again, in general, in Ir Nidachas, even when a city is judged, every person to be executed, even if you're under the umbrella of Ir Nidachas, every person still needs their own edim and hasra. Right? So that process is no different. Even though the city itself is going to be judged collectively, every individual needs their own Eidim and Hasra. Incredible. So once I saw again, so one of the chumrah that individual Ovdei Avodah Zarah have over Ir Nidachas is that individuals are judged with skila. Therefore, their property is not destroyed, as we just said before. Ultimately, the city, Ir Nidachas, is judged with sayif. Therefore, their property is destroyed. So, once this is very important. Stam Oved Avodah Zarah, skila, property untouched. Ir Nidachas, sayif, beheading, property is destroyed. Incredible. So Gemara says, "Haketakes Yoshei Irazos lefi Charef." So the Gemara says, "Fine." Haketaker, Hachamaras v'Agamaras ha'overes v'makom makom. So this is very interesting. So now, obviously, the whole chap of Ir Nidachas is dependent on the majority of the city worshiping Avodah Zarah. The interesting shaila is going to be who comprises that majority. So let's say, for example, you have people traveling through town. You have a donkey driver. You have a camel driver. They're not residents, they're just traveling through. What's the halacha? Hare elu matzilin also. They could save the city. What does that mean? They're counted as part of the tally. So Baruch Hashem, if it turns out that they're just passing through, they didn't worship Avodah Zarah, they can actually go ahead and save the city as well. Shneimar, hacharim tacharim osa, ve'es kol asher ba, ve'es behemta ufi chara. Good. So you are saying, you can't amru, nechsei tzadikim shebesofa, ovdin, shebechutz lapalkus. Well, so this is actually very interesting. We'll discuss this in very depth. Now remember, in the Ir Nidachas, is everybody worshiping Avodah Zarah? Everybody? No. What do you need? Rov, which means it's very possible you have tzaddikim who are living in the Ir Nidachas. Now the tzaddikim, the Gemara says, their property that's in the Ir Nidachas will be destroyed. Because the way it works is all property in the Ir Nidachas is destroyed. But their property, however, again, let's say the tzaddik lives in Ir Nidachas, so any property he has in the Ir Nidachas, the condemned Ir Nidachas is going to be destroyed. Let's say the same tzaddik owns property outside the Ir Nidachas. That property remains untouched. On the other hand, it's very interesting. The Shum of the Ir Nidachas, both their property in the city and their property outside of the city, all of it is destroyed. All of it is destroyed. Shenei Amar, Ves Kol Shlava Tikbots Al Torah Rechava. Incredible. In Ein Rechov, so it says, now the washing of the pasuk by Aaron Dakas is you gather all the property of the city into the Rechov, into like the main square, like the main street of the city, and you destroy it. What happens if the city doesn't have a main street? Okay, the Ein Rechov, also Rechov, make a street. Right? It's such a profound line. What happens if you don't have something in life that you need? Get it, make it. Right? What happens if there's a reality that you wish you had created? Don't spend your entire life, on aspirational ideations. Sometimes if you need something to happen in life, just make it happen. So if there's the city doesn't have a rechov, make a rechov. Make a rechov. So the mother's like it. Let's say there's a main street right outside of the city. We expand the territorial boundaries of the city to include the Rechov. Good. So, brother, I just want to point out, and this is like a very nice tie into the beginning of the paragraph. So, remember, actually, I'm sorry, before this paragraph, if you remember again, in general, when it comes to death sentences, right, Misas Bezdin goes out of its way to help people avoid death penalties. There's only one exception to that rule, which is Avodah Zarah, right? Mesa Avodah Zarah. With Avodah Zarah, we throw the book at the person. So you begin to see this, right? There's no, you might have thought like this, well, if the city doesn't have a main street, they get off on a technicality. No, they don't. We'll make a main street, we'll expand the territorial borders to include a main street, but we are not giving people an exemption from this. Very important. The mother's right there. Good. Shlama, good. V'sarafta shneimar v'safta ba'ish es ha'ir v'es kol shlama kol yom Hashem l'kecha. Shlama v'lo shlav shamayim. What do you destroy in the Erni Dakas? Only the property of the residents, not property that belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's property that belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Mikan amru hekdeshos shebo yiftu. So let's say in the Erni Dakas there's hekdesh. So what do you do with that? You redeem it. Or Shumos Yirkuvu, if there's Shuma, we allow it to rot. Again, we'll discuss all this tomorrow. Meiser Sheni the Kisei Kodesh Yidnisu. And if there's Meiser Sheni or some type of Kisei Kodesh, we go ahead and we put in Geniza, as we put it in Shemus. Kalila Shamokecha. Our Shemar Rakash Baruch Ema Am Ata Oised Din the Erni Dachas. If you do proper judgment in the Erni Dachas and destroy this city, Ma'ale Ani Alechem. So what says you gotta want? If you go ahead and you eradicate the Erni Dachas, the Baruch says, I will count it as if you offered up an Olah. I will say, this is something that sometimes is a little bit, it's difficult for us to reconcile with our modern day sensitivities, because the truth is, we very much have ingrained in us this notion of a live and let live, which, by the way, is true 99% of the time, right? 99% of the time is focus on you, and let other people do their thing. Don't get involved in it. On a variety of different levels. In Eretz Yisrael, remember, Erni Dachas only occurs in Eretz Yisrael. Erni Dachas does not, Eretz Yisrael is governed by a separate set of rules. And in Eretz Yisrael, there is a national obligation to maintain a general level of holiness in the land. The one thing the land cannot sustain is idolatry. The land cannot sustain it. It's a fundamental rupture in the relationship between Klal and Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That's why you see it. Hakadosh Baruch Hu says you can't allow evil to exist within the land. You can't allow these kind of things. Again, as much as we'd love just to say, okay, do you, I'll do me, we can't do that. Not in Eretz Yisrael. The Hakadosh Baruch Hu says if you destroy Erni Dachas, as crazy as that is, as harsh as it sounds, it's like you offered up an Olah. Incredible. Vaisatel Olam. So when the pasuk after you destroy the Erni Dachas, it should just be a mound. Leave it as a mound forever. What does this mean? You can't even make it now. We cannot rebuild it, but you can't even go ahead and make it into gardens or orchards. Rabbi Kiva says, "Lo sibana old lekamo shaisa einonednis." Aval naasasi ganos upardesim. Rabbi Kiva argues. Bless you. Rabbi Kiva disagrees, and he says like this. He says you can't rebuild it to what it once was, but you absolutely can make it into gardens and orchards. Don't take anything from the condemned property. The idea is that the entire city and its property takes on this identity of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, you have to eradicate everything. You have to get rid of everything, because as long as there is Avodah Zarah in this world, divine wrath exists. That's why destroy everything. Don't keep anything. Avdu Risham min ha'olam, nistalek charon af min ha'olam. When the Rishaim are removed from this world, ultimately, divine wrath is removed from this world. A very powerful statement. Tana Abanan. So first of all, again, in order to be Erni Dachas, it has to be the insiders themselves and not their shliach. In other words, let's say you have a group of insiders, they outsource it. They have like a inciting call center. I don't know, like it's someplace in India, right? To go ahead and do their inciting for them, right? So Lamaisa, again, it doesn't work. It has to be the insiders themselves, and ultimately, again, not their shluchim. Anoshim, ein anoshim pakos mibeis. Right, first of all, Anoshim means the insiders have to be a group. Right, have to be at least 2 people inciting. Davar acher, Anoshim below Noshim. Furthermore, it means men and not women. Not women. Anoshim below Kitanim, men and not minors. So remember again, I just want to point out, keep on reinforcing. Obviously, if you don't meet the criteria of Erni Dachas, so Erni Dachas means the entire city is condemned, property is destroyed, Sayif, right? If you don't meet that criteria, it's still Avodah Zarah. So they're going to be judged as individual of the Avodah Zarah. B'nei Belial, what does that mean? Banim sheparku all shamayim mitzarayim. It means ultimately, again, one of these insiders, these are people who have shirked the yoke of heaven off of their neck. Mikir b'chav, from within your midst. So we'll say this is very interesting. Border cities are not subject to the laws of Erni Dachas. Why is that? Because the whole idea of Erni Dachas is treated as a spiritual cancer. That's what it is. In other words, there is this spiritual cancer that is growing within the midst. If there's a border city, the concern is the influence is not from within our midst. Who is the influence from? From the nations that live on our borders. That's just not Erni. Again, there's still liability and culpability for worshiping Avodah Zarah, but that's not Erni Dachas. Yoshve Iram, although Yoshve Irachares. Lemor, so we'll say that's again, the insiders have to come from within the city itself and not from another city. Lemor, even for Erni Dachas, so we'll say it's interesting, even though Erni Dachas is judged as a collective, every member of the Erni Dachas has to get their own Hasra and their own Eidos. Okay, Itmar, they're both say very interesting. So this is just an aside piece over here. This is fascinating though. Rabbi Yochanan Omer, Cholkin ir achas l'shnei shvatim. Reish Lakish Omer, ein Cholkin ir achas l'shnei shvatim. Let's listen to this. When dividing up the territory of Eretz Yisrael, can you go ahead and divide up one city amongst 2 shvatim? Does that concept apply? Can you divide up one city amongst 2 shvatim or not? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says yes, and Rabbi Shlakish says no. Rabbi Yochanan Shlakish, Achu Madichami Osa Ir, Omi Osa Shevet. Remember, what did the Mishnah say? For the insiders to be chayiv, so the insiders have to come from that very city and the same Shevet. So the it's interesting that it says both, right? Same city and same Shevet. My love, Afagav Demadicha Me Osa Ir. So what do you see from here? Even if the insiders are from the same city, Ika may also shevet in low. Otherwise, so most like you notice, you could be from the same city and not from the same shevet, right? So in other words, but in order to be Erni Dachas, they have to come from the same city and the same shevet. What do you see from here? Shmamina cholkin ir achas lebeis shvatim. What do you see from here? The fact that you can have a city member who is not from the same shevet indicates to us what? That the same city can be divided up amongst 2 shvatim. To which one says, no. No, it's not true. You could have someone from a different shevet who owns land in your city. How? He received it from his maternal inheritance, or someone gifted him property. But it's not a raya that in the actual division of Eretz Yisrael that you could divide up one city amongst 2 shvatim. I'm sorry. Arin Teisha Me'ez Shnei Hashadim. Sorry. We'll say 9 cities from amongst 2 shvatim. Now, Rashi points out over here, this is by the Chaluk of Yoshua. This is when Yoshua divided up Eretz Yisrael, and he said that there are 9 cities that are going to be given to the Leviim. Now, we'll say now, it's interesting. 9 cities from 2 shvatim. The Gemara says, My love Arba Upalga Mehai. the Arba Palganihai. So it makes sense to say, again, the assumption is it's divided equally. 4.5 cities from this Shevet, 4.5 cities from that Shevet. So what do you see from here? You see from here that Halacha L'Maisa again, Halacha L'Maisa, right? Everybody gets, right? You can go ahead and divide up cities. You can divide up the cities between Shvatim, to which the Gemara says, Yishmamina Cholkin Yerachas L'Be Shvatim. To which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, no, Arba Mehai, the Chamish Mehai. Four cities from this one, 5 cities from this one. If that's the case, doesn't it make sense? Doesn't it make sense to go ahead and Halacha L'Maisa tell us which city, which tribe is giving which cities? Which one is the top of Kufya Beis? That is that. Right, Kufya Beis, 112a, Kasha. That's the question. Okay, so let's say, so by the way, this is our Machlokes between Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Can you divide up one city amongst 2 shvatim? The Gemara doesn't resolve it over here. So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if you have an Ir Nidachas? You have Ir Nidachas, and the people were incited, but listen to this. They weren't incited by anyone. In other words, no one came along and actually incited them to worship Avodah Zarah. So what happened? This is a self-motivated group, right? So they're self-insiders, right? In other words, that they actually decided on their own to worship idolatry. So what's the halacha? Can they become an Ir Nidachas or not? No. So the Gemara says, on the one hand, on one hand, the pasuk says that someone's inciting them, not that they're incited on their own. Or maybe it's talking about a case where even that they're incited on their own. Which one is it? So Tashma, remember again, the Mishnah said that if the inciters were women or children, it doesn't become an Ir Nidachas. But why not? So I'll say, so again, remember, women and children inciting should be no worse than self-incitement. And yet you see that Lamaisa again, that they're not chayiv, So it appears from here that self-incitement ultimately again doesn't create Ir Nidachas. Tushimura says, no, that's actually not a fair question. Hanach basar nafshayu greedy, hani basar nashim va'avoktan greedy. So listen, this is very interesting. When it comes ultimately again to women and children who are inciting, the Gemara's assumption over here is how compelling could it actually be? Like how compelling could it be? But the assumption is fascinating. The assumption is that women and children will never be as passionate about Avodah Zarah as men. Which I must say is a tremendous compliment, right, to women and children. You know, it's fascinating. It almost seems like there's an inherent kedusha that exists within women and children. Almost like in a movie of Pshuta, you don't have to really worshiping idolatry. Children is different. Children is a das issue. Right? But by women, it's interesting that again, well, why can't the women incite someone to worship idolatry? We just saw by Midian. We just saw that it was the women who worshipped them to work Baal Pa'ar. The truth is, even over there, it was because the men wanted to engage in immorality. It wasn't as much a theological stance as much as it was an immorality stance. In any event, the Gemara says that when it's women or children inciting the populace to worship Avodah Zarah, the connection to Avodah Zarah is not going to be so strong. Therefore, it can't create an Ir Nidachas. It's fascinating. Self-incitement, on the other hand, when people decide on their own to worship idolatry, that could be a very strong connection to idolatry, and perhaps that does create the Ir Nidachas. So we'll say, so again, halacha l'maisa, the Rambam Paskins is, in order to be an Ir Nidachas, there must be someone actively inciting the city. Self-incitement is Avodah Zarah. So you'll be judged as of the Avodah Zarah. So skila, and your property is not destroyed. But to be an Ir Nidachas, there has to be others who are inciting. Okay, actually, the majority of the city ultimately again has to be idolatry. So here's what's interesting about this. So how does this work? Right? Remember again. Let's play this out. There's a city A. Can't even use an example of a city in Eretz Yisrael for this mashal, because to use the actual name of the city in Eretz Yisrael for this would be Motzi Laz on any city in Eretz Yisrael. We've learned our lesson about Lashon Hara regarding Eretz Yisrael. Not a good idea. The land, It's Ma'od. So remember, so let's say if city A. So now city A, we have insiders, and let's go with what we know right now, right? I've got men who are from the city, from the Shevet, who are inciting others to worship idolatry. People are worshiping idolatry. So what's halacha? If the majority of the city worships idolatry, it's an Ir Nidachas, Sayyid, beheading, destroy the property. The problem is, right, every individual needs their own Eidim and Asra. So on one hand, I have to really judge every individual and then figure out, do I have a majority? So how does this work, right? So if you notice, again, what's fascinating about this is Irni Dachas is collective judgment for the city, but you only get to collective judgment after you've adjudicated the case of every individual. So logistically, the Gemara says, how does this work? So listen to this. I'm not even done. So how exactly, how does this work? The Gemara says, I'm not even done. Done in the Choshin, done in the Choshin. Here's what we do. We try, right? We try each individual, right? We go ahead and we put them, right? We bring them to Beis Din. So let's say we start Reuben, okay? Reuben watched the level of his own. What do? We put Reuben in jail. Hold himself, Shimon in jail. Levi in jail. And we go one by one. Again, we're not executing anyone, because why are we executing anyone? Because we don't know. Is this a din? Should it be executed again with skila or with scythe, right? Which one is it? So essentially, Rabbi says, judge, holding cell, judge, holding cell, judge, holding cell, and then we'll see quickly, or hopefully quickly, if we go ahead and we get to majority. Ula says, no, you can't do that. You can't do that because you're perverting the justice. And listen, what does that mean? In halacha, one of the things that we have established is there's quick execution of judgment, quick execution. In other words, if you're condemned, you're executed. Why? Because it's considered to be unnecessarily cruel to delay carrying out of a death sentence. So, right, if somebody sentenced, mostly you see this, by the way, right? You see this like in our legal system, where like people sit on death row and like they sit like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. If a person has done something that is so heinous that makes them liable, so again, give them the punishment. Again, especially in halakha, where the punishment itself is a kapara, right? So in other words, our punishments are not punitive. I mean, we have knas, which is punitive, but in general, our punishment, right, our penal system is cathartically rehabilitative. That's even a death sentence is cathartically rehabilitative. So at the end of the day, if he's hiding himself, kill him. What are you going to do? You're going to hold him? And how long? How long is this going to take? Right? Again, then it's Guinness Manin, right? There's a whole bunch of other stuff that's going on over here. Right? So how long exactly is this going to take? So Ula says, it's not right. It's not right. You can't do that. Rather, so what should you do? Ella Amar Ula, done in V'silkin, Diram V'silkin. This is interesting. So Ula says, what we do is we judge. And you get skila, because right now you're an individual. Now what will happen is, once we hit the 51% mark, then what? Everyone after that will be sayyid. This is interesting. So Ula says essentially there's two dinim. The first chevra, until we get to the majority of the city, are executed with skila. Then once we hit the 51% mark, now it's Irni Dachas, and ultimately again, now we'll go ahead and impose both Irni Dachas on the remaining residents of the city. Quite interesting. Rashi says, yeah, okay, right. Itmar. So let's analyze. So it says, who's right? So Itmar, Rabbi Yochanan, Amar Dana V'Sochel, Dana V'Sochel. Rabbi Yochanan says, we just go ahead and literally judge and stone. Rish Lakish Omar Mar ben Lohen B'Batei Din. So it says, Rabbi Yochanan holds like Ula. Rabbi Yochanan holds like Ula. Then what we'll do is, again, we're going to judge, and as you judge the individual until we get to the 1% mark, and then it's Irni Dachas. Rish Lakish says, it's interesting, Mar ben Lohen B'Batei Din. Rish Lakish has a different approach. Rish Lakish says what we do is what we'll say is that halacha l'ma'aseh. We set up, when we know that we have a potential Irni Dachas, we set up a whole bunch of courts. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's logic makes a lot of sense. We kind of wait to see, do we have a majority so we can judge them as Irni Dachas? The problem with Rabbi Yehuda's approach was that it's going to take a very long time. So comes along, Rish Lakish says, I have the answer. Set up a whole bunch of Batei Din. In other words, judge everyone simultaneously. To the best of our ability, we obviously it's an emergency situation, judge everyone simultaneously so we can see before we execute anyone, what is the status of this city. Is that so? We don't do that. In general, we'll say local Batei Din are equipped to deal with individual cases. They're not equipped. The local basin is not equipped to deal with a matter that involves the entire city. Ella, Mar ben Lohen Batei Din. So we'll say you're right. We'll say here's how it happens. Here's what happens. We have potentially Irni Dachas situation. Mar ben Lohen Batei Din uma'aynin b'dinein. The local Beis Din is not the one who sentences anyone to death, right? Rather, what the local Beis Din does is the local Beis Din looks at the situation. Local Beis Din says, based on our analysis and testimony, this is an Ir Hanidachas scenario. Then what happens? Umaskil, they kick it up the chain. Umaskil, Beis Din HaGadol. Oh, who will say? Who adjudicates Ir Hanidachas situations? The Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin. So this goes up, right? They run this up to the Sanhedrin HaGadol. The Gemara says, "V'gamilu l'danayu v'katlilu." Now, what's interesting, Rashi points out over here, the Sanhedrin HaGadol doesn't just simply take the word of the local Beis Din. The Sanhedrin HaGadol will conduct its own investigation, but obviously, again, the local Beis Din did most of the work, and then afterwards, if they're found guilty, then they're executed by the Sanhedrin HaGadol. So fascinatingly enough, no one is sentenced to death on the local level. What the local Beis Din does, the local Beis Din says, there is a serious potential for Ir Hanidachas over here, runs it up to the Sanhedrin, Sanhedrin adjudicates the case, Sanhedrin passes the death sentence. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Haketakis Yoshea here, Tanabaran, Hachameres Fagaran Salveres Makom Makom. So let's listen to this. So remember, yeah, in order to be an Ir Hanidachas, you need the majority of the city. The donkey driver, and the camel driver who are going through. So the Gemara says, so let's say they're traveling through. So what happens now? Let's say again, the donkey driver and the camel were just passing through. Were decided to worship Avodah Zarah together with the residents. What's that halacha? Same nishtaru sham lamed yomim b'sayfa wana avad. So it's like if they've been there, the donkey driver and the camel for more than 30 days, then essentially they're considered part of the city. Therefore, they're executed with beheading, and their property is destroyed. Like Ir Hanidachas. If they've been there less than 30 days, then what? Then they're punished with skila, like a regular Oved Avodah Zarah, and their property remains untouched. So it sounds like 30 days is the determinant. If you're there for 30 days or more, you're part of the city. Less than 30 days, you're not part of the city. How long do you have to be in the city and be like a member of the city? You base Kodesh. 12 months. 12 months. Like we just said 30 days. As it goes, what is very interesting. Rabbi Lokasha, Halame Heavy Masa, Halame Heavy Miyasve Masa. Most said there's a distinction between being part of the town and a resident of the town. Residency only occurs after 12 months. Part of the town is after 30 days. What's an afternoon? We'll see in this moment. And we'll say, so apparently for Ir Hanidachas, you need not be considered a resident in order to be part of the town. You just have to be part of the town. And yet, being part is being there for 30 days. And what's that time? Just to support this idea. Hamudr hana mibnei ha'ir. If you make a neder, right? I make a neder, I'm not getting any benefit from the residents of this city. Then I will say, what's the halacha? Inish sham adam shnishtar sham yir beis kodesh asur lehanos mimenu. Pachos mikan mutar lehanos mimenu. So again, if I make an neder not to get benefit from the residents of the city, so if someone has lived there for 12 months or more, I can't get benefit from them. Less than 12 months, I can't get benefit from them. B'yoshvei ha'ir. Let's say I go ahead and I make a neder not to go ahead and get benefit from someone who's dwelling in the city. What's the definition of a dweller? In the Shtai Alamid Yom Aser, so interestingly enough, if they're there, so like a dweller, so to speak, right, is someone who's there for 30 days or 30 days or more. Less than 30 days, they're not even sure you're a well, say very interesting thing. So if you're there for more than 12 months, you're a resident. Less than 12 months, you're not married, but more than 30 days, you're considered to be a part of the city. If you're Ir Hanidachas, we don't need you to be a resident. What do we need you to be? A dweller, part of the city. So if you're there for more than 30 days, then you are counted towards the tally of the city. Incredible. Hakarim also has Kol HaSheba. Hakarim also has Kol HaSheba. So we'll say when we destroy the property of the Ir Hanidachas, we're going to destroy everyone's property. But if there's a tzaddik in the city, and he has property outside of the city, we don't touch that. However, there's Kol HaSheba, the Ravos Nichsei Tzadikim Shebesofa. But again, it wasn't interesting enough. Now, remember, obviously, the tzaddik is not going to be killed with Ir Hanidachas, right? Because remember, again, the tzaddik didn't worship Avodah Zarah. So he's not executed, but interestingly enough, his property is destroyed. Isn't that fascinating? So he will not be executed because he himself did not worship idolatry, but yet his property inside of the city will be destroyed. The Rabbi says, Shlama, v'lo shlosh hamayim. Furthermore, we only destroy personal property, not property of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We'll discuss in just a moment. That's called Shlama. all the property, the Rabbos Nichse Risham Shechutzala. Rabbos said, now the Risham the Erni Dachas, those who worship the idolatry, not only is their property inside of the city destroyed, but what? Even their property outside of the city is destroyed. So the property of the Ovdei Avodah Zarah and Erni Dachas is not only destroyed in the city, but even property they own outside of the city. That was an interesting episode. The tzaddik himself, of course, is not put to death, but his property in the city is destroyed. Property out of the city is spared. Russia in the Erni Dachas, he's killed. Property in and out of the city is destroyed. The Gemara says it's fascinating. If they mount on Torah next day, tzaddikim shebesocha yovedu. So it's interesting. Why? So in other words, the tzaddik wasn't participatory in any of this stuff. So why destroy his property? Why destroy his property? So it's profound Gemara. Migaram sheyadur besocha mamonam lefikach mamonam avan. We'll say, what is a tzaddik doing in a city like this? But what is he doing there? What is he doing there? Right? Again, I want to say, obviously, if the city's doing Erni Dachas, that does not happen overnight. That means there's something sinister happening in the culture of the city. Why would a tzaddik be living in a place like this? Hazar tell us, there's only one thing that would make a tzaddik live in a place like this, which is money, business. Okay, so you chose money over living in a proper atmosphere. Okay, so therefore again, that now we're gonna punish you by making you lose your money as well. But let's say the power of living in a proper atmosphere, the power of living surrounded by people who are a good influence upon you. This tzaddik is living in the city only there because of his money. Therefore, we penalize him, we destroy all of his property. Incredible. Aramar, that's culture. I love to take votes. So we gathered up all of the property. The rabbis, Nichse Risham Shebechutzala. So we'll say this refers even to the property of the Rishon that's outside of the city. So literally, again, we'll accumulate the property of the Rishon outside of the city, destroy that as well. The important qualification, that refers to property that is easily accessible in the same day. In other words, we're not going to wait days to get the property of the Rishon outside of the city. What it means is like this. If the Russia has property that is easily accessible in the day, and we can gather it into the Erni Dachas and destroy it, we'll destroy that. If it's further away, we're not worrying about it. So the Gemara is like, let's say, in the Erni Dachas, you have a guy Ruvain, so really unfortunately, he works all these rights, part of the Erni Dachas, he's going to be killed, his property is going to be destroyed. Let's say he's watching property for someone else, right? He has a pikadon, so he's watching something for someone else. What's the halacha? It's mutter, it's not destroyed. So there's a one second. Hey, Dami, what's the case? So again, if Ruben is watching someone else's property from another city, then of course it's not going to be destroyed because that's not property of the Erni Dachas. So maybe it's the property of Ruben that is in a different city. We already just spoke about that. So again, when it comes to property of Rishon in a different city, you already said, what's the halacha? If the property can be easily brought into the Erni Dachas within the same day, we're going to destroy it. If it can't, then we're going to leave it alone. Which means, no, the olam diracharas. The mitkidi b'socha. We're talking about over here, Ruvain, who's a member of the Erni Dachas. He's watching property for someone from a different city. But the property is within his city, right? He's watching it for someone else. It's deposited with him. What's the case? So I want to say first intermediate wide lines. He goes the kabel ale achrayis. The case is where Ruvain took complete responsibility for the pikadon. So what I thought, now the tema, given the kabel ale achrayis, kididei dami. I would have thought that because Ruvain's taking complete responsibility there for what? The property is like his. It's like he's the owner. And therefore it should be destroyed. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon with the pikadon, even if you take full responsibility, it's not yours. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, it's not destroyed. Incredible. I'm going to put stuff. Behema, katzishal Erni Dachas, katzishal Yacharas, asura. It's very interesting. So let's say if you have an animal that belongs half to the resident of Erni Dachas, half to someone else, the animal is asur. Animal is asur. It's treated like property of the Erni Dachas. Isa, you have a doe, katzishal Erni Dachas, katzishal Yacharas. Half of it belongs to the Erni Dachas. Half of it belongs to someone in another city. Muteres, it's muter. I will say why the distinction. Very simple. My time of behema, command the lo plididamya. Isa command the plididamya. It's very simple. An animal doesn't lend itself to a clean division. So because of that, again, it's considered to be that it's an intermixed ownership interest, and therefore you have to treat it like Erni Dachas property. On the other hand, an Isa, though, is very easily divisible, and therefore again we can say literally half belongs to the guy in the early dachas, half belongs to the guy outside the early dachas. Beautiful. Gemara says, "Vayra Krista behemas early dachas mal dehani beshchit rotala medina vela." So this is very interesting. Obviously, you're destroying everything in the early dachas, right? That we've established. However, again, halacha l'maisa. So now I know that even if you shecht an animal in the early dachas, you still can't eat it because it's considered to be like it's destroyed. It's usher. It's usher. I said that. But if you shecht it, at least does that have the ability to prevent it from becoming an avela for tumah purposes? That's the shayla. So there's a medium. There's a lefi chera amrach. Whatever loshna shachta mishchat, loshna katla mikdal. So on one hand, we could say the Torah says that you have to go ahead and destroy it. So maybe since you destroyed it, it has the status of an avela, whether you go ahead and you shecht it or not. Oh Dilma. Maybe not. Maybe once you're shechting it, shchita at least again. Shchita is not going to permit it for consumption because you can't eat it under any circumstances. But maybe shchita will take away the nevela status. Here's the Gemara says, take okay, we don't know. Why don't we say, say our nashim said kanyos mahu? It's a fascinating question. What about hair of righteous women? Right. So again, you have a righteous woman in the early dachas. She has long hair. That's the type of hair that ultimately, again, would be ready to be cut. So what is the status of that hair? Is it ultimately, again, usher or not? Is it destroyed or not? So this is one side. So first of all, are you telling me again that a woman's hair is usher? That would be destroyed in the early dachas? That doesn't make much sense. After all, tikbat b'sarafta ksiv. Pasuk says, you shall collect the property and destroy it. This is the property that can be collected and ultimately destroyed. Even though the woman's hair might be long enough that she would normally cut it, right? Again, if it's not cut, then it's not included in property that is destroyed in the Nidachas. What's the case? Awake. So I said, well, what's the case? If she's wearing it, so I said, when a woman wears a sheitel, that's considered to be part of her body, right? So again, what's the shayla? Why would it be destroyed? The Gemara says no different. I'll say that. Remember, for example, with tzaddik, as much as the tzaddik is losing his property, we're not taking his clothing, right, and burning it, because again, clothing is considered to be part of the body. So what exactly is the case over here? To which the Gemara says, what's the case? This is actually interesting. What's the case? The case is where the woman comes into the house. What does she do when she comes in the house? She takes up her sheitel. She has a sheitel hook. Right? It could be a beautiful present, right? Sheitel hook, right? So she has a sheitel hook and she puts her sheitel on the hook, right? So now again, so what's halacha? The Gemara says so on one hand. But yet when she goes out, she puts it back on. So the Gemara says, "Kinik say." So lo tifad b'tad b'sikta. Kinik say tzadikim shebesachadami ba'avad. So we treat this like the property of the righteous in the irani dachas, which is destroyed. Oh, no, since it's something that she puts on and off whenever she goes in and out of the house, is considered to be like a garment, and therefore like her body, and not destroyed. To which the Gemara says, teku. Which the Gemara ultimately says that halacha l'maisa again, this is a teku. Okay, so the Gemara says this as best kol shlala tikbot al tov rechova. You take off the property, and ultimately again you bring it into the city, into the rechov, into the square of the city. Tanabanon. Ein lo rechov, nasis irni dachas. Ein lo rechov, nasis irni dachas. Very short. So Yisrael says if there is no main road, no main square, right, then the city doesn't go irni dachas. Just technicality. But here says ein lo rechov, also rechov. Rabbi says no. If there's no main city, you know what you do? No main street. Make a main street. Mike, what are they arguing about? Mar savar rechova meikara mashma. So let's say the shayla is how to interpret. Pasuk says you shall gather all the property into the main street, to the main square. So again, one opinion says what that means is it has to be a main square that already exists. That's the first opinion. That's Rabbi Shmuel. And therefore, if it doesn't exist, it can become an Dachas. Rabbi Kiva says no. It means there has to be a main square, even if you are creating that main square right now. If there's any hektish in it, you have to redeem it. You can't destroy that. So it's a sanabaron. How you bought kadshin? Kadshin is there. What happens if, let's say, there are animals designated as karbanos in the early dachas? What's the halacha? Yamusu. We leave them to die. Now what yamusu means, Rashi points out over here, is we just kind of don't feed them, don't do anything to them, and they die on their own. We don't actively slaughter them, we just let them die on their own. What happens if you have property that is, or items that are consecrated about the kabayis? The kabayis means financial consecration. Not physical consecration, but financial consecration. What's the halacha? They are redeemed. Transfer the sanctity onto money. Like the money becomes sanctified, and therefore again we could destroy the items. Trumos, if there's truma there, let it rot. Meiser sheni, the kisei kodesh yignizu. If there's meiser sheni or kisei kodesh, again holy items, and ultimately again they're put in sheni. So the Shimon says, "Behemta below behemas b'char u'meiser." Rabbi Shimon says the only animal that is destroyed is your animal, but not a behemoth that's a bachar or meiser sheni. Shlala, prat lekesef hagdish. So shlala comes to exclude money that is hagdish. The kesef meiser or meiser sheni money. Aramar, hayuba kachin is be'ach yamusu. So if there are karbanos in the city, you have to let it die. So the Gemara says, "Va'amar yamusu." You actually establish the makar v'vuginen in the dama. Why do you have to do that? Let them graze, develop a mom, then redeem it onto money. Let the money be hagdish, and the animals can be killed. Rabbi Yochanan says, no. Because bringing the karbanos of a Russia, we're not going to bring these karbanos. I'm saying that we're stopping today. Not going to rush. Right, we're fine. We're absolutely fine. Tomorrow we actually have a very manageable block. Is that right? There's not going to be an other days. Let's say tomorrow, our last stop in Sanhedrin. Shkoyach, everyone. Tremendous day. Tremendous Masechta. Tremendous day ahead. Shkoyach. All right, have a great day, everyone.
Check out the picture and you're interested in it. Anyways, that's not why they're here though. God damn it. Whatever, no, how they respond, but is audio really choppy? It's been the same shit. You have to restart. Fuck. Restarting. Jordan's gonna try and fix the audio.
All right, Rosai, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Tov Shin Pei Hey, the Tosim Mishpach HaMaretz, for dedicating all of the Shiurim and Drashos this year in the Zuchus of the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habardim L'Torah Paul Pollack, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Esther Pollack of West Orange, New Jersey. Anonymous sponsorship in the Zuchus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. Amen. Avram Mishim Kelman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yehuda Heschel, the Kohen Bracha. Arika Learning sponsors, Steve Golaskov, in honor of all the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. Incredible. And our Dati sponsors for today, Ari and Bal Elman, in honor of Dovi Elman's birthday. All right. Okay, come when he comes in. Okay, good. He'll be. I have faith. He'll be there. Okay, Hashem. I want to say thank you to all of our sponsors for their incredible generosity, open the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah. Should have one together with Kol Chol the Israel, Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shem Yirtzeh Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedehem. With that, let us be in the lots of detail, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf Yud Aleph 111. 111, and we are picking up in Yirtzeh Hashem on Kuf Yud on the days 110b. We left off with Rabbi Shimon ben Nasir right before the Mishnah, about 6 lines before the Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon ben Nasir is supposed to remember again, we're in the midst of this raging machlokas concerning Gar HaMidbar. Does Gar HaMidbar have Olam Haba or not? Does the generation of the Gazir have a portion in the world to come or not? This is the source of our ongoing machlokas. Rabbi Shimon ben Nasir says as follows. So Rabbi Shimon ben Nasir, Gar HaMidbar comes to Olam Haba. They have a portion of the world to come. Shnei Mar, Ofiduya Hashem Yeshuvon, Uval Sion Barina. Amar Rava Bar Bachana Rabbi Yochanan, Shavka Rabbi Akiva LaChasidusei. So this is a profound statement, which the Gemara is actually going to expound upon in the next sugya as well. Here's what the Gemara is surprised about. Rabbi Akiva is the opinion that says that the Gar HaMidbar does not have a portion in the world to come. The Gemara is surprised because it feels very un-Rabbi Akiva-like. Rabbi Akiva is the great, the Zohar brings down that Rabbi Akiva was a Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? Again, Moshe was a Gilgal of Noach, because again, Chazal fault Noach for perhaps not advocating as much on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Gilgal of Noach, and Rabbi Akiva was the Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu. Says the Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu, how could it be that you're not advocating on behalf of Klal Yisrael? How could it be Rabbi Akiva says, Dar Hamidbar in Chelik B'Olam Haba? So the Gemara is like shocked by this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva, you've left your Chasidus, right? You've left your entire essence of kindness, of goodness, of seeing the good. How are you seeing the Haba? Shneimar, with the Gemara, Dovi, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mazel Tov. Your brother sponsored the shira on your behalf. On your birthday. Mazel Tov, Amir V'Asim Shalim Tovos. Oh yeah. This is. I think it should be a year of celebration. Personally, I think. All right, so the Gemara is surprised by this idea that Rabbi Akiva is so intense with the Dor HaMidbar. Now the Gemara says, the Gemara doesn't explain why, right? What happened to Rabbi Akiva? The Gemara just wants to show you how the Chesed of Rabbi Akiva normally manifests itself. For example, let's listen to how beautiful this is. The Gemara says, Shneimar, Haloch v'karasa ba'aznei Yerushalayim leimar. So the pasuk says, go and speak into the ears of the residents of Yerushalayim, saying, Zacharti lach chesed nurayich ahavas kilulo sayed. I remembered the chesed of your youth, the love of our newlywed days. Lichtich acharai b'midbar be'eretz lo zarua. So this is so beautiful. Again, Yered Yom Etzias Mitzrayim, Hashem says to Klal Yisrael, I remember the chesed of your youth. What's the chesed of your youth? That you followed me into the desert, right? Into an uncultivated land. Remember again. So just to give you context. Remember again. This is Yirmiyahu Hanavi, Jeremiah, right? Yirmiyahu Hanavi is the prophet of destruction. He's the one who told Klal Yisrael about destruction in the first place, and it happened during his days. So remember again, he's telling Klal Yisrael, don't worry, as much as Hashem is going to destroy the Beis HaMikdash, He will always protect and love you. Why? Because Hashem remembers that which you, Klal Yisrael, did for Him in the beginning of our marriage to Hashem. What did we do for Hashem in the beginning of our marriage? We followed God out into the middle of nowhere. We make reference to this during the Pesach Seder as well. The greatness, however, can you imagine again, over close to 3 million people followed God out into a wasteland. What did we have with us? We had matzah. That was it. Sure, we had a lot of money, right, that we took from Egypt, but at the end of the day, money doesn't do you all that much good when you're in the middle of an arid desert. So close to 3 million people followed Hashem out into a wasteland, into a desert. Where was our food? Where was our water? Where was our provisions? We just trusted HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Rebbeinu Shalom recognizes that chesed that we did for him. It sounds like a strange thing to say, that we did a chesed for Hashem, but we did because we followed. Because at the end of the day, Klal Yisrael, we always put our faith in the Rebbeinu Shalom. So Yirmiyahu tells Klal Yisrael, don't worry. Things look difficult and things look bleak and things will be difficult and bleak. But just know that Hashem will never abandon us because He remembers that which we did for Him. So Rabbi Akiva says, so if Klal Yisrael in the days of Yirmiyahu are being saved because of the chesed, the fact that we left Egypt, so I say, who left Egypt? Who is it that left Egypt? That's Dor HaMidbar. That's the generation of the desert. So if Klal Yisrael in the future is saved because of the merit of the generation of the desert, then what? How can you say that Dor HaMidbar, generation of the desert, doesn't have a chilik in Olam Haba? Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So therefore the Gemara is astounded that Rabbi Akiva says that Dor HaMidbar doesn't have a chilik in Olam Haba. Doesn't make any sense. If their zechuyos are enough to carry the future of Klal Yisrael, then how can they not carry themselves? But yet Rabbi Akiva holds Dor HaMidbar England Kirk Olam Haba. Okay, hold that. We're going to reconcile this in just a little bit. Let's go back to Mishnah. Asar Shvatim Ein Masizim Laksa. That's a very profound Mishnah. The 10 tribes. These, remember again, these are the 10 tribes that were exiled. So the 10 Shvatim, they don't have a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Vayitshim Hashem Ya'ala Basam Da'afu B'Chim B'Kesaf Kodol. Vayitshim Hashem Ya'ala Basam. What does it mean? Hashem dislodged them from their land. That refers to this world. He cast them onto another land. That refers to Olam Haba. That they don't have a portion of Olam Haba. Rabbi Akiva. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda ish Kfar Akko Omer Mishum Rabbi Shimon. Maasim Kiyom is very profound. So let's say Rabbi Akiva. So once again, interestingly enough, you begin to see like an emerging pattern. Right? So Rabbi Akiva holds Dor HaMidbar doesn't have a chilik in Olam Haba. The 10 Shvatim don't have a chilik in Olam Haba. So Rabbi Shimon says, no, it's not true. In Maasim Kiyom Hazeh, if the actions of the 10 tribes are like their actions today, in other words, obviously they were exiled for a reason, right? Why were they exiled? They were exiled because at the end of the day, they did not abide by the Dvar Hashem. So again, if they continue in that rebellious behavior, then ultimately they won't have Olam Haba. In Chosim, they don't come back. They love, but if they choose to change their ways, then ultimately what? Chosim. They do come back. So Shimon disagrees with Rabbi Akiva and holds that Halakha L'maaseh, the 10 Shvatim, could absolutely find their way back to Klal Yisrael and to Olam Haba. Rabbi says, Olam Haba. Rabbi says they have Olam Haba. Shneimar, Vayomahu Yitaka b'shofar gadol. I suppose what does the Pasuk say? On that day, referring to Mashiach, Yitaka b'shofar is another Yeshaya. And again, we know this Pasuk. Uboa Ogdim be'eretz Ashur, b'hanidakim be'eretz Mitzrayim. And what does it say? Those lost in the lands of Ashur, that's a reference to the 10 tribes, will come back, right? Has the Pasuk say, V'ishtakavu l'Hashem, b'hara kodesh, b'Yerushalayim. So they have Olam Haba. So the Gemara says, Shavka Rabbi Akiva l'chasidusei. So everybody is a little bit astounded. What happened? What happened over here with Rabbi Akiva? How did Rabbi Akiva abandon his normal position of chasidusei? He chose it as piety, but really in this context, I think it means almost like chesed. Chesed. But Rabbi Akiva normally, again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is always Ashreichem Yisrael. Praiseworthy you, Klal Yisrael. L'fnei mi'atem netar, mi'netar esrem. Look who you become pure before, right? Look who purifies you. Rabbi Akiva at the end of Mesachas Makos. Oh, Makos. Right? I don't want to spoil the end. But what an end of Mesachas Makos we're going to see, right? Rabbi Akiva is the one again. Everybody's crying over Churban. Rabbi Akiva's chevra is going to be okay. Rabbi Akiva is always the one who sees the good in situations, the good in people. But yet, again, here you have to listen. Do you understand, like, the dramatic nature of saying that someone or some group doesn't have Olam Haba? It is an overwhelming statement. That is like eternal damnation. So the Gemara says, again, the Mishnah is shocked. Like, how can Rabbi Akiva could say such a thing like this? Shneimar. Now again, the Gemara just gives Shneimar. Haloch v'karasas hadvar ma'elet safona. So the Gemara says, the Gemara doesn't understand even Rabbi Akiva. So what does the Pasuk say? Haloch v'karasas hadvar ma'elet safona. Go and spread these words out. Here we go. Right, Safona to the north. V'amarta, Shuva mishuvi Yisrael nu'um Hashem, v'lo apil panai bachem, ki chosid ani nu'um Hashem, lo etar li olam. So it says, so ultimately, again, the Pasuk seems to indicate that the Baruch Hu says to the lost tribes, I'll bring you back. My chassid, you say. So ultimately, again, where do you see? Where just says, everybody talks about the chassidus of Rabbi Akiva. Can you show me an example of this type of kindness, piety, pietous kindness, right? That Rabbi Akiva will normally exhibit. So the Gemara says, the Sanya is Kitani b'nei Rishei Yisrael in Olam Haba. So we'll say, this is a very good business in the Gemara. It's very profound statement. Literally, Kitani b'nei Rishei Yisrael. The young children of Jewish Rishayim. Young children of Jewish Rishayim ain't bought in the Olam Haba. These children do not get Olam Haba. Shneimar. Kihine hayom boer kasana, vayakol zidim v'chol osei risha kash v'lahat. Osam hayom. So osam hayom. Osam hayom. Amar Hashem tzvakos. Asher lo yazov lahem shoresh va'anaf. So ultimately, as the Pasuk is talking about the Rishayim, about the wicked, and ultimately telling the wicked that they will be like straw for the flame, that they'll be destroyed. And the Pasuk says they will not leave behind lo yazov lahem shoresh va'anaf. These Rishayim, referring to Jewish Rishayim, will not leave behind a root or a branch. Root or a branch. So the Gemara says, Shoresh va'olam hazeh. It means they will not leave behind a root in this world. Va'anaf li'olam haba. And ultimately, again, a branch in the world to come. The Rabbi Gamliel. So ultimately, you can also say, so again, that seems to give rise to this idea that the young children of Rishayim don't get olam haba, right? They don't leave behind a root in this world and a branch which represents children in the world to come as well. In general, we have this concept that young children are held accountable for the sins of the parents. So this idea over here that the children of Rishayim do not go to olam haba. Rabbi Kiva says no. Why do we olam haba? Not true. The children of Rishayim go to the children of Rishayim themselves are just children. Of course, they go to olam haba. Shneimar shomer pisaim Hashem. Now listen, I normally we translate this passage is the Rebbe Shalom watches over simple people. A Pesi is translated as a fool. Really, in this context, it means simple. Sharpasam Hashem, which means that sometimes we will say this pasuk happens to be one of the most profound psukim in Yonei Emunah. That if you want to know what does it mean to be a mammon means to be a simple person. Simple person is sometimes the greatest level of Emunah we know is Emunah Pshuta, a simple belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's not a complex, multi-layered, and multifaceted, intellectual belief, but a simple belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes the simpler I am in my Emunah, the more HaKadosh Baruch Hu is able to work with me. Shomer Fesayim Hashem. Hashem says, you be simple with me, I'll be simple with you. But Rabbi Kiva understands it differently. He says, Shekin Korim B'Krach Hayem Yunuka Pasya. So apparently, again, it's the Aramaic word for a child was Pasya. It's also the other word that Chazal uses, Radia, okay? The Kuvim, right? So Pasya, so he Shomer Fesayim Hashem means, well, it says it's so beautiful. Hashem always watches over children. Whether they are the children of tzaddikim or the children of Rishayim. Hashem watches over children. Children themselves never feel the brunt of divine justice. At least in Olam Haba, the Lord always brings the children to Olam Haba, even if they are the children of Rishayim. Furthermore, the pasuk says, "Go do ilane vechavloi, baram ikar sharshai ba'ara shavkua." So what does it mean when the pasuk says? Now Hashem says to the Rishayim, I will not leave for you a root or a branch. If it doesn't, so again, remember, the first thing he says refers to the kids. Like the minor children, the young children, don't be olam haba. So what does it mean according to Rabbi Akiva? That literally again Hashem will wipe out the schar of Rishon. Rashi says over here, Lo mitzvah, Rashi's on the left-hand side, about halfway down. Lo mitzvah lo shiur mitzvah, lo mitzvah kamura, lo mitzvah kala, hakol yehi madir u'mishayim schara ma'alter, k'dei l'tartan min ha'olam. So again, obviously, whatever schar, whatever reward the Rishayim are entitled to, they'll get. But they'll get it quickly and in this world. And this way, again, retribution comes in the world to come. Davar achar, shoresh zu neshama. Others say shoresh. Ultimately, again, this refers to the neshama. This refers to the soul. Va'anaf zehaguf. And anaf, ultimately, again, this refers to the body. Which means Rashi says over here in the Shema, Shema'amedes haguf kishor shema'ameda ilon. So this is actually a very beautiful idea that the shorish is the neshama and the branch ultimately again is the guf. How does the root find expression? Like no one could see the root. I know the tree. I know the root is there. I know that the tree can't exist without the root. But how does the root, so to speak, find its expression in this world? Through the branch. Right? So again, such a beautiful imagery. So the shoresh is the neshama, the soul, and the body is the branch. The body is the branch because again, I know the soul is there. I know the soul drives everything. But where does the soul see or find its expression? Only through the body. But everyone agrees that Rishayim, the young children of Gentile Rishayim do not have Olam Haba. Then everyone agrees. So the Machlokas is by the children of Jewish Rishayim. Right? That the Akiva says they do have Olam Haba, but the Nelson they don't have Olam Haba. But by the young children of Rishayim who are Akum, everyone agrees in the Olam Haba. Rabbi Gamliel, not Kalei, Yigatova, Kol Zachar Lamo, Itmar. Okay, so one says, now this gives rise now to a different discussion. Before we go on, just this whole Rabbi Akiva, and like Inland Olam Haba. So what do you do with this? So first of all, there's two people. Let's go with what perhaps is Pshat Rabbi Akiva himself. Rabbi Akiva is Chassid, you say, but now we see two instances where Rabbi Akiva really comes down hard. Number one, for Hamidbar, number one, Saras Hashvatim. So I say perhaps what Rabbi Akiva says is like this. There is room for chesed everywhere. But you have to understand something. When the Ribono Shel Olam delivers greatness and good and chesed for you on a silver platter, and you are kafel tov, and a person is an ingrate, and doesn't recognize that, and doesn't appreciate that, for ingratitude, right? For that level of behavior, that's unforgivable. They have to appreciate where Rabbi Akiva comes from in this. Everything Rabbi Akiva had in life, he had to work for. Everything Rabbi Akiva gained in life came only as a result of incredible difficulty and exertion. Nothing was easy. Nothing was given to him. And again, that was true for Rabbi Akiva, that was true for his wife Rachel, that was true for their marriage, that was true for their life. And Rabbi Akiva, again, it was amazing enough sometimes that people have a life like that. They become like very bitter, they become very disillusioned, right? They see other people have a lot, they have very little. But that wasn't Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva had the most incredible worldview. But the one thing Rabbi Akiva could not tolerate is people who had all the opportunities in the world and didn't take them. And more than didn't take them, showed ingratitude for those opportunities. So Rabbi Akiva looks at Torah Midbar. Rabbi Akiva says, I don't understand. You're going from Tiksha Mitzrayim, and for 40 years after he sustains you in the deserts, and he gives you money, and you have one simple job, to serve him, to do good for him, and you didn't do it, and you're about Cheta Meraglim. In Rabbi Akiva's worldview, that is the one thing. You want to tell me you didn't keep this, you didn't keep that, you did this aver, you had this immorality. Okay, you can work with all of that. But ingratitude, and inability to recognize when someone delivers bracha literally to your doorstep day in and day out, as was happened with the man, Rabbi Akiva says, I'm sorry. You don't have, if you lack that midah of gratitude, then at the end of the day, such a person like that, I'm sorry, just you don't have a chiyuv Olam Haba. The Olam Haba doesn't have room. Same thing with the kind of Shvatim. In Eretz Yisrael, there's a malchus, there's Jewish autonomy, there's Jewish strength, and you have a Navi that warns you over and over and over and tells you what you need to fix. And once again, you exhibit that in gratitude. Rabbi Akiva says, I'm sorry. We can work with any avera possible. But if you're an ingrate, if you mamish lack the ability to understand the brachos that your emotion like living right to your door, for that, there is no Olam Haba. For that, there's no, and I think perhaps that explains Rabbi Akiva's position as to come denominator between Torah Midbar and Aseres HaShvatim. Because really, those are the instances where you see Rabbi Akiva coming down hard, that shared midah of ingratitude. Any other avera we can work with. But this type of almost like ideological flaw in you, that's almost irreparable. For that, there's no Olam Haba. There's another part under our midbar, but if we have time, we'll come back to it at the end. Right, the Gemara goes back there. We'll say now a tremendous sugya. Itmar. Katan me'emasai bali Olam Haba. We'll say this is incredible. When does a child who leads this world, at what point does a child come to Olam Haba? So much Rabbi Chiva, Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi, Chad amar misha shenolod, v'chad amar misha shesipar. One says the moment that a baby is born, right, and then leaves this world and dies, that baby gets Olam Haba. Others say no, it has to be from the time that a child speaks. Only once there's speech is there Olam Haba. I must say now, it's interesting. The whole conversation is fascinating. Because, so what happens, like, what happens to a child that doesn't go to Olam? Like, what does it even mean? What does it mean? In other words, in our mind, we often assume that there's two places, right? There's Olam Haba and there's Gehenna, right? Or it could also, so remember again, this always comes back to the Olam Haba ambiguity. Is this Olam Haba like Messianic era Olam Haba. Maybe he's talking about like Trias HaMesim. So ultimately, again, like at what point maybe like is a person resurrected? Is it again, does resurrection occur only once you're born? So again, just recognize that. I know I still owe you the Rambam about Olam Haba, Yimos HaMashiach, all that stuff, which Mir Hashem, I still have a couple of days to get there. So we will get to it. Manar Mishashin Olad, the one who says that there's Olam Haba from the time that the baby is born. The Gemara says, "Shneimar Yavol v'Yagidu Tzidkaso Li'am Nolot Kiasa U'Madon L'Shasha Siper Dechsid Zera Yavdenu Yisupar LaHashem L'Dar." Okay, so this is our fundamental mathematics over here. So the Gemara goes right there. Itmar Rabino Amamisha Shemizra. No, there's Olam Haba for the baby as soon as it's conceived, even in utero. Right? If the baby is lost in utero, there's still ultimately Olam Haba for such a baby. Dichsiv Zera Yavdenu. From the time that the baby receives a bris milah, ultimately again there's Olam Haba. So you should just know. This is a fascinating halacha. The Shulchan Aruch brings down that if Chas Shalom, a woman miscarries or there's a stillborn, we do a bris milah for a baby boy, and there is a name that is given to that baby. It's a whole discussion halacha exactly. We use a name that we make sure to use a name that would not be used for future children, which is actually quite fascinating because the minute is that usually parents don't participate in the burial of that baby, and that baby is buried in an unmarked kever. It's this interesting balance because on one hand, halacha understands that we don't want the family developing an attachment to this life that never was. But yet again, there's this recognition that it's a child. Like in other words, it is a baby that came into this world. So on one hand, again, it's buried as a regular Kvuras Yisrael. The grave itself is not marked. Usually, most cemeteries have a defined area where these precious neshamas are put. So some is to be not burying anyone else there, but the graves themselves are not marked. There's a b'smila and there's kriyas shem. There's kriyas shem, some of the most overwhelming circumstances to be involved in. But it's interesting that it's that concept of giving even a stillborn or a miscarriage that's developed enough for bris milah, to give it a bris milah is this Gemara. This is Gemara over here. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Dichsid ani v'gava minar nasasi inecha afuna." Tana mishum Rabbi Meir mishar shiyomar amen. Incredible. From which point, ultimately, again, does a baby receive Olam Haba? From the time that it could say amen. So from speech. So the Gemara says, "Shneimar pischu sha'arim v'yavad b'tzadik shomer emunim al tikri shomer emunim ela she'omer amen." So the time that a baby can say amen, that's when it gets Olam Haba. Kof Yud Aleph Amud Aleph. My amen. So my amen, the Gemara says, what does amen mean? Am Rabbi Chanina kel melech ne'eman. So just a beautiful Gemara in general. What is amen? Amen is a contraction. But ultimately, again, our God, Kel, is a trustworthy king. Kel melech ne'eman. Look at the right Rashi says over here, Kisha'omin al kol bracha amen, heich mashma kabbalah sfiras shamayim. So literally again, I place HaKadosh Baruch Hu's faith upon me. I believe that the Ribono Shel Olam is and very closely, by the way, you know what it means to be a ne'eman? To be a ne'eman? And listen, to be a ne'eman means to be someone who others could always rely on. Now, it doesn't mean a ne'eman doesn't mean that person is always going to do what you want. That doesn't mean you're always going to do it how you want it or when you want it, but it means that at the end of the day, you believe that person, that entity will come through. What is it that Hashem is the Naaman? That I believe that the Ribono Shel Olam always has my back. Doesn't mean that he's going to do what I want him to do, how I'm doing it. Of course not. He's God and I'm just me. And I absolutely believe that at the end of the day, the Ribono Shel Olam always comes through. Parenthetically, on a different note, do you know the bakery that is open latest in Yerushalayim on Erev Shabbos? Nothing Naaman. Interestingly enough, right? Nothing Naaman. I don't know if they understand, but on the corner right in town, right? On the corner of, what is it? Yapo and George, right? They are little, I think that they are the bakery open latest on Erev Shabbos. Just, okay, so much to the marketing department because I think they definitely could tap into that. The Gemara goes back there. It's good. Look here, Kiva Shal Nafsh. So once again, over here, quotes another pasuk. Look, I just want to point out this idea over here. So remember, we're going to have to figure out with this Gemara. We're going to figure out with this Gemara exactly what this means in terms of Olam Haba. Like I said, is this Olam Haba ultimately again? Is this like how we go after you die? Is this Olam Haba like resurrection? It sounds like, just so you should know, by the way, they were talking much more about Tchias HaMesim. And essentially, the Gemara is asking, like, at what point is a person resurrected? Like, if a child is miscarried, a baby is miscarried, like, is that fetus resurrected? Right? Is a stillborn resurrected? Is a baby who can't speak resurrected? All these different questions, because when it comes to Olam Haba itself, we'll see there's another Gemara that talks about, again, actually it's Gemara of Zara. We'll talk about that. We'll see that Gemara talks about how HaKadosh Baruch Hu showers with love children who die. The children who die young, right? Children who don't have, obviously, they left their parents in this world. How the Rebbe Shalom acts towards the parent with them in what we call Olam Haba, in the afterlife. So, again, we'll have to see the Rambam with all of this. So, I'm going to go back. Yechiva Sha'ol Nafsho, Parapia Leblicho, Amr Shlakish. Lemisha Mishar, so this is beautiful. Lemisha Mishaya Afidu Chogach. Now, here, the Gemara is quoting the pasuk from Mishaya. This pasuk seems to be talking about Gehenna. Because the lashon of the pasuk is Lachin Hechiva Sha'ol Nafsha Ufarapia. So Sha'ol, the death, usually a reference to Gehenna. So Gehenna literally again has opened from the Sha'ol, the Gehenna has been widened, opened its entrance way wider. So who is Gehenna receiving? So one says it's a pretty scary Gemara. Rish Lakish says, anyone who did not go ahead, and right, for any person who left out one mitzvah, going to Gehenna. At least we'll be together. Right? Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Yochanan says, no, I do not like that interpretation. Lo necha l'marayu da'amrit l'uachi. The Ribono Shel Olam does not like that interpretation. I will say, now that is a very bold statement. Very bold statement, right? That Rabbi Yochanan says, the Ribono Shel Olam does not, what does that mean? Rashi says over here, in HaKadosh Baruch Hu ROTHSCHILD done as Yisrael called kach l'chova. The Ribono said, this is incredible. So you have Rish Lakish saying, even if you don't keep one mitzvah, you're going to Gehenna. Rabbi Yochanan says, what are you talking about? Do you think that Hashem wants you to interpret the pasuk that way? Right? I don't say it's such a profound statement. The Ribono Shel Olam doesn't want us to find fault in each other. That's not what Baruch Hu wants. Because Baruch Hu wants us to see the good in each other. He wants to see the beauty in one another. And you're saying every single yid who doesn't keep a mitzvah is going to Gehenna. So, okay, you got it. That better be one big Gehenna, because all of Klal Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael, let's say there is not one person, even the Gadol Shabbat, the greatest Gadol in the world, even Moshe Rabbeinu made a mistake. So that means Moshe Rabbeinu is going to Gehenna. Chas V'sholom, Moshe Rabbeinu is going there because he hit the rock. And every single tzaddik and every single regular person is going to Gehenna. So Rabbi Yochanan says, this is not how Hashem wants us to interpret. So we still understand this Musar. That the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to find fault in each other. That's not what he wants. Just the opposite. He wants us to see the good. So how does Rabbi Yochanan interpret the verse? Like Ella is beautiful. Ella afilu lo lamad ella chokecha. No, here's what it means. What it means is like this. Rabbi Yochanan says what it means is, even if you only did one mitzvah, so that will save you from Gehenna. Wow. So I said, do you see this? Same pasuk. Rish Lakish sees it as saying, if you omitted the performance of one mitzvah, you're going to Gehenna. Rabbi Yochanan, even if you only performed one mitzvah, you're being saved from Gehenna. Rabbi say, who's right? Of course, Rabbi Yochanan, right? But what's fascinating is all a matter of perspective. Do you want to see the good, or do you want to see the negative? That's it. That's pretty much. That's kind of the core choice for all of life. You want to see the good, you want to see the negative. If you want to see the good, there's so much beauty, so much good to see. You want to see the good, as long as the yid does one mitzvah, he's kodesh kadashim and he's saved from Gehenna. You want to see the negative? Okay, as long as you committed one aveira, mamish, you're damned for all eternity. Okay, all a question of perspective. Vashlishis Yoseba. So let's say so again. So that Gemara quotes another pasuk. What is this? This pasuk is from Zechariah. So it's focusing on this Shlishis Yoseba. So it's talking about the fact that in the future there'll be much of humanity that is cut off. This goes back to, remember again, Gog and Magog, the Gemaras that we saw again earlier in the parak about this idea that in the world of Gog and Magog, many will be lost. So with Arish Lakish, Shlishi Shal Shem, it refers ultimately again to the third offspring of Shem, that they will suffer the most losses in the Messianic era. Now, who's the third son of Shem? Rashi points out that there is a man by the name of Arpachshad, and Arpachshad was the ancestor of Avraham Avinu, which makes it sound like that in Gog and Magog times, the ones who are going to lose the most are Klal Yisrael. This is Rish Lakish. Rabbi Yochanan. So once again, Rabbi Yochanan jumps at Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, the Rosham does not like the way you are interpreting that passage. Why? Rather, it's not the third son of Shem, but rather, again, it's the third son of Noah, who's also Shem. Right? But again, it's more general as opposed to being Arpachshad specific. So once again, these psukim seem to reference the catastrophic loss that will occur before the Messianic era. The pasuk is to be interpreted as it literally is read, namely, there's going to be tremendous loss before Mashiach comes. Rabbi Yochanan doesn't want you to interpret it this way. Rather, how should you read the pasuk? Well, it's so beautiful. One person from a city could save the entire city. And two from one mishpacha could go ahead and save the entire mishpacha. Which means sometimes we go through life and we think that we don't matter, and we think that our actions don't matter, and we think that what we do doesn't really have an impact anywhere beyond us. In other words, there is nothing further from the truth. What we do has so much of a dramatic impact. And at the end of the day, again, one person could save a world. One person could save a mishpacha. We only measure the impact of our actions upon ourselves without realizing that what we do and how we do it can have a dramatic impact on our families and even our communities and even on our world. Don't interpret it literally. Someone says, it's a great story. So Rav saw Rav Kahana that he was shampooing his hair, and then afterwards, V'salak Yasef Kamei Derav, and then he came to yeshiva. Right, so Rav saw Rav Kahana, right, taking showering, like getting engaging in personal grooming, and then coming to yeshiva. Amalei, so Rav gave him a little musar. Amalei, you will not be found in the land of the living, which sounds like Rav is cursing. Rav Kahana, is he cursing? I don't understand. It was just a shampoo, right? In other words, I was just kind of going ahead and readying myself. So what's the intensity? No, I'm not cursing you. Rather, what am I doing? I'm telling you a pasuk. What does the pasuk teach us? Torah. Torah cannot be found, ultimately again, literally translated upon someone, ultimately again, who is Mechaya, who enlivens himself upon it. Now, what is the Bible saying? Torah is not found in people whose primary occupation is the pursuit of personal comfort. Right? Sometimes we go through life and our goal, what's my goal? I want to be comfortable. And again, that's in every area. I want to be comfortable materially. I want to be comfortable personally. The goal is I want to be comfortable. That's all. If that's your goal in life, you'll be comfortable. But just understand you will not achieve spiritual greatness. Why? Because it's incredibly important. If there's one thing that spiritual greatness requires, it is discomfort. And it's discomfort almost in every way, right? It's discomfort because you have to give up sleep, you have to give up time, you have to give up time. You have to give up time, right? The time that we spend learning on the side comes from somewhere. comes from somewhere. Right? I'm not inventing new time for learning. So I'm taking it from someone or from somewhere. That's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable. To grow spiritually requires money. I have to give tzedakah. I have to be. They'll say, again, we look at tzedakah as like, it's like about tzedakah. As if like it's some Herculean accomplishment. It's an obligation. It's an obligation. Giving tzedakah, and giving tzedakah even sometimes more than what we're comfortable with. That is not like a shkoyach. That's an obligation. If I have more than what I need, then Hashem gave it to me, not to just simply purchase more things for myself, but to do more for my people. And by the way, it's uncomfortable. Why? I'd like to have it for me. I'd like to spend it on me. I'd like to use it for me, but that's not why you have it. If I have more than what I need, Baruch Hashem, that's in order to be able to give it and to share it to others. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to do tzedakah. It's uncomfortable to do Baal Chesed. It's uncomfortable to do hachnosas orchim because it's not always enjoyable, to be honest. Hachnosas orchim is not your buddies. That's not your buddies. That's socializing. Hachnosas orchim, that's the meal where you're like, oh my God, is this going to be over soon? Right? That's how you know it's good achnasas archim. Right? That's achnasas archim, right? When you no, seriously, listen, when you open your home to the people you don't really want to have over, but you know that if you don't have them over, it's quite possible they have nowhere else to go. That's achnasas archim. That at the end of the day, I say that's what it is. So by definition, spirituality requires a sense of discomfort. So if my life is all about comfort, if that's what it's about, chances are you may be a good guy, but you will not be accomplished spirituality. But if every single day you feel a little bit uncomfortable, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. If you feel uncomfortable, if you feel tired, if you feel a little bit cranky by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you are doing something right. Because that means you are living an uncomfortable life. And where there is discomfort, ultimately, again, there is holiness. So therefore, again, Rav gives Rav Kahana a little bit of Musar. He says, Rav Kahana, really, like, if you're taking a long hot shower before you come down here, let's say, take a long hot shower. That's what, for us, with different generation. But for Rav Kahana, if you're pursuing a life of comfort, you're not going to be spiritually successful. Incredible. Ultimately, again, I will take for you to me as a nation. I will bring you to me. All right, or it will say Abakosos. I will take for you to me as a nation. And I will bring you to Eretz Yisrael. Makish Yitziasam Mitzrayim Levi Asal La'aretz. It compares Exodus to ultimately again entry into Eretz Yisrael. What's the comparison? Mabi Asal La'aretz Shnayim Samech Ribol. I will say, just remember who came into Eretz Yisrael? 2 people, 2 men out of 600,000. Now remember again, it was Khalid and Yoshua. Khalid and Yoshua were the only originals, right? The only originals who come into obviously the people below 20, but remember again, the people below 20 didn't leave Egypt. Right? So the only people, this is incredible to think about, the only people who left Egypt, who actually entered into Eretz Yisrael, were Khalid and Yifuna, and Yoshua. So once again, remember, only a fraction of Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim as well. Like Rashi points out, the Chamushim, only 1/5 of Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim. 4/5 died during the month of Choshech. Very overwhelming. We'll say very profound Gemara. He says the sons. So one time I went to Alexandria of Egypt. Matsasi Zakin Echad, and I found an old man. So again, Rabbi Yossi is going into Alexandria. I found an old man. This is Mamish Yitzias Mitzrayim Gimaris. Absolutely. So this old man said to me, Rabbi Yossi says, I want to show you what my ancestors did to your ancestors when they were here in Egypt. Mehem Tavu Bayam. Some right. So again, but the Egyptians did to the Jews. Some of the Jews were drowned. Mehem Hargu Bacharav. Some were killed by the sword. Mehem Malchu B'Binyan. And some ultimately again were just built into the structures. Ba'al Davar Zeh Ne'anash Moshe Rabbeinu. And for this matter, Moshe Rabbeinu himself was punished. How was he punished? So now listen to this. This is the incredible Gemara. Remember again, this is the end of Parsha Shmos. Remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu comes. This was his first interaction with Paro. He comes armed with this beautiful message of redemption. And what does Paro say? Paro says two words. Tichbat ha'avoda. Let them work harder. Takes away the straw. And Moshe Rabbeinu was totally dumbfounded. And he cannot believe what just happened over here. He says again, I came to Paro, speaking in your name. I came to Paro executing your agency. And since I showed up at the end of the day, things only got worse. So listen to this. Moshe Rabbeinu is very taken aback by Moshe Rabbeinu's tone, which I will say, by the way, I just want to point out is a tremendous muscle. Sometimes you have to say something difficult. It is all how you say it, right? Whether it's critique, whether it's feedback, whether it's muscle, whatever it might be. I will say there is a way, and sometimes again, the words are going to hurt no matter how you say it. But nevertheless, menschlichkeit dictates that we learn how to say things in a proper way. So it's interesting. We're going to see when HaKadosh Baruch Hu was upset at Moshe Rabbeinu is not as much about what he asked, because what he was asking was a good kasha. Moshe Rabbeinu essentially was asking, why do bad things happen to good people? That was his question. What the Moshe was taken aback by was Moshe Rabbeinu's tone. It was accusatory and it was harsh. So Moshe Baruch Hu says, hey, pump the brakes over here. Pump the brakes. First of all, there's a way to talk. There is a way to talk. So listen to this. They certainly don't make them like they used to. That's all this translation. Right? Again, woe to those who are lost, but are not forgotten. What does this mean? Harikama panim niglesi al Avram Yitzchak Yaakov bekel shakai. Right? Many times I appear to Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov bekel shakai. Just ultimately, again, right now, Kel Shakai means that name, right? Means Kel, as well as Shakai Shaddai, who again always provides enough. So I appear to them with this presence of a God who takes care of everything. For though Hiru Armidosai, they never questioned my actions. For though Amruli Mashmecha, they never asked me what my name is. In other words, we're going to say 12 because I appeared to the Avos many times, and the Avos never questioned my ways. Amar to the Avram, I said to Avram, the land is yours. Walk the length and the width of the land, because it's yours. So again, I told Avinu, Eretz Yisrael is yours. And yet, when Sarah died, right? I told Avinu, the land is yours. Yet when Sarah died, he needed a burial spot. So what happened? He had to negotiate with Ephron. And you have to buy Maaseh for 400 silver pieces, which was an exorbitant amount of money. Yet Aaron never said to me, hey God, it's a little fair, right? The land is mine, and yet again I'm paying, and not even retail, right? But I'm paying even more, I'm paying above market. Aaron never complained. Amar to Yitzchak, Gur ba'aretz hazos v'yeh imcha, v'avarechecha, u'bikshu avad mishno. So I told Yitzchak, the land is yours and I'll bless you. And yet when Yitzchak's servants looked for water, they dug wells, and when they finally found water, there was fighting over every single well. So finally, when they found water, every single well was a fight. Everything well was a fight. So yet with all of that, Yitzchak never questioned my ways. I went to Yaakov, I told Yaakov, the land is yours. The land is yours. And yet, yet when Yaakov Mamish needed just the place to pitch his tent, he couldn't find a place to pitch his tent. Finally, when he came back, right, and he sells in Shrem, right, so he goes in, he has to purchase area. So again, it's his land, that he has to purchase a place to pitch his tent. And yet, Rabbi says to Moshe Rabbeinu, the Avos had difficult times in their lives also, yet never once did they question my ways, never once did they ask me my name. No, the essence of asking my name means essentially, tell me how you operate. Explain to me the plan. They never questioned my ways, and they never asked for an explanation of the plan. But first of all, already by the snap, right, by the burning bush, Moshe, you already asked me what my name was. So right out of the gate, right, you already asked me to identify myself. What is my name? Furthermore, furthermore, again, now you kind of wag an accusatory finger heavenward, right? And now you accuse me of not saving my nation. So first you ask me my name. Now you make accusations that I'm not doing my job. So Moshe, therefore, you will see what I will do to Paro. So it's actually pretty amazing. It's fascinating. Over here, Hakadosh Baruch Hu says to Moshe, you will see the war against Paro, but you will not see the war of the 31 kings, which represents the conquest of Eretz Yisrael. So you have this motif in Chazal that almost as if from the beginning, Moshe Rabbeinu was never going to go into Eretz Yisrael. Right? This was before the Meraglim already, right? Before the Meraglim, before any of that, right? Before the stone, right? Before right before any of that, and yet again you see the Hakadosh Baruch Hu saying to Moshe Rabbeinu, you'll see what will happen to Paro. You won't see the war of the 31 kings. Now what happens? I will say after this exchange by Mar Moshe, by Kot Arza Vayishtachu. Now again, it's not exactly chronological, but the Gemara is linking all of this here. So Moshe Rabbeinu saw, right, by Mar Moshe, by Kot, Moshe Rabbeinu quickly bowed down. So the Gemara says, Mar Ra Moshe. What did Moshe see that made him bow down so quickly? Rabbi Chanina ben Gamla Omer, Erech HaPayim Ra. He saw the Ribono Shel Olam's tremendous patience. Right? Erech HaPayim means slow to anger. He saw how HaKadosh Baruch Hu has every right to exact immediate punishment, yet is slow to anger. Moshe saw this need of Hashem, and he was overwhelmed. The Rabbanan say, MS Ra. He saw the MS of Hashem. Let's say, what's MS? MS is he saw how the Rebbe Shalom runs the world in a truly beautiful way. It sometimes hurts a lot, and it's sometimes difficult to comprehend, but it's always run by the overarching principle of MS. There is truth, and there is righteousness in everything that Hashem does. So the thing that Moshe was so Erech HaPayim, this Sanya Kishal Moshe Lamaron was incredible, beautiful Gemara. But Moshe went up to the heavens. They don't say that, but Tashkos, this is talking about when he went up to receive the Torah. When he went up to receive the Torah, so what happens? He sees the Rebbe Shalom writing the words Erech HaPayim, slow to anger. Slow to anger. Amar Lefanav Rebbe Shalom Erech HaPayim Tzadikim. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm assuming this means for the righteous, right, for the tzaddikim. Amar lo af l'rishayim. He said, no, ultimately, again, even for the wicked. Amar le rishayim yoledu. Moshe Rabbeinu says, why do the wicked deserve Erech HaPayim? The wicked should just simply be obliterated. Amar le, so let's listen to this. Amar le, chazis, hashka chazis maidini barilach. So essentially, Moshe, be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for. Fast forward a little bit. Kishachatu Yisrael, when Klal Yisrael sinned by the Egel, Amar lo lokach amarti li Erech HaPayim l'tzadikim. So Hashem says, "Lo shall punish Klal Yisrael." Because after all, remember what you said. Right? Who should I be slow to anger with? I'll be slow to anger with the tzadikim. Ultimately, again, with the righteous. On the days, Amar lefanav Rebbe Shalom lokach amarti li after Rishayim. But Moshe says to Hashem, but remember Hashem. Remember what you said. You said Erech HaPayim is even for the Rishon. I know this said the Ata Yiftana Koach Hashem Kasher Dibarta Leimor. And that's why Moshe Rabbeinu says now HaKadosh Baruch Hu allow your Koach to be amplified as you said. I Moshe said Erech HaPayim only for tzaddikim. But you Hashem said even Erech HaPayim for the Rishon. And Baruch, you know what? Let's go with your way. Right? Let's go. So I will say, by the way, it's such a profound yisod. You know, so often in life, right? We think that we got it all figured out, and we think we know exactly how life is supposed to unfold. And when life doesn't go according to our plan, we feel very resentful. To HaKadosh Baruch Hu, understandably so. But you know what's incredible? Later on, whether we see it in this world or in the next world, when we see how things turned out, and we see the way we wanted it versus how HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately choreographed it, we're all going to say the same thing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's so good that we went with your way and not our way. HaKadosh Baruch Hu's way sometimes maybe hurts, a little bit more in the short term. The HaKadosh Baruch Hu's way is the only way that we get to achieve all of our objectives and get to actualize our true potential. Incredible. Let's go into Rav Chaga have a solid ba'azal b'darga Rabba Bar Shila. So Rav Chaga was walking up the steps of the yeshiva Rabbi Bar Shila. Shamila Uyenuka da Amar Eidosecha Nemnu Mold Leveis Chana VaKodesh Hashem Liorech Yamim. Right, so you're a young child saying this was the Sabbath way. Tefillah LeMoshe, and afterwards here in the pasuk Tefillah LeMoshe. Amar Shmamina Erech Ra. So again, he understood ultimately again because he says Hashem Orech Yamim Arichos Yamim, and then it said Tefillah Moshe. And so the juxtaposition to mean that it must have been that the thing that Moshe Rabbeinu saw that overwhelmed him more than anything was Erech HaPayim and Hashem is slow to anger. Or was on the Chayina. So Liyos Atara Berosh Kol Tzadik V'Tzadik. In the future, Hashem is going to be a crown on the head of every single tzaddik. Shnei Amar Bayomahu. Ya Hashem Tzorokos La'ateres Tzvi U'Tzefiras Tifera L'She'er Amo. My La'ateres Tzvi U'Tzefiras Tiferes Lo'osim Ritzono U'Mitzavim Yeshuaso. For whom will Hashem be a crown? Hashem will be a crown ultimately again for those who fulfill His will and await His salvation. Everyone say, so I understand the first part of Osim Mitzono, right? Those who fulfill the will of Hashem. What does it mean? Mitzapim Yeshuaso. What does that mean? So I want to say, so here's what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean people just sit and wait. Because Baruch doesn't want us to sit and wait for anything. What it means is mostly these are to be read together. Osim Mitzono. This refers to people who spend their lives engaged in dynamic activity. I'm recognizing I'm going to do my part, and I'm not going to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to do His part. But I know that if I do my part, Moshe will do His. So they operate concurrently. Osim Mitzono u'mitzapim Yeshuaso. I engage in dynamic activity in this work, because we'll say all too often in life, we wait for other things in order to be successful. I wait for other people to do their part, or I forgot to do his part. Don't wait. There's no time to wait. Whatever you need to accomplish, do not wait for anyone to do their part in life. You do what you need to do and wait for no one. But while you're doing what you're supposed to do, just know Coach Baruch is doing His thing alongside. So if I live my life without understanding, constantly pushing on the gas, doing whatever I have to do, flowing the word of Hashem, and knowing that while I'm doing my thing, Hashem is doing His thing by my side. That's what we say. I will have to stop over here a little bit in the middle. We'll pick up with this. We'll say beautiful, beautiful Gemara tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone.
You don't get much. Why? Kentucky. That's tight. Dude, license plate token is not a bad idea. Yeah, I like that. White grass from Kentucky. Yeah, because you don't like Kentucky. Because I hate Jack Harlow. This is from Kentucky. From this, when it's just her speaking at Bert, who's a casual fan. He's going, I think that makes sense.
A little context.
It's one of the problems we have in mixed martial arts.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Good Tavach. Welcome, Baruch Hashem, to last week as we wrap up Mesechus Sanhedrin. Very incredibly exciting. Again, we're going to try to cover as much ground today as we can. We'll be fine in Eretz Hashem. Again, also Mechiras Chametz immediately afterwards. We're going to try to do that in Eretz 8:50. We'll try to end a little bit around there. So we're going to go right from here. We're going to do Mechiras Chametz right in the classroom across. So feel free to follow the migration in Eretz Hashem across the whole. Beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Dilsim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shemer Droshos this year as is a chus from Yisrael Tabal Sha'an Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther. Anonymous sponsorship in the schools. Simchas for all of our children. And for these things to be the month of Geulah Shleimah for Klal Yisrael, Avram and Shani Kelman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Brina Bas Yoshua Heschel, and the week of learning sponsor Steve Galaska, in honor of all the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. We thank all of our sponsors for their generosity, the beautiful, beautiful messages. Should be Zochem Eretz Hashem to see Gula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Eretz Hashem, everyone who needs a refuah Shabbat, give it Kol Chol Yisrael, all the Neshama Shabbat Aliyah, all the families should have a nechama. Our hostages should come home with shalom and the call, and our holy soldiers should be successful with all Maaseh Yedeihem. As we let us begin. Today's daf is Kuf Yud 110. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Kuf Tes Amud Days. Kuf Tes Amud Days, and we are up to Eliezer Eved Avram. So again, remember, where did we leave off? Eliezer Eved Avram. Excellent. Eliezer Eved Avram. So we'll say, so we are, it's 2, 4, 5, 6 times up before the lines get wide. On Kuf Tes 109b. Lots to do. Eliezer Eved Avram. So we'll say, remember again, we're talking over here about the and if you, and by the way, and if on Shabbos went to a different shir and you're ahead of where we are, shame on you. And shame on you. And that means whoever your Maggid shir is not doing justice to the way these dafim are supposed to be learned. If you are on schedule, and at the end of the day, you're doing something wrong. Anyway, the Gemara says as follows. Eliezer, just kidding. I'm just trying to cover my own tracks over here. So the Gemara says as follows. Eliezer Eved Avram, Israeli Hasim. So let's remember again, we're in the middle of talking about the topic of Stone's, corrupted legislative legal system. And how essentially, again, it wasn't just, we told this Yisod yesterday, that in life, we'll say we all do things wrong. We all do things wrong on a daily basis. The most important thing, this is a tip for sinning. I'm going to teach you how to sin right. If you want to sin correctly, the ikr is just always keep in mind that you're sinning. The most important thing is, if I'm going to do things wrong, and I'm going to do things wrong, just own it. It's wrong, and maybe I'm not ready to correct it, I'm not ready to stop it, but the most important thing is never to lose sight, to never become self-delusional and begin to think that the wrong things I'm doing are right. As long as I'm honest with myself and I know my awareness, I know exactly what I'm doing wrong, and I don't try to pretend that it's correct, it's going to sound strange, I'm okay. Because as long as I know that it's wrong, at some point, sometime, I will fix it. The danger in life is when I can convince myself that wrong things are right. When I pretend that the averos are not averos, when I explain it away, rationalize it, that's when I put myself in a precarious spiritual situation. The profound downfall of Stone was that they legislated the legality of corrupted behavior. That becomes the work nature over here. And when a society goes ahead and says that certain things that are clearly immoral, certain things that are clearly illegal, certain things that are clearly wrong, then become not only okay, but an encouraged part of the legal system, that's the undermining of the entire fabric of society. So that's the Gemara's point for over here. So as you have it, Avram, it's really awesome. So Eliezer went to Stone. But you. So what happened? They injured him. Let's remember again what happened in Stone when someone injured you. Right? You brought the assailant to Beis Din. What do Beis Din normally do? They made you, the victim, pay for the service of bloodletting. Right? Remember again, so that the aggressor hit you, you bled. You got a service. You have to pay for the service. Let's listen to this. I was going to come down. So Eliezer comes to Beis Din. Oh no, they have the shakalach dala. So Eliezer, I understand you were injured, but you owe the assailant money because he provided for you the service of bloodletting. So watch this. What did Eliezer do? So what did Eliezer do? He took a clod of earth and he hit the dayan. He hit the judge. Amar in my eye. The judge said, what are you doing? I said, no problem, Judge, now you owe me money, right? Because I performed the service of bloodletting for you, so you owe me money. So let's just do this, right? You owe me money, I owe my assailant money, right? So let's just do this. You pay my assailant and we'll call it even, right? I'll keep my money, we'll call it even. So right, the dying, you take the money you owe me, give it to my assailant, I'll keep my money in my pocket, and Shalom al Yisrael. So what goes right there. So in Stone, they had a hospitality bed, a Haknosis Arfin bed. Now, what was unique about this bed? Kimarech, guys, now, this bed had to be one size fits all. So if you were very tall, and your legs dangled over the bed, they would cut off your legs. Kigutz, Machtinle, if you were short, they would stretch you out. Eliezer Eved Avram, Iklo Lahasim. Eliezer comes to Stone. Amrulay, Kum Gani Apuria. They invited him to use the Hachnas on that. So again, Eliezer obviously was onto what's going on in Stone. He says, Amrullah home, Narda Naji Minyoma Demisas Ima, Lokanina Apuria. Ultimately, again, he said, from the day that my mother died, I took a neder not to sleep on a bed. Which, again, he was avoiding sleeping on the bed. Now, whether or not he made that neder or not is not immediately clear, but quite, I don't know, something very striking about that Gemara. So he avoids the bed. So we'll say when a poor person would come to Stone, here's what they would do. Everybody would give him money. They'd give him a dinar, they'd give him money. But they would write their name. So, for example, so let's say Ani comes to town. If I'm a person from Stone, or Ruben's a person from Stone, you give him $1 and you write on the dollar Ruben. You write his name on the dollar. What happened? Somebody said, but no one would give him food. So everyone would give him money, but no one would give him food. So what would happen? Obviously, if the poor person is, again, what ends up happening? He has a lot of money, but he has no food. He would die. He would die of starvation. When he would die, when the Ani would die, then what would happen? The people of Stone would come and they would take back their $1. How would they know their $1? Because Reuben says Reuben, Shimon says Shimon. So we'll say, so again, what is this? So we'll say, so this is like this desperate attempt. See, what's fascinating is, even in Stone, at the core, human beings want to be good. They really do. We all, it's not just the Jewish thing, man wants to be good. See, even in Stone, they want to give tzedakah, but they don't want to give tzedakah. So how do you give tzedakah without giving tzedakah? They gave the money, right? But yet they created a mechanism through which they would be able to take it back. In other words, they could have just as easily said, remember again, in general, Hachnasas Archim was outlawed in Stone, but yet they couldn't bring themselves to outright outlaw tzedakah. Isn't that fascinating? Even in Stone, they couldn't legislate a practice that said that if a poor person comes, you can't give him money. They couldn't do that. So what they did was they said, you give money, but you can't give him food. So say, I'm going to give, okay, because I can feel good about myself. I gave tzedakah, but I'll be able to get my $1 back when the Ani dies. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, this is what they made a stipulation between them. They said, come on, the Nizamin Gavra, the Beirula, Lishlach Guima. Because the halacha is, you're not allowed to invite any outsiders to your wedding celebrations. Only sodomites, right? So again, the halacha is if you invited someone to your party who was not part of the Stone Chavra, then what? Then they could take, the other sodomite people could take your clothing. So you're about to penalize them. So if you invite someone to your simcha, it's like the first takana wedding, right? In other words, right, if you went ahead and you invited someone to your wedding who was not part of Stone, we're going to take your clothing with you, from you. So listen to this. How you do Eliezer Hassan? So Eliezer is in Stone. Now both saying that, by the way, whether all of these stories happen at the same time or different times, I don't know. But Eliezer is in Stone. So what happens? He's hungry. But no one's giving him bread. So keep on them. They said, so let's say, but the Kulu. So what happened? Eliezer shows up at a wedding. So he shows up at a wedding. He sits at the table with the other Chevra from Stone. And what's the first question they ask him? So they ask him, they'll say, now, again, a lot of times at the wedding, you get asked the question, right? What's the question? Which side, right? So here, they say, who invited you? But who invited? Because obviously, again, they want to get there's something wrong in Stone if there's an uninvited guest. So listen to this. What does Eliezer do? What does Eliezer do? Eliezer goes in and he says, he turns to the guy next to him. He says, well, this guy invited me. Now I'll say that guy didn't invite him, right? Eliezer, remember again, Eliezer was crashing the wedding. Right, but the other thing is going on there. So now he turns to the guy next to him. He says, oh yeah, this guy invited me. So nice of him. So now the guy, the sodomite guy, sitting next to Eliezer says, I'm a doma shani da ana azmi say, shaki le mane da gabra, shaka grine hahu di yasid kabe libra. So what happened? So the guy next to Eliezer, now here's this, what does he do? He quickly grabs his clothing and he gets out. He runs out. Because remember, in Stone, if you invite someone to the wedding, right, that's not a sodomite, they literally will take your clothing. So therefore, again, the supposed host gathers up his clothing, runs outside. Now, what does Eliezer do? So Eliezer says, oh no, it wasn't that guy, it was that guy. So then that guy ran away. Then next guy, he started doing this to every single person in the feast. Until pretty much Eliezer cleared the hall. He cleared the hall, and Baruch Hashem, it became an all-you-can-eat buffet, right? So now Eliezer gets his meal and then some. I'm going to tell us a tragic story. There was a young girl. She would go out and give bread to the poor in her jug. Now, this young girl understood the laws of stone. Laws of stone was you were not allowed to give her what could you give to the poor? What could you give to the poor? Money with your name on it, right? But no food. This young girl, again, so this is what I'm saying. Like we all start out good, and we all start out holy, and we all start out pure. It's just that over the course of life, we tend to lose our way. So this young woman sees a poor person. She wants to give him bread, but she has to give the bread surreptitiously. So how does she give the bread? She gives it in the jug. She puts the bread in the jug. She gives it. What happened? They found out about it. They found out what she did. They smeared her with honey, and they put her. They attached her to the top of the wall of the city. Asa zibri v'achlua. Essentially, she was stung to death. She was stung to death. V'hainu t'chsev v'yomer Hashem za'akas Sodom v'Amora ki rabba. So Rabbi said, the Gemara says it was this episode that tilted the scales against Sodom. Hashem says, I have heard the cries of Sodom and Amora, and over Yehuda al iske riba. It was because of what happened to this girl. I will say, it's so interesting that the Ribono Shel Olam, what was happening in Sodom and Amora was going on for a while, and for whatever the reason, Baruch would just kind of not allow it, but it was contained. They're doing their thing. It's because Baruch was willing to live with it. It was this event. It was this event specifically because of what they did to this young woman. So Baruch said, it's not sustainable anymore. Humanity, right? The world can't have a place like this, and that ultimately again leads to the gzeira, to the overturning of Sodom and Amora. Incredible. The Gemara was right. The Meraglim, the have no portion in the world to come. Shnei Amar, Vayamusu ha'anoshim motzi dibas ha'aretz rabim ha'gefa, Vayamusu ba'olam hazeh, ma'gefa l'olam haba. Good. Adas korach in the chayv l'olam haba. The assembly of Korach have no portion in the world to come. The Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Vatechas aleim ha'aretz ba'olam hazeh, Vayovdu mitoch ha'kahal li'olam haba. As the pasuk says, literally again, the earth covered over them in this world, and they were lost in the world. From Rabbi Akiva. These words are Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, aleim amar akasav, Hashem mimis umechaye, Morid Shaol Bayal. So we'll say Chanat Machlokes, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Akiva, Korach and his assembly have no chiluk l'olam haba. Rabbi Eliezer, yes they do. Yes they do. Raging Machlokes. We're not finished. Tarabanan. Adas Korach. Eilim chiluk l'olam haba. The assembly of Korach have no portion in the world to come. Shnei Amar, Vatechas aleim ha'aretz. Right, Ba'olam hazeh. Vayomtu mitoch ha'kahal li'olam haba. Din Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Yehuda Mesim Omer. Harihim ka'avida ha'misbakashas. This is such a beautiful imagery that the assembly of Korach are like a lost object that someone is looking for. You know, because Korach and the assembly are lost, so as if they were lost into the shoal, to the depths. But when you lose something that's near and dear to you, you look for it. You look for it. The Gemara says, Shneimar ta'isi k'se'oved v'akesh abdecha ki mitzosecha lo shachachti. Vayikach Korach. So now again, this is our machlokes about Korach. Rabbi Akiva, Adas Korach, lost in Olam Hazeh, no Olam Haba. Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira, they do have a portion in the world to come. We're not finished. The Gemara goes weiter. Vayikach Korach. So literally Korach took Amr Shlakish, Shemakach Mekach Ra Li'atzmo. He took literally again a bad purchase for himself. So Korach, who was a good man, just made bad decisions. Korach, Shenasa Karcha B'Yisrael. Why is he called Korach? Now again, Korach was his name. But the Gemara sees profundity or meaning in his name. Why called Korach? He made a bald spot. Korach's like bald. He made a bald spot in Klal Yisrael through his behavior. Ben Yitzhar, Sher Siach Alav is called Olam Kitzaharayin. That literally again, Korach stirred up Machlokes. Machlokes is often compared to heat, like the midday sun. Ben Kahas, Shekia Shine Molidav. Literally again, so it's like Kia Shiraf Amolida means like literally it caused the teeth, you know, when you eat something sour, you know that feeling in your teeth when you eat something sour? I don't know what the technical term for it is. You know? Orodipia, that's it. That's how I know. It was on the tip of my tongue. Like when you experience a wave of Ogirianianness, right? And again, and your teeth like that. So when you have that Orogiria, I just want to point out, so literally that's a corrective. Korach's actions caused the teeth of his ancestors to experience this Orogiria, right? Like the chatter, to feel like that sour taste. I just want to point out how incredible this is. This is the week of Pesach. This is the Lashon by the Rasha. Right? Remember again, I will say, people often mistranslate this phrase. What does it say by the Rasha? Va'ata hake eshinav. So we translate hake eshinav as what? Hit him in the mouth. If you look at how it's written in the Haggadah, hake would have been hey, chaf, hey. Hake in the Haggadah is hey, kuf, hey. From this Lashon. The idea by the Rasha is you tell him certain things that make his teeth shatter. You tell him certain things that are going to make him cringe a little bit in order to get him to go. We don't hit anyone in their mouth, right? That's certainly not a kid who's at the Seder table, at least asking questions and trying to be engaged. Right? So fascinating idea. So here we go. Ben Levi, Ben Shenasa Levi Begehenim. Ultimately, again, he's the son of the accompaniment in Gehenna. We're in Gehenna. So that's Shad Nami Ben Yaakov. And for tracing up, so here's what's interesting about the way we go ahead and we trace, right? It's Korach, Ben Kahas, Ben Yitzhar, Ben Levi. But yet it stops at Yaakov. If you're going to trace the lineage, why not take them all the way back to Yaakov? To which the Gemara says, Ben She'ike V'atzmo Gehenna. Yitzchak, Yaakov Bikechach Malatzmo, Yaakov davened that Korach should not be traced back to his name. Shenemar, Besodem al Tavo Nafshi, Ubekelam al Techad Kivodi. Besodem al Tavo Nafshi, Elum Raglim. There's a verse from Raglim. Yaakov even said, please place a genealogical distance between myself and the Raglim. Even though, of course, we all know that everything goes back to Yaakov. And at the end of the day, don't write it. Okay, Dasan, so it's now a little bit about some of the other followers of Korach. Dasan, Sha'ava al-Das. Why is he called Dasan? Because he went against the basic tenets of Yiddishkeit. As the Gemara says, Sha'ava al-Das El. Aviram she'iber atzmo me'asos tshuva. Aviram, he prevented himself from doing tshuva. Va'on, also Va'on ben Paras, Shiyashab, these are all the followers of Korach. Shiyashab ba'anino. So we'll say, by the way, I just want to point out, the such of Aviram, she'iber atzmo me'asos tshuva. We'll say there's only one thing that stands between me and tshuva, and that is me. Only one thing that stands between me and tshuva, and that's me. Incredible. On Shiyasha Ba'amiros. We'll say On, we're going to see his very interesting personality, because On was very upset by the decisions that he made. As much as he followed Korach, he very much regretted this course of action. Halas, Shena'asu lo plos. Miracles happened for him. Ben Ruvain, Ben Shera Abahaven, because he was a son who saw the error of his ways and understood the mistakes. Amrab. So here we go. What now? The story of On ben Pelas. Remember, On ben Pelas was one of the primary followers of Korach, right? And then, interestingly enough, somehow he was saved. What happened? Incredible story. On ben Pelas, Ishtar Yitzirasam. So I'll say, who stepped in to save On? Like a lot of stories that we experience. Right? Who steps in to kind of save the day? Mrs. On stepped in. What did she do? Amrulay. So I'll say, this is incredible. Amrulay, my nafka l'chamina. So I'll say, the loose translation of this is, my nafka l'chamina, loose translation is, what's wrong with you? Now, this is a conversation that has repeated itself throughout the history of Jewish marriages, right? Where she says, again, I'll say, and by the way, do you know the hallmark of a beautiful marriage? Is when your wife could say that to you. Right? In every other relationship, you kind of have to couch how you say it, what should you say, right? Only a wife who really loves her husband, and a husband who is so secure in a relationship, a wife can say to her husband, what is the matter with you? Like, what are you thinking? What's wrong with you? Did you hit your head? Like what? Again, like just this, and again, it stings anyone who's been, no, not the opposite, right? Right, thank you, right, let me, like, never, under any circumstances, ever use those words when speaking to your wife. This is a one-directional conversation, right? A wife has the koach to say this to her husband, and as much as it stings, as much as it stings anyone who has been on the receiving end, I've received a number of comments like this. Anyone who's ever been on the receiving end of this, it hurts a little bit, and then you are filled with an overwhelming sense of gratitude that there is someone in your life who loves you and cares about you enough to tell you exactly how it is, and not to sugarcoat it, and not to figure out how to say it, but just literally, again, to lay it at your doorstep. Incredible. So she says to him, what's the matter with you? What are you doing? So essentially she says to Omer something fascinating. She says, what does it matter to you? If Korach wins, you're still a disciple. And if Moshe wins, you're still a disciple. In other words, to be very honest, you gain nothing in this power struggle. You're a pawn. You're a pawn. Because either way, you're a great guy, you're not the top dog, right? You're not the top guy. It's not like you're rising up the ladder over here. You're a great man. You're a great man. But you are who you are. So what are you doing? Why are you getting involved in this machlokas? So he says to his incredible. He says to his wife, you're right, but I'm stuck. I don't know what to listen. This is such a profound marriage conversation. I'm stuck and I don't know what to do. I pledged my allegiance to Korach. I swore to him that I'm with him in this to the end, and I don't know what to do. So the Gemara says, Amalei, this is incredible. Amalei, so let's say this is really incredible. So Mrs. Owen Ben Palace tells her husband, look, let's figure this out. Here's what I do know. Korach and his followers are holy people, which I will say is so incredibly profound. She says everybody here is very frum. And by the way, this is exactly what made Korach and his followers so dangerous. The most dangerous wars are holy wars. Right? When people feel that they have God on their side and that they're mamish fighting for truth, that's when the most terrible things could occur. So Mrs. Owen says, I know that Korach and his followers are holy people. They said, Amalek said to him, it's incredible. So essentially, what did she say then? She says, okay, here's the plan. Step one, get out of the way. Right? Step one, get out of the way. I will fix this. It's so profound. I will fix this. So what does she do? She gives him a lot of wine. Right? He becomes intoxicated and he goes to sleep. Now, why does she need to do that? Why does she do that? So it's very simple. Why does she need to do that? Because she needs him out of the way. She needs him out of the way because she is concerned that if he is present and if he's awake and if he's here, again, Owen feels very conflicted because he pledged his allegiance to Korach. The problem is he understands that Korach is a sinking ship. So she's scared that if he's present, right, and conscious, he is going to mess this up. So essentially what she says to him is get out of the way. But fascinatingly enough, she doesn't trust him to stay out of the way. So what does she do? She gives him a lot of wine, he goes to sleep, fine, he's out of the way. Osva al Baba, top of Kofyud, so she sits at the entranceway of the tent and she uncovered her hair. Called the Asa Chazi Hadad. So I say what happened? Called the Asa Chazi Hadad. Anyone who saw Mrs. Owen sitting at the entranceway of the tent with uncovered hair turned away. So in other words, even the followers of Korach who came to get Owen, come on guys, the showdown is now when they saw her sitting by the tent. Ultimately, again, she did not go ahead. So they decide. They went the other way. At the Haki, and now while all of this was happening, so again, while Owen is asleep, what happened? The entire showdown occurs. Korach and his followers are swallowed up by the earth, and the story's over, and Owen is saved. I will say it's also very profound. Again, all kidding aside, there are a lot of marriage dynamics in this particular story. What's also really incredible, I will say, is you have to understand, for the wife of Owen to sit with her hair uncovered by the entrance of her tent was also a certain sense of degradation for her. It was a compromising of her own skinniness. What you see is something so incredibly beautiful. How much, in order to sustain a meaningful marriage, if everyone is makbid on their covet, marriage doesn't work. Marriage only works when you're covered, when your ego takes a back seat, ultimately, again, to the good of the relationship. But if it's all about the ego, if it's all about what I need, what I want, my covet, marriage and clothes. So it's incredible that Mrs. Owen Ben Pelas was willing to compromise her own dignity in order to save her husband. We'll say that marriage, when each party in a marriage is willing to put their ego on the side for the good of the relationship, that's ultimately again where there's shalom. Incredible. It's to say the Korach. Conversely, there's another story. The wife of Korach, Amalei, Chazi Ma'kav Moshe. So we'll say this is incredible. So apparently now Mrs. Korach was very much at the forefront, was an instigator for the rebellion. She says to her husband, look what Moshe did to you. You are a Melka. Moshe is a king. Moshe was a melech, right? His brother, Aaron, Kohen Gadol. His nephews, Kohanim. So look at this. E is a Truma, and so if there's Truma goes to the Kohanim. Amar takes to the Kohen. So you're a Levi. You're a Levi. But even as a Levi, Asamai, so just Shaklinu Asod, Amar Hab Chad and Yud Kohen. Even from the Meiser that you Korach, that you a Levi get, what do you have to do? You have to give a 10, you have to give Truma Smash to the Kohen. Right? So again, Mrs. Korach is instigating her husband. Vote. The guy is Leila Mazaifu, and the two Luchu, Kikufta. Furthermore, she says to Christ, look what Moshe did to you. They're both saying that, interestingly enough, when the Levitim were inducted into the Levitic service, what did they have to do? They had to have a full body shaving. And listen, now full body shaving means literally, again, it's not a metaphor, right? It's literally full body shaving. So Mrs. Clark said to her husband, look at you. Right? Look at you. You look like a piece of dung, is what she said to him. Right? She made you look like you look like a fool. You look like a fool. Look what Moshe Rabbeinu did to you. Clearly, again, now literally it means he set his eyes upon your hair. Right? Which means what? Which means that look what he's doing to you. He's debasing you in order to go ahead and make himself look better. Amalu, so Korach sticks up for Moshe and he says, now Moshe was also a Levi, which means that Moshe Rabbeinu also had to go through this whole body shaving, right? He had to go through this whole thing also. So Korach says back to his wife, not like Moshe is just doing it to us and not doing it to himself. He also has it done. Amar ihu nami tamos nafshi in plishtim. So let's say the expression we had actually just a couple of days ago. The expression of tamos nafshi in plishtim means a person who's willing to engage in self-destructive behavior because he's more bent on punishing the other than he is on himself. So remember again, Shimshon pushed down the columns of the Philistine Colosseum, even though knowing full well that what? He would die along with it. So it's true. Moshe Rabbeinu is going to look foolish also. But the fact that he made everyone else look foolish, that was more important to him. Vote, the common look, ability to chelta. Look at this in Moshe Rabbeinu actually introduced the principle of tchelas. And he tells you that on one strand of your tzitzis you have to put tchelas. Well, she says, if tchelas is so important, and again, if tchelas is so important, then you all should wear clothing that's all tchelas. And when you sit in the base and you're learning, you should be wrapped in clothing that's all tchelas. What is this one string of tchelas? How do you say it? So what it says, Chatmos Noshim Bonsa Besa. Right, when the pasuk says in Mishlei, the wisdom of women has built a home. Zu Ishto Shel Om Ben Pelas. That is the wife of On Ben Pelas. The Velas Biyada Tarsena, but the foolishness of women could destroy your home. Zu Ishto Shel Korach. Ultimately, again, this is the wife of Korach. I must say, so it is very interesting. It is very interesting to see how Chazal understood that the wives played a pivotal role in these narratives. Now, again, just to be clear, Korach was his own man and Korach made his own decisions, right? So it's not fair to blame his wife for what happened. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see how Chazal tells us that certain elements of the rebellion were absolutely, again, kind of like they festered at home. On Ben Pelas was saved by his wife, and unfortunately, Korach lacked the partner who talked him out of his foolishness. So it says 250 men joined the rebellion of Korach. The Gemara says, just understand, the followers of Korach were not regular guys. They were some of the best of Klal Yisrael. I will say, by the way, this is Om Ben Pelas knew that again, they were not going to come next to the tent if at the end of the day her hair was uncovered. She knew this about which speaks to the spiritual quality of these men. She understood it. Kriye Moed, Shayodim La'aber Shanim. These were people who knew how to intercalate the months. Like Bach Hadashim, establish new ones, which was against quite the year, sorry. Establish new ones. I will say that is a holy skill. That's so ta'iba, the secret of the intercalation. Anshe Shem, Shahaya Lahem Shem Bechala Olam. These were people who were known universally. These are great men. So let's say, which is really incredible because what it says is just understand, we typically have like this vision that like the Chevra of Korach is like the riffraff, right? The hoi polloi, like the people like to get involved. There's always a Chevra. Whenever there's a fight, they're always there. Right? They're always there. That's not this Chevra. That's not this Chevra. These were good men. These were holy men. But again, and Korach himself was a good and holy man, which is why these people were willing to follow him. This is the tragedy of it. So it was like, if it was just a group of riffraff, okay, it happens all the time. There's always a segment that wants to fight. The tragedy of Korach was that again, it was the elite, it was the holy Chevra. So Moshe Rabbeinu heard. He heard and he fell on his face. Mash Moshe Rabbeinu, this is why. What did he hear that made him fall on his face? They accused Moshe Rabbeinu of adultery. They accused him of adultery. Shneimar, Vaikanu Moshe b'machana, Amru Shobari Yitzchak Malamed, Shekol Echad ve'Echad Kimeis Ishto Moshe. Every man from this Chavra warned his wife, like Sota, warned his wife about being alone with Moshe. Shneimar, Moshe Yitach Es HaOel, V'not alone Michutz Lamachana. As a result of this episode, Moshe Rabbeinu took his tent and he moved himself outside of the camp. Outside of the camp. Moshe Rabbeinu would not be in proximity to the camp because he wanted to remove himself from suspicion of adultery. Which I want to say, so by the way, how could it come that they're asking that to accuse Moshe Rabbeinu of adultery? So remember again, it's important to say textually, Moshe Rabbeinu did not live with Tzipporah. He did not live with his wife. Why did he not live with his wife? Because the emotional could appear to him at any time. He had to live in a different state of spiritual preparedness. So essentially, people said impossible for a man to live that way. If he's not living with his wife, then what? He must be living with someone else's wife. The Shabbat says so is really profound on two levels. It's interesting that a lot of times in life, when we see great people, there's two ways you could relate to someone who is greater than you. You could either say, that becomes like a role model for me. I want to try not to become that person. Whether that's Shabbos morning, Shasha, not to become that person, but I want to try to emulate that person. Or what you could do is what? Knock that person down from the pedestal and say, they're not that great. They're not that great. And it's human nature. Also, we see this all the time. Like the innate desire. And by the way, you see it's even very exciting. Why people are so fixated on taking people who exist on a pedestal and knocking down the pedestal. Because at the end of the day, if I can knock them off the pedestal, then I don't have to push myself to be any greater. If I can denigrate the great person and bring them down to where I am, I don't have to push myself at all. So they see Moshe Rabbeinu. They see a man who in certain respects is more malach than man. So I can either go ahead and strive to emulate him in certain ways, not always, but try, or I can knock him off his pedestal. And so they floated the rumor. Moshe Rabbeinu it's not possible. He must be committing adultery. Moshe Rabbeinu hears it. Saying it's incredible. Moshe Rabbeinu hears this, and if you notice, by the way, Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't respond. He doesn't respond. Instead, what he does respond. What's his response? He falls down. Let's say, it's almost as if you see this in many leadership narratives, where a person is willing to give anything and everything, and then something happens, and the leader is like, I can't do this anymore. Like this is crazy. This is crazy. Right? You want to tell me I'm not a good leader. You want to tell me I'm not a good prophet. You want to tell me I don't care enough. Okay, I'm fine. But then there's like an accusation that is just so crazy and so wild and so out of left field that the leader himself almost feels like powerless. That's why you Paul Panov. Moshe Rabbeinu almost like collapsing, just wondering like, what else could I possibly do for this people? What else? Overwhelming story. The Moshe Rabbeinu gets up. The great leader, the great leader realizes that people are just people and they're just gonna do their stuff. So what does he do? He picks himself back up and he understands that his mission is much holier than the baseless accusations or the baseless behavior of some group. So he goes to that side. Rabbi says it's so beautiful. Amar Ishlakish Mikan Shin Maxikim Machokes. What do you see? Rabbi say, what do you see? This is incredible. Now Moshe went to Dasan and Aviram. Rabbi say, should Moshe have went to Dasan and Aviram? I don't know, but Moshe knows one thing for sure, which is Dasan and Aviram are not what? They're not coming to him. So there's a choice. There's a choice. We can all stay in our corners, or Moshe Rabbeinu could try to engage. And the godness of Moshe Rabbeinu, even though, let's be clear, he was the aggrieved party. They just accused him of adultery. It's crazy. If Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm not having machlokes in my people. I'm not doing it. So Moshe Rabbeinu goes to Dasan and Aviram. Why? Because I will say at the end of the day, in Machsim machlokes. We'll say this is part of the Yisod, which we talk about all the time. It is so much better to be happy than it is to be right. Like what Moshe Rabbeinu was right. Right means I'm going to stay in my corner. You come to me. You come to me. I'm the aggrieved party. You hurt me. You malign me. Moshe Rabbeinu said it is so much more important to be right. To be happy than it is to be right. And therefore Moshe Rabbeinu goes to Dasan and Aviram. Incredible. I will say this is the Yisod. If you want to be a person of Shalom, to make Shalom often requires me to even debase myself a little bit. It requires me to do things that I shouldn't have to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. See, people often attribute this midah to Aaron. Right? Because what does the Mishnah say in Aaron? What does the Mishnah Abba say about Aaron? Aaron was an Oyev Shalom and a Rodev Shalom. Everyone loves peace. Normal people love peace. Right? What was unique about Aaron? He ran after peace. What people don't realize is it wasn't just the big brother. The little brother did it too. Moshe Rabbeinu was also Rodev Shalom. Moshe Rabbeinu also gets up and he goes to Dasan and Aviram. Because if you really value Shalom, you have to be willing to put your ego on the side and be able to make Shalom. Because being happy is so much more important than being right. He goes on, he says, Amar Damarab, Kol Maksim Machlok, kiss over the lap. Whoever goes ahead and sustains Machlokas is over the lap Shneimar, but Lo Yeki Korach B'chad Daso. I want to say, what's the law? It's incredible. There's a law about sustaining and maintaining machlokas. What's the law? Being like Korach. If you sustain and you maintain machlokas like Korach, Rashi says right in Stara, you get saras if you maintain machlokas or perpetual machlokas. Ksiv hacha, v'yad Moshe, lo ksiv hasam, v'yomer shem lo od have na yotcha b'chekach. Rabbi Yossi, halacholik amachos beis, right lakish on nachash. Whoever literally again is against the Malchus of David HaMelech, ultimately eventually bitten by a snake. Siv hacha, vayizbach Adoniyo, son ubakar umari, in eplan hazochela, siv hasam, in chamas zochale after first white line. What is this? Kalacholik al-rabo, kicholik al-shchina. Whoever argues on his Rebbe is like he argues on the screen. I'm going to say now, we're going to define this just a little bit because you're not allowed to dispute. Your Rebbe says something. You're not allowed to question the dispute. No, but we all know there are different types of disagreement. There's disparaging disagreement and there's emastic disagreement. Emastic disagreement is not only allowed, but what? Encouraged. That's how we learn. That is how we learn. Right, but there's disparaging disagreement. So ultimately, again, that's like machlokes on the shchina. Shneimar, goes the second white line. Whoever makes machlokes with his Rabbi is like making machlokes with the shchina. Shneimar, Hema Meiriva Asher Rabu B'nei Yisrael Al Hashem. I'm going to be telling you about Papa. Call him Misraim Al Rabo. Whoever goes in about the lashon of Misraim. Misraim is like someone who speaks negatively about his Rebbe. Kilo Misraim ala Shchina is as if he's speaking negatively about the Shchina. Shneimar lo alenu kilo seichem kimal Hashem. Amar Yavo kol maharer achar Rabbo. Whoever thinks negatively about his Rebbe, kilo maharer achar Shchina. It's as if ultimately again he thinks negatively about the Shchina. Shneimar by davar ha'am be'elokim u'b'Moshe. So again, what's all of this? Remember. Especially in times of the Gemara, but still also, the Torah Shabbat Peh was related to by your Rebbe. The relationship that one had with their Rebbe is perhaps, one could say, one of the most important relationships I have in life. because my Rebbe is the one who gives me Torah. So if that relationship is fractured or that relationship is flawed, it fundamentally undermines my very relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's why Chazal speak about that relationship in that way. So literally, again, what's literally translated is that wealth is guarded to the detriment of its owner. What does this mean? This refers to the wealth of Korach. What does this mean? So Moshe said this is very interesting. On one hand, wealth is very good. Now, why is wealth good? It's not like turning into a wealth ministry, right? But why is it Sunday morning, right? But why is wealth good? Very simple. Wealth gives a person confidence. You know this, right? When I have money in the bank, I feel confident. A good confidence, by the way. Not arrogance, not talking about ultimately, but confidence. When I know Baruch Hashem, I have material success. It gives me a sense of ma'amido araglav. I'm standing on my feet. And again, it gives me a confidence. And what's that? That's why we know. Conversely, when a person doesn't have money, there's almost no ruchnius when you are poor. Why? Because the person has to devote all of their energies to paying the mortgage, right? To paying tuition, to doing all this other stuff. It's very hard to find relationship with HaKadosh when I'm financially struggling. It makes perfect sense. Conversely, when I am financially solid, doesn't have to be wealthy, but financially solid, I'm confident, I'm good. But on the other hand, wealth could also sow the seeds of spiritual discontent because of Kol Kibosh and Yadi. I could fall into the illusion of thinking that I am self-sufficient and I don't need HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ladies, now Korach, we're going to see, was very wealthy. Masi Gimomenos Prados Levanos, Haibafkech Osha Beis Kinazar Shal Korach, the Kulu Akridi, the Kilfi, the Gilda. Listen to this. Korach, once I get into this, had 300 white donkeys to carry the keys to the treasure houses of his wealth. Now, again, the Pashtus, this is obviously metaphorical and a bit hyperbolic, right? Because remember, again, they're traveling in the desert. He doesn't have any storehouses. The idea is that Korach was ridiculously wealthy. Now, on one hand, that wealth gave him the ability to be confident. Unfortunately, again, that confidence turned into arrogance and led the rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu. Yosef hid 3 treasures in Egypt. One was discovered by Korach. That was Korach's wealth. Right, Antonius. This was the Chavrusa of Rabbi and one bucket of treasure is hidden for the righteous in Olam Haba. Incredible. Rabbi Yochanan Korach. Now, what happened to Korach? What happened to Korach and his followers? So the Gemara says Korach was not swallowed up, nor was he burned by the fire of the Torahs. Below Korach. Sounds like his followers were swallowed up by not Korach himself. Below Korach. Another version says Korach minas rufin or minavlun. Other opinion says no. Korach was both swallowed up and burned. He got both punishments. Okay, so we'll say Machlok is exactly what happened to Korach. What is that possible? Listen to this. Apparently, again, during the rebellion of Korach, the sun and the moon went up, ascended into a higher level of Shamayim. And they said, Ribono Shel Olam, Im ata osed din leben Amram neitzei, ve'im lav lo neitzei. Wow. The sun and moon went on strike when they saw Korach's rebellion against Moshe. They stuck up for Moshe. They said, Kadosh Baruch Hu, we are not coming out. We're not going to do our job unless you bring justice for the son of Amram. Incredible. So what happened? So Kiviyachal Hashem fired arrows at the sun and the moon. So Kadosh Baruch Hu was a little upset. He says, every single day people worship you guys, right? People usually have Avodah Zarah, and that's an affront to me. So for my covet, you don't come out. But you don't go on strike. And for the power that Moshe Rabbeinu you do, so we'll say it's parables. First Baruch Hu gets brightness. And even now to this very day, the sun and moon do not come out until they are struck. So Rashi has two gears over here. Exactly like what exactly is the machlokas? What exactly does that mean? So could it be that even today the sun and moon said you're right, because probably you're right, and they don't come out right out of deference to the covenant of First Baruch Hu force them to learn. We'll say what this came out of. What can it be? It can't be that the Rebbe literally gets brightest with the sun and the moon. Because sometimes like you get angry at your kids. You ever sometimes like your kid does something and it's it's wrong, but it's so cute, right? It's so cute. So you know that there's that moment where I have to discipline them, but I can't do it with a straight face, right? So I always have that's what this Gemara is. The Moshe always say, the sun and moon go on strike for Moshe, but never did it for Hashem. Do you know why? Because Hashem didn't create the sun and moon for him. He created the sun and moon for us. So the sun and moon see Moshe Rabbeinu suffering. They're like, we're not going to work today. We're going on strike. I was like, really? And almost like with a beautiful divine smile, saying, so you let me get this straight. You're going on strike for Moshe, but yeah, when they use you in idolatry against me, then you don't go on strike. It's not out of anger. It's the emotional of almost proud of his creations because they recognize that the entire tachlis, why they were put in this world, was for man. Was for Moshe Rabbeinu. Incredible. Dar Shalom, I just said, if you already created Gehenna, good. Name Lav, Yivra. But if you haven't created Gehenna, you have to create it now. So Korach and his followers can go there. Lamai, what does this mean? Even though the Mivrei Mamish, if he says it's a little bit created Gehenna, so everything that was created was already created in Shesh made gracious. Ella, the Kurode Pischa. Now the Moshe Rabbeinu was saying is, I don't know where the entrance to Gehenna is, and I'm going to ask you to move it right here. Open up the earth underneath Korach and his followers. Move an entranceway to Gehenna right here. Let them fall in. The sons of Korach did not die. So we'll say the sons of Korach. We're going to talk about this more tomorrow's daf, which is really today's daf. We'll do tomorrow. Right, so again, the sons of Korach engaged in a partial tshuva. And therefore, they did not descend to the lowest depths of Gehenna. And therefore, again, in this upper, and we'll talk about more of that tomorrow, but again, sons of Korach engaged in this partial tshuva. So on one hand, they descended to Gehenna, but they did not go to the depths of Gehenna. So we'll end with this. One time I was walking on the road. I came across a particular Arab merchant, and he said to me, I'm going to show you the spot where Korach and his followers were swallowed up. So Azal Chazar trade busy the Hava Karnafik Kitra Minayu came to a place, and there were two columns of smoke ascending from the earth. So what did the Arab do? Shakol Gavaba da Amra Amshi Maya Ba'osei Berei Shlumchei Ba'achlefei Hasam. He took a ball of wool, a tuft of wool, soaked it in water, put it on the end of his spear, and put it over the column of smoke, and it singed. Which also tells you the intensity of the heat, right? The wool is soaking wet. Yet again, when it comes on top of this area, it's singed. Amalei, Otzis, the Arab said to me, so remember again, the Arab said to me, Otzis, put your ear next to the ground. My shamas, what do you hear? I heard voices calling out, Moshe and his Torah are MS, and they are liars. I'm a base. Amalei, so we'll say this is Korach and his followers swallowed up in the earth. Amalei, the Arab said to me, so apparently what happens is Gehenna goes through a rotation, right? And it rotates every 30 days like meat that is being stirred in a pot. Like meat that's being stirred in a pot. Moshe v'Sarasa MS v'Hein Ba'Doim. And ultimately, if you come to this place every 30 days, you can hear them saying the same thing. Moshe and his Torah MS, and we are liars. So ultimately, again, I will say, so Dra Midbar doesn't have a portion of the world to come. So Torah Dra Midbar in the Chaloram Haba. Shnei Mar, that Midbar Hazeh Yikamu b'Sham Yamusu. You tell all of Hazeh, they'll be lost in this world. B'Sham Yamusu ba'olam haba. Ba'omer Hashem Yishvati b'Yafi, im Yiba'un el Meluchasi, Divrei Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say this is again Rabbi Akiva, but ultimately, again, Dra Midbar doesn't have portion of the world to come. Those who says, Hey, Ba'am Yolam Haba. Not true. Dor HaMidbar has a portion in the world to come. Shnei Amar, Isfili Chasidi Karsei Bisi Alai Zera, Elamani Mekayim, Hashem Nishbati Bi'api, Bi'api Nishbati. Originally, Hashem swore that Dor HaMidbar would not go into would not have Olam Haba, V'chaz Rani Bi, and I changed my mind. The Rosh said, by the way, I just want to point out something absolutely amazing. If the Ribono Shel Olam could change his mind, so can we. So can we. So often in life, we get stuck in a particular derech, right? This is who I am. This is what I do. This is how I live. This is how I conduct myself. And we become so entrenched in our behaviors. And we become so entrenched in our approaches. And even so entrenched in our hashkafas. And we assume that that's just because I've been this way for the last 20, 30, 40, 60 years. This is who I have to be. If the Ribono Shel Olam, who never needs to change, can change when he needs to, Alachas Kama B'Kama, I could change my approaches to life as well. Maybe Shulman Kaf Omer, but Lo Ne'amar Pasuk Zeh Ala Kineged Doros HaBoim.